Howdy gamers, and welcome back to the Regional Championships in Portland, brought to you by Star City Games, Carmen Comparens, Mason Clark, Awesome Modern.
Yeah, the first round today, round 10, was great. We got to see two really cool matches. I'm excited to see more of them, but I'm also going to talk about the metagame from this weekend a little bit.
Yeah, we've had Nick Miller, we've had Jeremy, we've had everyone else crunching the numbers, we're going to take a look first at day one. So this is the beginning of the event. We had a very even, dead even in fact, split between Breach and Energy at the top.
Yeah, we saw players coming in equal numbers. Was a big storyline moment, I think, for a lot of people, where the narrative sort of was like, oh, Energy will always be the most played, but maybe Breach is the best. You know, there's just no way it'll hit the same numbers or higher, and it definitely did. But still, a lot of other decks here, you know, Eldrazi, Blink coming in at, you know, that 10-ish%, then everything else lower on the deck list numbers.
Right, and now we actually kind of have an answer for how things have gone this weekend. I know we have day two coming with Breach the top dog now.
Yeah, I mean, look, Energy and Breach had the exact same number of players, and then we have our conversion rates, right? 28% of the Breach players between Teamer and 4-color made day two. Now, of note, we have the difference here. 3 4-color players are in day two, 65 Teamer are in day two.
The room just wants to be consistent.
Yeah, and I think that makes a little bit of sense. I also think players are a bit better at playing against and know what the 4-color deck is doing. It was a little bit more off the wall. I think, you know, we saw from the Canadian one, Edgar Magalhaes did a great job of playing Spire of Industry and some other things that threw players a little bit, and they weren't prepared for those plans, and this weekend they were ready for that. We also see our Energy deck, you know, same exact number of players in the room at the start of the day, not the same way for day two.
Right, and something that sticks out to me, we actually are able to look at Boros, Jeskai, Mardu, Naya, that whole breakdown. A lot of Jeskai decks, not that many Mardu decks, despite Mardu kind of being the thing to eat Energy decks at the beginning of the format.
Yeah, definitely the case was we saw with the One Ring and the Amped Raptor that Mardu was sort of what people thought was, you know, the Boros breaker, right, in the mirror. But Jeskai here with having 15 copies in day two to Mardu's 4, it's really loud to me and really shows that the format's not super about the mirrors as much.
And something I'm going to look a lot further down, Abzan Samwise actually overtaking Golgari Yawgmoth as the other creature combo deck.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even see Samwise on our first slide.
No, this is something we were joking about going into the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, but it was small enough. It probably was a very large, you know, conversion rate into our day two because it just didn't register in our deck list before. But for them making day two, if you're a big fan of that deck, you might want to be looking to pick that up there for Charlotte. I want to jump up a little bit to Oculus.
That's exactly where I was about to go. Other side of, we'll say the opposite of a good conversion rate.
Oculus continues to have one of the biggest generational fall-offs in conversion rate at every regional championship. We had 58 players day one, 5 in day two, 3 Esper, 2 Demir.
Right, it's just what, less than 10% conversion rate?
Yeah, it's tough look there. The Oculus players, they really need to go shop and figure out what needs to change. You know, I really like the idea of people moving away from Counterspell, at least in high numbers. And so there's a lot more you could look at here, but that's going to be it for that breakdown there. You know, you can check that out on social media. It's really interesting.
And something that's cool that I love about Modern in particular is the way that the format really rewards deck mastery, right? I think even something like Oculus yesterday, we saw Esper look pretty good on camera because it had a great plan against Breach, which is the top dog now.
Yeah, I mean, if you came prepared to fight over Breach and you made day two, you're a favorite.
Right, exactly. So what would you be doing if you were in the event?
I mean, I would be playing the Breach deck.
Sure.
I think you could take it from my hands.
4-color, 3-color?
I think I'd be playing 3 colors. You know,
Sure.
I think that would be. I think the spiciest thing I would have is to be a Wrenn and 6, probably my main deck. Sort of being my 21st land. It's also interactive. I really value having my land drops and hitting them. So I was pretty quick to put 20 lands in my deck, and I'm down for the 21st.
Right, and something we've seen a lot this weekend as well is people just basically incorporating different aspects of just different archetypes. I know you talked about that main deck Wrenn and 6 and the way that it lets you play a grindier game plan. I think that speaks to your sensibilities as a player. And just last round, we saw a Blink player taking a little bit from Energy, a little bit from the Orzhov Blink deck, which has had a great weekend as the breakout deck.
It really has. And, you know, we saw it convert pretty well there as well. We didn't go over too much detail, but there were 96 in day one, 19 in day two when it comes to our Blink list here.
I think it actually was 23 once you factor in Selesnya and Esper and all of that stuff, which that's what, a 30% conversion rate? That's not too shabby.
Especially with how much the room was Eldrazi ramp. And we were sort of, you know, at the beginning of the day talking about how bad is this matchup. It seemed to be kind of rough when we got there and got to talk to players. So despite it being a bigger portion of the field, and it had a good conversion rate too, I don't want to undersell it, but the Blink players seemed to be able to push through that a little bit.
That makes sense. So what do you attribute their success to? over the weekend? Is this eating energy or breach?
I think it's a little bit of A, a little bit of B. I think a lot of players underestimate just how resilient the Blink deck is. You know, some of the players like to joke and call it like little silly names or whatever instead of like giving it a real name, which I think is always telling to me, right?
Yes.
When you have like a little silly like, you know, stinky deck or whatever or something like that.
Theo Jung won a challenge and called it sewer.
Yeah, the
right?
black-white sewers. Yeah, so like when you have stuff like that, I think sometimes that can like maybe make players be like, ugh, and then you think about it, they're like, oh, well, the narrative has been you have to play all Modern Horizon cards. And this deck plays, you know, some, but not all of them. I mean, we have Flickerwisp, Aether Vial, things like that in our deck. But it still plays so well and so consistent. I think a lot of players just underestimated their game against it a little bit, and the Blink players have been sort of on top of their game of innovating and sort of getting ahead of the metagame.
And I think that really speaks to how much the format has opened up with the banning of the One Ring. I know for a long time it felt like you really couldn't play, we'll say, an incremental advantage deck.
Yeah, why would you? You have the One Ring.
Yeah, exactly. And so normally you have to fight against this huge 10-card advantage engine for 4 mana. It's colorless. It can go into anything. Now we're seeing Aether Vial pop up again in 2025.
Exactly. And, you know, you talk about huge advantages and things working together. Let's check out what our players are playing for this weekend really quick here on the prize pool. $20,000 to first place, $10,000 to second place, World Championship invite for both first and second, along with a Pro Tour invite and another Regional Championship invite. You're going to see Pro Tour invites go all the way down to top 32, along with $5,000 to $1,000 depending on your placement there. And then you still get paid out down to 1/28th, along with a Regional Championship invite, the biggest RCQ you've played.
Right, and just jumping ahead, we have our feature match, and I know I was already cheering for it. We have Mono Black Necro. Ooh, this is in the hands of Carlos Zambrano, and I played so much of these Necro decks in playtesting. I know I would walk up and just go, hey, so now I have the burn deck version. Will you play against me?
Yes. There was a lot of different Necro testing. I mean, it is one of those things where it's when you see that card in a file, you're like, okay, well, if we're going to do this, we need to make sure it is, like, not broken right now. And, you know, you're playing a little bit with fire, but, hey, you can't make tools if you don't play with fire.
Right, and it's something where it got a lot out of grief. We saw a bunch at the Pro Tour in Amsterdam last year, and it's fallen a bit out of favor now that it doesn't have quite as many free spells, but there are still 4 Shielder the Apocalypse, 4 Orcish Bowmasters, Dothy Voidwalker, something we haven't seen a ton of, that lines up great against the Breach deck.
That was what I wanted to mention. Dothy has fallen out of Modern because there hasn't been a black-red aggressive deck.
Okay.
We saw that, you know, the black-red Evoke deck sort of was the home for Dothy, and it would have these cheap creatures that take over the game combined with some disruption. There isn't a Dothy deck right now, and Dothy is so good against what a lot of players are doing. It lines up a little awkwardly against some stuff like Flage, and I think that's why a lot of players have moved away. Flage sort of solos these black-red interactive decks on its own. So Dothy Voidwalker in this deck I love because it's a thing that you kind of want to have. You want to have a little bit of interaction. You want to have a little bit of pressure because you want to sort of soul spike your opponent out, which means you need to get the first couple points across. So an unblockable hate piece is a great way to do that. So I love this Necro dominance here from Carlos.
And I think you can look at the success of this deck on the weekend as it's almost like the level 3 deck, right? Where you have Breach and you have Energy, and once Breach beats out Energy, you don't have to worry about those Flages all of a sudden. If you don't have to worry about Flage, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a game changer. And speaking of like things we play tested and game changers, when we look over at the Eldrazi ramp deck, I can't notice but my biggest fan in the world, Hairgas Erupting Nullkite, is in the deck. Now, this might be one that you haven't really seen a whole lot of if you haven't been playing Commander. It was a card that changed a lot during our development, so our opinion of it is a little different.
We always called it a Zardel, which
Yeah.
is just Eldrazi spelled backwards, because we didn't know what a legendary Eldrazi dragon would be called.
I would argue it should have been called a Zardel in the end.
Maybe,
But,
maybe.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just a little hacky for that, but I think that name was great. But this card is so good. Yeah, so let's pull up the Eldrazi ramp deck real quick here so you can get an eyeball on Hairgas we haven't seen already. I mean, at one point, Carmen, I was calling this card Hogak 2. Jokingly.
We were really worried about it.
Yeah, it changed a lot between now and then. You know, a great design story moment is actually lowering its mana value made it worse because we were chaining emerging off it with Emrakul the Promised End. So it being more mana was actually causing us to be in a position where it was stronger. But Hairgas is actually this really great engine that you can combine with your deck's Sanctum of Ugin to sort of get a bunch of card advantage, this burst, go find your Emrakul, and take over the game.
All right, and we're actually going to go ahead and head down to the feature match pretty soon. I hear the players are resolving mulligans. checking out the other side of the table, we have Mono Black Necro. We've talked about this a lot. I think we have a deck list slide for that one as well. This deck, oh god, I love this deck so much.
Hang on, I'm taking a picture of my phone. Okay, yeah, so I got that for when I get home. Yeah, no, I mean, this deck is super cool. I love these sort of archetype. I think it really, players dropped it a bit too quickly and didn't innovate enough, and I think the Dothies were the thing that's missing. I think, and as you see the fourth in the sideboard, we want to have a lot of this. We don't want too much in the main deck, but we wanted enough that it was consistent, and I think we're going to see that card be huge in this matchup as Dothy plus discard spells, as we saw at Pro Tour Championship Lord of the Rings, very good against Eldrazi.
And look, break the ice and Damping Sphere out of the sideboard.
Yeah, when you're mono black, you just don't get all the options to really fight over things as you might see from other decks. And you see Shatter Assumption as well, an MH1 All-Star. Get all the colorless cards out of your hand or get all the gold cards out of your hand.
Ooh.
And that's huge against Eldrazi.
It's one of the funny things where, especially when it comes to hand disruption, you end up seeing the color black just get some oddballs that if you're willing to do your homework, you just get some serious hammers.
Yeah, it's important to dig deep into these card pools. We talked about it earlier. 2003 to now is how many the years of the card's release. That's 22 years now of cards, Carmen.
Oh,
that's a lot of options available
to
you.
My hip.
I know. Well, I'll tell you what's hip, though. It's the feature match area where I think our players are almost ready for.
All right, welcome to round number 11. We have Carlos Zambrano against Sam Bogue. We have Eldrazi Ramp and Mono Black Necro. Not a matchup we've seen too much this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there just weren't a ton of Necro players in the field. And, you know, this Eldrazi Ramp deck also from Sam is very innovative. We talked about it, you know, Hairgas at length because it's such a cool card and one we both loved. It hasn't seen a ton of play. But also we're doing things like one Devourer of Destiny, you know. We saw CFT Sock yesterday play none. Sam's like, I like the first one as Dothy Voidwalker comes down.
Not so bad. Not so bad. This is that early pressure that I think is going to end up mattering a ton for the Necro side. Both decks are pretty explosive, but at the end of the day, Necro does need to get a few chip shots in for Soul Spike to close the door.
Yeah, especially against a deck like this that won't fetch Shock a ton, right? If you play against something like Breach, like we mentioned earlier in the tournament, you just fetch Shock a lot, right? You're just going to be at 14. Your 4 Soul Spikes to go the distance. Against a deck like Eldrazi, you're not going to see that happen nearly as much, or you can at least play around it from the seat of Sam.
And look at this. You can see that Sam is making sure to actually fetch in response to the Dothy Voidwalker because that hate text does end up mattering against this deck. Emrakul the Promised End does want you to have cards in your graveyard.
Yeah, especially when you're a Surveil, you might get another card type as the Talisman comes down. And this is a big moment here. Does Carlos have a discard spell to maybe find a big Eldrazi and put it on the battlefield?
Ooh. Ooh. If it happens, I'm going to have to go find Jacob Beardsley personally.
He's out there battling it out at 6-3.
Okay, doesn't have the discard spell. Does have a hit for 3. Sam down to 16. Shizo, Death Storehouse. That's spicy.
It puts a little fear in your opponent's heart.
It's more Shieldred's heart, but you know.
Yeah, well, you know what? Necro Dominance seems like a pretty good one to play here. So it looks like Carlos is eyeing it up. One of the things I like about Necro when combined with Pressure is it lets you sort of play a couple different games. You can sort of maybe go like Dothy interaction against some decks and then play that controlling role versus others. Carlos is taking a second here to think, how do I want to develop? As it looks like there might be a moment between Necro and another threat.
It's so tough, right? I know Necro Dominance was also one of the cards we were the most worried about in development, where it's like, if this goes wrong, we look so stupid.
It is an interesting bet to take.
Okay, Necro Dominance hits the table, and now the next hard choice. How much? How many?
Honestly, I know I'm not kidding. I'd probably draw at least 10.
At least 10?
You're not under any pressure from this Eldrazi deck. I could honestly see us going as low as 8 here very easily.
All right, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and... Oh, 9.
Carlos, you're making me look like a fool.
My man. Oh, my God. Someone just send my regards to the feature match area. Just a distinguished gamer as far as I'm concerned.
Soul Spike getting 3 in there. That's going to gain back 4 life. And Carlos had a Shieldred in hand this turn before we drew the 9. I'm going to bet we got a land for it as well, which means next turn we can pay all the way down to 1 and basically double our life total with Shieldred's draws as long as Necro's still on the board.
All right, we're seeing cards get set aside. So only one Soul Spike probably hit. I'd guess this is the discard step.
Yep. Yeah, it's typically what you see. You can only keep 5 cards in hand with Necro. So players will often just, instead of figuring out which ones they want to discard, figure out the ones they want to keep a little easier.
Much faster.
Yeah.
Much faster.
Get these 5 instead of figuring out these 10 I want to get rid of.
Right.
Same problem, just easier to process.
And something that this deck makes a great use of is all of the MDFC lands in MH3. We see Boggart Trawler off to the side as one of the cards that was exiled for Soul Spike.
Yeah, I mean, having a high land count, but also a high black card count for your Soul Spike is so important. As if you just play, like, let's say 24 lands like this deck technically does, your Soul Spikes just get a little worse on average, and that big, risky, I love this, no draw.
All right. Well, not till the end step at least. But this is a great way to make sure that Carlos doesn't actually accidentally draw a card.
Yeah, this is just clear to me. Carlos plays a lot of this deck. This wasn't
Yes.
just a thing where it's like, oh, I'm not sure what I'm going to do this weekend. I'll play Necro or whatever. Clearly someone who plays a lot of this deck.
All of a sudden, I'm looking to the sideboard to see if something like Karn the Great Creator came down, if that could even help. But it's just Writhing Chrysalis from Sam. When your opponent just exiled Shieldred the Apocalypse, this cannot feel good.
It cannot. Thoughtseize is also in hand for Carlos. Saw the Junji Ito one.
Okay, so Kozilek's return does clean up Dothy Voidwalker. That's a good step.
Yeah, that's huge. That would stop the Dothy Thoughtseize combo from occurring. Shieldred should be in hand still. There probably is a land. All right, good play there from Carlos, keeping a land.
Castle Lock Twain hits the table.
And yeah.
Oh, no.
I mean, play Shieldred, draw 14.
All right, Shieldred on the battlefield.
And I remember the first time I got to do this, I was like, oh, yeah,
Oh.
I'm cooking.
Oh, yeah. It was a real, are you serious? And we had to talk a lot about, is this cool or is this a problem?
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, Carlos thinks it's pretty cool is we're going to go all the way down to 1, but then we're going to gain back 28 life here, going up to 29, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to Shieldred triggers.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're seeing some thumbing through now because it's Soul Spike time, ideally.
Yeah, I was going to say, Carlos has 3 Soul Spikes in deck. Sam's at 11, so enough to win if you hit all the Soul Spikes. I saw 1, and I think if Carlos was just thumbing through really quickly to make sure, like, hey, do I just have them all? I probably have enough cards. We'll figure that part out now. There's at least 1, which means we're going to at least gain an additional 4 life and put Sam down to 7 here.
And, you know, honestly, 2 of them does good work. It's not like Shieldred only gains life.
Yeah, I mean, Shieldred will do 2 to Sam on the draw step, and if Sam has any other ways to draw cards, that will punish.
All right, so here's the first Soul Spike of the turn, second one of the game. We're going to see Sam fall to 7, Carlos up to 33.
Yeah, there's a second Soul Spike in hand that's getting thumbed to the front. One thing to keep in mind, too, here is Carlos does want to be really aggressive with these because we need to win the game before Emrakul the Promise End comes down.
Yes.
Because we will just draw our whole deck from Sam. I believe Sam can figure it out. All right, I'm controlling
Pass
the
your turn.
turn.
I have effects, or excuse me, you have effects on your end step.
Yeah, draw them all. Soul Spike yourself.
I don't know why you do it, but
Yeah.
you know what? I'll protect your right to do it.
Yep. Carlos with a surgical in hand as well. Could have been huge in some spots, but, you know, only 2 cards in graveyard right now for Sam. Pretty far from anything like that. And now it's once again a matter of, okay, what cards do I keep? As you mentioned, too, Shieldred's going to knock Sam down to 1, meaning this is sort of Sam's last turn either way.
Right, this is the spot where Carlos got to feel like they're in the driver's seat at this point. Is just saying, okay, how do I lose this game? And how do I avoid that happening? What card, like, how does this go wrong for me? And how can I avoid actually losing the game if things go sideways from here?
Yeah, I think one of the things you're probably looking at is like, okay, I maybe want like a March as a way to maybe future pitch something. I want to keep another Necro if I have that in case you like Devourer of Destiny me, right? I just want to try and insulate myself from all these different problems. We see one Shieldred go. To me, that might mean there's maybe another one in hand, right? We play a lot of Shieldreds in this deck, the full 4 this weekend. So.
And something that Carlos has is also Orcish Bowmasters, which is just another sort of black burn. Yeah, upstairs. Upstairs. Face the place. All right, Sam down to 1. Whatever it is, it's got to happen now. Ugin's Labyrinth's a good start.
All right, no imprinting happening. So when it comes to Eldrazi, we have 6 mana. A little short of that 7 benchmark where a lot of the more powerful Eldrazi turn online.
All right, tap it a bunch. It's Kozilek's command. Exiling Shieldred, that was the first thing that needed to happen. Getting some Eldrazi spawn.
Spawn, great with sowing Myco Spawn. Will get bigger.
Okay, and this is also a Kindred instant hitting the graveyard. If there is a future in this game, it involves Emrakul the Promised End, more than likely.
Yep. Yeah, I was...
All right, untap from Carlos. What do we got? A land and an Orcish Bowmaster sending us to game 2. Sam, what do they have in the sideboard?
Yeah, I mean, Sam has a couple cards in the sideboard that aren't just Karn targets, right? We are a Karn the Great Creator deck, so we have a lot of things in there. You might see some of them still come into the main deck because you maybe want to rather draw them and only have one target. But, you know, we have 3 Nature's Claims when it comes to Sam. That's a great way to fight over Necro Dominance. I imagine we're going to see those. And actually, Stone Rain, especially on the play, I think is pretty real here.
I'm literally checking off how many MDFC lands Carlos has. I was thinking the same thing going, okay, is this actually a good way to just punish and keep Carlos on the back foot?
Especially on the play, Sam's deck is so good at having 3 mana on 2 that just, you know, hey, set you back a turn while I develop into something like Karn is game-changing. You know, one more turn for Sam could have been the difference between like a Devourer, which means so many less Necro draws, which changes the game so dramatically. So I imagine we could see some stuff like that. It really depends sort of on how Sam wants to sideboard, of course. You know, we have some cards like Hair Gas that maybe I think would actually probably be pretty great in this matchup as another way to find Emrakul the Promised End, is I think that's going to be one of the better ways for Sam to win. But, you know, there's some other things we can get rid of here in our deck, like Kozilek's Return is fine. Maybe don't want all of them, right? It's going to be interesting to see how Sam wants to navigate the post-board games here, as I'm sure Sam doesn't have a ton of experience versus the Necro deck, which is probably a big angle for Carlos. Lots of opponents figuring it out on the fly.
Yeah, and I do like Stone Rain here a good bit the more I think about it, because in a lot of ways, Carlos is really good at taking 5 resources and turning them into 20, but does need to have those 5 resources on the battlefield to actually get developed.
Totally. From Carlos' side, we know we have a couple cards that are pretty good. I kind of like these Damping Spheres.
Yeah, we had talked a little bit about this going into the match. Break the Ice, Damping Sphere, and Shatter Assumptions is basically just Persecute, but it hits colorless cards, right?
And multicolored. It either hits gold or colorless. We heard a little design inside story recently about how it was a Niv hate card and a Tron hate card originally. That was the idea. So it's kind of a cool one there. Another thing that might come in here is Necromentia. Emrakul the Promised End, I kind of joked about in game 1, but
that's got to be the plan for Sam here.
Yeah, it is seriously an issue. If that comes, yeah, it looks Shadow Assumption. You can see in the board. Sam's like, I don't think I know exactly that one. Can I take a double check here as we see Carlos hand it over to take a look at?
I'm going to be vulnerable for a second. I forgot what that card did. I don't forget what very many cards do. That was one where I was like, oh, thank God Mason knows that.
Yeah, obviously. I'm a mental magic all-star.
You're an Omnath guy.
Yeah. Well, it's never happened to me. But one day it could.
Yeah, one day it could.
And if I'm not prepared, how will I know what to do? But, yeah, so, I mean, we have all of those cards that can come in. Obviously, the extra Dothy's pretty good. We talked about really liking it in Game 1. I'm going to like it more post-board, especially if our opponent has more Nature Claim, Stone Rainy stuff. If you're going to try and keep me off 3 mana and keep me off enchantments, having these little creatures on the ground is going to put some real pressure on you and maybe make sideboarding harder for Sam. Is if we didn't have these Dothy's in our 75, Sam could easily cut all these Kozilek's Returns against the old version. You know, without Grief in our deck, there's just no reason to have this card. Bowmasters isn't going to typically actually be a game-defining card. Maybe you leave one to get a Shieldred right on the flashback, but...
And, you know, something that I'm really interested in is I want to see if Carlos leans on Thoughtseize a bunch in the post-board games. I think the Inquisition of Kozilek's that they have in their deck, real easy to throw those in the sideboard against the deck full of 4+ mana spells. But it's hard to tell if Thoughtseize is going to play that big of a role.
Yeah, it is definitely an interesting spot there. You can maybe make a little swap, right? So you have a 4-2 split, maybe split it the other way. But I want to see what players want to do with all this information at SCGCON Hartford.
This is something that's coming up. It's going to be the next round of regional championships. These are going to be standard.
Yes, it's going to be May 16th to the 18th. I can't wait to see sort of what players are doing. We actually have, a standard 5K going on in the background this weekend as well. I kind of can't wait to bird a little what are players doing with Aether Drift in there. I've been kind of all hands on Modern, looking a little at standards. I like it a lot. I have a couple things I want to try, but I'm really curious to see what others are doing with that. And we're going to be there May 16th to the 18th.
And, I know I'm supposed to say this because I'm on the play design team with Wizards of the Coast. Standard's been pretty fun for a while now.
It has been pretty fun for a while now if you don't get Heartfire Hero turn 2 every game like I do.
Okay, maybe I like heart firing people on turn 2. Did you ever think of that?
I hadn't thought about that.
All right, so moving into the post-sideboard games, I'm expecting that things are going to slow down a lot here. I think both players have a lot of ways to interact with what the opponent is doing, but they are out of the sideboard.
Yeah, I mean, the games are going to change a lot here, and I think that's one of the interesting things, too, about both these decks is you have a good amount of flexibility, and that's one of the things I really like about Sam's deck is we have, you know, it's only 2 cards that are really, like, ones that aren't Karn targets. I mean, we do have this one Pyroclasm I want to shout out as well, but we're not fully dedicated. We've seen a lot of the Eldrazi players do this, and Sam really targeting a couple matchups with Stone Rain in the Mirror, Nature's Claim for Breach, and not being like, hey, I should just play 15 Karn targets. I'm going to have some real plans and some real board and capabilities.
Oh, look, Shatter Assumptions in Carlos's hand.
That's nice. Now, on the draw,
I have never seen someone keep a hand that fast, that visually. We just saw it thumb through the 7, slam it face down on the table. I love this.
I want to make a note, too, of something I noticed in Sam's sideboard I hadn't touched before during sideboarding. We have another Writhing Chrysalis. I think that's really smart for both fair games. But here, if you see the Necromentia discard spells, having that might actually be huge. You get down this big Chrysalis, you chunk your opponent before they get to Necromentia for a bunch of cards, and just keep them off finding more Soul Spikes. You know, if you make Carlos draw 4 less cards there, might not find the Soul Spikes.
Right, and anytime you're playing against a sort of black combo deck, just being able to apply that early pressure is going to just meaningfully cut into their win percentage.
As Garfield intended, Forest go, Swamp go.
Wow. What year is it?
2025.
All right, well, Cavern of Souls, Malevolent Rumble must be 25.
Yep. Gonna mill over some cards. Writhing Chrysalis and some Eldrazi Temples along with Utopia Sprawl. A lot of hits.
Yeah, and now there's just a question on if Sam is trying to actually play to the battlefield or just hit their land drops.
Yeah, very interesting to see here. Double lands are always great. I was going to say, we didn't see one early, but it might also be a situation where Sam wants to play around a card like Break the Ice going down turn 2.
Yeah, it's really tough to see what's going to happen. And Carlos just going swamp, go. You have to know a big, impactful 3 is coming.
Yep.
All right.
I don't want to make any assumptions lest they be shattered.
Yeah, that was okay. That was fine.
Wow.
All right, Eldrazi Temple go, swamp, and...
All right. Yeah, there's Shattered Assumptions. I like this a lot from Sam, even if there was Necro in hand, which I'm not sure. Let's just clean up that hand because Sam clearly has a bunch of huge cards as Writhing Chrysalis, Emrakul the Promised End, and I believe a World Breaker are all discarded.
This is so tough. Oh, Ugin's Labyrinth even could have hid one of them.
Yeah, but I think Sam was trying to
Break the Ice, maybe?
Yeah, I think was respecting Break the Ice / maybe wanting to get Carlos to tap out for a Necro here and go, boom, Nature's Claim. Next turn, boom, get a bunch of mana, World Breaker your land, put you on the back foot, take over this game. But now needs to get out of it here as, you know, Carlos kept the Assumptions shattered hand.
Why settle for 1 Thoughtseize when you can have 3 Thougseizes?
Yeah, I mean, it looked a lot like Mind Twist to me.
All right, here is Ancient Stirrings. We see Haragast still in the deck.
I love to see it. It's a great way to find Emrakul the Promised End.
Misty Rainforest, and just comfortable saying, okay, look, you're not killing me just yet. I'm happy just playing a land a turn and building up to these big spells.
Yep. If there's no pressure, Sam knows that Emrakul the Promised End can take over the game. Also has that World Breaker ability to get back to hand by sacking a land. So,
and Emrakul is the thing that if Sam can cast that, Carlos might just die immediately.
Definitely. I love this here. Getting shielded on the battlefield puts a clock on the game. You ran your opponent out of resources. It's so important that something came down this turn, and it couldn't be an enchantment, right? We know the Nature's Claim's in hand. You might have to work through it. Maybe your hand's just all Necros, but you really wanted something like Shielded, like Dothy to come down and start putting pressure on Sam. They don't get to go Island Go anymore.
Right. Right, this is a spot where turning the corner is the important part for Carlos. I know it's very flashy to draw a ton of cards and feel like you're going to hold the fort down, but really you're drawing all of those cards hoping to end the game. As we see Commercial District mill that Sanctum of Ugin.
Yep. Sam, even though would love to have Sanctum to go find a big Eldrazi, needs the first big Eldrazi first, right?
Yes.
We don't have that currently, so great play there from Sam, even though I think it could be very tempting.
Okay, well, Malevolent Rumble getting a bunch of looks, including
Haragast and World Breaker. Sowing Microspawn also, you know, kind of tempting as a way to sort of get some more lands, but I mean, this World Breaker is just so big, right?
It's so hard to choose here. I mean, The nice thing is that sowing Mycospawn means that you could just recur the World Breaker later on. These cards are going to the graveyard.
Definitely.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reading the Haragast. I understand there are several abilities on that one.
No respect for the game. Didn't consider Haragast going to this RC weekend.
Have you ever noticed that Haragast wings are just made of arms?
No, I never noticed that.
It is truly an eldritch monstrosity.
That's sick. I like Haragast more now.
Okay. World Breaker, the pickup for Sam. Paying some respect to graveyard. Hey, you feel so bad if you just say, leave it in the graveyard, and then Carlos just casts the front of a Boggart Trawler.
Definitely. Carlos gains a little life from the shielded draw step, has a full grip.
Serve for 4, Sam 13.
Sam prioritizing having the Eldrazi spawn in play to be extra mana sources right now. Could have blocked, but rather have that extra mana available.
Right. Every little mana helps whenever you're trying to cast 13 mana spells.
Insightful.
Oh, if we see 3 lands set aside,
No reason.
Carlos knows there's a Nature's Claim, but sometimes the only way out's through.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if your hand's just a couple of Necros, what are you going to do? Not play a Necro?
All right, here's the Necro, a tapped Boggart. Or excuse me, Trawler. That was Bojuka Boggart internally.
Yes, yes.
All right, Nature's Claim takes down the Necro Dominance. Carlos gets some more life. I wonder if there's a world where Carlos recognizes that Sam is getting up to Emrakul the Promised in mana and just needs to get Necro Dominance out of their hand.
That definitely could be it. I mean, getting it like trade off there, it's like, obviously if Sam had it rolled up, Sam would let it resolve.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, okay, that's pretty nice, and you just can't really risk it being like, oh, maybe I'll top deck and get Carlos. Carlos will just deck will turn online. We'll draw 23 cards and at 13 life, going down to 11, you'd probably end the game there.
Right, right, right.
So yeah, and here, speaking of it too, Sam's counting. It looks to me like we have 5 different card types in the yard, meaning our Emrakul is going to be 8 mana.
Have I got some news about the number of mana that Sam has on the battlefield?
8.
Okay, I had the news, but sure, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. All right, Sam untaps, draws. World break in time?
It might be. Depends really what you drew too. Something like a Devourer would be great here as a way to figure out. Looks like we're making sure life totals are correct. Carlos does gain 4 from Nature's Claim, which is going to be nice with the Shieldred. Remember, the Shieldred also gained 2. It looks like I remember Carlos sort of pointing to the Shieldred, if I remember correctly. So that might be the thing here. Is Carlos is at 26? We'll get that all taken care of. Don't worry about that. As we are going to see Eldrazi Temple number 2 coming down.
Okay, so 4, 5, 6, and 7. World Breaker goes after the Bojuka Trawler.
The Boggart Trawler is gone.
Dang.
5/7 on the board.
Not bad. This is something that could actually block Shieldred, and I don't think Sam would be too heartbroken about recurring the World Breaker.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something that's on the mind. And also, there's another one in the yard already. So sort of maybe Carlos feels pressured to. Now, notably, Sam will be going to 8 once they draw on the next turn, which means we only need 2 Soul Spikes. So if this Necro in hand from Carlos resolves, it's going to be a good spot. Looks like we're just going to untap now.
Okay.
Gain our 2.
Seeing an untap.
26.
Lot of looks. Lot of looks.
I mean, 25 looks is, God, hard to know. About half the deck.
Give or take.
Yeah.
Probably more at this point.
Yeah, maybe Carlos went up to 61, though.
No, no. That would be like if he paid at least 10 life. That's not the way that he would do it.
Fair enough. Fell the Profane in hand for Carlos. If it wasn't Eldrazi spawn, we might have seen that little limited action, kill your 7-drop, hit for 4, pass. But Spawn's making that a little less appealing.
And that's one of the nice things about this mono black Necro deck. I know you and I have both played a lot of the mono black decks over the course of the last couple of years. You do just get a pretty typical game of Magic sometimes where you have Shieldred and just kill people with combat damage.
Yeah, I played a lot of the One Ring sort of mono black deck before Necro was released. And just you won a lot of fair games just Dothing and Bowmastering and Shieldreding just like it's limited. Kill spell your thing, hit you. Necro that's basically going to be a kill spell for Sam unless Carlos gets very unlucky. I got to see
1,
how
2,
many
3,
cards.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Down to 1.
All right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I would die laughing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Sam's like, all right, will I live? Because it's going to be a very joyous moment if there's not soul spikes here. We only need 2, and remember the shielded trigger. There's the first one.
That's the face of someone who has this one rolled up and might be about to advance to 9 and 2. That is Carlos Zambrano with mono black Necro taking it in 2.
Yeah.
That matchup looks tough for Eldrazi.
Yeah, especially when you draw these sideboard cards like Shadow Assumption.
Yes.
It really kind of changes the game. And something that Eldrazi players aren't used to is having this big discard spell that can hit everything, right? They're used to fighting against Thoughtseize type cards, obviously. But having that different play pattern mattered so much for Carlos there. And we saw Sam, sort of being like, hey, maybe you kept a slower hand with Necro and you're all in on that. I'm going to Nature's Claim and get you. Well, got by the Shadow Assumption, and having that turn 3 where there's 2 huge impactful plays that make you play differently, really hard to navigate. Carlos did a great job of playing that, and is moving on to X and 2. Now, Sam's still very alive for our top 8,
yeah,
and the Pro Tour invite X and 3. Easily could see more of them as the weekend goes on, but great play there for Carlos, and I can't wait to see if this Necro deck might get into our top 8, X and 2.
Yeah,
looking good.
I think it's so funny having these super powerful hate cards, despite the matchup looking pretty good, which you got to do sometimes just to beat the Emrakul the Promised End, but we have even more magic for you. How about a backup match, partner?
I'm down for it. Let's see what we got.
All right. We are heading down. We have Peter Tubergen. This is an old Affinity guy for anyone who's been watching SCG coverage for a long time against Peter Husian on Amulet Titan.
Yeah, and Mox Opal's back, and we're seeing the Affinity players come back to cast Opal. Different way these days, but.
And I know you've played a lot of Amulet Titan yourself. You have a top 8 or 2 under your belt on the SCG tour with it.
Yeah, definitely. I got my first one with Amulet. And, the deck's changed a lot since then. Back in my day, we had Coalition Relic. But it's still doing some really exciting stuff, and I can't wait to see if we get to talk a bit about that as Tamiro's going to serve in and get a clue.
And Peter Tubergen, someone who is honestly just a Mox Opal enthusiast. Someone who, if I would have bet my car that he were to register Mox Opal for this event, no, he would be on Breach. So him kicking things off with a Tamio, he's got to be in his happy place.
Yeah, Tamio is just such a great start for these decks, getting the incidental pieces and then also just immediately starting that split pressure, right? Working towards my Mox Opal being online, working towards playing a fair game. Now, against Amulet, you're not really wanting to play the fair game that much. You're wanting to sort of be a combo deck, but luckily Tamio does that good enough.
And this turn 1 Amulet of Vigor is super threatening from Peter. It looks innocuous, but
it's the first step of some crazy stuff happening for sure as Malevolent Rumble comes down, finds a grinding station, speaking of crazy stuff.
Now, do you want this in your hand or your graveyard more?
Yeah, I think it's more the graveyard typically, especially with this Bauble. That can either help turn on a Mox Opal or find the Breach that maybe you're missing.
Sure.
Typically, it's pretty easy to get Breach, then cast the grinding station. I mean, look at the board currently, right? We have the 2 mana for the Breach. We have 1 Eldrazi Scion, so 1 more mana could get there. Now, Peter might be wanting to take the grinding station in order to sort of break it up over 2 turns so we don't have enough lands or something like that. Might also maybe don't even need the Bauble, as it looks like we did have a Bauble in hand. Oh,
and this is really tough. This is one of the spots where it might help normally to have face-up deck lists available, but I'm not seeing a main deck Bojuka Bogue in Peter's deck.
Yeah, a lot of players have either moved that to the sideboard or just, gotten rid of it. There's so much contested space now in the Amulet deck. The number of lands that have good, strong abilities is so high, along with sort of making some of your combos work, that's a card that, used to be you wouldn't leave home without it. Now, it's a real debate if you even want it.
Right. Okay, so we see an untap from Peter, and this is the point where you can almost watch someone go into their Mind Palace and just start thinking, okay, can I put a Primeval Titan into play this turn and kill my opponent?
Yeah, and this Amulet deck has a lot of different kills these days. We'll go into some of them if they end up coming up here in the feature match area. But if we're tanking, to me, that might be a sign that there's a lot of potential things available.
Okay, just a shifting Woodland into a Malevolent Rumble. Not anything too splashy, but there's Primeval Titan and Lotus Field.
Yeah, Dry to the Legion Grove as well there. It's just a one of these days. in the deck. So maybe a potential one to get that if you already had Titan, but we're just going to take the Titan.
And Lotus Field responsible for a bunch of new loops in the deck. I'm not seeing Lumra available, but that doesn't mean that there's not stuff you can do with Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah, we still have some of them available. We don't have like the clean bounce my Lumra a bunch of times, hasted attack you, but we'll just do it with Titans instead.
Yeah,
yeah, fine.
Of course, of course. All right, back to Tubergen, who draws off a Mishra's Bauble and draws for turn. Maybe queuing up a transformation on the Tamiya.
Definitely. That's something that you want to keep in the back of your mind. You can tick up this next turn. It doesn't do a whole lot, but in the following turn, being able to tick down, get Malevolent Rumble back to your hand, and try and find that breach. We are racing each other in this game. Post-board, we might see a bit more interaction. It kind of depends on how Peter's deck is sideboard is able to work in this matchup. But for the most part, I think we're just going to be seeing players go fast.
All right. Well, Tamiya goes fast into combat, finds another clue. Really considering its options. One of the hardest parts of the Grinding Breach deck is figuring out, okay, am I developing or am I going for it and maybe killing my opponent here? And playing the back side of Sink into Stupor as a land, signaling that Peter's got a lot of action in hand.
Yeah, this is a strong sign to me that we're maybe going for it, because that's one of the things you can actually use to stop an Amulet Titan, right? And it looks like there's a red card in hand here. So
Uh-oh.
we know we have the station. The real question is, do we have an Opal
and
or an Amber?
One of the nice things about Tamiya with Malevolent Rumble is she can even be worth mana.
Definitely, yeah.
All right, station, breach, giddy up, Mishra's Bauble, back from the graveyard, and Peter just picks him up.
Yep. So with the Bauble, you can just keep escaping it,
Yes.
and you will eventually find the Opal. So while you don't go up mana, as long as the Opals aren't the last 8 cards in your deck, you're fine. And with the graveyard size that we had, it actually still wouldn't be a problem. We would still thought Historical win.
Yep, it totally makes sense to me that Peter is not going to make Peter play it out. It's just going to say, listen, let's move on here. I'm a combo person. I know how this goes.
Definitely. And we have some interesting stuff on the sideboard here for our Titan deck, pardon me. I mean, Grist the Hunger Tide is a card that we've seen do a lot of work in Modern.
Ooh,
And with
nice Green Sun Zenith target.
Exactly. I was about to say, with y'all releasing Green Sun Zenith to the ban list, we're seeing even more experimentation with this Amulet Titan deck, a deck that loves people to tinker with it, right, make little small optimizations. We're seeing that here this weekend.
Oh, and holy Green Sun Zenith targets Batman. 2 Collector Oof.
Oof. That's
Oof.
good.
Oof.
Yeah, and a Keen-Eyed Curator as well. And we've seen this a little bit here, especially with Force of Vigor. These Amulet players turn into sort of this like mono-greeny kind of like disrupt you deck against Breach, and then try to sort of, make it so your opponent can't quite go off while you work towards your combo and then take them out.
Right, and the nice thing is this Amulet Titan deck is so good at turning the corner where you can just say, hold the Breach deck at bay for 2-3 turns, and all of a sudden, Infinite Primeval Titans. Good luck, buddy.
Yep. Bajuka Bogue, also a card you mentioned, decided to be in the sideboard this weekend, so we'll have that for game number 2. So a lot of options here, and this is one of the things that's interesting. Talk to Dom Harvey, and someone who's sort of the Amulet Master.
Yes.
Felt like the matchup was a little favored originally going into the RC on Amulet, and loves Amulet, so it's sort of like, okay, I'm going to play Amulet. I love it, and I think I'm a little bit favored. As time's gone on, though, players, I feel like it's getting closer and closer to, like, this matchup is sort of, like, dead even-ish, and it really matters on every configuration point. So looking up here at Tubergen's sideboard, I think is going to be a big part of how we can expect these games to play out.
Yeah, and we see a lot of different one-ofs, which is something that I think has been fairly consistent from breach list to breach list because of all the selection you get from cards like Malevolent Rebel, Mishra's Bauble, or even Tamiya and Underworld Breach acting as their own selection tools. You get access to a wide breadth of slots.
Definitely. And so we're seeing those things come in. And, I like this Urza in the sideboard. We haven't seen as much of that this weekend. Having a pivot threat is kind of nice as people put more and more things to hate your combo. Being able to play a real game of Magic is super nice. Probably not something you want as much in this matchup because it can't play, that fair grindy-ish game against a perfect Titan. But something I did want to highlight here. But, yeah, we have a couple cards in our sideboard that can matter a lot. Flame of Venor.
Yeah, Flame of Venor looks nice.
Definitely.
And it's so awkward with Fire Spout and Pyroclasm where you might not even want to bring those in, but you have to pay so much respect to 2. Count them, 2 Collector Oofs.
Yep. Collector Oof and Keen-Eyed Curator are things that got to be on the mind.
Well, if you're loving all the Modern that you're watching this weekend, but don't quite have a regional championship invite, you should join us at SCGCON Indianapolis. We're going to have Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. This is going to be a wide open Modern event.
Yes, it's going to be May 30th through June 1st. You can check out all the events at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. I'm going to be at this event.
It's real close to you, right?
Yeah, it's just a couple-hour drive. It's nothing, you know, and I can't wait to go play some Modern. I love it.
Indianapolis, it's just a gamer city, right? Gen Con is there every year. I know SCG goes there a bunch. It's just a lot of fun. They're great at catering to nerds in that area.
Yeah, it's great there. A lot of good food as well, so it should be a fun time. We hope to see you there.
All right, so we are in the post-sideboard games, and we're just seeing a couple of tap lands with Hedgemaze actually bidding Tomio for a Tubergen.
Yep. As our Boyle Gracious going to put a Simic Growth Chamber into play, picking up the Shifting Woodlands, replay the Shifting Woodlands here on turn 2 for Titan.
This is pretty nice. There were a couple of Dryad of the Elysian Groves in Peter's sideboard that had me thinking maybe it's just a different kind of approach to ramping rather than being as explosive as either Spellbomb and a missed land drop from Tubergen.
Yeah, if I see that, there's either combo in hand or some really good hate cards. I don't think there's enough hate cards that would make me want to do this. So if I am Peter here, I'm wanting to go as Aftermath Analyst gets cast.
Oh, and this one's been making waves in standard land combo decks about a year ago as well.
Yeah, Aftermath Analyst has sort of been an all-star, and then, you know, we see Lumra sort of in the same vein a year later in Bloomburrow, and this sort of just putting a bunch of lands in your graveyard and then bringing them back has opened up some new combos for this Amulet deck and lets it attack on a completely different angle.
All right, having a long think here. And that's something that just comes up with Amulet, where even your land drops are so important as Cruel Turf picks up that Shifting Woodland again.
Yep. Analysts typically used for combo reasons, but, you know, if we're light on lands, you know, if we need our 6th one, we could pop it here and get 3 lands out of our graveyard. Not a bad deal.
All right, Mox Opal. Imri.
No artifacts hit.
Oh, 2 lands into the graveyard. Not where Peter wanted those to go.
It's definitely not a great place to be.
Oh, and just passing back. Okay, no Force of Vigor. Every little bit helps.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge. And before the hard cast Force of Vigor.
Uh-oh. All right, 4 mana. Oh, are these the mana counters coming out? They sure are.
All right.
All
1
right.
green in the pool.
Spelunking.
Lotus Field in hand.
And this is one of the things you can do with an Aftermath Analyst, is just do some preposterous stuff on the back of Spelunking.
Yeah, we could see play Lotus Field. It enters untapped because of the replacement effect of Spelunking. Make 3 mana. Sack it to itself and one of the bounce lands. Sack your Aftermath Analyst. Get all that mana back on the board.
Yes.
And jump up to 7 mana this turn, Carmen.
All right, what are we going to see? So close. All of these decisions are so load-bearing, especially when you're down a game. So Shifting Woodland's just the thing that enters.
Off the Spelunking trigger.
Correct.
Which means we still have access to 1 more mana for turn. And there's that Lotus Field we talked about.
Oh, wait, is Shifting Woodland infinite here?
We don't have
we need
Delirium yet.
another. Okay, yes, perfect.
But
Okay.
up to the 5, and then we're going to bring all of these lands back.
Including a Crumbling Vestige.
Yep, that's going to make 2 mana.
And now, Peter also has access to a bunch of different colors on the back of these Lotus Fields.
Yeah, I mean, Crumbling Vestige makes 1 of any color, and then Lotus Field taps for 3 of a color.
Right.
So, I mean, we basically have all of our possible spells available to us this turn.
All right, so we have 1 in the pool and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 available from lands, with an 8th floating on the way from that Crumbling Vestige. 9 mana available to Peter at the moment.
Looks like Peter's going to sack the 2 bounce lands to the Lotus Field trigger. Get him out of here.
Signals to me that there might not be another turn.
Yeah, I think this is probably a spot where we're going to be going off here. And remember that Stay Bomb is not active. There's not Metalcraft, so the Opal can't be tapped for mana.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Passing back from there. Okay. Okay. The caster mind cannot comprehend this.
I think it might be a spot where we want the bounce lands in the yard for more returning to create a burst of mana. If we have like other things that can do stuff in that regard, it might also help us get back one of our lands in play that has an ability. You could even like get back your Lotus Field, replay it again, sack again, restart some new chains. So
the first one does make a lot of sense here.
yeah. This is also going to just be a spot where we're holding a bunch of sideboard cards, right? I have up Force of Vigor like ×1 with a Besage You. That's when I have all my mana available to me.
Okay, well, here's a second Imri from Peter Tubergen, just looking for an artifact to cast with Imri and misses. Tamio, couple lands, Flame of Honor. This is hard to watch. This is tough. This is tough.
It's really
and
tough.
A pass back. Never have two players stared at each other with such intensity.
Land go.
Oh my gosh.
It was quick too. There was no thought to that. It was
well,
just okay.
Nothing has really changed for Peter. Okay, Pithing Needle. This is a third artifact.
That
this
matters
can
a lot.
unlock Mox Opal.
All right, so that means we have another land available. Also, very likely there's another Mox Opal in hand.
Yes.
We kept a hand that had a one-lander. Well, what's one of the best ways to win on turn 2 is to have a lot of mana, which means a lot of Moxen. And we didn't have any Ambers come down, so we'll have to see how we want to play this as Opals on the stack. Now, we might see a Force of Vigor if it's in hand, respond, blow up something like the Pithing Needle, but it looks like it's not there.
Okay, and I believe that Pithing Needle is naming Battlements.
Does seem to be what was written, as here comes Malevolent Rumble. All right, we hit a land off it, along with a Bobble.
Gotta believe that Shifting Woodland's gonna be the get here. Bobble also nice with this Imri.
Definitely, yeah, as a way to sort of get some more cards. I agree, my gut is that I'd take the Woodlands, but I think there's something to be thinking about, like, okay, can I get the Bobble? Clearly, I'm not dead. I should, like, if I could have died, I would have died. There's nothing going on. I didn't get, like, Force of Vigor. Now, it could be being saved for an Underworld Breach, to be totally fair. You know, it's not like it's a hard given there. But
uh-oh. And now, all of a sudden, Peter Husian is looking at the graveyard. If I'm in Tubergen's seat, I'm maybe started to get nervous about getting bogged.
definitely. I mean, that and Endurance are two things that are on my mind right now.
There's a lot of stuff in Tubergen's graveyard.
Yep.
All right, here's Emery. Recurring the Bobble. Probably. Bobbly, if you will. Oh, it's Mox Opal. Okay.
Interesting.
Burst of mana, really important. Another shift. So there's that Shifting Woodlands we knew about. Enters untapped because of the Hedge Maze.
There's a Breach in hand. All right. Sacks the spawn.
There it is. There's Underworld Breach.
All right. We need to have Endurance right now because this is the value breach. We could probably combo from the spot still, but it looks to me like a value one. And yes, here comes the Endurance. Not game over, but does make things a little harder.
Really tough for Tubergen at this point. Does have the Aether Spellbomb with Imri to kind of get a little something done. Also has a bunch of life to play with at this point.
Definitely. All 20 of it.
Not usually how Modern goes.
Yeah.
Especially for a deck with as many fetches and shocks as Grinding Breach has.
And yeah, the Endurance led to there's nothing we could do with the Underworld Breach. We'd rather leave the Aether Spellbomb in play instead of redrawing and hoping to maybe get something to go off. It'd be really hard from that position. So just holding our resources, well played there. The Endurance, something that sometimes doesn't do enough, and sometimes like they're incredible.
It's just the only card in Magic that could have saved you.
Exactly. Well, I could maybe name a couple.
No, for sure. I felt that one too. You know what?
I've played some Mental Magic.
Maybe there were 3 or 4 or 10 cards that could.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, there's not many in the deck besides that one. as it looks like
Yippee!
we're going to make mana.
All right, we're getting the mana counters out. That's how you know the turn is coming. Okay, so red mana, 3 in the pool, 2 green in the pool, 3 green in the pool. Handwear Battlement's still untapped.
Some colorless as well.
All right, what time is it?
Prime time.
Yay! Said the line.
Maybe we might be seeing an interaction in response to the spelunking, I would guess would be what's happening here with the green mana, which would make Titan good, but not the end of the world. And yeah, Nature's Claim on spelunking.
Okay. And that's the sort of thing that's needed here. And I wonder if Peter Husian boarded out some number of amulets.
Definitely
in the matchup.
possible.
That's a way to morph into a more controlling deck, and your Urza Sagas can still find the 1 or 2 you leave in.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Dom Harvey is someone who cuts all of his Urza Sagas in this matchup. He leaves none, and he doesn't want to get stone drained by Nature's Claim. At least typically, you know, obviously you change depending on how your opponent's sideboard's here. But, you know, there's 4 in the starting version here for Peter. I'm curious how many are left there, as we are going to go through our deck. You know, half of our deck is available to us. We have 30 lands in this build. So, you know, we have a lot of options when it comes to Primeval Titan.
It makes a lot of sense. It's just spelunking is something that comes in whenever you're trying to adopt a more grindy posture. It gives you an Amulet of Vigor, but it doesn't actually take an entire piece of cardboard in the way that Amulet does. All right.
Combining that with the fact it doesn't put triggers on the stack means it's really huge.
Yes. Okay, so Dryad Arbor, as well as a Simic Growth Chamber. Growth Chamber picks up the Dryad Arbor. A green card. Notably a green card for something like Force of Vigor or Endurance.
Definitely.
So Primeval Titan gets busy. That needle not on battlements.
It might be on Woodlands. That's another one that makes sense.
It looks like a B on the notepad.
It does, but maybe it's just bad handwriting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to judge when it comes to handwriting.
Beseiju.
Oh, that's a great name.
Beseiju's a great name. Okay.
Better name than our name.
So, Primeval Titan, Endurance, getting busy in the red zone.
Yeah, notably no Boseiju in our team or breach list. We have an Odawara, so it's not turning anything off for us except for our one sideboard one. So we've seen some players play 2 or 3 of those with even cards like Life from the Loam. Can get a little tricky in those spots.
Peter actually getting really close to Delirium as well, which is just infinite everything with the Shifting Woodland and Aftermath Analyst combo.
Definitely. All right, we're in the tank. We got to figure out, can we win this turn?
Right. Peter is down to 11, and in a lot of ways, whenever your opponent has cast a Primeval Titan and you get another turn, you kind of feel like you got away with something. You can see the flicking. There's a Breach and I think a Flame of Anor, the other cards.
Agreed. And now we're untapping with Titan and Endurance. You're seeing some fast movement here. Collector Oof comes down.
Oh, Aether Spellbomb, I think, was all of the insulation that Tubergen had at this point.
Yeah, and we have enough mana to play Titan and re-haste Titan as well, so it's not like we're tying it up on that end.
Ooh, is this just a floating mana? Okay.
Interesting. Maybe float like a... Do we have like a
Red
Unholy
is,
Heat?
red is the way to cast Flame of Anor.
Yeah, red is Flame Window. That makes sense. Draw some cards. Heat would be offline right now, so that's not it.
Yeah, Flame of Anor just has to go after Collector Oof.
Yep, kill the Oof. Probably draw 2. I'm sorry, Imri is a wizard. Tamio is 2. Thassa's Oracle is 2. A lot of wizards.
All right. 2 cards to Tubergen. Husian really just trying to think through this turn at this point.
Yeah, we have 9 damage on board before the Imri gets involved in blocking if it needed to.
You have to feel like you're really close to winning this game, and it's just on you to not mess up this game.
Definitely. You don't want it to happen. You're 9-1. You're in a great spot to make the top 8 of our event. Get that Pro Tour invite as well, top 32. Looks like there's maybe actually a judge question happening here. I think it might be Flame of a Nor type stuff. I'm not exactly sure. It might also just be double checking a ruling.
Okay, yeah, so it looks like Delirium is the question here.
Okay, and so the woodlands turn into Collector Oof, and it's going into combat.
Ooh.
Yeah, and then Bounce Land Odawara. Then channel my Odawara and attack for lethal.
Ooh. All right, and that's going to take us to game 3. Holy, okay. Well, you know what's going on this weekend? It's pre-release weekend for Aether Drift, which if you want to pick up your Aether Drift, you should head over to starcitygames.com/mtg/Aether Drift.
Yeah, this set is so awesome. I can't wait to play with it. Carmen, what is one of the cards you're most excited for from Aether Drift? You know, you worked on the set.
Oh, Marauding Mako has got to be the one for me. So it's a 1-mana 1/1. It has cycling, but most importantly, whenever you discard a card, you get to put a counter on it. Faithless Looting was a card that got recently unbanned in Modern and had some cool stuff going on early, but then fell off a bit, and I'm really hoping that that might be the kind of card that could put Hollow One back on the map.
Yes, I would love to see that, and I did see some players LCQing with that on Fridays. Aether Drift was legal on Friday. It wasn't legal, unfortunately, for this weekend with the release date, but, you know, I saw some players experiment with it, and it looked pretty good. You know, I saw some Marauding Moroccos, some Orcish Bowmasters, some Burning Inquiries. You get it really big, really fast.
Ooh, I'm so stoked.
Well, if you want to pick that up, you can go to starcitygames.com/mtg/Aether Drift to pick up your sealed product.
All right. Another Hedge Maze, but this time Tubergen's happy with what the Hedge Maze showed him on 1.
Yep. Bad news, but double amulet draw.
Besage you on 1 into Amulet is the type of thing where if you're in Tubergen's seat, you have to go, what do you mean? Do you have another Besage you back? That's all that can mean, right?
Wait.
Wait. I need a second. All right, Bobble, Imri.
Mill's Underworld Breach does get a Mox Amber, notably.
Really nice hit. Anytime you just get some burst mana off an Imri, you have to feel pretty good. But only 2 cards back for Tubergen. A lot of mulliganing, it must mean.
Definitely. And here's that amulet, and hear those mana things. As I think we're going to go Bounce Landing. Something like our Boreal Grazer here would be massive. Would act like a Dark Ritual if we had a Bounce Land.
All right, take us through the combo.
All right, so we're going to play the Simic Growth Chamber, float mana, bounce the Boseiju, have 2 blue, 2 green. We're going to use the mana right away. We're going to cast the 3rd Amulet of Vigor. Every bounce land from here makes 6 mana. Dryad the Elysian Grove, cast with the floating mana, plus that land for turn. If we have another bounce land, we can... All right, that's Gruul Turf. That's going to make 6 mana available. Yeah, and you're seeing here 3 green, 3 red coming down. You have to pick up another land. Dryad did give us that extra land drop for turn. And now there's Primeval Titan. Every Titan in the deck is available most of the time now, as what's going to happen is we're going to search our deck. I probably go for the Mirror Pool line here. I'm a little unsure which one's more optimal. Sometimes the cards in your hand matter a lot.
Right, of course.
I've played a ton of Amulet where I had the game 1 and I drew the thing that made it so it wasn't 1, and I was like, okay,
sometimes you just go, can I please just skip my draw step? That would be so much more helpful.
Yeah, actually, drawing a card is the worst thing that could happen to me.
Yeah.
Many occasions, as I like lose my haste land or whatever. Now, that's been fixed a little bit with Valka and stuff like that with Dryad these days. But we're going to get Mirror Pool plus Lotus Field. So we're going to float 9 colored mana, probably all green here from Lotus Field. And then we're going to float some colorless from the Mirror Pool. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a copy of Primeval Titan. Now, that copy will then get an ETB trigger. We'll do this a couple times. We'll get a bunch of Titans, and we'll give them all haste and attack.
Okay, so.
And that will be game.
Here's the first part. We've got that Mirror Pool. Looks like it's going to copy Primeval Titan. Getting ourselves out a little copy token, just representing it with a die. Oh, there's the copy token.
Nice. Did a real one down there. And so now what you're going to see is we're going to go search up our deck and get the Echoing Deeps, I believe, to be the second Mirror Pool.
All right, there's Lotus Field number 2. And the Echoing Deeps you've been talking about.
Yep, deep. So we'll copy Mirror Pool. We're going to do the exact same thing. So now there's more Titans. All with the Lotus Field trigger. Sack on the battlefield.
Appreciate veterans. You see Tuber going, yeah, no, I get you, man. I get you.
Yeah. I just think it's a moment really I think of like, okay, let's make sure you don't have like hand or in hand slash, you got super unlucky in your hands, all the lands that I need, right?
Yep. And look at this. We have 17 mana in the pool as of now.
Turn 2, by the way.
Yeah, not a big deal. Not a big deal. All right. Another Primeval Titan.
This is something I like to always tell people about Titan. How bad can your matchup be if I can kill you on turn 2?
Right.
I'm not saying my matchup's good. I'm just saying I'm always got a shot.
Okay, so here's Teleria West and Simic Growth Chamber. With all of these amulets, that represents another 9 mana. Going to shoot us up to 21 in the pool.
Yep. Then what we're going to do is we're going to bounce the Teleria West to transmute, probably for one of our 3 Summoners packs here.
Yes.
Use that to go get another Titan, play it. Only 1 Teleria West these days. If you played back in the old days, it used to be 2. Looks like we're actually leaving the West in play. Oh, no, sorry. It's going as well. Pardon me. That was in the hand, despite being with the lands, whereas they're all sacrificed to Lotus Field now.
And you are able to stack all of those things, so all the lands go into the graveyard. And even though it looks like it's out of order, it's just some stack magic.
Yeah, it's also a moment, too, where it was like probably some communication between players. Hey, Teleria West bounced the hand.
Yeah.
Then, so actually, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Get the Aftermath Analyst, pardon me, there with this Summoner's Pack. Now we're going to bring back all of these lands, and we're just going to make infinite Titans.
Right, so here in a second, it's probably going to involve achieving Delirium through something like the last Urza Saga, something like that. Aftermath Analyst will recur everything. We'll see Teleria West get another green or a Summoner's Pact for another Titan.
There's a Shifting Woodlands Milled.
Uh-oh. Oh, and a Primeval Titan.
That's got to help when it comes to Delirium. And we have all this floating mana. So, yeah, if we sack, we get back all those lands. With the 2 Lotus Fields and some bounce lands, we can just sort of get everything. You can even get Otawara, especially with all these amulets. And you can bounce your Titan to replay if you want to be a little lazy about it all. There's a lot of roads that lead to Rome here.
All right, and it's funny where a lot of this is just details, and you say, okay, see Husian go, all right, yeah, I'm going to spend my blue, I guess. And Peter goes, well, you do need to spend 1 green.
Yeah.
It does cost 1 green, bud.
And I mean, remember, all these lands are making triple mana. Now, one interesting thing about Echoing Deeps is even though they're all coming back at the same time, it still sees the cards in the graveyard, so it can be anything we want. Might be a Mirror Pool, might be a Lotus Field. We'll sort of know depending on kind of how many lands get sacked from the Lotus Field. But, I mean, this is just more mana than cards and decks in the tournament hall.
Yeah, I am looking at it, and I started to do the math, and then I just thought, you know what, actually?
Yep.
I don't think I will.
Yep, and so what's happening here is we're shortcutting. So it's like, hey, I'm going to make all this mana. I'm going to do this loop over again. Do you have the haste land in your deck? Yep,
all
cool,
right,
concession.
There it is. Fist bump from Peter Tubergen. We see Peter Husian advance to 10-1. Just a couple of wins from rolling up a Pro Tour invite.
Yeah.
And I'd say 3 wins from a top 8 berth.
Yeah, we might be seeing in the top 8. Well played there. And, I mean, also shows why a lot of people play Amulet. Just having that ability to turn 3, obviously very good draw there to get it. But you put the cards in your deck to draw them.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's like, oh, I can't believe I drew 3 copies of a card I put 4 of in my deck.
Yeah, picking a deck like this that's very hard has some free draws to it, and that's one of the upsides you get. And so, I mean, Amulet Tide, I think, is a great and sort of slept-on deck in Modern when it comes to, we talk about our top 5 quite often, but showing there how good it can be.
All right, and with that, we're going to have even more Modern coming up for you soon. Don't go anywhere. We're just going to have a short break. Howdy, gamers, and welcome back to the Regional Championships in Portland, brought to you by Star City Games, Carmen Clamparens, Mason Clark. We've got an awesome feature match this round. It's basically the entire, I'd say, narrative going into the event.
Yeah, we have Boros Energy versus Grinding Breach. It's going to be a pretty interesting round. I mean, this is sort of two of the top dogs we're getting into our later rounds. This is round number 12 here, so we're getting very, very close to players starting to the point maybe they can shake hands and see who's going to be making it to the Pro Tour and Worlds this weekend.
Right, I know coming into the day, we saw a bit of a fall off with Energy. There's not really as much of it represented as Breach in day 2, despite there being exactly the same number of players who registered the deck, each of the decks for the event. But it's hard to tell how much of that is because of the heads up versus how much of it is, say, environmental.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and sometimes, too, just the way matchups break and everything, right, it all can get a little weird a little quickly.
Right. I know Orshov Blink, for example, is something that I think is going to prey pretty hard on Boros Energy.
Yeah, they definitely tried to, at least, especially with, like, all the Rathas guys in the sideboard. That's a great way for them to sort of, you know, take that really controlling role against these energy decks.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. In the heads up, how do you think this matchup is generally going to go?
It used to be really favored Breach kind of all the way around. You know, it was sort of a deck where you would have enough interaction and they couldn't quite interact enough with you back when they were fighting all the battles. Now that Breach is sort of the top dog in the metagame, we're seeing our energy players have a lot more cards for the sideboard games. And I find game 1 is typically favored Breach, and post-board it kind of depends on how much and what kind of hate the energy player has. That really dictates a lot.
Right. Just something like, let's take a look at the Breach deck really quick. I know that this is something that can basically come out of the gates and win as early as turn 1, but it generally is more of a turn 3-ish combo deck.
Definitely, yeah. And we're seeing here something that might even help in this energy matchup is having a Grape Shot in our main deck as the kill condition. That means we can do things like, you know, play a Bobble, play a Grape Shot, kill off your Guide of Souls, kill off your Johnny, something like that. And that's, you know, sort of the low end of what we're capable to do. And still most of the time able to win the game when we go comboing. And
I really like a lot of adaptations we're seeing in Jackson Nor's deck. There's a main deck Swan Song, which is pretty interesting. But looking to the sideboard, card you and I played a lot with, Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah, Kappa Cannoneer is really nice at sort of being that fair card we talked about with Urza in one of our earlier rounds with Breach. Sort of being like, hey, I want some that can grind a little fight through graveyard hate, fight through artifact hate, and Kappa Cannoneer does a great job of that.
All right, and on the other side of the table, we have Gabriel Nicholas's Boros Energy deck. A lot of the main deck here strikes me as pretty normal. We do have what I'll affectionately refer to as the 2-2 coward split between Seasoned Pyromancer and Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but nothing super flashy in the main.
Yeah, pretty, you know, stockish, I would say, here, except for that, like you mentioned, you know, and Ranger Captain as well as a 2 of. Sort of all the kind of 3-drops that aren't Flage that can kind of grind a little, we have all of those. And then our sideboard, we have a lot of cards that you can be very good against Breach. I mean, we have, you know, 3 Stony Silences. We have this Ghost Vacuum. Orim's Chant isn't the best card in the world, but, you know, your opponent casts a Breach on the stack you chant. They have to destroy their Breach now. Things like that are definitely going to be able to come up. And also, I want to note some tech there. Molten Rain, something we've seen some players adopt this weekend. Not for this matchup, more for the Eldrazi decks, but sort of a consistent Charmaw. You know, we've seen these players have put a lot of non-colorless lands into play, and Charmaw wouldn't be able to come down as quickly. So players adopting Molten Rain always cost 3, but always cost 3.
I think it speaks to just sort of macro game plans and just really valuing pressure over something that might be as impactful as the Charmaw, but this is just going to give you a more consistent version of executing on your game plan.
Definitely, yeah. And that's one of the big things for Energy is, you know, consistency, right? This deck does the thing it does and lets you execute your game plans over and over and over again. So removing some of that, you know, high upside for that, you know, streamlinedness, and your opponents aren't really prepared for that this weekend, right? It's open deckless, obviously, but there might be some heuristics they follow on when it comes to sequencing, etc. And Molten Rain messes that up, along with messing up Utopia Sprawl, something they kind of typically think is safe from them.
And something that we touched on it a little bit in the sideboard previously, Kappa Cannoneer looks like a great response to what people are bringing this weekend. It's very good against Wrath of the Skies and Stony Silence.
It's super good in both those spots. I mean, we saw some players even experiment with, like, Lava Spur Boots as a way to giddy up with a Kappa Cannoneer.
Ooh, and we even saw Lava Spur Boots do some really nice stuff on coverage yesterday out of Hammer. So it's not like that's something that, despite it not showing up in this deck, it's not like it's bad.
Yeah, it's a really strong card. I mean, in this deck, too, it works pretty well with Tamio and Emery. Combine them there for a second. You know, just play them immediately, get an activation, get a clue. So it's a nice little card that, you know, hasn't been widely adopted, but is something that's pretty reasonable. And something with Kappa Cannoneer sort of gets to play that reasonable game through cards like Stony Silence. So.
Yeah, and I think so much of this matchup is just going to come down to how much pressure we're going to see Gabriel be able to apply with Boros Energy. I know Sacred Foundry in general is sort of the aggro shockland of Modern, but it's never felt truer than it is here, especially Game 1.
Definitely, have to agree. Well, I think our players are in the feature match area.
I'm hearing something like that. I know they were sitting down pretty quickly. I'm really excited to get down and see this one when we get the chance to.
Well, I think it's time.
All right, let's go. Gabriel Nicholas up top, Boros Charm. On the bottom, Jackson Noir Grinding Breach.
Yeah.
You've got to feel good if you're 10-1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the second best record.
Right, all right. Kicking things off, Preordain for Jackson.
Finds a grinding station early on. Great way to combo. You can't control everything they're doing. Bottoms the station, looks for something different. Might already have it in hand. As it looks like we don't, but we have a lot of digging with multiple rumbles in hand.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Ocelot Pride. Do you generally want to start with Ocelot Pride or Guide of Souls?
I like getting Pride down typically. You know, it sort of guarantees it. The Guide of Souls, it can get interacted with and be a little less impactful, or also, like, you might draw something different you want to play, and you just want to get the Pride going, I would say, is generally where it's at. Obviously, context matters a lot in the matchup you're playing.
No, totally. And the way that this can snowball pressure turn over turn can't be really undersold, right?
Yeah, it's a big reason why this, you know, Boros Energy deck can do, like, sort of the Delver games of, like, okay, I play my one drop, and then I'll kill a couple of your things for the next couple turns, hit you a little bit, get that compounding army, and then eventually take over the game.
Okay, then Preordain, the next piece of selection that Jackson's going to cast. Another Malevolent Rumble, another land to the bottom.
Yep, and Lightning Bolt in hand here probably means his Ocelot Pride's going down.
Did we draw a card off Preordain?
I think we did, yeah.
Important part of the card.
Yeah, some would say the best part.
All right. Gabriel offering the cut from that fetch shock last turn. Back to him.
Yeah, Malevolent Rumble, Mox Opal in hand.
All right.
Another Pride.
One good cat deserves another. Or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, Mox Opal comes down. And Emery, this one goes in and out a lot.
Yes. And there's a grinding station. All right, so we found that for when we do get our breach.
And that's one of the best places for it to be. You don't have to spend a draw step on it, but you can still combo out of your graveyard with Underworld Breach. That's part of what's so strong about this deck is you can have nothing, and all of a sudden, here's Underworld Breach, here's the kill.
Yep. The one thing that, you know, Gabriel can do is we can Thraben Charm to get rid of the graveyard. So if the Grape Shot hits the yard ahead of time, we could get rid of that and force us to have to win through a backup measure. Now, we have main deck Lightning Bolt, which means we can sometimes do that, but Bolt was already used. So we'd have to switch into the full-on controlling role, which you can sometimes do, but is not the easiest thing to do against the energy deck. It's pretty good at fighting through most sort of, you know, interactive decks that aren't fully committed to being interactive.
And something I want to point out really quick is that Jackson's killing with Grape Shot. That's not something that we've seen very much this weekend, and that could end up being a problem if you gain a bunch of life with something like Ocelot Pride.
Yeah, Ocelot Pride and Guide of Souls theoretically can get really, really large life totals, and if you have like a rough starting point with Grape Shot, you might not be able to get there. Now, obviously we can go like Grape Shot, Storm, Grape Shot again, right? Sort of do 2 or 3 shots, but that's assuming you have the resources and time to do that. That's not always a given.
Oh, no, just a Goblin Bombardment and a pass back with Gabriel missing the 3rd land drop.
Yeah, and also valuing the Ocelot Pride pretty highly here. Could have attacked and then sacked after first strike to trade with the Emery, but wants to keep the Pride in hand might mean something like an Ajani is in hand.
Okay, sure, and oof, Malevolent Rumble really hitting the who's who of options.
Yeah, I mean, we could take any of these cards, and then also all those Moxen are available with Emery.
Exactly. Urza Saga the Get. That communicates to me that Jackson might be trying to settle in for a slightly longer game, and I can't blame him with Gabriel missing land drops.
Definitely.
So we've got an Eldrazi spawn. Emery going to go ahead and recur Mox Amber.
give us that mana.
Urza's Saga gets a counter. So Mox Opal not online at the moment.
Yeah, it is still one away, and while Grinding Station, if you were to get that on the board with Breach, would finish it off. For now, you only have blue and a colorless up, which is important to keep in mind.
Urza's Saga hopefully going to turn on the Mox Opal here in a second.
Yep.
All right, Ocelot Pride into the red zone. Jackson taking that. Did have the block sack option, but really hard to justify that. Oh.
Here comes a Johnny. And now we have a cat token being played off of Johnny. And we can sacrifice a cat to transform a Johnny. With a red permanent, we can shoot down the Emery as well, get it off the battlefield, or just go face.
This is so funny. You end up having the ability to do some weird stack tricks, right? Where you can Goblin Bombardment, ping the Emery, transform the Ajani, and then shoot it for 1. But because you're doing 1 over and over and over, it adds up to enough eventually.
Yeah, definitely. You can also shoot down the spawn. You'll get a token when you make with the plussing of the Johnny.
You get the in-step one too. You're
yeah,
totally right.
You get the in-step, and then you also get the Emery dead. So you sort of can blow up a lot of mana sources here. And it looks like, Gabriel's saying, hey, it's not transformed yet. I'm still grabbing this token. I'm going to flip it in a second, So a little bit of shortcutting here, not taking the time to do it. But, we do want to be efficient with our time.
All right. Few tokens hitting the battlefield.
Saga going up. There's Emery.
Okay, so this is another mill. Hits a Mishra's Bobble. At this point, it feels like Jackson is more just trying to build towards a combo.
Yeah, I think we're looking for the Underworld Breach, and we just want to stay alive long enough to do that. Spell Pierce in hand, Malevolent Rumble in hand.
Oh, left a card on top. What could it be?
I mean, probably a Breach, but Rumble's the only other card. Maybe a Preordain.
Rumble's not a bad one. That's fair. Yeah, you can bin it, but it is 4 looks instead of the 1 look.
Yeah, unless you literally are tied up on mana, which won't be a huge issue after this Saga pops.
All right, so back to Gabriel, who's been struggling on lands a little bit, but is starting to really get some pressure.
Yep. Johnny is going to be able to take care of the Emery pretty easily. But these constructs are going to be 3/3s. That makes attacking a little awkward. You even see the lining up. Yeah, here are the tokens I might need this game, including these constructs.
Uh-oh. I wonder if this is like the pin on the life pad trick, where you're going, I don't have an Underworld Breach coming. I have 2 constructs.
No, I think this is I'm about to get attacked for a lot. I need these constructs. I think the grabbing of the clue really makes it less of the pin, you know what I mean? It's just like, hey, I'm just grabbing the ones we're going to need this match.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. As it looks like Gabriel's doing some math, like, okay, where do I want these Ajani damage to go, right? Because shooting the face for a large amount means, Jackson would go down to 12 before we cast anything else here for Gabriel.
And it's so interesting because one of the strengths of this Boros energy deck is it does let you modulate your damage so well with cards like Goblin Bombardment, where your resources just end up being really fungible in a lot of ways, where you can say, okay, where do I actually want my damage to go?
Oh.
How am I going to use Planeswalkers? How am I going to use my second Ajani coming down?
I mean, this is huge, right? We are one thing away from the City's Blessing, which would be massive if that does end up happening via maybe another land, another spell, main phase 2. But we're going to be able to shoot with Ajani, then maybe throw a cat, shoot again. I'm trying to do the math. How close are we to lethal? Because there's 5 cats on the board / creatures on the board right now. The Ajani will make the 6th happen. If we go upstairs, that's 10. We sack a cat, that's 9. Transform Ajani, 6 again. That's 3. Sack, 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 you're dead.
Oh no, someone missed a land drop.
Yeah, and this, Spell Pierce that Jackson had in hand, it sometimes is okay in this matchup. You're not really playing in the main deck for this here. It's just rotting away as all these creatures come down, as I think Gabriel's double-checking the math.
Okay, so we see Ajani get minus, then another Ajani flip.
Cat you again. 5 you, excuse me, the Ajani's gone, so it's only 5. But there are 5 cats in play.
Oh, of course, of course. How could we forget?
Yep. And then you attack, you can block, you sack the one that you block. I'll hit you, you're dead. Yep.
Yep, that's it. Oh my God, that was so explosive. That's funny. You could tell. Okay, a lot of math going on, a lot of math, and it was the breach. So Jackson was just one top deck away from winning themselves.
Yeah, I mean, and that really shows just why players love the Ajani plus Bombardment thing. You know, you see some players be like, "Oh, Bombardment's so bad if you ever draw the second one," but getting that first one is so big in so many matchups.
What, 2 mana? It let Gabriel divide 2 or 3 damage early, and then was just worth, what, 8 damage or something out of nowhere at the end?
Oh, yeah, it was worth 11, I think.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Like, it's so funny where, with Soulfire Immolation, is that the card where it's fling your whole board, basically? That's like a 6-mana card, and you're getting it for 2 with the Bombardment.
Definitely.
So, moving to the sideboards, I feel like Gabriel got away with something based on how much hate there is for the deck.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, Gabriel sort of, you know, tried, had a 2-lander, got there, and sort of, you know, now gets to be on the play at least for game number 3 and is guaranteed that game number 3 with this really powerful sideboard against the energy deck. I mean, we talked a bit about it earlier. Stony Silence ×3, Wear Tear. Both cards you're really going to want. Orim's Chance, something that's kind of nice. Wrath of the Skies, maybe. Surgical, maybe.
Yeah, there's so many different things that you can do. I worry a little bit about diluting your deck past the point of being able to apply pressure, because looking over to Jackson's side of the sideboard, there are a lot of ways to adopt a sort of fairer role.
Definitely. I mean, we hop over to the breach sideboard. You know, we have these Bosages for these Stonies. We really need those. Also can hit Bombardment. Kind of nice. Fire Spout, something you're going to want to bring in here so it can clean up the board. You have, you know, Jace to beat the Surgical. That way you can't get all in on one. You know, Nature Claim, Bosaju, a lot of little things. You can even see the Pithing Needle for the Ajani on the backside or the Bombardment on the front side. Red and 6 isn't the worst in the world either. Let you play the fair game plan. It's really, you know, sort of how do you want to play it here from Jackson, as you have a lot available to you.
Yeah, how do you want to play it was kind of what I was asking, was what I was thinking to myself when looking at the deck list sheet, because something that we've seen Breach players do all weekend is just approach different matchups in their own ways. I know something like Soul Guide Lantern might normally look really bad in this matchup, except checking Flage might be something that Jackson cares a lot about when it comes to playing an Urza Saga game.
Definitely. So we're going to have to see how those players want to finish up their sideboarding here.
Right, I really like looking at Jackson's sideboard and seeing this Jace Wielder of Mysteries as a way that you can win through a lot of life from Flage or something like that.
Definitely. Well, let's look at Dragon Shield for a second, as Dragon Shield and Beckett are helping sponsor this weekend's coverage.
Yeah, this is making tabletop coverage possible in more ways than they normally do, right? Normally, Dragon Shield is just keeping your cards safe. One of my favorite sleeve brands.
Definitely, but they're here helping us put it on. So a big thank you to them. Check out Dragon Shield for all your sleeve products.
I know, I keep saying this. I literally have 2,000 of the same kind of Dragon Shield for all my cubes, all my constructed decks, and I've had them for years because that's what you can do with them.
Definitely. So make sure to check them out.
Looking back to the sideboards, I wonder how much we're looking at things like Fire Spout coming in. I know we've seen earlier in the event, we saw Pyroclasm being one of the premium ways to check how wide the Boros Energy deck's battlefields can become. I think Jackson's going to be reaching for it here. Yeah,
it's sort of just a mana more for a Pyroclasm, but does clean up stuff like Ranger Captain, can get an Ocelot Pride that's grown with a Soul Guide, or Guide of Souls, pardon me. So I think you want it, and it's sort of being played because of Drannith Magistrate. That's like the big reason to play this card over Pyro is, hey, one more mana, one more damage. Not a deal you maybe are super wanting against the aggro decks quite often, but when one of the cards like Drannith Magistrate locks you out of playing, you're willing to pay that tax. And I think that really speaks to how curated a lot of these choices are. Normally, whenever you're playing a combo deck, you don't care that much about interacting. What you're doing is you're trying to answer a very specific kind of question. Definitely. And I like this here. We've seen some players split it too, but, you know, having sort of the one that you can reliably have is a totally great way to approach it as well. And, you know, a little bit of transformational stuff going on too, right? Can bring in the Jace, bring in the Ren, bring in the Fire Spout. You see Jackson with 3 different piles. Speaking of transformational, this is someone really looking to have a plan. Yeah, I saw Jackson, a couple of the cards there. Ren 6 was brought in. That was one of the cards. Fire Spout was one of the cards. So maybe taking a more controlling approach here to games 2 and 3.
And Wrenn and Six in a lot of ways really is just its own one-card plan. I know Urza's Saga is a card we've seen basically solo people where you just make a 4/4 or a 5/5 construct. The second Urza's Saga is even more backbreaking.
Yep, doubles it up on it and giving you access to those artifacts with high impact sideboard things. You know, like Soul Guide Lantern might not seem like the greatest thing in the world against these energy decks, but Flay's just something how they really rely on after you've interacted a lot to go the distance. So making a couple of creatures, then getting your Soul Guide Lantern to cover the Flage just really takes care of things. It looks like Jackson was taking a second there to make sure, like, okay, I do want to do this. Now let's do a little counting and make sure we got 60.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, I think Wrenn and Six and Jace also just play into threat diversification in a way that Jackson's really interested in doing. Wrath of the Skies is such a hammer against an Urza Saga, which intentionally, that was how we drew it up. But having cards that are just planeswalkers that will stick around and help Jackson continue to stay in the game is going to be so important.
Definitely. It looks like these players are finishing shuffling up, and we're going to get started in game number 2 here in just 1 second.
Something I can't wait to see is basically how reactive Gabriel chooses to be. I know being on the play versus being on the draw can really change those dynamics a lot. You had spoken before to the fact that if Jackson does win this game, Gabriel will be on the play, and I think we would expect to see a lot of fast starts, one-drop creatures, games like that last one where Gabriel didn't actually do anything that disruptive, just literally tried to burn Jackson out pretty quickly. But when you're on the back foot against some of the starts that Grinding Breach can put up, you have to pay so much respect to the fact that you might just die out of nowhere.
Definitely. I mean, the best way to beat Breach is sort of clock plus disruption.
Yes.
That is sort of what the deck falls to. But a fast enough clock can get the job done. We just don't see a lot of that. We don't see a lot of burn these days. We don't see a lot of those super fast aggro starts because things like Blink with, Solitude ephemerating that is just so good at stopping that. And it kind of allows the Breach deck to sort of exist in a way.
Both decks mulliganing pretty quickly. And one of the nice things about Boros Energy and Grinding Breach and why they're so popular right now is they're both pretty good at mulliganing.
Definitely. I think a real bar for sort of passing the torch when it comes to modern decks and, like, am I able to actually, play this or not, is can my deck survive a mulligan to 5? If your deck can't mulligan to 5 consistently, and we can take a look at these deck lists for a second here on the screen, looking at this deck, if your deck can't mull to 5, it's going to have a hard time, and you're just going to mulligan. This deck's so mana efficient and so powerful, easy to imagine 5-card combinations that can solo a game.
Right, you can see a bunch of threats here that are just really good at accruing value in their own ways. Ragavan, Ocelot Pride, Flage, Seasoned Pyromancer, these are all things that help you make up a resource deficit.
Definitely. Same here, right? When it comes to Jackson's Breach deck, these baubles give you some redraws plus Imri. You have a lot of selection, Malevolent Rumble unless you find a specific thing, and then Underworld Breach can undo a mulligan. So, very powerful.
All right, it looks like our players have some hands that they like. Hedge Maze showing Jackson an Unholy Heat they do not like.
Yep. Of note, Jackson does have Underworld Breach in the opener.
Okay, well, Gabriel has Guide of Souls on the battlefield.
1/2, attack you.
Okay, quick fetch with a Scalding Tarn. Feels like Jackson has a hand that they're really comfortable to play here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of what you're wanting, right, is to have, like, some interaction, work towards your combo. I couldn't quite make out the full hand, but maybe the ability to break up something that my opponent's trying to do to stop me, and then we call it a day.
All right. Grinding Station on the battlefield.
Trigger.
Trigger. So, Grinding Station, very old card, templated a little differently than how we do it now. Always gets that untapped trigger from anything, and Stony Silence from Gabriel Nichols. Jackson has to find something to do about this now.
True. Now, one good thing for Jackson is his Grinding Station will still trigger. You just won't be able to use it. Trigger.
Okay. Mox Amber hits the battlefield. Imri time? Imri time.
Imri, that's going to be a good one. Now, we do have to get rid of the Stony Silence, but still getting Imri down so you can get your breaches to work and generate value is super big. And you can still cast these artifacts if your Imri gets to hang around and set up for the moment where it's like, okay, claim that, buy back an Opal, bam, boom, you're dead.
Ooh, that's a spot where I think Jackson really wanted to find something like an Urza's Saga, but didn't have another land to play.
Yeah, and I think Jackson, kept a hand that was like Station on 2, Breached on 3, Amber, you're dead.
You just have to, right, exactly. You can't mulligan that hand, especially on 6.
Yeah, I mean, you just have like a turn 3 win.
Right.
What more do you want? Turn 2? Sure. Whatever. Mulligan, I guess. As we are going to see Gabriel take a second to think here. This is sort of one of the big pivotal turn. We would turn 1, develop threat, love it. Turn 2, develop a roadblock, love it. Breach is really good at beating the first roadblock. It's pretty good at beating the second. The third is typically the thing that is unstoppable. So Gabriel deciding, okay, do I want to develop to the board? Do I want to hold up my mana for like a card like Wear Tear? Do I want to play like another Stony Silence? How do I want to play these turns? These are pivotal because I don't want to give too much time, but I also don't want to give you too much grace. It looks like Thraben Charm is going to go for the kill spell mode.
Interesting.
Dealing damage to a target creature equal to twice as many creatures as you control.
Yep, makes sense. And this is just Gabriel basically signaling that he wants to shrink the battlefield at this point. Okay, Beseiju going after Stony Silence while Jackson still controls a legendary creature.
Doesn't make sense. I mean, you could float the mana. Actually, you can't float the mana because of the Stony Silence, which is what you would normally like to do. So just get rid of it now. Even though this might mean Gabriel can play another Stony, you just got to do what you're going to do. And we know we have the game wrapped up in hand, assuming the game state doesn't change in a meaningful way.
Yep. Okay, so here's that Plains from the Beseiju.
So Gabriel back to having 2 mana available. Big lines open. You know, second Stony is available. We could have Wear Tear up. You could develop something like a Johnny, but we know if you tap out, it might be game over.
Gotta come in Jackson on their poker face. Lot of just stone face through all this. Stony Silence hits, cool as a cucumber. Here's the second Guide of Souls for Gabriel.
Yeah, and the real question is, was Gabriel playing, you know, Thraben Charm into Guide of Souls is always the plan? Or was the plan to maybe Thraben Charm hold up like a Wear Tear, pass, and now we give him the mana? We'll have to see if Jackson feels like they can play through it, but we're going to go for it real quick here. And Gabriel might have interaction. We'll have to see.
All right, very, very quickly putting Gabriel to the test. The Underworld Breach resolves. Some cards getting exiled to escape what I'm going to guess is Mox Opal.
I imagine that would be the one you want to get. It sort of starts a chain off, gives us mana so we can cast things like our Emery.
All right. Trigger.
Trigger. Make a mana.
Ooh, this resolved.
Yep, and we're seeing
where didn't get cast.
Yeah, normally this would be the spot where it was. It's possible we have a card like Orum's Chant, and we were waiting maybe to see sort of what would happen, but it looks like we're going to definitely fetch and cast something. There's a Wear Tear.
There's Wear. All right. It appears Underworld Breach has been torn. Grinding Station likely going to untap here in just a second, and then we'll see Jackson mill some cards from this Grinding Station activation. That's going to be Bauble, Fire Spout, Imri. Station untaps. Another Mox Opal. Okay. Oh, are we going to see another combo? There's a blue in the pool. There's a red in the pool.
Yeah,
no.
Another Breach should be strong here. Remember, Gabriel couldn't respond before the first cast of something.
Another Breach! Oh, my God. You can see Gabriel shaking the head go, of course. Of course.
It always happens to me. And remember, I was going to say, we're going to pick up the cards. We were tapped out there.
The Jace was face up in Jackson's graveyard. Gabriel knows that's lights out.
Yeah, and we saw Gabriel, you have the right kind of hand there, right? We had a good clock. We had good 2 pieces of disruption. We mentioned it earlier, though. First piece, beatable.
Yes.
Second piece, normally beatable. Third piece, that's where it typically gets too much to handle. And Jackson fought through it all.
Yeah, that was a really nice showing. So that means we are going to go to game 3 with Jackson having won the second game.
Yep, so still one more to go. But Gabriel going to be on the play. Looks like both players are actually just going to maintain their current configurations.
Yeah, and there's certainly a point where whenever games can go long, you have to wonder, okay, is it worth it to spend a bunch of time reconstructing my deck if I'm shaving 3 minutes off the clock? probably not.
Definitely. One thing of note is Gabriel could have got to see Jackson's deck. Jackson did need to mill the deck. Gabriel feeling very confident in how the sideboarding might have occurred. These players maybe also know each other too.
Yeah, right.
They might kind of know, okay, yeah, this is sort of how we play this matchup. I'm not going to take a second. You know, like you mentioned, time can be a real factor in these grindier games. Not really worth it to me.
What about the station era games?
Time not a factor in those.
All right, these players are shuffling up. Do you think play-draw dynamics, they've got to matter a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, imagine that game, but, you know, Gabriel's on the play, right? We get to get the Guide of Souls down as well, and the Ocelot, like another one, excuse me, so we're putting a little bit more pressure, and maybe it's easier for us to hold up the full wear and tear, and we take out the artifact and the enchantment.
It was so funny. We saw Gabriel flash a copy of Ragavan at the end. You have to wonder, if Gabriel was on the play, Jackson scries top with something like Hedge Maze, Ragavan can just take the Underworld Breach out.
Definitely, yeah, it's something that could happen. Also just gets extra mana.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, just develops more threats.
All right, players drawing 7 cards, seeing if they're happy with them.
Grape Shot in the hand here for Jackson.
Not a bad interactive piece here. That's the real draw to the card over Thassa's Oracle, right, is that you actually get to point it at your opponent's card sometimes.
Yeah, Thassa's Oracle, great at blocking,
yes.
right? Sort of sometimes could be better than Grape Shot, but Grape Shot guarantees it. Right? It's like, okay, you can kill my Oracle, but my Oracle can hold back all the Ocelot Prides need be.
All right, well, Elegant Parlor shows Gabriel something that he likes on top of the library. Scalding Tarn gets cracked by Jackson, and they're going to kick things off with Tomio.
The Inquisitive student, probably a Steam Fence here. Going to be the fetch.
Just thumbing through. There it is, that Steam Vents we've been talking about. A fetch and an Ajani from Gabriel. Way more pressure than last game.
Yeah, definitely. Now, luckily we have Tamio from the side of Jackson that actually alleviates some of that. We can, you know, 0-3 blocks pretty well. You know, sort of could leave it back if we were feeling that sort of pressure.
It is really interesting, right? There's a point where if your plan is to combo and you don't think you're going to be playing much of an Urza Saga game, maybe the life is just worth it.
Yeah, especially if it maybe forces, you know, Gabriel's hand, right? Obviously, Gabriel would prefer to flip the cat, as that is a, you know, a cat token that has been customized to lose lifelink and gain a power, as I see in the feature match area. But, yeah.
It's called an altar, Sweaty. Look it up.
I only know secret layers, as we see a fetch here. But, yeah, I mean, like, the clue's great, turns on Mox Opal. But if you feel like you have it rolled up and you just need life and a little bit of time, well, holding back is something that's pretty reasonable. It could tax the mana.
I think I saw Kappa Cannoneer hiding out in Jackson's hand.
That's one that makes you want to get the clue.
Really nice to improvise.
Yeah, that's a big one for attacking. And it looks like Jackson agrees with the attack. Get that clue. Now, we're going to cast Mox Amber. With a couple more artifacts, the Kappa could come down. Here's the Emery. See if it hits. A Mishra's Bauble, a great one to bring back.
The Jace again.
Yep, Unholy Heat as well, joining the crew. We're going to see Grape Shot.
Ooh.
I believe that's our third spell. So we're going to stack it in a way where the Ajani is going to die first before the cat so it doesn't transform.
Correct.
So that's why we actually targeted the cat first, then Ajani with our hand motions.
Super cool seeing it mop up everything there. I played a lot of Gift Storm back in the day, and I love the Fair Grape Shot.
Definitely, and this is what we talk about. This is why players like Corey Baumeister really like Grape Shot. You know, he advocates for it a lot because it gets to do that where, you know, Thoughts Oracle, a card I like, could engage in combat, but not press profitably as cleaning up the battlefield. And we mentioned it so much today, Carmen. Clock plus disruption. That's the name of the game. We have none of it currently for Gabriel.
And something that the Grinding Breach deck does such a good job of is just having a ton of mana, being explosive. Despite being on the draw, Jackson's been the one able to get out on the table.
Yep. And we have Emery able to get a bobble. Tamio make a clue. Improvise out. A Kappa Cannoneer is available this turn.
And of note, look, Stony Silence on Gabriel's side of the battlefield, that's not going to do anything about a Kappa Cannoneer. But Beseiju, Jackson says, you know what, I don't really want to deal with Stony Silence, thank you.
Interesting to see this so aggressively. Do we maybe have the combo rolled up?
All right, here's a Baba.
All right.
Oh, it wasn't Kappa Cannoneer, it's just an Odawara.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. I
Not
was
so bad.
Yeah, as another bobble comes down. This makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, really understand why the Boseiju wanted to go after the Stony Silence in this case, where there's just a bunch of sort of hidden cards behind 2 clues and 2 baubles.
Yeah, I mean, we just have a lot of cards that we're going to get and rebuild here with the Otawara to protect our 2 creatures that generate a lot of advantage. And, you know, the real question to me is Jackson going to want to transform this Tameo in order to sort of, you know, get the flip Planeswalker version? Or do we just want, you know, that clue every turn cycle, pop and draw a couple cards? Plays pretty differently in every game, which is kind of a cool thing with this Planeswalker from Image 3.
It's really hard, right? It's basically choosing, do you want to play around Burn, where transforming Tameo on your opponent's turn and having it at 2? Pretty scary. Or do you want to play around Wrath of the Skies and go ahead and get a Planeswalker on the battlefield? Okay, and it looks like Jackson is saying not yet. Goes ahead, baubles Gabriel on upkeep.
Yeah, write down Season Pyro so we don't forget it. I like this as well. We pop the 1. Gives us the option to have it transform on our turn if we wanted to, but also we stagger our draws.
Yes.
Right? That way we don't force them. We don't want to.
Oh, here's the Wrath of the Skies for 3. It's going to get Imri too.
Yeah, and now we do have Otawara, so we can save one of these creatures if we want to.
Just cracking a clue instead.
Yeah, I kind of like this. These creatures are fine, but they're very beatable. So just get your raw cards. Looks like that was a Wear Tear. It looked to be a split card to me. That's 2 bauble triggers on the stack now. Mox Opal was the draw. And yeah, I'll spend all the energy.
And it's funny because of the energy deck making its own energy, a lot of the times you do just either want to make more energy to have some left over or don't even need to spend as much as you're going to spend. Or excuse me, pay as much into X as you're going to spend energy.
Definitely. Imri was picked up there off our redraws from Bauble. Soul Guide Lantern, one of the artifacts. We mentioned this before. Might seem a little weird, but Flage plays a big role in the late game.
Goodbye, Ajani.
Mox Opal.
All right, that Imri you've been talking about to replace the first one. Flips over some more artifacts, actually. Another Bauble, another Opal.
Yeah, definitely some nice stuff. You know, if we can keep this Imri on the board, things are going to be looking good for us.
We previously centered the conversation around things like making up the card deficit from a mulligan, but Imri also great whenever your opponent just has a hammer like Wrath of the Skies at helping you get some cards back.
Definitely. We still got any dischargers written down there from one of the baubles. That's going to get Imri taken care of. 1 energy left behind, and then Ranger Captain.
Really nice get for Gabriel. This is something that isn't quite the hammer that Stony Silence is, but it is able to really interrupt an Underworld Breach combo.
Definitely. As Guide of Souls comes down, that's something that can grow our creatures outside of Fire Spout range.
All right, Bolt goes after that Ranger Captain. Jackson really wanting to find a way to combo with an Underworld Breach now. Another Imri.
It's a good place to be. And these Imris haven't hit grinding stations or Underworld Breaches. Sort of a little give a take,
One of those
right?
things is good, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I would love to hit a station. I'm glad I didn't lose any breaches. I'll say that, you know. So a little give, a little take. As it looks like Otawara still in hand here for Jackson. I think really wanted to save that for something like a Stony Silence, right?
Yes.
We used our Boseiju earlier. We have the Rin 6 brought in so we can pick that back up if need be. But we want to make sure we're just not stone cold, something like that. Season Pyro still in hand for Gabriel.
Okay, Johnny getting cast.
Yep.
Bringing his brother with him. Cannon event en route. Guide of Souls, 3 energy. And here's that Pyromancer.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how many cards are in hand for Gabriel, but I think we're able to deploy most of our hands. So, yeah, just 1. So we're going to go up a card.
I think that was 2. I think it was a land and an Ocelot Pride.
Gotcha. Well, that's going to give us only 1 more token if that's the case, which is another energy, another life. And now we get to jump this Guide of Souls, attacking for 3.
All right. This is that pressure that Gabriel needs to find because this is the spot where Jackson is 1 or 2 cards away from successfully being able to kill out of nowhere, but they are only 1 or 2 cards away from killing out of nowhere.
Definitely. This is a spot where Underworld Breach and sort of start chaining Malevolent Rumbles is something that would be the way to get out of here. You know, or maybe rumbling into a Breach.
Yes.
And we're going to see, the starts of that with a Soul Guide Lantern being popped. Despite wanting Artifact from Mox Opal, we just need to get to the card, the Underworld Breach, and it will do the rest.
Right. 11 sounds like a lot of life for Jackson, but they are saying, okay, I saw earlier 16 was not a safe life total.
Definitely. Looks like there might be some clarification on life totals, I think, via like fetching and shocking.
Okay, they're just double checking, making sure every point matters, and I know we say that sort of stuff a lot, but especially when cards like Goblin Bombardment get involved, having it be very precisely correct is important.
Huh. Yeah. I think it is just a moment of our life total tracker and what they had on paper is different. And I think that's why you're seeing the players point to the land a little and thinking about stuff like, when did I shock this? I grabbed this one tapped. I believe one of the Sacred Foundries came and tapped off of Boseiju. So that might be where some of the confusion might be happening, as a player thought it was shocked and it wasn't, etc. But we'll take that care of in just a second here.
Yeah, it's also possible something went strange with the grape shot. I know there was a little bit of a, wait, hold on, what are these being stacked in? What's the order that things are dying? Maybe something goes upstairs.
Yeah, very easy to be like, yeah, whatever, I lost my one, but I lost my board, I've lost the game, defeated moment, and you just don't mark the one, or maybe you mismark the one, right?
Exactly.
Definitely been there lots of times where it's like, yeah, no, I took the one or whatever, and it's like, you say, what's your life total, Mason? And I go 18, and I look at my paper and it says 19, and I go, oops, and I mark it off.
So something that sticks out to me once they get back to the game is that Jackson could draw something like Fire Spout here, but Guide of Souls is a 3/4.
Definitely.
That's so awkward.
It's super awkward. I'll tell you what's not going to be awkward, though, is when we go to SCG Charlotte in just 1 month from now for the second half of the regional championship for this cycle.
I know. That's something where we've seen a ton of adaptations in both of these decks just over the weekend, and who is successful, who's not successful. A lot of it has come down to really cool card choices. I know we see that Jackson has a bunch of small tweaks that they've made to Breach, and it's paying off in a big way, and you're going to see even more of that in Charlotte, March 7th through 9th here in just about a month.
Yeah, I mean, exactly a month from today, I guess, for the Sunday half of it. But
right,
yeah. But I'm super excited to see sort of where that all goes. You can get all the details by going to starcitygames.com/SCGCON.
All right, so we're heading back down, and Charlotte, we're both going to be there. That's basically a hometown one for me.
Definitely, yeah. And I mean, it's really close to me as well. And I think, you and I are commentating it along with Corey and Jim Davis.
Yes.
So that's going to be a fun weekend.
I'm really excited about it. I mean, Charlotte's one of those places that just has a lot of history, especially with Star City Games. There have been a bunch of invitationals there. There have been, I swear, it felt like we went there 3 times a year or something like that for a long time. It's always been consistently fun.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great place to go. A lot you can do in the town as well. So lots of fun things to happen in Charlotte.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things, we've talked a little bit about how the format's been adapting. Honestly, a lot. The format's been adapting. I think we're going to see Blink really change a lot between now and then.
Yeah, the what matters in the sideboard is a ton. And the thing we haven't talked too much about is players who adopt Torpor Orb in their sideboard to fight the Blink deck. We haven't seen it too much in our feature match area. Maybe telling, maybe not. But in the streets, I heard a lot of, I got Torpor Orb this weekend, right? And a lot of Blink players were like, well, I have a March or 2 in my sideboard. Maybe I need to put one in my main. Maybe I got to figure out some way to get more answers to Torpor Orb and Elishnor and Mother of Machines as well. So, we're seeing players fight over those decks. I'm curious to see how it adapts as time goes on.
All right, great news. We're back to the game. We've got life totals corrected. It's 22-11, and it's Jackson's turn.
Underworld Breach.
It was an Underworld Breach. That draw off the Soul Guide Lantern actually mattered a ton.
Every little thing matters at Magic at this level.
Oh, my God.
And now, Gabriel's, I think, only card that is in the deck we can interact with is a Surgical. Now, Surgical could matter a lot here because we might be able to keep us off of the ability to turn this Mox Opal if we sort of depends on the graveyard situation and the total mana spent here. But I don't know if Gabriel has it. We only have, I think, 1 card left in hand. Imri is able to play back something like a Mishra's Bauble here for free, not cost you any sort of cards in the yard.
I think there's a Mox Amber hiding out, maybe.
Oh, there is. Yeah, there's the one from the mill.
Yeah, and that one doesn't need a ton to get off the ground, right? This is just a blue mana because of the Imri.
Definitely, and that's going to have big implications here.
All right, and you can tell Jackson's going, okay, I think I think I've actually fallen into the win. I just need to not screw it up. Obviously, still needs to find a grinding station.
Yes,
But
but
has a lot of looks.
we have a lot of Imries we can legend roll. We have a lot of Malevolent Rumbles. We're going to start with a fetch. We are dangerously close here. And also, it could all end with just a grape shot to clean up the board. Maybe we can't get to 22, but maybe we can get a grape shot enough that a Johnny's dead. A couple of these tokens are dead, and it's just the Guy to Souls versus.
Oh, wow. We have to get a tap land with our fetch. Maybe the untapped fetchables have already been milled.
Possibly. Also, it's a way to dig a card deeper.
Sure.
Right? No matter what, if it's the station, you're happy. If it's not, you've been in as well. Obviously, untapped mana is great. But, yeah, I mean, losing the Mox Amber there, not the end of the world. As soon as we find another Mox Opal as well, we can chain those. I mean, our graveyard's so big, it's going to be so easy to rumble, rumble, rumble.
Okay, well, let's see it. We got the breach. And like you said, looks like Rumble's about to come out. Oh, Mishra's Bobble first. Got to get this Mox Opal online.
Yep. And this matters a lot, too. By doing this, you guarantee that you have the Opal, which you maybe want for future turns in case there is some sort of interaction. Also, we talked about how Surgical could get weird. Making sure that you have this online is nice.
Okay, so tapping Opal. Looks like it's for Greene.
Big sign for a Rumble.
Shout out Jackson writing it all down so we can see it's a green.
Yep.
Here's that Rumble.
So that's going to give us back a colorless in the form of the Scion, which means with this breeding pool, we're guaranteed at least one more Rumble if we want it. We also got that Storm count going.
Yep.
So far, if we were just to cast a Grape Shot at this moment, Carmen, we could kill the Guy to Souls and a token.
All right, Beseju, Bobble, Imri. The Fire Spout
Yeah.
takes an Imri. That's a lot. That's another mill.
Yeah, another mill, definitely. We see that come up a lot here in the past with a bunch of Ambers being able to loop. Here's the second Mox Opal, getting it out of the graveyard. And I think the way Gabriel's looking, it doesn't seem to me like a Surgical. I think it's a moment of, I've got to fade in the feature match area here. I'm 10-1. I just need to hold that a little longer.
It's not clear to me Jackson even needs the grinding station.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Grape Shot to clean the board up definitely is on the table at this rate.
Well, there's a Jace in the graveyard.
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, I don't know the cards in deck, but it is a huge graveyard.
Right, exactly. You
yeah.
started the turn with, literally 20 cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, so I mean, every Rumble, when it gets... Oh, there's the grinding station.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, whether you need it or not, it sure makes things easy.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it goes here. We're going to probably see it get cast right away.
Okay, so here's the Eldrazi spawn.
Yeah, if you cast the station now...
Here's another Mox Opal.
Yeah, and we see Gabriel like, yep, I don't have the Surgical. And so congratulations to Jackson, 11-1.
11-1, really, really getting close to locking up a Pro Tour invite at this point. And, what, 2 matches away from top 8?
Yeah, I think so. I think you get 2 more. You're going to be able to shake some hands, and then you're going to be in our top 8. We'll be seeing more of you. And if play like that, I wouldn't be surprised to see it.
Right, and I really do think that those games were emblematic of sort of the dynamic of the matchup you were talking about at the beginning, where it's pretty hard for Boros to have enough disruption and enough clock at the same time before you can just draw out of it in combo anyway.
Yeah, and I think Gabriel did a good job of trying to ride that balance, right? And even got set back a couple times, but did do a good job of like, okay, I got to do this first. I need to pressure you before I disrupt. If I just disrupt, that gives you more time. So I like the way it was played. It's just a matter of this deck is so resilient, and cards like Malevolent Rumble, Underworld Breach undo so much interaction.
Right, and I think it was very heads up. We saw that Jackson was saying cracking Soul Guide Lantern to draw a card to find that pivotal Underworld Breach on what felt like the last possible turn instead of saving it for something like a Flage or something, which I think a lot of players might go, oh, this is the Graveyard Hate card.
Yeah, or definitely Opal as well, right? We had 2 artifacts. We kind of relied on mana. Maybe you have to hold this for the Opal. So good to see sort of the forest of the trees there.
Well, speaking of good to see, we've got it. Game 3 of a backup match of Magic, and it's going to be good to see this one. Let's have a look.
As one of the players takes a mulligan, but the Belcher deck has been really good at sort of just, being like, hey, I'm a combo deck with some interaction, prove it to me that you can beat this, because combo plus interaction is a proven strategy to be one of the better archetypes just in Magic.
And, I'm going to show my bias a little bit here. It feels right to see Lotus Bloom showing up in Modern.
Yeah, totally.
I know it's a card that's gone in and out of favor. We've talked about Aether Vial like this a little bit over the weekend, where Lotus Bloom just wasn't really the place to be for a long time, but Tameshi Reality Architect finally has started to show up with Lotus Bloom.
Yes, definitely. I mean, that interaction, picking up these, MDFCs, just being able to recast your spells, go through it all, get this burst of mana is so, so powerful. And, that's what it's all about.
All right, Brian kicks us off with a Wooded Foothills. Back over to Nolan, who does bolt in one of these MDFC lands and then put a Lotus Bloom on the battlefield.
Yep.
Well, into exile. It's on the table, though.
Yeah, and with 2 cards in hand for Brian, we're hoping to get that down. But notably, there's Utopia Sprawl in hand. We didn't play it turn 1. I think it's because we need to find more lands, so we value the Surveil over top of getting Utopia Sprawl in play.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Whenever you're playing against a super linear deck like this Mono Blue Belcher deck, the cards that you have in your deck that are good are so good you're willing to sacrifice a bit of speed for them. But just like you said, there's not another land in hand.
There's not. There is Stone Rain, Karn, and Utopia Sprawl. That's going to be a lot of mana and mana destruction.
Yeah, all of a sudden, I'm looking at the deck list and trying to just calculate how many quote-unquote lands there really are.
Definitely. And how many of them are untapped, too, is that's a big portion, right? You might have a land, but if it comes in tapped, it's not going to be super-duper helpful.
Okay, but there are basically 24 lands in the deck.
Yeah, the deck plays a lot of lands. About half of them enter tapped. So
Sure.
I mean, it matters. Utopia Sprawl is going to go here. We got an Ugin's Labyrinth in our hand, and we're just going to develop it here.
Okay, and that could have been a way to Stone Rain this turn if there were a big spell to imprint.
Yep, unfortunately, Brian did mulligan, but, has a strong hand with that. Here we're going to see a land and a pass of the turn back. Picked up another Utopia Sprawl.
You can see why Brian was comfortable keeping a one-land hand, because there's Karn the Great Creator. That card's incredible against both Lotus Bloom and the namesake of the Belcher deck in Goblin Charbelcher.
Yeah, it's something that really puts, a crimp in the style. No, that one
Do I know that? I don't think I've heard that one before.
They're all saying it.
Dang.
Ailey and I were talking about it earlier.
No, I need to make sure I'm really connecting with the youth and learn more about this hip lingo.
Oh no, Corey taught it to me, and he's really old, so it's definitely.
Oh, okay, sure, all right. Well, Stone Rain comes down, goes after a tapped land, and just another tapped land for Zoller. Back to Rockenbach.
Yeah, Eldrazi Command, Kozilek's Command in hand. Playtest name Eldrazi Command.
Yes.
We had to figure out which Eldrazi it was going to be.
Literally. All right. Utopia Sprawl in Commercial District.
Disruptor
Not quite
Flute.
the land drop that Brian wants, but Disruptor Flute.
This is
not bad.
All right, Consign's going to fight over it. Now Lotus Bloom comes down.
And this is starting to be the phase of the game where Nolan is actually just threatening a very fast lethal.
Definitely. I mean, we have 5 mana available to us at this moment. Tameshi can make things get a little wild. But
how about Harbinger of the Seas?
That also makes things wild. Those aren't forests anymore. Utopia Sprawl falls off, and now look who's the land destruction deck.
Oh. Okay, Harbinger gets in for 2. Rockenbach to 17. And now, also, this has the upside of making Zoller's lands enter untapped.
Yeah, it's very huge. I mean, Karn was in the hand. I'm sorry, is in the hand, but the 4th land was picked up, so we can develop it. But it's also going to get pressured.
Oh!
Hard cast Flare.
Flare of Denial. Not just a river in Egypt. Rockenbach to 15. Thundertrap Trainer. New card from Bloomborough.
Yeah, sort of the, sequel to Augur of Bolus. Looks at one more card. Now, that is a spell. It's just the MDSCs are flipped here in Nolan's deck to make it a little easier to play.
Normally, I prefer if someone just has the front side visible for posterity reasons, but whenever you're just playing them as lands the whole time, I do have to give it to Zoller here. I think that this is better.
Yeah, I mean, especially the off-color ones, right, that are these tap lands.
Right.
You can't really cast them. They're just here to be more sources and more pitchable things. As we have Sowing Mycospawn to pick up here. We're not able to cast it, but we do have Karn. You might be thinking about, how do I want to play Karn if I minus it, but also do I want to play it this turn? Decides that we do.
Ooh, another Flare.
Yeah, and the Flare, I mean, that was a card players were really worried about when they first saw the MH3 previews, you know.
We tested it a ton.
Oh, yeah, it's one you have to do your homework on. But it's sort of the thing where here we're going to see Whir for Lotus Bloom. It's something that, you know, you need sort of incidental creatures to sacrifice with like decks like Murktide don't really want, right? Murktide's the only blue creature. So having things like Thundertrap Trainer that draw you a card and then give you a spell for free is so nice.
All right, so Whir puts the Lotus Bloom into play. Zoller untaps, takes a draw, plays another land, 2 with the Harbinger. Here's the Belcher.
And pop it.
The People's Cannon.
And now, this is important. Some players sideboard a mountain, which we do have here in Nolan's deck. And for things like Boseiju, they bring that in so that they, you know, don't get actual Stone Rain. So it matters a bit on when we hit it. Now, if you hit a mountain, you do double damage. And at this point,
there it is. Enough. That's double damage. And Nolan Zoller going to 10-2, starting to knock on the door of a Pro Tour invite himself.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, really impressive play from what we just got to see there. We only got to see Game 3, but I like the way that we played it a lot, especially there from Brian, too. I think, you know, sort of played to our outs to win. But yeah, I mean, 10-2 is right on the doorstep of that invite to the Pro Tour and our top 8.
Yeah, I think there's a temptation to look at a game like that and go, why did Brian keep that hand? But if you just think, oh, he draws a land on the first turn, it could be a completely different game for Nolan.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's something, too, where we're on the play. So we're sort of, you know, we're maybe losing out a little bit on that play advantage, but we're giving up that talking stick for the chance to high roll ourselves into a win.
Right.
And you need to take spots like that. You're on a mull to 5.
Yes.
You have to be like, okay, I've got to get a little lucky. What's the best way to put myself in that position? And, you know, we just didn't get there perfectly, and Nolan is able to interact very well, so congratulations there.
And on the other side of the table, I was really impressed with Nolan's pace of play there. It felt like he very clearly knew what his cards needed to do in this sort of matchup, and I think there's this belief that a lot of things like Belcher are really easy to play, or people who might just be weaker, leaning on something that has an immediate kill potential. But I thought at least his posturing and his body language did a lot to communicate a deep understanding of the deck's role.
Yeah, I think Belcher is a deck that you kind of want to play when you are like pretty strong at understanding it, right? Like you mentioned, like some people think of it as like, oh, it's like the easier deck. But you're so rigid in your game plan that you need to be able to maneuver around that kind of stuff, right? So you don't actually have a lot of chances to like mess up, right? So you need to be really, really strong, which is sort of why I believe all this kind of stuff is nonsense, right?
Yeah, right.
It's
like,
like,
I know
it's
we're
like,
definitely
it's
to the people that are just like, yeah, really?
Yeah. Your deck's hard to play, so like it doesn't mean you're better, right? It's just your deck is harder to play and your deck is easier. All the decks are really hard. Navigating these games are really hard, especially when there's such clear lines of attack. So I think that is just a clear sign of like, hey, Nolan's done a lot of good work with this deck, clearly learned it, and is being rewarded this weekend at 10-2.
All right, well, what else is going on today? We've got a schedule for you. We're in day 2, and we're about halfway through the 6 rounds of Swiss.
Yep.
Right?
Then we're going to have our top 8 players play it out to see who is going to go to Worlds and be crowned our champion this weekend.
I'm so excited. And what are they playing for? I know we've mentioned the Worlds invites, but we've also got a bunch of cash up top.
I mean, $20,000 for first, $10,000 for second. Third and fourth get 5K. 5th through 8 get 3,000. 9 through 16, 2K. And it goes on and on. Pro Tour invites all the way down to top 32. Regional championships for Season 3, Round 3, all the way down to 128th. And cash all the way down to 128th as well.
And that's over half of our day 2 field is going to be walking away with a regional championship qualification and $125 in their pocket.
Good day.
Yeah, can't complain too much about that. And everyone that we're watching at this point, we're about to start getting into the really high-tension rounds where players are playing with actual Pro Tour invites on the line.
Yeah, I mean, the next couple rounds are like, hey, win, maybe in the top 8, maybe also win this next one. Okay, sweat a little bit, shake hands the last round, lock up my Pro Tour invite, maybe lose out on the chance to, you know, be in top 16 or whatever, but I get to go play that Pro Tour, which is what the goal is for so many of our players this weekend. And
I think for the most part, we've done what we've came here to do, partner.
Yeah, we are done through round 1 through 3 here today. So we're going to take a quick break, and then Corey and Alias are going to come in the booth and take you for the next couple rounds. Then we'll be back for the last round of Swiss and the first round of top 8. We'll see you then.
What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. That's a Corey, I'm an alien. We are going to be watching some cool modern Magic, which I believe you've been doing so for.
Yes, I am so excited. You know, we're starting to really heat up in the tournament. Not many more rounds before the top 8, so pretty much every single round from here on out really matters for the players that are, you know, at that top 20% of the standings or so.
If you are just joining us, as we are joining you, let's take a look at the metagame to see how day 1 converted. Now, Corey, any surprises for day 2's metagame?
Yeah, so day 2's metagame here, I would say the biggest shocker is that, well, Breach and Energy were the same going in, that 19.7%. Now Breach has firmly, you know, came as the most popular deck into day 2, so had an absolutely great weekend. I would also think the Blink deck had a great weekend. You know, that's a lot of different versions in there, the Celestia, Bat, Mono White. Most of them are Orzhov, so that was a lot lower on our list, I believe, as well. So that had a great weekend. And then Eldrazi kind of stayed the same, but also a very strong weekend as well. So big takeaways, Energy not so great.
Yeah.
Breach did pretty well.
Do you think we're going to see a lot less Breach in the upcoming RCs?
No,
sorry, a lot less energy.
A lot less energy, I think so. You know, every time you see these trends, you know, the next regional championship batch of players are always paying attention to these conversions more than the top 8s. You know, they are really looking at, like, what made it to from day 1 to day 2. You learn a lot more about the masses playing the deck instead of just, oh, we had, you know, Tangrams crush it with Breach or something.
It's Tangrams.
Exactly. That kind of stuff can just happen. So I would think, you know, we're going to see a lot less Ocelot Prides than we're going to see Underworld Breaches for sure.
Kitties. Let's take a look at the standings to see how our players are doing at the moment. So no more undefeated players. 3, though, sitting at 11-1.
Yeah, 11-1. These players are doing extremely well. We have, 3 more rounds left to go. So I would think these players need that 12th win for sure. And then you can probably start thinking about drawing in and stuff. So I would think 1 to 2 of those players after this round maybe getting ready for a top 8 and probably already have a Pro Tour locked up. We have Gabriel Nicholas there, an extremely good Boros Energy player that we just saw on coverage at 10-2, as well as Damien. Saw a good amount of him yesterday as well. And I see a lot of grinding on that screen. A good 7 decks or 8 decks or so.
Well, I see at number 7 there, Joel Doolittle on Orzhov Blink. I'm rooting for you, Joel, because I got cutlery in my bag for someone's shoot.
Oh no. I was hoping you would forget about that, but thank you so much for reminding Twitch chat about that. Okay?
I forget many things. This is not one of them.
Do you at least bring some seasoning or something that I can use for this shoe, or do I just have to just,
we may have like some salt packets over there.
Okay.
We'll find something for you.
Good.
It'll be edible.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, friend. Our feature match that we are going to be looking at, I believe, is going to be a Grinding Breach versus Amulet Titan.
Okay, yep. Always a very good matchup. You know, these 2 decks are extremely fast combo decks that can both interact in a decent way. I would think Amulet usually a little favored game 1 and then flips a little bit for Breach postboard. You know, 4-color Breach does have a little bit better of game against them, but it sounds like that might not actually be our feature match. There we go.
Our feature, excuse me, is Eldrazi Ramp versus Grinding Breach. So we're going to watch David Olson versus Damien Del Nero. I believe we saw both of these friends yesterday or even earlier on, so that's going to be fun to watch.
And David Olson, correct me if I'm wrong, made the top 8 of Pro Tour Minneapolis. I believe was playing that Domain deck in Standard.
That sounds familiar.
Yep, that Nathan Stoyer one. I believe that was kind of his breakout performance. A great player. And then we've been seeing Damien do quite well as well. I just saw Damien lose to one of our Breach gamers that are X and 1 in a close match on the floor on table 2. I was watching that unfold, and great match.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, as soon as the players are ready to rock and roll, we'll jump down there and get the game underway. But you know what, Corey?
Yeah.
I think Breach is going to get, there's going to be like 4 in the top 8, let's say.
4? I mean, 4 is a lot.
I think there's going to be 4.
4 is basically...
And none of them are going to win.
And none of them are going to win. Okay, that is definitely
That's
bold.
my prediction.
I mean, 4 of any deck in a top 8, I think, is what you consider a dominant performance. You know, like we've seen, pro tours where a team puts 4 of their teammates
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
and those end up being like the most dominant performances like of all time
Yeah.
based on pro tours. So if you get 4 breach decks, you get 4 Eldrazi decks or something like that, you got to think this was the deck of the tournament. But the way it looks so far, we could see 4 Eldrazi, we could see 4 breach, or we could see a nice mix of things as well. So I think it's still pretty up in the air.
It would be appropriate if
Yeah.
there was a nice mix, considering like the metagame of this weekend was pretty
Yeah.
diverse, which is awesome to see.
Yeah.
I think we were joking on the way over here. If anything is called Pro Tour Oko or Pro Tour Hogak, then something has gone awry. Looking at you,
Yeah.
Nadu.
Yeah. And I don't think we're at RC breach yet or anything, and we saw some RCs that are happening this weekend as well. Noah Ma just won here, won his regional championship, was
Nice.
playing Boros Energy. I know there was only 1, maybe 2 breach decks in the top 8 of that one. Riku Kumagai, one of our favorite players. I love Riku as well.
Fantastic.
Riku was on breach for sure, but lost in the top 4, so it wasn't necessarily a dominant performance outside of the other RCs this weekend.
Well, while the players are still getting ready, is there anything different in these decks that we should keep a lookout for?
Yeah, I suppose for our grinding breach list, 4 grinding stations. This is something that before this tournament, I thought 4 grinding station was a mortal sin. You just cannot ever be doing that. It's too many. Basically the whole decision was, do you play 2 or do you play 3? That was kind of going into it. There was nobody playing 1, nobody playing 4. But now we've seen 4 in David Inglis's list. We see 4 here. Looks pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Now we still see the Tamios. David, we didn't see
Tamios,
any Tamios, which was pretty wild. David maybe not having the best day 2 so far, but still in the hunt.
Yeah.
And then on the other side from our Gruul Eldrazi deck, this is looking very close to Fernando's Gruul list that we saw at the regional championship in Prague a couple weeks ago. Doesn't look to be any other major changes. You see the 2 Writhing Chrysalis and the 3 Kozilek's Command and the 3 Karn and 3 Emrakul. That was kind of the biggest takeaway I took from Fur MTG, if you know that name online. That was kind of his signature, was just kind of cutting down on a lot of the cards and, still just playing 4 of the cards that really matter.
Yeah.
Malevolent Rumble, the Kozilek's Command, and the Sowing Michael Spawns. I think those are kind of the lock at a 4 of.
You can always tell which are like the cards.
Yes.
Everything else is kind of irrelevant. It just kind of helps you get to where you're going. But,
Exactly.
a lot of the ramp decks, some have cut Ancient Stirrings altogether in favor of 4 Devour of Destinies. What do you think is the best mix between the 2?
I think Ancient Stirring, of course, it used to be amazing in our traditional Tron list that we're playing, Chromatic Sphere, Chromatic Stars, to be able to sacrifice those to play Stirrings where you could still play one of your Urza lands, one of your colorless lands. But in these decks, you're not playing any of those ways to filter besides Talisman. So outside of being able to go like Ugin's Labyrinth into Talisman into Ancient Stirrings just really breaks up the flow of the deck too much. So, yeah.
Alrighty, players are ready to rock and roll. So let's jump in here. It is Damien Del Nero on Eldrazi Ramp versus David Olson on Grinding Breach. And away we go. Kicking things off with our Devourer to shore up our draws here for Damien. And first turn play will be good old Haywire Might.
Good old Haywire Might, always good against this deck, as it has a lot of targets that you can hit, and it's not super vulnerable when you just cast it. There is the Kozilek's Return that can get it at some point, but otherwise you just want to play that if you have no other play. Helps with your Metalcraft and get some damage going.
Yeah, 20 turn clock, baby. Let's go. It is an insect, right? Has to be an insect.
I believe you are correct. I don't know if that creature type has ever been relevant.
Yeah, bug.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, Grist likes insects, okay?
That's fair. That does happen.
Anyway, getting in for 1 point of damage there. Aha! We're winning! No, but wait. We've shocked ourselves and taken a ping from our fetch land, so David Olson is losing.
One thing that I would look at from Damien's side, obviously the game just begun, but there was that Devourer of Destiny, and all 4 cards were exiled. So Damien could have the type of hand where he's very much looking for a specific thing, and so far hasn't hit it.
Yep. Does have some ramp, though, to kick things off, and on David's side, we have an Emery. able to get some more things in the bin. Going to take a peek on top of the library with the baubles. So filling up the graveyard very nicely. If we get a breach, this game could be over quite soon.
Yep, and in fact would be over here as long as we have a couple land drops. So David did look on top. I saw a Thundering Falls and a fetch land. So David passing the turn here, going to draw a good card, as you saw it with baubles. So
Bauble, bauble, bauble. Draws the card, courtesy of the Mishra's Bauble.
yep.
And now we're going to see Kozilek's Command.
So what? Yeah, I mean, what is very apparent here is Damien was looking for land and didn't find anything with the Devourer and just cycled the command there, basically. And, you know, what really gave it away that he needed a land is he drew a land, it didn't touch his hand, and it entered the battlefield. I know expert commentary here really was a big sign here. But, I mean, that is the problem with the Eldrazi deck sometimes. Like, you keep hands with the Devourer as you have a pretty good chance of finding what you need, but we saw no lands in those 4 cards, and you got to gamble a little bit.
It's kind of like, what was that card? Sphinx of Foresight? Also, it's the 4-mana bird.
Oh.
That would let you look at the top 4 cards of your library.
Yeah.
Kind of like top of the deck manipulation, you know.
There's been some fun cards like that in the past. So one thing I see from David is we for sure have Breach's low-key best card, Rumble, in hand. So being able to Rumble, I believe we had land 3 and a Mox. So if you were able to find the Breach this turn, there's a chance you could win, depending on what we mill over here. But that was not it. And as it stands, David doesn't really have too much gas left in the tank. But when you have Emery and Bauble, you always have the ability to draw 2 cards a turn.
Something to do indeed with Emery on the board. So not the turn 2 or 3 kill that David was hoping for. And Damien will be quite happy to see that, no doubt.
Yep, and now it will be that big turn for Damien. You know, you want to be able to have either the 6 mana, cast your Eldrazi to blow up some lands and get your own land, the Myco spawn, or get Karn down and be able to find something like a Tormod's Crypt or some hateful piece.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Utopia Sprawl getting exiled there, courtesy of the Haywire Might, so no ramp for you, at least in that regard.
Yep, love that, just being able to choke your opponent out on mana at all. And it was pretty obvious that Damien didn't have a land last turn, so needs a top deck land to just cast a Karn, even if it's there.
Yeah. Possibly going for a flip Tameo next turn for David?
Yep, quite possibly. Looks like there was the land, so everything seems to be online. I think I saw another Utopia Sprawl as well. So if Karn's there, Damien has the ability to go Utopia Sprawl on a land, which is essentially free, and then Karn or any other 4-drop. Something that would be less than exciting right now for Damien is just like Utopia Sprawl into Writhing Chrysalis or something. Like, as cool as that card is, and as you know, as mythic of a common it was in the limited format, it's just okay here.
Yeah.
You can block the Tameo, which is kind of cool.
It's no Karn.
Yeah, it is no Karn.
Could even kill the Tameo if anyone forgets that it has reach, but no, it is Karn.
Exactly.
So Karn, what you gonna go fetch there, bud?
The kind of go-to play when you're playing up against a deck that has Unholy Heats in the main, which David does not have, so the option is still kind of open, is to just go get a Crypt. Now you have 2 permanents that both kind of stop the Breach player from comboing. Like, each of them does a pretty good job.
Yeah.
You know, so now David has to find a way to deal with Karn, and with no Unholy Heats, you know, that is the biggest weakness when you don't play Heat. Heat can be kind of bad at times. I totally get it, but you leave yourself in such a rough spot to this Karn, as there's just 3 ways to bounce it from David's side. Otherwise, you have to figure out a way to attack it, which without a Saga is not an easy task.
You know when the car manufacturers do their crash test dummy tests, right? They start slamming things into walls.
Yep.
That's kind of what it feels like when a piece of graveyard hate like a Crypt shows up.
Yeah.
For the Breach player.
Oh, absolutely.
It's
absolutely.
Like, haha, you had momentum, but no. Boom.
Yeah. I'll win so many games online when it comes to a player like just playing Karn, ticking up or ticking down for like something they're going to cast the next turn. This is exactly what Damien should be doing against this, is playing something that immediately impacts the battlefield. And it's really only two choices. It's either the Crypt or it's a Chalice on 0.
Yeah.
And I think the Crypt is better. So Damien knows his way around playing against Breach players.
Does add that. So a big, big thing now from David Olson in the tank. Finds an Urza's Saga. That'll go on to the first chapter there. And will we try and get Tamiyo flipped?
Yeah, a little late on the Saga, as it's not going to be able to make constructs. And without a Flame of Anor or something like that to draw cards, we won't be doing any Tamiyo flipping. So, yeah, Tamiyo will just be making artifacts, which will make Urza's Saga bigger, you know, and that's all fine and good. But the one thing the Eldrazi deck is good at doing is invalidating those constructs if you have enough time. The construct plan is usually not that great against Karn, unless you can put a construct into play. The turn Karn comes down, and then you can attack it.
So Haywire might gets to escape exile from Tormod's Crypt. But I imagine as soon as that's targeting Tormod's Crypt's going to say, no, thank you, bye-bye.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and
okay.
And of course, Karn always shuts down any of those abilities,
True, yeah.
so it gets real mean.
Static abilities, man, they always get you.
Yeah, the Narsets and the Karns
Looking at you,
always getting
Narset.
you.
Okay, so it's a 1-2 that can hit you. Sorry, a 1-1. It's a 1-1.
Exactly.
It's still cute, though.
So now Karn's getting bounced.
Okay, that makes things different.
Definitely. And now, oh, are we just going for it? Okay, no, just sacking the clue. So just trying to use,
Flippity-flop.
just flipping this right now, trying to get back, sink into Stupor or something to be able to deal with the Karn later. But
Yeah.
that Crypt will still do a number on that.
Maybe try get Rumble? No, we're going for the Crypt. No, we're going for the Utopia Sprawl again. Okay.
Yep, I like that. Going for the Crypt just doesn't really matter,
Yeah.
as it'll just get popped in response, and it still gets everything.
This fun little game is like, I'm not gonna poke the bear here. Let's just get rid of some other resources from you.
Yep. And now will be Damien's almost for sure turn where you just replay Karn, and you can search something out of the graveyard or out of your sideboard again. No Chalice.
It's got explosives, Cityscape Leveler, Soulless Jailer, Liquid Metal Coating,
Yeah, it's usually
Stone Brains.
usually after you get the Crypt in play, it's almost always Liquid Metal Coating, but the Soulless Jailer is good against the deck as well. Pretty much the whole sideboard is good against Breach.
Who'd have thunk it?
Yep. Yeah, this Eldrazi deck, I think the biggest, calling to this version is Kozilek's Return and, the combination of Writhing Chrysalis and the fact that this Eldrazi deck isn't just playing the, okay, I have Karn in the early game, and then I'm going up to something big like Emrakul or something. It has that, turns 3, turn 4 plays to be able to be good against Boros Energy. Like this Eldrazi deck with Kozilek's Return is so good against Boros, where if you can then just have a bunch of cards against Breach, all of a sudden you have a good matchup against the two best decks.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a reason to be playing this version of Eldrazi Ramp.
Yeah, I think Energy got a little squished this weekend.
Yep.
Oh, they're small creatures.
And I mean, it's had the target on its back for quite a while.
Yeah.
It's been the deck that everybody thought would be the most played deck going into basically every RC, including this one. And that's been true for all of them. Now it'll be interesting going into the next wave of RCs because I think people will very much think Breach will be the #1 deck.
Yeah.
So now it'll be interesting to see if the metagame can adapt to Breach or if people start gunning after Breach and it's still the best deck. That's when you get into the conversations of this deck may be too strong.
Yeah, can't beat him, join him.
Yep.
So, looking at the metagame for day 2, who do you think got it right?
I would think it's still the Breach players, and this is my biases taken out of it. But it just seems like the conversion rate was absurd when it came to Breach for this tournament. So, and it seems to be Team or Breach so far. There was not a lot of 4-color that made it to the second day. It was
3.
Yeah, yeah. It was a lot more Teamer. So I think Teamer Breach still got it right, which would be no shock to anyone with how much I've been hyping this deck up for so long.
One might say you're a fan.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan. I think the Blink deck is having a pretty good weekend, too.
The which one?
The
Orzhov
Blink. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. But the last time we looked at the standings, there was a lot less of them.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, yeah.
So they put in a formidable performance.
Definitely.
But maybe not a tournament-winning one.
Definitely.
All right, it's a battle of Planeswalkers here as Sowing Micah Spawns hit the board. We've got Constructs coming out. We've got Tameo flipped. Emery still hanging around.
Yep, and this is the type of the game where Damien has just tightened his grip on David slowly but surely. The graveyard's gone. The artifacts are starting to get poked away with Karn's tick-up ability. There's not that much power on the battlefield. David's hand is low of resources. Damien's doing a fantastic job of really taking everything away from David.
Oh, Soulless Jailer now, too. Just some insult to injury, some salt in the wounds, if you will.
Yep, Damien has done a great job here of ending the turn with 2 pieces of hate that David has to deal with.
Yeah.
Basically at every point in the game.
I was gonna say this feels like a post-sideboard game, but I mean, it is because he's just digging things out of his sideboard. Karn.
Yes.
Cheats.
Now that being said, the post-sideboard games get a lot better for Breach. I think this matchup, if you ignored the card Consign to Memory, I think this is a tough matchup for Breach. I would think this is a non-favorable match. But with how much Consign flips the matchup, I still think this matchup favors Breach.
Malevolent Rumble now for David. Going to get a Grinding Station, Soul Guide Lantern, another Rumble, and an Underworld Breach in the bin.
Okay.
What are we going for? Do you think he's got the... Can he go for it?
No, not with Karn in play. So step 1 is probably to see if you can get this construct to 4 power, so you can at least force a chump block on this Karn. And if you can't do that, you just start trying to set up until you find a Sink in the Stupor or Otawara to bounce Karn. But this is a nice little trick you get from Tameo. Rumble's basically free since it adds a mana when you get a green spell. So you get to use the spawn that you created and then add a green mana. So it's kind of free. So, Tameo and Rumble are best buds.
Yeah, so Tameo gets around the Jailer because it's coming to your hand, right?
Exactly,
so
yeah.
Bypassing that little roadblock there.
Yep, exactly.
And Malevolent Rumble never actually putting the thing in the bin.
Yeah, Jailer shuts down, Underworld Breach as you can't cast anything from the yard, but you can return them.
And Emery as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shuts down a lot of stuff.
He looks like such a nice guy, The Soulless Jailer. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Have him around for dinner.
Yeah, super fun fella there,
He brings his own meal. Lockador, eat the key.
There you go.
Turn passes back now to Damien. Still has an active Karn, which is a pain in the butt for artifacts all around the world.
Yep, and now we're getting to the point where you can start looking at a negative Karn for something to close the game. And I think the only card that is I want to slam the door shut card in the sideboard is the Cityscape Leveler. Finding that's when you're like, the game is won. I just need something to actually go over the finish line.
Yeah.
But for the most part, this Eldrazi ramp deck is just a prison-style deck where it's trying to prevent you from doing any fun stuff and then winning the game with really whatever you want.
Nice. Well, not nice if you're on the other side of it, but...
Yeah.
Pretty solid game plan as Malevolent Rumble makes an appearance here for Damien this time around. And plenty of options here for him now. Lots of things to do. Gonna take a look here at the graveyard for David. What's he looking for?
Just seeing what is left in the deck. Probably how many breaches you got left.
Yep.
How many Sink into Stupors and Otawaras, as those seem to be really the most important cards right now. I hate going to keep harping on the Unholy Heats, but those are the cards in this matchup that are really, really strong in game one.
Yeah.
Can deal with the Jailer, can deal with the Karn, and without those, it's pretty tough. We see 2 of those in the sideboard, which will probably come in. but definitely game one a little soft to Karn.
Yeah. Damien just checking something with the judge. Something about the Haywire Might.
Looks like it. And that Haywire might almost assuredly go into exile this Urza's Saga at some point.
Yeah. Just to prevent any constructs
Exactly.
joining the fray.
I don't think they would even be big enough, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one's a 2-2 at the moment.
exactly. And now if I'm David, I think number one, I would be starting to think, okay, is it possible for me to win? You know, take another turn if something starts to come down where the door is starting to get closed. Just be like, all right, maybe consider packing it in pretty soon just to make sure you can finish all the games. As a 10-2 record, I think these players, 12 I think looks to be the magic number, but of course every tournament is a little different. So it could be 12 with good breakers, could be having to get to 13 wins if you started off the tournament by losing a good chunk. So these players are definitely in it, but they got to more than likely win at least 2 rounds.
Looks like we're ticking down on Tamiyo now to dig back a green spell.
Yep, can also get the preordain if you
Oh, yeah?
want.
There goes Tam in the bin. Bye-bye.
And I think getting preordain here is just signaling I need to find Sink of the Stupor only.
Yeah.
You don't want to rumble that one away. That would be a little
that's-
sad.
That would suck. So was that bottom?
Looks
Draw.
like it.
What did you find, David?
Okay, artifacts.
Boom, boom, boom. All right, that
Got
construct
it.
just got a little more scary, Corey.
Yep. Construct and Emery getting in to be able to try to pressure this Karn. And now with the ability to make another construct, they're starting to look decently reasonable. But the one thing Karn is good at doing is you get to just destroy Opal or destroy Bauble every turn. As well as I believe we saw a World Breaker that can just destroy the Urza Saga. And of course, the grand finale here is Emrakul the Promised End at some point, taking David's turn and just making some really, really bad attacks on David's
oh, yeah,
side.
I mean, look how much, for lack of a better phrase, crap is in his graveyard.
Yes, yes.
I think that's a pretty cheap Emrakul at this point. Whee!
And the fun thing with all the Eldrazi ramp players that also have played Temur Breach, the best thing to do when you have Emrakul is to combo, is to start comboing off, mill yourself, and then just never cast the Thassa's Oracle, and then say go, and they deck.
That's so rude.
Exactly. Very rude.
I want to see it's taking your opponent's turn where you just be like, all right, out your seat, sit down, play,
Yes,
and
yes.
then go back to your seat afterwards.
Admittedly, that's what I've done every time I've played that card on Commander Versus.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Whenever they let me in their seats,
Nice.
I'll take control. Jeremy loves it. Let me tell you.
I'm sure he does.
loves it.
He's going to start throwing crunched up paper at you soon.
Exactly. Yep.
Alrighty, sowing Micah Spawn. I'm going to judge call here quick. So exile a land and then go fetch a land if kicked. Or the other way around.
Looks like maybe it didn't specify. Not sure exactly what this call is about, but we'll, of course, let the judges figure this out. Remember, even if this is a little minor thing, which I'm sure it is, judges are your friend. So.
Right, so as they sort that out, friendos, we'll just remind you that if you would like to join us for one of these events, even if you aren't qualified for the regional championship, come and hang out with us at the next one anyway,
Yeah.
because there's going to be a bunch of events on the go. So our next one is going to be SCG Charlotte, March 7 to 9. Come and hang out if you got nothing happening that weekend. Well, now you do.
Exactly. No, that's going to be a really fun event. You know, this is going to be after the Pro Tour. It's going to be, what, about a month from now, 3 weeks or so?
Yeah.
And, you know, not sure how many RCs are in between that time, but we'll see how the metagame adjusts for this second U.S. Regional Championship. And I think that's going to be a very interesting one, as we're going to see if people are just absolutely prepared for Breach, can they beat it? And then after that, we have SCGCON Hartford here, May 16th to the 18th. That'll be the next round of regional championships. And of course, if you want to check out this regional championship, you can kind of be qualifying right now for it, essentially. You know, if you're playing any RCQs, go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon to get more information on that. And like you said, there's always so much going on at these events rather than just the RCs. You know,
absolutely.
You can play all kind of events, 5Ks, 10Ks, all that kind of stuff.
You don't have to do anything with a K in it. You can just go play Commander with your buds. You know?
That's true. That's true. I always think when I come to these events, I'm like, I am going to play one of the major events, but not everyone likes to do that. That's not always your thing, but, you know, there's a bustling command zone going on right over there next to us. A lot of limited. Basically anything you want to do.
Artists as well. You know, they've got a great selection of artists here. So if you have cards you want to get signed or pick up some artist proofs, you know.
Yes.
It's awesome. You can get some really cool, like, con exclusive merch.
I've been making it a point to, you know, I come to so many of these events and there's always such talented artists out there that I've been making it a point to kind of like get some artist proofs to like hang up in my stream room and stuff. But I always want to get the like really big ones, but then I always have to fly, so.
Well, you could ship it to yourself, I guess.
Charlotte, I'm driving, so
there you go. You got
I'll be
space in the
getting
trunk
some stuff. Exactly.
A big thank you as well to our sponsors this weekend for making these events possible. Beckett, if you need to get your cards graded, you got those shinies you don't want to sell or you want to sell it for more, get it graded from Beckett. And Dragon Shield, if you want to protect your decks, then be sure to go and check out Dragon Shield. Sponsoring all the events this year, which is heckin' cool. So thank you very much to Beckett and to Dragon Shield.
Two great companies, you know. Thank you so much to them for, you know, just sponsoring Paper Magic. You know, that's what it's all about, you know. I mean, these are my favorite events is live competitive paper tournaments, you know. There's none better than that. Of course, it's fun playing high-level Arena and Magic Online and stuff like that, too. But Paper Magic, that's where it's at.
I like it when I don't have to remember my triggers, so I'm a little biased towards the
There you go. Have you considered to get good?
If I had more time on my hands, I would get good. Yes.
I'll still be forgetting bobble triggers left and right. I mean, Modern is tough. That is for sure. And I mean, even with the judge call, which will be resolved here pretty soon, these are amazing and high-level Magic players. You miss things, you know? I mean, Magic, when it's competitive IRL, it's a little unfortunate at times because, well, it's really tough. And a lot of things happen all the time. You can miss anything, you know. So players got to keep on top of it. And, you know, you got to not feel bad when you're like, well, your opponent missed something. Sorry, you missed it. You know, I mean, that kind of thing happens at this competitive scene. And that it really shows, like, the really good players from the great ones. I haven't seen Javier miss many things, you know, for instance.
You know what I do? We saw it with one of the players yesterday. I can't remember who it was, but he had sticky notes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I have a very convoluted board state, this is mostly in Commander because that's where I play most paper.
Yeah.
Sticky note. Remember. Okay, cool.
Nice.
It's my turn. Upkeep. I do this. Yeah.
What if you forget your sticky notes at home, though? Are you just completely toast?
Then I'm drawing on a sleeve or something.
Okay. All right, I like that. I did see out in the tournament hall a Storm player had a piece of paper that had like 4 corners, and one of them said like, play these this turn. You can play these until the end of next turn. It was all for like the Ren's Resolve and stuff like that.
That's cool.
It was pretty cool.
All right, it looks like our judge call is resolved. If we can find out what that was all about, we'll let you know. But the turn is passing back now to David as we rejoin our players here. It's still 0-0 apiece, but it looks like Damien is scooping it up to David.
No, definitely David losing that for sure.
Okay.
Kind of all locked out there, I would assume. And it looked to be something minor, you know, maybe. It looked to me, if I had to guess, by the state of that game. It was something like the Sowing Myco spawn
Yeah.
targeted a land to exile, but you forgot to search, and then asked, hey, can I still search? That's my guess. I'm still not sure, though.
Okay. Well, if we do find out, we'll let you know because we're curious and want to know these things. So, sideboard time. We'll also, you said that Damien won that one?
I would think so, but yeah, we'll get some final confirmation.
There, yeah.
I can't imagine David was in a winning position there by any means. So
he had a real big construct, though.
Sure.
It was real big.
All right, so looking at sideboarding here, starting with David, it's definitely the 4 consigned memories. Those are kind of the auto-include. I'd be getting those Unholy Heats in there, as well as that is a card that both deals with the Soulless Jailer, which is a pain, as well as the Karn, which is the best card against you, competing with Stony Silence, I guess. But those are the main things I'm bringing in. You can consider, I definitely bring in the Jace as well, as there's a Bojuka Bog on the other side, so there's a chance your first win con could get exiled.
Yeah.
And those are the first cards that I'd be bringing in there, getting rid of like Soul Guide Lantern, Spell Snare, Aether Spellbomb, maybe even Haywire Might, kind of the one-ofs that aren't necessarily great in this matchup.
Is Spell Snare basically just for other counter spells?
You know, a Spell Snare is at a spot that is actually pretty good in the metagame because you look at Breach and you look at Energy.
Yeah.
Both of them just have phenomenal 2-drops. You know, you
yeah.
see Underworld Breach, a Johnny, Goblin Bombardment, all those things. It's just really good there, but also hits the Thraben Charm, I believe it is, the white charm to exile the graveyard and stuff. So it's just pretty strong there. You also see that card kind of flip and flop with Spell Pierce or Swan Song.
Yeah.
And I think Spell Snare was like the card. I was playing 2 of that in my main deck when Frog was still around, but because it hit basically everything in that deck.
Ribbit.
Yeah, when you have a Psychic Frog and you're on the draw, that card can kind of just run away if you're on the Breach side. But with the decline of that and the increase in Eldrazi, where Spell Snare is pretty bad against Eldrazi, a lot of players have been cutting Spell Snares, and I think 1 is fine, but I do like Swan Song or Spell Pierce a little bit better these days.
Nice.
Yep.
Alrighty. And then from the other side of things, what changes do you think we'll see from Damien?
You know, not too much from the Karn package. I would think I'd want to be taking out the Writhing Chrysalis. I'm definitely bringing in the 2 Stone Brains. You maybe bring in all 3, but there's some consideration to leaving 1 in for Karn. But I would think get those Chrysalis out of my deck and get these Kozilek's Return out of my deck and just bring in whatever you can here. So I would bring in the 3 Stone Brain. Maybe you could...
Stone Rain? Is this a good target considering Urza?
Not really. If you're on the play from the Eldrazi side, I don't think it's terrible. But yeah, maybe you just get rid of the 3 Kozilek's Return for the 3 Stone Brain and you keep in the Chrysalis. It's fine. It's still a ramp spell.
Ramp spell. I like how you put it. It's like, oh no, it's just... Yep.
Yep. Just a
I'm just rampant, by blowing up my stuff. What the hell?
Yes.
It's Cultivate, but mean. Speaking of Cultivates, if you want to pick up some cards or sell some extras because they keep reprinting Cultivate in every format, well, you can go and sell them all at sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Go pick up some other ramp spells like Stone Rain. According to Corey.
No, I was saying Writhing Chrysalis is still a ramp
card.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, now I understand. Now I think you're less of a devil.
Okay, right. Yeah. Stone Rain, not the best ramp spell.
Backwards ramp, but whatever.
It is nice to see Stone Rain in Modern right now.
It's kind of fun, yeah. That White Orchid Phantom, too, is basically Stone Rain on a stick.
Yes,
Depending on how many times you can flicker it. But
exactly.
All right, David Mulligan to 6, it looks like. And
like
Damien on 7. I think so.
And looks like David did also bring in Flame of Anor, which a perfectly reasonable card. Can be solid. The worst case scenario is it's a 3-mana divination.
Yeah.
So reasonable to bring that one in as well.
Do you like 0-drops? What are these called? Cheerios?
Cheerios, yeah. Yeah. Speaking of a broken deck, that one was truly broken. Woo. And speaking of a broken draw, this is an extremely good draw. This is kind of the ideal start from Damien, being able to have 3 mana on the battlefield, be able to Ancient Stirrings for whatever you want to find. And if you can ever get a turn 2 Karn, you know, against Grinding Breach and there's not a consign, game over.
What is the X out there? Is that a World Breaker?
Oof. Looks like a World Breaker, yep. And most importantly, a pass of the turn from David. So
Yikes.
we saw the Flame of Anor, so needed land 3 to be able to just draw some cards here. And now it's just Damien's turn to just kind of go crazy here.
Ooh, still bright.
I do see a consign, so we'll see if it's warranted.
Yes, indeed, says David. So get that out of there.
And that's great. If your 2-drop eats up a consign already, I mean, ideally what I want to be doing from the Breach side post board, playing a Tamiyo on 1, and then, you know, develop on turn 2 with a Rumble or something, and then for the rest of the game, hold back on Tamiyo and either draw clues if I don't need to consign, or consign something until I stumble into the combo. That's kind of my post board game plan of a Tamiyo control style deck.
Damien will die to his Talisman of Impulses, I say. Who knows? Nearly forgot to take a ding there, but the judge catching that and reminding him, so thank you, judges. Another ding.
Okay, and a lot of ramp here. We don't see for sure a payoff. We'll see if it's here right now, but something like destroying a land, oh yeah. Huge game here from Damien. Being able to search up a land, blow up this island is extremely huge.
Yowza.
No consign number 2. And there is a Ghost Quarter, a great look from Damien because, well, normally that's, hey, you go fetch out a basic. There's almost always only one basic.
There's one island
in
David's list, so that's bad news bears.
Yep. So now David also knows that this Ghost Quarter is just a strip mine. And you can just either hold that fetch land until you're going to use it, or you can like surveil right now with a Thundering Falls to try to find another land, but Damien can just blow it up at end step.
That is brutal.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, artifacts are good and all, but we need a legendary for one of them. The other one doesn't make any mana, and the last one is dependent on having 3 of them out. So
Exactly. So it makes it kind of awkward where you can't crack Bobble because, well, you're trying to find a land, but it removes a land from you.
Yeah. The artifact lands, none of them are 2-color, right?
There are some, but they come into play tapped and they're indestructible.
Fair.
You know, and they end up being just not good enough.
But they wouldn't get Ghost Quarter.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, well, this is fun. We have mana aplenty on Damien's side of things, and David is a little SOL.
Yeah, so David at least did get to Flame of Anor there to draw 2 cards, which isn't the absolute worst, but yeah, right now, Emery is great, but if Damien has a follow-up here and there's not a consign off that Mox Amber, just give it to Damien at this point.
It's not looking great here, friend.
Yeah. And at worst case, Damien has that World Breaker underneath.
Yep.
And if there is an Eldrazi Temple, could get that going. But Stonebrain for Breach here would be pretty strong as well.
Yep. And a card. Oh, goodness me.
Yep.
In response, we'll see Mishra's Bauble. Gets a look at the top of Damien's deck there.
Yep, this looks near impossible. Damien's draw was fantastic.
Yeah.
And David
He just went
stumbled.
nuts.
And David stumbled one or more turns there and made this game just not look very close.
No.
Now there's 3 pieces of hate on the battlefield that are all very tough for David to deal with. Has to find a way to deal with Karn, the Stonebrain right now, and then Crypt eventually.
Good Lord. This is like watching a car wreck in slow motion, honestly.
Oh, 100%. This is an absolute beating.
And this is nothing against David. I mean, Damien just drew the absolute nuts here.
Yep, and David kept a hand, was already on the mulligan, and kept a hand that just needed 1 land, and the hand was kind of online. So, I mean, I'm totally with David. It was a very reasonable keep.
Yeah. There's the Saga is going to be the pick here. Land for turn, perhaps. Oh, going for Tamiyo, rather. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, tough either way. Has to pass the turn, and now with this active Karn, what we have 5, 6, 7. If there's a land, you could play a Cityscape Leveler if you want. It's not even that important right now, so even just stone braining and ticking up Karn.
Yeah.
I don't know. Damien could close his eyes and pick an option right now, and it would probably still win him the game.
Random BS go,
Yep.
in essence. Takes a look at... Oh, yeah. Yep, gonna dig through the decks, see how you sideboarded, get all of the Underworld breaches out of there, and you gotta think now the door is firmly shut here on David Olson.
Yep, and now, the breaches are gone, so David will get to draw a card because one was in hand, but, the Stone Brain goes to exile right away as well, so you can actually Karn for it again if you want. So you only need to leave one in your sideboard if Damien did leave one there.
Jeez.
You got the main card gone,
Yep.
so you really don't need to Stone Brain again, but it is an option.
Yeah, I think we should just rename this to Eldrazi Prison.
It is
Based
pretty
on
close.
what we've seen, because,
Yeah.
yeah, sure, you're ramping, but, every Eldrazi is going to do that. Just what he is doing
Yeah.
is saying, you don't get to play Magic right now.
Yeah, 100%. This is not the Eldrazi deck of old where we
Yeah.
would see, I need to get 7 mana on turn 3, cast a Karn Liberated or anything
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that, or try to get to 10 mana for Ulamog. There's just, the Tron decks have finally evolved. For so many years, Tron didn't get any tools, and rightfully so. It was a very strong deck for quite a while. But now, with Modern Horizons 3, it really got a shot in the arm.
Oh, boy. And they're not even playing any Tron lands, right?
I don't think so, yeah. Most of
No,
them are all just Ugin's Labyrinth and Eldrazi Temples.
Can't call them Tron. This
Yeah.
ain't Tron.
Yeah, I guess this is closer to E-Tron, but there's no Matter Reshapers, so it's not Eldrazi Tron. That was, of course, the MVP of Eldrazi Tron.
I'll believe you. It's way before my time.
It was the meme of Eldrazi Tron, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Okay.
One of the worst card that was in a playable deck. Sorry to all you Eldrazi Tron lovers out there.
Oh, boy. So David is he's fighting the good fight, trying to find any corner case here in which he could possibly win this game. Is already down one, but passes the turn back, and now Damien just gets to do whatever the heck he wants.
Yep, and without your breaches, it is possible to win the game still with your combo, but not when you're this far behind, not with this many hate pieces out there. It involves grinding station and milling yourself the old-fashioned way, I
And then finding
guess.
Thassa.
And then casting Thassa or Jace from your hand, but
Down to 4.
yeah,
Passes the turn.
without breaches in the deck, we're going to see a handshake here
Yeah.
real quick.
Oh, that was rough to watch. David
Yeah.
Olson, unfortunately, getting dismantled there by Damien Del Nero on
Yep.
Eldrazi Prison.
Yep.
Not ramp. That's prison. That's,
Pretty much.
That was rough. to
Yeah.
see.
Absolutely,
bad.
and every time we've seen Damien on coverage here, I think we saw him once yesterday, at least you and
Yeah.
I, and that was his one loss, going into it, and then I
Yeah.
just saw him lose to Breach the round before at table 2. So still has just been
Rough
doing
matchup.
fantastic, and I think he's putting himself in a position where it is pretty likely a win-in next round, and if he loses, maybe a win-in again next round. So Damien almost assuredly locked up his Pro Tour berth for Vegas here a little bit later, and has a solid chance to make it to the elimination rounds.
Alrighty, we're going to jump into our second match here, friends, from the feature match area. It is Abraham Stein versus Frederick Tan. Samwise! I like this deck. Versus Grinding Breach once again. So, let's have a look-ski, see who comes out on top.
I mean, yeah, I think this was my match
That
of,
was such a sick match
of the day yesterday.
yeah.
It was
I
so
loved
sweet.
it.
And then Abe Stein is somebody that you'll definitely know the name if you remember the SCG Tour of old. It'd been a mainstay on there, a very good player. Maybe you haven't seen as much in the modern day era, but of course, a very, very good player.
The modern day era.
There we go, there we go.
Viscerus here. Hey, there's one piece of the puzzle so far. We have the kitty cat in hand. Now we just need to find one Samwise Gamgee.
There's my favorite one drop, Emery.
Boo. That's not accurate, Corey.
It really is in Breach, you know?
Actually,
Thanks to, the turn 1 Emerys were pretty rare. Pre-Mox Opal, you had
Yeah.
to get Bauble and Mox Amber or 2 Baubles. But with Mox Opal, turn 1 Emerys are just pretty easy to get.
Yeah, it's
and
crazy.
they are always awesome.
Well, I mean, we saw in the last feature match, just, David went bleh, his entire hand on the board. So, yeah, very easy to get get an Emery for free. Well, 1.
Exactly. And now Abe flipped over at least 1 artifact here, which is nice, being able to play that spell bomb from the yard off the breeding pool, which will turn on the Mox Opal. So essentially free. So we'll see that almost assuredly if that Emery sticks around, which I don't think Tan has a lot of ways to actually remove creatures. There's a couple abrupt decays.
Yeah.
But not a ton.
Orcish Bowmaster if you can get some card draw going.
Yeah.
Or if your opponent draws a bunch of cards.
Exactly.
Kraken Windswept Heath. Let's go find another land. Let's see which way Frederick goes here. Yep, I'm gonna get Green Sun Zenith. Gonna go find a goose, perhaps?
Goose or cat? I would assume it's usually cat at this point, but what do I know? Of course, you could already have the cat in hand.
Yeah,
and
cat's
just
there.
need the mana. Green Sun Zenith, a card that, got unbanned here pretty recently, and everyone thought, oh, this is going to be unbelievable. It's going to make Titan unbeatable. So far, ended up being pretty proven to not be that great in Amulet Titan.
No one's playing it in Titan.
No, not really, but it used to be
Okay.
in previous versions of Titan. And
Look at his notepad. How does he know what's going on there?
yeah, that hurts my eyes as
Yeah.
I use 1 piece of paper per game.
It looks like an ant colony.
Yeah, I write way too big and way too poorly.
Yeah, your handwriting is god awful.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Mine's terrible, but whoo boy, you take the cake as Malevolent Rumble. Gets through a couple extra cards, finds a Grinding Breach, a Underworld Breach. Just smushing the 2 cards together at this point.
Yeah, and we'll see if the combo is there. You would need, all you would actually need is the 2 combo pieces, because you could play Grinding Station off Opal and the Spawn. And then, off the Steam Vents and the Spawn, that turns on Opal. Then you can tap Opal for 1 red, use Grinding Station to sacrifice it, mill yourself, and then use Emery to return the Mox Opal, and then play Breach and win the game.
Okay.
So
Sounds easy.
Yep. And this is turn 2. You don't see many turn 2s, so if Grinding Station is in hand, it would be there. Doesn't look to be.
Spellbomb.
Yeah, turn 2s are very rare. Turn 3s are like a good draw. And then turn 4 is kind of your bread and butter from Breach.
Bread. Doesn't look like anything too scary from Frederick's side of things, at least. Both these players at 9 and 3 would love to improve their record to 10 and 3 here.
Yeah, and basically these players are at the situation with 3 rounds left from here. You got to win out.
They got to win all.
You got to win out, and you got to hope. But could maybe 2-1 into the Pro Tour. All these events are a little different based on the attendance, so not going to call anything for sure here.
Oh yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
We just like to guess.
Exactly.
And then get told when we're very wrong.
Exactly.
Cauldron Familiar is in hand there. What do you see? Dryad Arbor as well. And not much else going on for Frederick.
Green Sun Zenith and Quarter Calling, it looks like.
Oh, yeah?
As, let's see if there's the way to just win right now. Yeah, if you go Cat, and then you Quarter Calling for 2.
Get Sam.
Get Sam. The win is there, but that spell bomb being face up is something difficult to play around. So we'll see if Abe decides to react right now, as this is the window where Cat's on the stack and you can't cord for 2. So I would think if you don't react now Abe cannot pop this spell bomb proactively. Has to only pop it reactively.
Okay. So in response to a chord?
Exactly. In response to a chord, but if you go end step spell bomb, in response, Frederick can win the game.
Okay, cool.
So this is, yes, very good play there from Abe. And this was kind of the spot where, like, okay, do you know how to play against this deck? A deck that you probably didn't get a lot of testing against.
Yeah.
But Abe Stein, of course, knows what's up.
Turn pause back here to Abe Stein. What does this turn look like? This is a potential, okay, cool, I can win now turn if we find the station.
Definitely. So this would be a spot where if Abe has another Mox Opal in hand with that breach, I would say he could just win. You know, it's not deterministic, as you eventually do have to find a grinding station, but if I was him, I would go for it if I had another Opal. And you might, oh, okay, all right. Ooh. Well, there's the grinding station, so we're definitely going for it.
So he's got to be careful, though, to keep it blue up, though, right? Because Frederick, at any time, if he's tapped out, could just win.
Exactly. Yep. And now Frederick will probably be looking at a spot of like, okay, what can I do to, instead of trying to win, since this Spellbomb can interact, what can I do to not die? And this is game 1, so what I would be seeing is, can we Insidious Fungus and activate it? No, looks like we are short on that. So I actually don't know if there is anything that Frederick can search up to not die here as far as 2-drops go. 1 mana short of searching up Insidious Fungus and then activating it to destroy Breach. So I think, yeah, would just have to go for the win, but as long as Abe plays this correctly, should have this all locked up.
Grinding station, opals, breaches, everything that grinding breach needs to get the win here now. And Frederick just thinking, like, is there anything I can do at this point?
And I don't see anything. Yeah, especially with that, I guess it doesn't really matter. I was going to say the Dryad Arbor in hand, you can't search for it and have that be a creature, but the land you can use for the Convoke anyways, so.
Well, it's going to crack the Windswept Heath, go dig in the library, and that at least makes it a little easier to think, okay, what can I go dig up to help me out here?
Yeah. From what I'm seeing, it looks like Frederick's going to go for Chord for 2, and if Abe just bounces the Seer, it looks like he'll win the game, if that is for 2. Yeah, but if Abe lets this resolve, it could get dicey where there's no good time to return Samwise.
Oh, yeah. Has he passed priority?
Yeah, I think right now Abe is getting a Oracle text on Frodo's traveling mate.
What do you mean? Sam is the hero, okay? I will say it once again.
I mean, whenever he asked for second breakfast, that made it a hero for me.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
I could go for second breakfast right
Boil
now.
them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Maybe after our rounds.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go find food.
Yep. And perfectly played by Abraham. Absolute flawless here. And now it comes down to the point where, is there anything else that Frederick can do? And I don't think so. Right now, I think he's looking. Is there anything that does anything?
Because with Quarter Calling, you don't have to say what you're fetching, right?
Nope. It is just for 2, so 2 or less.
Yeah.
And we'll get Samwise Gamgee and says, okay, do your thing. Let's all relax our mind, take some time, and do some grinding here.
I have a man and a cat and a goose. Sorry, it's halfling.
There you go. So Abe is doing this in the correct way here. So what you do is you cast the Opal, and you could do hold priority, where you, while the Opal is on the stack, you grind away your other one, so that Endurance never has the ability to check one of your Opals. But if Frederick had the Endurance there, it would have been cast in response to that Breach, as that's really the only time where it would kind of do anything. But low-key, it wouldn't have done anything anyways.
Right. I mean, that was pretty close. I mean, that Spellbomb basically was just holding your finger on the trigger there against Frederick. If that wasn't a factor, Frederick would have easily won this game.
Absolutely, yep. And, Abraham was very close to having the turn 2 combo, and very well could have had the turn 2, but didn't want to go for it in case there was like an Endurance or something.
Yeah.
And wanted to hold up that interaction as well. So, yeah, really nice game.
All right, sideboard time. What does Frederick need to win?
All right, so from Frederick's side, I would say I'd want to bring in the Collector Roof. That is a nice one. Knight of Autumn is pretty solid. You can bring in these Doorkeeper Thralls.
Yeah.
Those seem great. Force of Vigor, Skyclave Apparition, Leyline of the Void, Thoughtseize. Frederick Town sideboard is very much geared for Breach. This was this deck in mind. And it makes sense. You know, I would think this kind of creature combo deck that can combo pretty quickly, it combos through spot removal, would be good against Boros Energy already. And it does seem like a deck that is pretty loose to Grinding Breach, at least game one. So it makes sense that the sideboard is like, all right, I need a lot of cards for it. Because that's the problem is Abe Stein, the Breach deck, you know, can have spot removal to break up Frederick combo and has a combo. So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, friends, we are going to jump ahead to game 3. Spoiler alert, they're tied it up. Just because we want to keep things going here at the venue. And just a reminder as well, if you want to pick up some cards, some singles specifically, there is a flash sale that ends on Monday. So go check out SCG right now, because if you order singles over $50 dues, well, you get free shipping. So go buy cards.
Gotta love it. Yep.
Yeah.
Always some nice sales there, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. All right, so Frederick able to tie things up there in game number 2, and we can just make stuff up. There was a massive meteor that hit the table, and Abraham was sent flying across the hall and didn't make it back in time, something to that effect.
There you go, Art. There you go.
I'm sure it was a lot less dramatic than that, but preordaining to start things off here for Abraham. And Frederick, let's see, I see a birthing ritual. There was a goose in hand.
Yeah, looked like a pretty solid hand.
Yeah.
And we saw that was Boseiju and Breach. Kept one of them.
All right, what do we got there? Is that... No, is that Samwise or Varol's in the middle there? Tough to tell.
Looks like
It's
Abrupt
gold
Decay.
card. Oh, Abrupt Decay.
Decay, yep.
All right.
Which is a great card there, I would assume.
Is he playing Varol's? Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Varol's would probably actually stay in this matchup, as I would think Abe would want to bring in Pithing Needle if it's in the sideboard, which it is. So if you Pithing Needle Viscioseer, you know, you can't really combo without that, without destroying it. So I would probably leave that one in against Breach.
Yeah, that is Abrupt Decay, though.
Yep.
It's flickering to the top there, so... Turn passes back to Abe now. The bird gets bolted. And the Haywire Mite comes in.
The classic Bolt the Goose.
Oh. Shall we take a look at the hand there, perhaps?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a lot of other creatures there from Frederick, so we were maybe really relying on that Goose to be able to go Thoughtseize into the ritual.
Yeah.
And without it, might just have all reactive elements, which is reasonable. Abraham's hand there, having double Mox, is quite bad.
Yeah.
And being able to take probably just the Flame of Anor here, as that is definitely the best card. And then Abraham's hand is quite poor.
Yeah, and it's just Breach and 2 rocks that don't do anything right now.
Yeah, and even the Flame of Anor isn't amazing, but being able to just go top deck a land, draw 2 cards would be pretty solid here. So especially with an Abrupt Decay in hand, I could see just taking the Breach, as Abe is still pretty far away from comboing here.
Big think here for Frederick. Just working through all of the future steps that he'd want to take and which cards are going to be the most difficult to work around.
Yeah, it's just always tough. Like, even you look at Breach and it's like, okay, it's not good now, but it is still the best card in your deck, maybe the best card in the format. Yeah. So very reasonable to take that one. But if Abe does top deck land 3 and just draws 2, I think Frederick will feel a little bit worse about it.
Yeah.
Or, God forbid, Emery into land 3 to be able to draw and destroy something.
Eesh.
So I think I would have taken the Flame of Anor, personally.
Little Haywire Mite gets in for 1, so down to 14 goes Frederick. Abraham's at 17, and now we're going to see Tamio with the Opal.
Great draw. An excellent draw there.
Sorry, Amber. Box Amber, that's the one.
If I'm Frederick, I'm probably using that Abrupt Decay to get that Tamio out of there right now.
Yep.
As
GTFO, please.
That turns on both Mox Ambers there and would have been really brutal.
Samwise in hand, and there's the Birthing Ritual 2, still hanging on to that, but Frederick doing a decent job of keeping Abraham off the combo.
Yep, and there was a bit of a risk here from Abraham waiting to Flame of Anor on Frederick's end step, as there is Bowmasters in this deck. But
right, okay.
the fact that, you know, there might be the Birthing Ritual and you want to have Haywire Might for that, makes sense to leave the mana open. You kind of have to.
Yeah.
But now Abe has the thought, like, crap, you have 2 mana left over. You know, I know what costs 2. And if you go to draw 2 and you let your opponent add 4 power to the battlefield and it destroys your Haywire Might and stuff, that is bad news. So takes the safer route and just goes with the 3 mana Terminate mode.
Yeah. Get out of here, Samwise. So we know that there's nothing in hand here for Frederick, just the option to sack a food. So
Yep.
Tamiyo's back.
Okay, another great draw. So
Runner, Tamiyo's?
yeah,
Jeez.
Tamiyo land Tamiyo, which is great. And now it looks like Frederick should have perfect information, where I believe it's just 1 card and 1 Mox Amber in hand. So Frederick has the ability to go get the Dryad Arbor and Birthing Ritual it away on surface value. I think that's what I would be leaning for. But there is a cost if this land gets blown up here. Okay,
Oh, goes
doesn't go for it.
the Underground Mortuary, Surveil.
And maybe we had another land in hand. I didn't
Yeah,
get
he's
a perfect
got
sight.
a forest, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
forest and Birthing Ritual.
Not a great land if it's a forest, but
What do you mean? Forest can let you play an Lanor Elves.
you can't sack a forest to a or a Birthing Ritual, that's for
can't.
sure.
Leyline of the Void hits the bin. Hey, you know we can sacrifice though. The Goose.
The Goose. Yeah, Goose is pretty solid top deck here. There's definitely a risk with binning
Yeah.
that ley line
Honk,
that
honk.
if you don't find your creature, it's no good. But with the Haywire Might
Yeah, that might.
eating up the ritual
pain in the butt.
anyways, the ritual is not a very good plan anyways.
Again, just holding his finger on a trigger there.
Yep.
It's not the spell bomb, it's this might.
And now Tamiyo gets to go crazy.
Whee! Let's make some clues. Take 0 damage.
Yep.
Crack them. We got another card draw somewhere here, I'm assuming, to flip her.
Yeah, I don't even think you want to flip Tamiyo on a board like this. You just want to draw 2 cards for as long as you can and not even worry about the Planeswalker. The Planeswalker, low-key, is not always the correct move to be doing.
Yeah, true. Is it a May, or is it you have to?
You have to, yep.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Okay. Court of Calling off the top. Pretty solid. But once again, this Tamiyo is just going to start absolutely wreaking havoc, and eventually Abe will be able to just stumble into the combo. This looks to be a chord for 3 to not only affect the graveyard, but be able to jump in front of Tamiyo if Abe doesn't have anything. Yeah, this would be huge.
Oh.
That leads me to believe that there's nothing there yet.
What we gonna go fetch?
Endurance 100%.
Nom 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 nom.
Okay, it worked. Now we'll see if there is a the world's best Flame of Anor here to be able
Yeah.
to deal with it and draw 2 cards.
Well, that would flip her though, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Endurance getting the job done there. Tamiya's off the board, so stifling the card advantage from Abraham momentarily. Mox
Okay.
Opal joins the board here.
A pretty relatively brick turn there from Abraham, so
Yeah.
that chord really got Frederick back into this game.
Sure did. More like chord of calling for backup.
There you go.
Am I right?
Did you
Thank you very much. All right, so we're just going to go for the beatdown plan. 3 damage.
Yep, now we get to do some surveilling here from Abe. And, you know, now even just Breach isn't good enough. Even Breach would probably just be a card you don't really want. Really want to find, like, Rumble into Breach. Rumble is almost always your best card at a situation like this.
Abraham filling his bin with another Mox Opal.
Yeah, and there an Abrupt Decay picked up for Frederick Tan. So Frederick might be in a spot where he can just be like, all right, if you don't play anything that's too scary, I'll Abrupt Decay this Haywire Might at
Yeah.
end step and then start using the ritual. But right now, You know, the Endurance is enough to put on a clock here, a 4-turn clock, and the Abrupt Decay can just be something to deal with the combo.
Who's going to make a food? Use the mana. Why not? Ooh, what do we draw there?
Samwise Gamgee off the top.
In
So-
for 3 again, down to 8.
So now Frederick can dump his hand by just going this, Abrupt Decay, Haywire Might, and play the Ritual if he wants to, but then shields are kind of down. So I like this kind of more measured approach here from Frederick.
It's always so tempting to just go all in and be like, all right, fingers crossed.
Yeah,
But these players definitely know better.
exactly. Being able to give yourself some wiggle room is definitely
Yeah,
agency, if you will.
yeah. And also if you, basically go hellbent, then your opponent knows they don't have to worry about anything.
Exactly, yep. Then you know you're ready to go.
Mind games.
Yeah, and if you were to go Abrupt Decay on Haywire Might plus the Ritual and you don't hit the combo for yourself and Abe just
Yeah.
has Grinding Station Breach, game's over.
Yep. All right.
Goes to kill a food. So this would lead me to believe we're about to see a Fire Spout or something.
Uh-huh. That's bad news.
Yeah. As we use the hidden mode from Samwise Gamgee to return a Samwise Gamgee, and there is the Fire Spout.
Nice. He's got his own back.
There we go.
Cool. All right. Well, that could have been worse.
Yeah. And I mean, now the Haywire Might is gone as
Yeah.
well, so the Ritual is online.
Sweet.
That may not work out ideally for Abe like he would thought. Plus a Quarter Calling off the top.
We don't have a cat in the oven. In the oven. In the bin, do we?
Frederick has absolutely drawn gas off the
Yeah.
top here. Ever since that Endurance ate the Tameo, it
Yeah.
has just been nothing but absolute bangers off the top.
I mean, was it wrong for Abe to attack there?
No, I don't think so. You gotta do it because you can't play afraid. You can't play to
Yeah.
not lose. You gotta try to play to win.
Yeah. Again, Frederick being very disciplined, patient, passes the turn back with Samwise and Endurance on the board, has a Quarter Calling in hand, could do it for 1.
For 1, so now Frederick has the option of Chord for 1 for a Seer
Yeah.
or a Cat or Abrupt Decay, any problematic permanent.
Yeah. Abraham taking a look. Hedge Maze surveilling away. Looks like what a preordain hits the bin.
Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so there is the breach.
Hey!
So this Abrupt Decay is going to come in handy. Right now it just might be a value breach, but you can start with the breach and then start by preordaining or something like that. And then, figure out what you can do.
That's exactly what he's going to do here, so...
And something that's very common in this kind of thing is you just have 2 breaches and you want to just get some value off of it. So preordain number 1 here off the breach, and then you can just preordain again. But of course, the ideal thing here is to just preordain into a Grinding Station and hope that Frederick does not have a way to interact with it.
Well, he is digging.
Okay.
Okay, Grinding Station. Is it go time? Can he do anything?
There is the combo. Frederick can definitely deal with it.
Abrupt Decay.
And now time has been called for these players, so it'll be turn 0 right now. So Frederick will be turn number 1. That being said, they're both playing some very aggressive combo decks,
Yeah.
so I can imagine this is still going to be
Oh,
resolved
that's
in
neat.
time.
I like that.
And honestly, Frederick could win right now.
Yeah. He's essentially tapped out, so just go find a cat and a seer and go ham?
Yeah, you only have the 1 Quarter Calling, though, so you do need that Ritual to hit one of your combo pieces.
Yeah.
So I would assume... oh, yeah, I mean, you can just attack him down to 1 and
And
Chord
then
for
cat.
1 for a cat. There you go. Yep.
Kitty, get in the win. See, good kitty. Good kitty. Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur.
Oh, that was impressive there. You know, every time we've seen Frederick's deck on camera,
Yeah.
it has just looked really great, you know, and there was those turns where Abe just didn't really draw any gas, where that Endurance was able to eat up that Tameo. You know, there was no way to draw a second card to flip it before damage was on there and stuff like that. And Frederick able to pull out the win and now can win the last 2 rounds and maybe make it into the top 8. So
That would
pretty
be
cool
sweet.
stuff.
Go, kitty cat. I mean, Frederick, yeah. Friends, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have more Magic for you. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. I'm Ayla Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. We've seen some very, very cool Magic here this weekend. Indeed, if you're just joining us, hey, you're cool, thanks for doing that. Stay until the end, because it's going to be a pretty cool top 8 if things keep shaking out the way they're going, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. We're about to head into this tournament with 2 rounds left. You're pretty much going to be seeing winning in Magic here basically from here on out. So winning in for top 8, these players are basically already locked up for the Pro Tour here in Vegas here in the middle of June. So, you know, bring your shorts. That one's going to be a hot one.
Oh, boy.
But, yeah, now we're really going to see what our top 8 is going to look like, and it's really going to start taking form.
Well, speaking of top 8, let's see which of our players are in contention for that right now. Have a quick look at the standings before we jump into our match. Enzo Burke, the only player at 12 wins currently. That's sick.
Looking like Enzo Burke is gonna be our first player in the top 8. Very well, if he finds someone to shake hands with this round, is going to try to do so. If not, can probably lose and draw in next round. Now I'm going to bring attention basically to everyone down to 12th place.
Yep.
These players are all in control of their own destiny, it would seem. James all the way up to Julian in 9th place. These players win the last 2, probably in. But the rest of the players probably have to win 1 round and draw next round, and then 13th place all the way down to the rest of our 10 and 3s.
Yep.
Those players need to win these 2 rounds and pray that their tiebreakers hold up. So maybe Matthew in 13th or Justin in 14th. They're sitting okay if they win 2, but some of the players at the bottom of those 10 and 3s not looking as good.
There's only one Orzhov blank player. It's still Mr. Doolittle. You need to do me a solid here, bud.
Yeah. I guess me eating a shoe is still on the table, huh?
It sure is.
All right,
well,
all right.
shoe is not currently on the table, but it will be.
It will be.
If he wins.
Absolutely, 100%.
Our feature match for this round, dear friendos, is going to be Gabriel Nicholas versus Nate Greene. Boros Energy versus Grinding Breach. Now, Corey, you and I haven't seen Boros Energy very much, so give us a quick reminder, what is Boros Energy trying to do?
Yeah, so Boros Energy, this hyper-aggressive deck, we'll pull it up if we have a graphic here, trying to, play some of the best 1-drops and 2-drops in the aggressive field here, the Guide of Souls, Osla Prides, Ragavans, Ajani's, those kind of things, and try to finish the game out very quickly with Goblin Bombardment, and then notoriously has a very bad Breach matchup. It's kind of the case where these Boros decks kind of beat, I would say, quote-unquote, everything else previously to these Eldrazi decks adapting Kozilek's return. It had a good matchup against a lot of other things, but really struggles with Breach as the deck is just too fast for them. But Gabriel Nicholas, we have seen on camera just destroy some Breach decks here and there with those 3 Stony Silence, Ghost Vacuum, Surgical, Wear Tear, Orm's Chant, Wrath of the Skies, all these hate cards
all the things
that come in here. And Gabriel Nicholas, a phenomenal Magic player as well, has a lot of experience at the highest level of competitive Magic.
Nice. Well, let's see if we can take a look at Nate's deck here, Grinding Breach. Anything stand out to you out of the ordinary?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. This is kind of the stock. You have 2 Unholy Heats, maybe 3, versus the 1 Flame of Anor there. You see the 1 Sink into Stupor, 3 Grinding Station. This is as stock as stock gets of the Teamer Breach variant, but it's stock for a reason. It's very good. You have the 2 Shifting Woodlands where some other decks are going away from that or going down to 1, and then just a very good, well-rounded sideboard. This is the go-to version of Breach that we've been seeing that's also making it to the top of the standings, so maybe becoming the de facto best version of Breach.
Alrighty. Well, let's jump down to our players and get things underway here. Gabriel Nicholas on top of your screen, and Nate Greene down at the bottom. He's got pink hair.
Love it. Looks great.
Sick.
I love it.
Boros Energy, Grinding Breach. Let's kick things off here with a Windswept Heath for Gabriel Nicholas.
No 1-drop there from Breach, so not ideal, or from Boros Energy there, so not ideal. But I did see Static Prison, Galvanic Discharge, and a Fable. So a lot of interaction on turns 1 and 2, and then Fable to kind of round out your draw. But not necessarily the draw you want against Breach. You want to be coming out fast and then interact.
Preordain passes the turn back to Gabriel Nicholas. Kraken, his Windswept Heath, goes to find an Elegant Parlor and will surveil to kick off the beginning of his turn.
Ideally trying to find like an Ajani here, some 2-drop that would be a great piece of aggression. also would be totally fine to be able to find something like a Ragavan. Ragavan is extremely good against Grinding Breach, as you can play a lot of the things. I mean, if you can ever like Ragavan in and just hit a Mishra's Bauble, that already feels so good. So
yeah, he just gets all the free stuff. Oh, he's finding treasures, Corey.
exactly, you get treasures and all the good stuff. Guide of Souls is perfectly reasonable as a 1-drop to find here, and then has Galvanic Discharge to deal with any creature that Nate plays.
That's a pretty marsh flats. I like that. Very, very nice. Guide of Souls to kick things off. Soul Sister-esque.
Yeah, very, very strong card. Definitely the card that makes Boros Energy tick. You know, when we lost the Raptor here a little bit ago in Boros Energy, you know, it was pretty clear that that was not going to kill the deck, and that was the point of it. You know, these energy aggressive decks, it's really awesome to have an aggressive deck in the format, so I'm glad that they made the choice to deal with Amp Raptor instead of something like Guide of Souls.
Yeah.
That would have been a tough one to recover from here from the Boros Energy side.
Yeah. I think we were chatting in chat in Carbon and Mason's rounds about, you know, what might get hit by the ban hammer. And it was like, no, they're not going to get Mox Opal. They just unban them. Like,
Yes.
yeah, it's probably, if I were to guess, if anything was to be banned, I'm looking at that Rumble there because it's just good in every single green-based deck.
Okay, I thought you were going to say Breach.
No.
So, okay,
no,
good,
that kills the deck entirely. You know,
Okay,
people want to
okay.
play it and they've, you know, invested a lot into it. So just taking out one piece of the puzzle and seeing what happens, not the worst idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think the format is fine right now to
Yeah.
see where everything adjusts. You know, I think the next round of RCs, now that Breach will have the target on its back, you know, there'll be players gunning after that, and if you find a way to make it so Breach doesn't have a great tournament in the next RCs, absolutely
go.
nothing should be touched
yeah.
for sure, because Modern is a self-correcting format, and whenever it doesn't self-correct, that's when you have a problem. That's when you have a deck that's too good. So time will tell if any correction is possible.
I'm sure there is. Self-correction, probably the more likely thing to happen there, as we see Nate Greene getting his graveyard nice and full. Guide of Souls going to chip in here for 1 point of damage. Down to 16.
And now we'll probably see just the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And, you know, this is Gabriel Nicholas absolutely knowing there is a possibility that he doesn't untap. You know, that is definitely a possibility. But the games, you never win the games where you just hold up interaction, and you don't try to get any aggression on the battlefield. So I like this play from Gabriel. Just be like, yep, if you have it, you got it.
Yeah.
And we'll go on to the next game where Gabriel is going to be a lot more favored.
What did you call it yesterday? Pressure plus aggression? Or
Yes.
something along those lines?
Pressure plus disruption,
Disruption,
is
there you go,
definitely
that's
how
the one.
you beat Breach. And right now, the pressure is lacking. So something Gabriel is very much going to want to try to do is be able to go to Chapter 2 of Fable, discard Flage and one other card, and be able to bring that back for some extra close-the-door pressure, or just be holding up a Thraben Charm, Static Prison, that kind of thing.
So Fable the Mirror Breaker creates the little goblin. Guide of Souls gaining some life, but life is not going to be the thing that matters in this matchup, at least not for Gabriel's side of things. Nate now, what are you going to do with your turn?
Yeah, you're totally right about that. The life total of Gabriel doesn't really matter for game one. Surprisingly, post-board games actually come down to Saga a little bit more, and you can win the game with constructs when your opponent's bringing in all this anti-combo cards. But yeah, game one, Nate's very much going to want to try to combo, so. Okay.
Soul Guide Lantern, alrighty. Galvanic Discharge gets targeted there.
Very strong there to be able to just make sure Flage doesn't do any huge damage pretty much at all this game. And there is Grinding Station. So I believe we rumbled last turn.
Yeah.
And we saw the Breach, but we didn't get it. So that would lead to a couple assumptions if I was playing against Nate right now. Number one, probably has a Breach in hand. And number two, does not have a Mox Opal plus another couple artifacts, or Nate could have went for it. So I would assume, and there was a Breach, the first card in Nate's hand. Yeah. I would assume, if I'm Gabriel, that I, no matter what, have to interact or hold up interaction, as if Nate was left to his own devices next turn, would win the game.
Yeah. I think I spotted a Shifting Woodlands in hand as well, so that's another way to get Breach.
Yeah, and right now you are still missing a 0 drop to fully win, but you have a lot of ways to find it. You can breach and then rumble, try to hit a 0 drop. You can sack the Soul Guide Lantern, try to hit 0 drops to Grinding Station, naturally draw one, of course. A lot of things that can be found for Nate to wrap it up next turn.
Yep. Also has an Otawara, I think I spied.
Yep, Otawara as well. And there is Flage in the yard, so you got to be on watch right now. At any point, if Gabriel started with a fetch land, in response to that fetch, you would have to sack the Lantern, otherwise Flage could come back.
Yeah.
So Static Prison on the Grinding Station. Realistically doesn't matter that much as you just sacrifice it, mill yourself, and then it's in the graveyard. But what it does do is forces Nate to commit 2 more mana to the combo next turn, which maybe Nate does not have that luxury, so.
Needs to get his energy counters as well from Static Prison.
No, it was sacrifice, so it does fizzle the energy if there's no target.
Oh, it
once
does?
it resolves. Yep.
What? No, wait. It says you get 2 energy when it enters.
Yeah, it's only if you hit the target.
Oh, that's odd.
Yep, so it's like if you, Static Prison, Eldrazi spawn or whatever, if you sack it, you won't be getting any energy.
I learned something new today.
Kind of a weird interaction for sure. Not intuitive for sure.
Okay. Well, gets energy nonetheless from the follow-up plays here. We see Ajani hit the board. Brings a little kitty friend.
Lots of energy now to be able to send something to the skies.
Whee! No need to just yet, though, I think.
So the pressure is definitely on. If we turn this into a flyer and we get up to 5 damage, we're going to get a treasure. That face-down card is a shaman.
Yeah.
So we're going to get a treasure here, and then Nicholas will have what looks to be 1 mana available as a way to interact. And if it's just Galvanic Discharge, that's not enough on Nate's turn. If Nate does indeed have everything wrapped up to go, which it's not fully apparent yet. I still don't see a 0 drop artifact. That's the only piece I'm seeing that we're missing.
Oh, another prison.
Okay.
Ha-ha. Now.
So no matter what, you can either sack it to exile the graveyard, or you can sack the spawn to draw a card.
Yeah.
And I think there's merit to both. If you want to play a long game, you get rid of the Flage, but if you want to try to draw towards a bobble or a 0 drop, then you just get rid of and draw a card there. But the way that Nate's doing it here is you can breach Grinding Station, and then you can cast Emery from the yard, and the Mox Amber will lock it up.
There you go. All right. Shifting Woodland, the land for turn.
Yeah, and this was put my hand on the table, be like, I have it here. Nate knows there's nothing that Gabriel can have at instant speed.
Yeah.
I don't think we have the surgical. No, there's no surgical in the main, so this will be game number 1 here going to Nate. And this is kind of the game against a deck like Nicholas where it's not a must-win, but it definitely helps where if you lose game 1 against a hateful sideboard and a good player like Gabriel, the matchup can be tricky. But now, it being a good matchup, even with all the hate cards from Gabriel's side, you got to give him the big advantage here in this match.
And there we go. Gabriel's seen enough. Happy that Nate has everything cooking there to get the first game. So we're going to go to game number 2 here. Let's take a look at the sideboards, though. You mentioned that Gabriel's sideboard is pretty well stocked against Grinding Breach.
Yeah, I would think the Molten Rains and the Shadow of the Scalds are the only cards that aren't coming in. So going to bring in all of these other hate pieces. And then really what changes about the dynamic of the deck and the matchup here from the Breach side is, well, if you're bringing in all those cards, you got to take out something. So you have to take out some of your creatures. You take out your Bombardment, Shave on Flages. You know, you usually don't take out your Guide of Souls, Oscillate Prides, and Ajanis. Maybe the Ajanis you can trim on a little bit, actually. But the core of your deck is the Oscillate Pride and the Guide of Souls. But when you bring in all those hate cards, your deck slows down a lot. So from the Grinding Breach side, you get to kind of change the way you approach this matchup. You kind of get to just play the control player where game 1, you're a combo deck. Game 2, you are a combo control deck where, you know, you're going to bring in Unholy Heat, Flame of Anor, Pyroclasm, Nature's Claim, Boseiju, Jace. You don't want to really bring in the Spell Pierce or Consign. Spell Snare is also coming in. And you just want to slow down. You know, you want to just maybe trim on your combo a bit. You can trim a Breach. You can trim a Grinding Station. Get rid of your Preordains, kind of the worst card in the deck anyways. You can get rid of your Haywire Mites as the main enchantment that you want to get rid of is the Stony Silence. And, you know, Haywire Mite does get shut off there. There is Ghost Vacuum, which makes it okay, but usually Gabriel would probably side out the Static Prisons as it's not the best piece of hate, as you could just destroy it with the plethora of ways that Nate's bringing it in. So now game 2 and 3, Nate can actually look to a plan where, like, you just kill creature, kill creature, kill creature, and then just win with, like, Urza Saga's Construct sometimes, or stumble into the combo.
Stumble into the combo.
Yep. Yeah, you're not usually trying to combo super fast
Yeah.
in the post-board games, as there's enough stuff to really stop you from doing it from Gabriel's side.
Well, should be interesting to see what Gabriel can do here. Against Nate, as you mentioned, Corey, X and 2s are looking pretty good for top 8 berths.
Yep, absolutely. So I would think the winner of this match, depending on you know, how their tiebreakers are looking, has a chance to shake hands next round and be into the top 8. But if y'all want to be shaking hands and come on into a top 8, come to Denver. Denver is going to be a really, really sweet one.
Dragons!
Magic Spotlight Dragons. This is, of course, a limited Spotlight series. So really cool stuff. Remember, all these Spotlight series, new events that we started here in 2025. You make it to the top 8 of these, you're going straight to the Pro Tour. So it's similar to these regional championships that sends people to the Pro Tours, but this is an open event.
Yeah.
Anyone can play.
That's sick.
Anyone can open a sealed deck, chock full of bombs, make it to day 2, and convert that the next day into a top 8 and be heading to the Pro Tour here. So I'm very tempted as well to do some playing here. That is April 11th through the 13th. Go to starcitygames.com/SCGCON to learn some more information on that one.
Yeah. Let's go play.
You know,
They'll be fine without us in the booth, right?
We'll be seeing. Yeah. I might have to play.
I think you might. Yes. I know you're just itching to go and fling some cardboard there,
I
Corey.
do enjoy flinging some cardboard. Yeah.
Nate Greene up a game, up against Gabriel Nicholas, who's been playing excellently thus far. I am quite curious. I want to see what his opponents have been this weekend. Give me 1 second while I have a look-see.
Yeah, I remember we watched at least one match here.
Yes, you are right.
At the end of yesterday against Breach, where just had a plethora of Stony Silences plus pressure and kind of dismantled the Breach opponent there. But yeah, Gabriel Nicholas, a phenomenal Magic player. Oink Mage, I believe, on Magic Online, if you've
It
lost
sure is
it.
Oink
Yep.
Mage. That is funny.
Yeah, a really, really nice guy as well.
Some of these players' names, they just tickle me pink. It's
Always
funny.
good. Yep, absolutely.
All right, let's see. We had whoop. What did we have? Well, if this thing would work, I'd tell you. Never mind.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did a lot of winning, though, I'll tell you that.
Yes.
Did an absolute lot of winning and definitely beat some Breach decks along the way. This is one of our few Boros Energy decks that are actually at the top of the standings right now. So kind of, I don't know, is Boros Energy now the hero? It was definitely the villain for so many tournaments in a row. But we might be switching back to Boros Energy being the hero.
All right, I got it. Amulet Titan, Esper Reanimator, Ruby Storm, Amulet Titan, Boros Energy, Jeskai Energy, Jund Creativity, Grinding Breach, Mono Blue Belcher, Esper Oculus, and then Breach, all the way down.
Looks like
Crikey.
loss to Breach and an Energy Mirror
Yeah.
as the only losses. Otherwise, did some dominating. A lot of 2-0s as well. So,
Yeah.
If anyone is going to win with a deck that's maybe not doing as well in this tournament, it's going to be Gabriel, one of our most established players still left in contention.
I think you mean Oink Mage.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, absolutely.
That's a superhero name. What's your superhero name? You like Boom or something silly.
What?
Your superhero name. You're online.
Oh, yeah. Bonk 101.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Intro to Bonk.
Oy. Shuffle. This is one thing I do prefer about digital Magic. You don't have to do any shuffling.
That is fair.
Yeah, and then you don't have to blame yourself if you draw like poop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, if you do need sleeves because you don't want to shuffle your cards naked, go look at Dragon Shield. They will protect your cards, and if you like your cards enough and they're shiny and fancy, you want to get them graded, go get them graded from Beckett, our sponsors for this event. Big thank you to them. They are sponsoring each event this year, and that's real heckin' cool. So if you guys want to watch more Magic, you can thank Beckett and Dragon Shield for sponsoring these events.
Absolutely. Big thanks to the sponsors making everything happen here.
Yeah.
Looks like we are underway. Looks like a mulligan from Gabriel and a keep from Nate. I see 3 lands. There's a Swan Song, a Breach, Emery, and it looked like a green card in the back, so more than likely Rumble, which is a very, very reasonable hand.
Malevolent Rumble.
Such
to
a good
you,
card.
Corey. It is pretty good, yeah.
Such a great card. Kind of had its breakout performance in Amsterdam. You know, of course, that was where the card was printed anyways. But most of the time you see a common in one of your sets and you're playing a modern Pro Tour like we are, it better be quite the impressive card. But
it is.
Yep, Team Sanctum ended up putting this in the Nadu decks.
Yeah, I was about to say, they're the first team that I saw like hyping this up, and I was like, what? Okay. I mean, sure, if you guys say it's good, it must be, so.
Exactly. The team was saying it's basically Ponder. It costs 1 mana,
Green
you get
Ponder.
a rebate. And that is so true then, really resonated with me. And it's kind of even better than Ponder in the Breach decks because half the time, it costs 1, but it gives you a ramp so that you can accelerate your next combo turn. So really, really nice stuff. And Regavan on the play here is a big deal if Nate does not have an answer like an Unholy Heat.
Cheeky monkey. It is nice to see the little monkey pirate make an appearance.
Yeah. The once absolute modern staple that really fell out of favor when Bowmasters and Wrens were everywhere, but that is kind of the self-correction of modern that, I was talking about. Those kind of cards went away, and then everyone's like, you forget about Regavan? There's such a deep card pool.
Oh.
And, look at
we could do our own rumbling.
Look at a rumble. You see that little smirk from Gabriel, be like, I've been known to rumble once or twice.
Nice. I bet he wants that one.
I mean, I would think so, because, like, something Gabriel could do is rumble into an Ajani, play a land, and play it. Like, there's plenty of hits.
That's silly. I like it. All right, let's see.
The only thing that is brutal for Nate, or brutal for Gabriel, is now Nate does get a rumble in the yard, but whatever, you know?
Oh, God, he's so dope.
Excellent.
Hey, this is fun. So we should just be playing Naya energy is what you're telling me, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Nice. Well, really good start here now for Gabriel Nicholas.
Yep, and now we see the Ajani, so here's the pressure.
Nice.
And, something in the lists of Breach that I usually play at least 2 Pyroclasms or Whip Flares. I mean, it's basically the same card. But once this start happens, my absolute favorite thing to do is, one of the red Surveil lands like Thundering Falls on end step, untap, Urza's Saga, Whip Flare, Wrath the board. Now, Nicholas, usually initial onslaught of creatures are kind of at bay. And then, the Boros Energy deck just slows down so much that you can kind of take over the game with Urza's Saga or other value cards like Emery.
Does a Johnny flip if there's a board wipe?
It does not.
No, because it does.
Dies with it,
All right.
But, Gabriel could have the ability to kill it if he has some mana available. But, they would all be swept away.
Okay.
But now, I mean, if Nate doesn't have that or even just a way to deal with one of these creatures, is just in a world of trouble.
Ooh, yeah, I smell trouble here. As Nate is getting a Soul Guide, landing down and passing the turn back. Gabriel gets to untap with a bunch of cats and a thieving monkey.
And now Gabriel has the ability to never have to overextend on the battlefield anymore. These 3 creatures alone will win the game. So now Gabriel's plan is just going to be like maybe play Stony Silence, have a Thraben Charm. You know, any things that interact with the battlefield is what you're going to want now. Yeah, and Ragavan is just going crazy here.
Pillage, plunder, pilfer.
Getting all the value here. And as a Breach gamer, I very much enjoyed not seeing Ragavan in these lists. So Ragavan is just a must-answer threat where Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, you can let them live a little bit. They will, of course, get out of hand as well, but Ragavan gets out of hand immediately.
So what you're saying, Corey, is people should play more monkeys.
Yeah,
Yep.
I would think so. I think Ragavan is very good right now.
Ragavan gamers, rise up. Wow, and big chunk of damage coming through each turn. That's 5.
Yep. Absolutely. This game is looking really rough here for Nate Greene. I think I saw a Swan Song from Nate, so has the ability to counter maybe the first piece of hate that's about to come down, but then we'll have to be doing something very important.
Yep. Oh, that's Recruiter, yeah? No, Ranger Captain of Eos.
Yep. Ranger Captain, another phenomenal card against Breach.
Gross, yeah. Sacking itself?
Yeah, being able to sack itself in response to a Breach is excellent. You get to just have it stick around, attack for 3 over and over until Breach gets cast. Then it's kind of a counter spell on a creature for it. So
I think we're going to game 3, Corey.
I think we are going to game 3. Yeah, 100%. The one thing I would be looking out for is, not in the list here from Nate, any Fire Sprouts, but not there. Only has the 1 Pyroclasm as well, so not that many sweepers against Boros. But to be fair, I think Boros was on the decline coming into this event, so shaving some of that hate is reasonable.
Boros was the most played in the previous RC, right?
Yeah, in basically every previous Modern tournament, you know, but since the most recent bans.
Yeah.
And honestly, even with the 1 ring, it was still the most played for quite a while in there as well. So.
All right. Take some more damage here. It's Nate Greene. Goes and finds a land to try and find some action against this mounting mass of murder mittens in the hands of the kitty cats here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we'll see how defensive you want to play with this Ranger Captain of Eos. Most of the time, I see people crack this far too aggressively. You know, because most of the time are on the other side and you're like, all right, I'm going to crack this so you can't have a big turn. And then you're like, in response, I have a removal spell for another one of your creatures, and then you just 2-for-1 yourself. So most of the time, it's just correct to hold that Ranger Captain until Underworld Breach comes around or it goes to get killed.
Cool, cool. All right, Nate, what you got?
Got to have one heck of a turn here for sure.
Land to kick things off, mayhaps. Gabriel on the other side of things, got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, definitely feeling strong about this one. And then the game 3 is
okay.
Very much the tougher one, being on the draw against this, where it's just a little harder to set up pressure.
Yeah. All right. Emery, Spellbomb, mill a bunch of stuff. Goes Jace, Atemio, Thassa. Imagine Graveyard Hate now from Nicholas, so from Gabriel's side.
Yeah. No, a Thraben Charm from Gabriel would kind of do it as far as being able to just win the game.
Yeah, bye-bye win cons.
With one of those win cons. So, yeah, it is a little unlucky when you flip over both of them. But I still think we have a Swan Song from Nate. But at some point, you know, Nate has very much telegraphed, I have something. There's been 1 blue or 1 red left untapped basically every single turn, and Gabriel just hasn't played into it because there's been no need yet. At some point, Nate will have to commit all of their mana and just to be able to not die to these attackers.
Nate's down to 11. Does have Emery as a blocker. Got Guide of Souls hitting the board now, followed up by another Guide of Souls. Wow.
Okay.
Now, you said something about not overextending, or
You know, overextending into a deck that only has Pyroclasm as the sweeper just doesn't really matter too much. If you can jump one of these creatures
Yeah.
and maybe have a removal spell for one of your own cats, then
Oh, yeah.
a Pyroclasm, sure, it would deal with 4 creatures or whatever, but there would be, you know, maybe 2 creatures left over and an Ajani that would flip, and then you're still doing perfectly fine. So you don't want to overextend during the early parts of the game, but once you kind of have a hammer lock on the game, you can kind of just go pedal to the metal.
Because, yeah, what would have to happen? A cat would have to die, a Johnny would flip, and then do his, I have a red permanent thing, so bam.
Exactly.
Oh, but that'd be for 4?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a world where Gabriel can win the game this turn by attacking and then killing his own cat.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, you know, the Ajani could deal 5, 6, maybe 7 damage on its own.
Yeah, because you want to, like you said, you want to make something fly. The Ranger Captain is the biggest creature on the board.
Yep. Still has to commit another creature to the battlefield to get into the air. So something that Gabriel could do if there is a removal spell for the cat is kill the cat, flip a Johnny, negative, deal 5 somewhere, get 2 energy with that, and then jump something with that 3 energy.
Because Galvanic Discharge would give you energy as well.
Exactly. Yeah, Galvanic Discharge would basically put you up to 5 energy, but I agree with this. There's no point in trying to get
fancy.
cute or anything. Yeah.
But they're adorable, Corey.
Adorably mean. So looking at Nate's hand there, I did get a glance at Breach and Grinding Station. So the combo's there, but the Ranger itself is a problem.
Yeah.
And there could be anything else. So I think what Nate's going to try to set up here is block this Ajani, take 5, 6, 7 maybe, and then go to end step, spell bomb the Ranger Captain, and then just hope there's nothing else there. And I haven't gotten a good look at Gabriel's hand, so it would have to just be full of bricks for that plan to work.
So making sure there's no more theft happening and taking care of Ragavan. So Emery's down 2. Down to 5 goes Nate.
Yeah, not bad there. Takes away the red permanent just in case there is the ability to do any other tricky stuff. So if there is no other interaction from Gabriel, I think Nate can win this because this spell bomb is going to try to bounce the Ranger Captain, I imagine.
Yeah. And Ocelot Pride now.
All right, big turn.
Da-dun. Da-dun. Da-dun, dun, 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 dun. That's a lot of kitties.
Yep. Looking if they are ascending here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 does look to be ascending. So you would get 2 cats and get a bunch of life and energy.
Oh, yeah, because, that triggers the guide.
It does, yep. It's largely irrelevant, though, as there was enough attackers to win with Gabriel, and if Gabriel has a, you know, a napkin in hand as far as interaction goes, Nate will not be able to win the game. Because right now, Nate can combo, but it's just a very fragile combo. Really can't beat any hate at this stage.
Didn't seem too happy with the top card there.
Does have the Swan Song, so if there is, like, land, artifact, Mox Opal, and then Grinding Station Breach, then, you know, we're online. Then you can beat 1 hate card, and I think that would probably be enough, but we'll see what Nate has been holding. That's not a good sign.
Nope. Drawing another card. Dig in as deep as Nate can possibly go here.
Now, Pyroclasm would also just be great here, but looks like we do not have that. And going to game number 3 between these players, likely playing a win-in for the top 8 of RC Portland here.
Yeah. Alrighty, so we've tied things up here. Let's take a look at the sideboards once again. What will we change this time, Corey?
You know, not a lot is going to change from Gabriel's side as you just kind of have all the hate cards in your decks already as fast as possible. Now, from the other side, Nate might be interested in trying to just be a little bit more proactive. So if you trimmed on maybe, let's say, your Emery or your Tameo, which you definitely sometimes do when you bring in a bunch of cards, you might bring those back in and take out maybe cards like Flame of Anor or something like that and just try to be a little bit faster and a little bit more proactive, but wouldn't assume we see any changes from Boros.
Go fast, smack face.
Exactly.
Yep. It's a pretty good game plan, one I ascribe to personally. You like to fiddle with your toys and your trinkets, and chuck things in the bin and take them out. If you guys want to, you know, take out some cards and maybe buy some others, go and take a look at the flash sale this weekend. It ends on Monday, so if you are looking for some singles and you purchase over $50 worth, then you'll get free shipping. So go take advantage of that. Go pick up some new cards from Aether Drift. I hear Ketramos is quite the new hotness.
Yeah, you know, that one does seem pretty good. A nice way to combo that one a bit.
Boo.
Yeah, I also think we might see it at the Pro Tour a little later, maybe in these, you know, mono-white carrot cake decks. You could exile a bunch of stuff there. That might be good. I'm sure there's a lot of other uses for that card as well. It'll be fun to dive into that set and its applications to a bunch of different formats after this event.
Yeah, that's our next bit of homework, isn't it?
It sure is. We'll be drifting.
Drifting and drafting. Players in good spirits still at this point in the tournament. You know, they're having an excellent weekend thus far, sitting at 11-2 apiece.
Yep, but you know there is definitely a lot of anxiety underneath those smiles right now as, one, they're looking at the clock, you know, making sure they want to finish this match in time.
Oh, they'll have time.
And number two, of course, want to win this next game for their chance at a top 8. And speaking of a top 8, top 8, if you do make it there, it is a minimum $3,000 plus qualification to the Pro Tour. And, of course, you get to come back to the regional championship straight away, all the way up to $20,000 up top and $10,000 for the finalist. But that's not it. You also go to the World Championship at the end of the year, which just carries not only so much prestige, but also just a lot of equity. You know, I mean, you last place in Worlds last year, I believe, was $4,000. So automatically tack $4,000 onto that. And just getting into play in the biggest Magic tournament of the year is what every Magic player, you know, dreams about.
We don't know where the World Championship is yet, right?
Nope, not out there yet, no.
Not a clue. Hopefully it's somewhere cool, and, you know, you can turn it into, like, a pretty sweet holiday as well.
Yeah, a little vacation, absolutely.
Alrighty. Players are drawing their opening hands. Gabriel seems to be happy. What you got there, bud?
I see a Ragavan and a Thraben Charm there, so at least has a little bit of pressure, a little bit of interaction, so hard to mulligan that one. And no aggressive sweet start from Grinding Breach.
Ragavan hits the board first and foremost. Fetch lands for both players, so digging themselves equally, except we will be getting a shock for Gabriel.
Yeah, let's see if there is, you know, any kind of removal or anything for Nate to be able to deal with this Ragavan, but looks like there is not, just a Hedge Maze. So would definitely think with both of these players keeping 7 that Hedge Maze into a turn 2 Rumble is kind of the bare minimum that would be in the Grinding Breach play.
Because there's nothing else that Nate has against a board that goes wide. Right?
Yeah, the one...
It's an Unholy Heat. There's 3 of those, I guess. Pyroclasm and then the Flames.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, if Nate had, you know, an Unholy Heat or something there, was definitely going to fire it off on Ragavan as being able to deal with that and untap and be able to cast something proactive is for sure what you would want to be doing.
And here we see the Rumble. Going to go and fetch another untapped source. Take more damage. Ouchie.
And you kind of feel absolutely invincible from the Breach side if you are able to go end step, kill the 1-drop your opponent's plays, and then Rumble. You just feel so far ahead. But with leaving Ragavan in play, and it does get to attack the respawn, very much still a scary card.
Yeah, and it's not exactly something you want to stick a spawn in front of, right? Because you have to be thinking about your own game plan, too. You can't just be reacting to everything that Gabriel's doing.
Okay, this is huge. So I believe we did see a Thraben Charm. Maybe it was an Ajani. We'll get some confirmation next turn. But there is a chance that without a Mox Opal or anything, Gabriel could just proactively exile the graveyard because there's both win cons. Okay, the Oracle did get picked up. That makes sense from Nate. Nate's just like, all right, if you were to just exile the graveyard here, the game would just be over in the sense of being able to combo. So smart move from Nate. Nate might also already have a Breach.
Nate does not want that monkey hitting him, so Spawn jumps in the way there.
Yeah, and I think it's mostly to make sure the third land isn't gotten there where you can cast Fable or something like that.
This monkey is causing quite a few gray hairs here for Nate, who has he's doing his best to deal with this. Oh, okay.
Somewhere Mason Clark is losing his mind with that hardcore or with that hard cast Thassa's Oracle here.
Oh boy. And a dice Galvanic Discharge taking care of Thassa's Oracle, so now both win cons are in the bin.
Now they are. So this is very vulnerable. I do think I did see
I
a
think you're
charm
right,
there.
yeah.
And Gabriel didn't try to play that Ajani or anything aggressive into the possibility of a turn 2 Pyroclasm to swipe the board. Now we will see if Nate has any mana left up, then maybe we don't go for this aggressive charm to exile the graveyard. But if Nate's tapped out, exiling the graveyard could easily just be the plan here.
Yeah. There's a Scalding Tarn. Just making sure our land drops are all correct.
Making sure life totals are correct with all this fetching and shocking here.
Yeah. Cousin gets the one basic island.
Yep, the only basic in the deck. Now, one thing we don't see from Gabriel's list is there are no Blood Moons or anything like that. That was a staple,
Wow.
but since since Mox Opal came around, Blood Moon's favor definitely is a lot less exciting. So I like cutting the Blood Moons here. I think that's a smart move. And if the charm is there, it seems like a pretty big slam dunk here to get rid of both win cons and take away the ability to combo.
Yeah, that would just be backbreaking here for Nate. So Gabriel has got a monkey. I believe we saw the Thraben Charm in hand. I think there's also an Ajani there, but that ain't the 2-drop we are looking for.
Yeah, whenever Gabriel has the ability to just tap out and know that Nate will not be able to win the game via combo on the other side, you just feel so much better. You get to tap out for Flages, you get to slam Fables without having any mana open, and then when it comes to being a mid-range deck, Boros Energy is far and away a better mid-range deck than Breach without the combo.
Yep.
Constructs and a Dream from Nate would be the plan if we do lose the graveyard.
Well, let's see. Did our eyes deceive us? First things first, Ragavan Nimble Pilferer getting in.
And
Will Nate let him hit?
And it is tough, you know. I mean, Emery does represent the ability to just draw 2 cards a turn with this bauble. But, you know, if there is, let's say, just like land Flage, then you feel bad that you didn't block the Ragavan with the Emery. So a tough call here for sure.
Emery's going to take one for the team there, take care of Ragavan. So monkey down. Are we going to see that charm?
You know, if that is going to be Gabriel's plan, you really want to do it now as something like a Spell Snare or a Swan Song to counter it. Would be brutal. But you can also get greedy and try to see if Nate will like play a Breach, and then you can charm the graveyard, and that is what Gabriel looks to be doing. Could have something else like an Orum's Chant as well, which will also just you know, insulate him from that plan as well. But this, of course, comes with a little bit of a risk. Probably not too much, though.
So Nate gets to untap with all of the graveyard cards at his disposal.
And looks like just a pass of the turn, but now mana is left up. So if Gabriel does want to try to go end-step charm or something, it's not, of course, for sure going to resolve.
Yep. Elegant Parlor fetch there off the Marsh Flats, so surveil something else into the graveyard. Flage would be nice.
Yeah, it's always Flage. Whenever you can surveil a Flage into the yard, it just really feels like cheating.
Flage.
Yeah, rumor has it every time you surveil a...
That's not terrible.
Not bad at all, but rumor has it every time you surveil a Flage into the graveyard, Mason Clark gets his wings. Yeah.
Is Mason Clark an angel?
No, but he, I believe, did design the card.
Oh!
Yes.
Well, that's very cool. Wow, he's way cooler than us. Corey.
Way cooler. That was already known. That's already out there in the world.
Alrighty, what we got going? Arena of Glory, land number 4 here for Gabriel. A Johnny in hand.
Yeah, I think at first glance I saw Orm's Chant, Thraben Charm, a Johnny, maybe a Flage, and just decides to be very defensive here. This is a strange game.
I don't like this draw go nonsense. Flame of Anor now.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and dig deeper here into Nate's deck. What can we find?
Good old divination at instant speed here.
Who doesn't love instant speed card draw?
Gotta love it. Yeah, and at some point, even without the combo, if Gabriel is playing this slow and reactive, you know, it does make the possibility of being able to win with Tamios, be able to win with constructs, and stuff like that. So, very strange game. And here is a couple creatures. So now you will see, we'll definitely see Gabriel trying to do something about these, because these 2 creatures alone will kind of take over.
Yeah, these blue legendary ladies, not a fan of them if you're sitting opposite the Grinding Breach player.
Yep.
Tamio and Emery. Name a more iconic pair, I dare ya.
Now it feels like the opportunity or a situation in the game where Gabriel has to use his mana at some point, either at end step or during his turn, as you can't just keep not using your mana here at all.
Yeah, Arms Chant. What is that other white card?
It looks like Wrath of the Skies as well. That could be huge.
Yeah.
But now, you know, Nate has left mana open, so if Swan Song is still available, that is still going to be huge. So
Gets a free bird.
yeah, gets a free bird, but something that Gabriel could do is like Thraben Charm at end step. If it gets countered, that kind of sucks, but then you could untap, find land 5, and then Wrath of the Skies for 3.
No, there's the charm.
Yeah, it's going to feel a little brutal if that did get countered, but I think even Gabriel was expressing, I probably should have did that earlier, but
Got away with one there.
yeah, maybe. Does look like there is a Breach in hand plus a Nature's Claim, so
Okay.
you know, as we know now, but Gabriel does not know, is Nate is really all in on these creatures surviving and getting some value on the battlefield. So if Gabriel did have land 5, Wrath of the Skies for 3 and went for it,
Yeah.
it would be devastating here to Nate.
Flage. Titan of Fire's Fury. That's his theme song, by the way.
Yep. And here is the spot where Flage gets to pick apart a creature, and without the problem of Nate being able to combo off on their turn, now Flage eventually will just run rampant here and take over this game, given enough time.
So 2 mana, left open, pass. Shows the top card there to Nate, who cracks Mishra's Bauble. Emery still sits on the board. Mox Opal isn't active at the moment, so we're going to go dig in, get the Bauble back with Dear Emery.
Yeah, and gets a little value here. This is kind of going to be the last turn that it looks like Emery is going to get some good action here, as just being able to escape Flage now. If
Yeah.
it gets countered, probably do it again next turn.
Yeah.
And eventually, Flage, like it always does at a situation like this, will take over the game, especially with this Arena of Glory in play. It's going to do some damage here for sure.
Whee!
Looks to be
Guess who's
exerted.
Yep. Reign of Glory exerted, so Flage gets to go swinging and dinging. In for 6, takes care of Emery. In for 9?
Yep.
Owie.
Take 9 damage. Gabriel gets to gain 6 throughout this turn. No possibility that Nate can combo, and to me, looks like no possibility that he can come out of this. That they can come out of this game.
Yowza. This was a bit of a strange game.
This was a
but
very strange game. This was the classic Boros control. And
Yeah.
honestly, the texture of this game really changed for Nate when Nate flipped over both win cons.
Yeah.
That is really brutal. And there was something, you know, that Nate could have done to prevent that, is just never cast Oracle. Just, even if you don't have any other play that turn, never risk being able to lose that and then the charm eating your graveyard, you know? Like, of course, it's very tempting when there's a 2-1 attacker on the other side, and you can have a 1-3 blocker, but sometimes the risk is not worth the reward.
Yep. Flame of a Nor. Dig, dig, dig. What can Nate find here to try and stem the bleeding? Don't know if there's anything that they could find right here.
Yep. Nope, not really.
An Orb's Charm just to, like, shut the door entirely.
Yeah, Orm's
If it gets to that.
Orm's Chat, another card that's, like, really great at being played in response to a breach, but outside of that, not the biggest deal.
We're going to see it cost.
Looks like it is getting cast here in response to the Mox Amber to try to shut off Mox Opal. Looks to have worked successfully. 1 blue mana available. Not going to be enough, and it looks like Gabriel Nicholas is going to attack with this Flage and try to shake hands next turn.
Untap, draw. Turn things sideways. Win?
Looking like it. There isn't a Johnny as well as a follow-up, and Wrath of the Skies just to deal with these 0 drops. Look, this looks to be a Nature's Claim on a Mox to just go to 10 to not die to a Flage here.
Oh, Recommend Dash, though, is going to wrap things up here for Gabriel Nicholas. So, GG, borrows energy in the hands of Gabriel. Looks pretty darn strong still, but otherwise it has been having a rough weekend.
It definitely has, but, you know, Gabriel is a phenomenal Magic player, a phenomenal aggressive gamer as well, and just plays that Boros energy a lot different than I see pretty much anybody else play. Like, the patience on that, you just always think as the aggro player, you have this mindset that, like, oh, I have to be putting on pressure, I have to go aggressive against a combo deck like Team or Breach, but that's not always the right thing to be doing, and Gabriel was very good at identifying his role within the game and definitely found a very good line and a good window to win that game.
Excellently navigated there by Gabriel. We do have the game 3 of our backup match for you, friends, before we jump into our next round. So let's head on down to the feature match area. We've got Damien Del Nero on Eldrazi Ramp versus Joel Doolittle, my hero I need you to be, with Orzhov Blink.
Yes, and both these players, we have seen them on camera a lot, and both players have been playing some excellent Magic here. Now, the Eldrazi Ramp versus the Orzhov Blink, I'm not exactly the most prepared player when it comes to the Blink deck, but would assume that this is a pretty strong matchup for Eldrazi, and something that all of these sideboard cards that Joel is going to be bringing in are going to come in handy. The White Orchid Phantoms seem excellent and going to have a heavy reliance on that card to be able to interact with Damien here. Once again, kind of looking like a possible win-in from these players as well.
I'm chuckling here just looking at Joel's match history. His round 1 opponent was the Duck Butt.
Nice.
So he has played against Mardu Unearth, Eldrazi Ramp, Boros Energy, Eldrazi Ramp, Grinding Breach, Ruby Storm, Jeskai Energy, Eldrazi. He's won every single Eldrazi Ramp matchup.
Okay, okay. Yep,
Grinding Breach, Grinding Breach.
And honestly, with 4 White Orchid Phantom, that really does seem to flip things around. You know, if you can ever just be ephemerating that, flicker wisping that over and over, that seems like the plan. So, I mean, I think the main thing when Joel sits down against the Eldrazi decks is how many basics do you have? And Damien does have a lot. You know, there are 4 of them, but when you can take out all these Eldrazi temples and the Eldrazi deck is just casting normal 1 land, add 1 mana style lands or playing those lands, the deck looks a lot less impressive.
Yep. As things stand, White Orchid Phantom and Thoughtseize now. Gonna take a look at the hand here of Damien. Land, Rumble. We see the Board Wipe as well as the Devourer of Destiny.
Yeah, a very strong hand. You know, no real obvious hole within the hand. You know, you have the ability to develop your battlefield with the Rumble. You have the command to be able to gain you some card advantage and ramp. The Devourer is on the horizon. All pretty solid cards here.
Yep. Kozilek's command is the pick here for Joel, who follows up with another White Orchid Phantom, just blowing up lands left, right, and center.
Yeah, looks like we had one other forest in hand as well. So if you are Joel, you got to be thinking, okay, there's one more land that Damien can get.
One more basic.
But looking like Damien can just have a pretty solid turn of either rumbling into Kozilek's Return, getting rid of the Scion, or just casting Kozilek's Return, getting rid of these Phantoms before there is any ability to blink them with Ephemerate or something like that.
Turn passes back here to Damien. 2 forests and the Talisman available to him. Where do we go from here?
I think that is the choice. Do you want to rumble and do the Kozilek's Return, or just get the return going right now and not give away your spawn and use that ramp for a little bit later? I think I like that, being able to just clear that out. And now any big Eldrazi that gets cast, the Devourer of Destiny that we know in hand, will do a nice job of cleaning up future permanents. But, man, Joel is not a fan of, his opponent's stuff.
It's like, just get out of here. No ramping. You will play fair, honest Magic.
Yeah. Joel, this is like the modern-day control deck right now. This Orzhov Blink deck has impressed me throughout the weekend, as it's just every matchup that Joel plays against, every turn is taking away something from his opponent.
No fun for you. Alrighty. Going again for the Rumble. What are we finding? That looks like a Karn.
A Karn, another land. Yeah, it seems like Damien has to be picking up basically every land that he finds, as Joel has been so hostile to every single land drop.
So players just doing their best to develop their boards. Well, Damien is trying his damnedest, but Joel is doing a very good job of keeping him off absolutely everything, as we see Ugin's Labyrinth imprinting the 7-mana spell.
And now Damien does have to be a little wary with the Ugin's Labyrinth under it, because if that does get destroyed by another plume, then you do lose the card under it. So you kind of always want to either have that tapped or have it untapped so you can at least buy the card back if it gets destroyed, or really be casting something that matters.
So yeah, Skyclave Apparition getting in some damage there while it can. Where are these big Eldrazi? They seem like a fictional character here in Damien's list right at the moment.
Yeah, still the 2 cards in hand, not exactly what we have. What we have at the moment, so we shall see what Joel has for the follow-up here. You definitely want to be putting a little more pressure on.
Tapping out here.
Interesting. Okay, Plague Engineer was brought in to be able to deal with all of these Eldrazi spawn. Pretty cool against Kozilek's command, as you can never really do that mode anymore.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Emrakul is available. Wow. All right.
Jeez.
4, 5, 6. Wow. Okay. So is able to solitude it. Now, Damien will still be able to take control of Joel's turn, which will be sweet.
All right. So Overlord of the Baelmerk and Solitude.
Essentially can't do anything.
Yeah.
Emrakul this deck really does not do much. So I guess you do get to impending this and then just not select anything. I'm not sure if this is a May. Believe it or not, this has not come up.
Let's see.
You may return. So more than
Yeah.
likely doesn't want to return anything, but does return a Solitude to be able to pitch that card as well. Now
Nice.
Joel's turn. Flicker Wisp or something would be insane.
Oh, yeah.
That is the
Nah.
opposite of insane.
Boo. Aether Vial, pass.
Okay, so looks like, yeah, that Talisman was exiled from the Skyclave.
Yes, so there should be a... There should be a 2-power.
Should have been a 2-power illusion
Yeah.
in play for Damien, but I mean, I will of course see what the judge will say, but I would assume that happened too long ago. But you know, of course, we'll figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so looks like we are going to fast forward through this, but what happened is there was a miss trigger, and it was something that was being forced to resolve there, or forced to be enacted. So the illusion does come into play for Damien. Fast forward through that as the next round is being paired shortly, and we wanted to bring you the end of this game.
Yep. So 2-2 gets to do some attacking. Damien's sitting at a healthy 28. Joel down to 12. And sowing Micah Spawn now getting rid of the third land there for Joel.
Getting rid of a third land and searching up a land. The tides are definitely turning in favor of Damien right now. And like you were saying, Joel has not lost to Eldrazi, but definitely possible here.
It's looking like it, unfortunately, for Joel and my ambitions of you eating your shoe. Damien surveilling here, likes what he sees on top. Joel's going to take a quick squiz at the graveyard.
And now, really, Joel's best card to have is like a Fila or something there
alright.
to be able to attack and blink the Overlord. This is still pretty strong, though, as if you can exile, I believe the Emrakul was already exiled, though. So that is gone. But even being able to exile a Devour or something and attack with that once, not bad. But when Damien's already at 28, this is going to be an uphill battle for sure for Joel.
Absolutely. Down to 7 goes Joel.
Yeah, the Orzhov Blink deck does not play from behind that well
Yeah,
against Eldrazi. That
unless
is
you
for
can,
sure.
unless you can steal a 13-power critter from the yard like we saw.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And gets rid of another land here instead of the Aether Vial or the Overlord. So
Yowza.
we'll see if that choice comes back to bite Joel or anything. But
That is gonna do it. Joel Doolittle unfortunately falls to Damien Del Nero, but Eldrazi Ramp doing exactly what he wanted it to do in that matchup.
And Damien, you know, honestly, both those players have played some really strong Magic. We've seen them a lot on camera, so props to both of them. But looks like Damien will definitely have the opportunity to for sure play a win in next round or be able to shake hands and make it to the elimination rounds. But either player going to the Pro Tour almost assuredly. So big props and big congratulations to both of them.
Yep, looking forward to seeing both of these friends playing some more Magic. And speaking of more Magic, we have a couple more rounds for you, friends. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this.
Howdy, gamers, and welcome to the final round of Swiss. It's the regional championships. It's in Portland. We're at SCGCON. We're Carmen Clamperens and Mason Clark. A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure this round.
This is the final round of the Swiss. For a lot of players, this is where you hopefully can shake hands and make either the top 8 or the Pro Tour. But for a lot of people, they're going to have to play it out and see if their dream's going to come true this weekend.
Right. I know a lot of these rounds we've been seeing players at the top tables with a lot of decks just really rising to the top.
Yeah, I mean, Grinding Station has been doing really well this weekend. We saw it have an amazing conversion rate. And let's check our standings and see what our top 15 players are up to this weekend.
All right, so top spot, we're seeing some draws, perhaps even intentional ones. These are players we've featured already. These are Peter Husian as well as Jackson Nor on Amulet Titan and Grinding Breach. 2 decks that do a good job of being able to sort of play a grindier game but turn the corner very fast, as early as turn 2.
Definitely, and we're seeing that 8 of these 15 slots are Grinding Breach. It really kind of shows the narrative here of just how powerful that deck is. We saw Enzo in round number 11 at 12-2, very much live for our top 8. And you know, players are sort of trying to figure out, you know, who can play, who can't. A lot of people are feeling a lot of the 11-3s can shake hands and go to the Pro Tour.
Right, this is something where players at the top of the standings, it's really risky. Not the top of the 11-3s. There's a very large risk calculus here where you can play to go into top 8, where if you win, you might even be on the play for most of the top 8. But if you lose, you might not even make the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and that is just such a huge risk for a lot of these players. We're going to have to see, you know, if they think they can even do it. Sometimes you do just have to play.
Right.
You know, the way it breaks out, you're forced to take your destiny in your own hand. But, you know, with people like Alan Wu and David Ingles, too, at 13 and 14, it's sort of a stacked field this weekend.
Right. It's so hard. And I think it's really interesting. There are a lot of different incentives for a bunch of players where you can see some people really just want to get those coveted world slots, and that's going to be finalists, and you're going to need to make the top 8 for that. Some people, you're just stoked to make the Pro Tour. Could that be a career-changing just thing to get to do?
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, the Pro Tour is the prize this weekend.
Yes.
Right? It's like, oh, I got cash, great. You know, like I'm trying to play the Pro Tour. And speaking of which, let's show what those players are playing for this weekend. First place, $20,000 World Championship invite, Pro Tour invite, Regional Championship invite. Finalists, $10,000, all the same. 34th, $5,000. 5th through 8th, $3,000 along with those Pro Tour invites. Down to top 32, getting the PT invites. Then 33rd through 128th, get a nice chunk of cash and a Regional Championship invite.
Right, and those first and second slots are just the best thing you can imagine getting. That's basically just puts a cap on your career in a lot of ways. It just defines so much effort.
Definitely. I mean, and getting your chance to become the world champion, getting that invite to that event is so, so high value and high honor and prestige. And that's why we play Magic, is to compete against one another and see how hard we can push ourselves. And the world championship is the pinnacle of it.
And there's a real risk. We've touched on it a little bit already, but it's so scary having to go into this match. Say you're in 8th, 9th place. Your breakers look good. If you lose and none of the X4s end up actually making top 32, you might not even be going to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot to be. I remember I drew in at one of these RCs, and it was a moment where I was the top of sort of, I believe it was the X3s at the time.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I'm basically a lock, but I'm a little anxious. And I saw 4 people below me all draw, and I was like, well, if y'all drawing, I'm drawing, you know? And so I was like, let's go. And I shook hands, and I was able to, you know, get to the Pro Tour. It was very nice. It was an awesome moment. And it was also anxiety-inducing, you know, despite being literally, I think I was like 3rd when it came to like the X and 3s on the leaderboard. But, you know, you still have that moment of like, what if I miss? What if it happens? And sometimes you see players make decisions like, listen, not worth it. I'm just playing. I would like to make top 8 as well. Let's see if I can make it.
Right, and we see right now, we're not even positive which players are playing yet. We're working on selecting some feature matches, getting some people into the feature match area. I can hear the announcement right now. But Grinding Breach has just kind of been the deck on the weekend.
Yeah, it really has been. And, I mean, this is a deck that a lot of players thought was going to get a huge get from Mox Opal. It was sort of like, okay, this is the most clear Mox Opal deck that was already an established deck. We wanted to see how did Affinity and stuff like that did. How did Hardened Scales do once it gets Mox Opal? And missed those cards from the recent era. That was a question mark. But for a lot of players, it was like, well, Breach is going to be strong.
Yeah.
It's like such a good include. And we talked about this before in the weekend, you know, Underworld Breach is a really good deck, but historically it was weak to Artifact Hate, Graveyard Hate, Enchantment Hate, Creature Hate. Well, losing that Creature Hate aspect, gaining that extra speed that Mox Opal gives you, along with the color fixing, which I feel like we don't talk about enough. Amber really only made, you know, red mana back in the day, blue mana now, depending on the legends you were playing. That helped the deck so much, and now we're seeing it completely dominate, and players are bringing more and more cards. You know, I do a lot of coaching for a living, and when I woke up from the European Championship, I had a lot of people be like, Mason, I can't do it for Portland. There's going to be so much hate, you know, and I was joking, and I was like, well, you know, 7 or 8 cards is everyone's sideboard beforehand. Is the 8th or 9th card going to move the needle? Is the 10th card going to move the needle? How much can you do, right? And we're seeing it this weekend. Well, players brought more hate. There are more practice against Breach, and Breach still converted the best into our day 2, and is having a great showing this weekend.
And in a lot of ways, I think this weekend is a real turning point in the format. I know coming out of the bans and the unbans, which you were talking about, Mox Opal was a really big shakeup to the format. We also saw Amped Raptor get banned, and I think a lot of people were skeptical that that would do a lot to actually impact Energy's dominance. And this weekend, Day 1, we saw the exact same number of Boros Energy decks registered as these Grinding Breach decks, but Grinding Breach had such a better conversion rate.
Definitely, and I think it's important, too, to remember that we kind of needed to get the proof in the pudding when it came to this, right? We all thought Breach was going to be great. There were early signs, but it takes sometimes extra tournaments to prove it, right? Okay, with all these best in the world, all over the world playing, we're having a good sign that, you know, I think after this weekend, it's pretty clear you have to be able to beat Breach going into the rest of the RCs.
And we now have a feature match, which is kind of doing the sideboard, the extra sideboard hate thing that you were talking about, but in the main deck. What we have is we have Alan Hubbard on Eldrazi Ramp on one side with a bunch of main deck Karn the Great Creators against Heath Butler on Grinding Breach.
Yeah, I mean, looks like the Grinding Breach deck is fairly stock, all things considered. The one big difference is, so we've seen this with the System Magic team, 3 Urza Sagas, wanting to insulate themselves a bit from the sideboard cards and have just more raw mana sources and things that help the deck in that regard. So I'm very excited to see how this match plays out, because this is one of the big, you know, marquee matchups in the format. And historically, it's kind of like, all right, if you have Karn, you can win as the Eldrazi fairly easily. You just have to get the Karn.
Right.
But without the Karn, you're a huge dog most of the
Yes.
time. And you need to sort of Emrakul and do combo kill the Breach player by milling the whole deck and being like, that's silly, you didn't play Oracle, pass back to you. You know,
Right.
and you lose the game. So I'm very interested to see sort of how this matchup's going to go, because we are seeing these Eldrazi players, they're still playing this deck despite knowing Breach is there. So clearly they think the matchup is winnable. The real question is, you know, maybe these players thought Energy was the best deck. We're going to be the most popular deck. And as we saw, that's not been the narrative.
That's true. Eldrazi has had a pretty reasonable conversion rate. It was our number 3 deck going into the day, and it makes sense that at least someone is kind of knocking on the door of top 8 with it right now. Though I am a bit worried about Hubbard's sideboard. I do see the 4th copy of Karn the Great Creator there. That's a really good start. But the rest of the plan looks like it's a bunch of Stone Rains for the mirror. That's not going to be so great against a deck with 7 Mox.
Yeah.
Mox in.
Yeah, having both Mox Opal and Mox Amber means sometimes that's not enough. We've seen a couple times in our feature match area, we get to sideboarding and I say, hey, Stone Rain on the play, blow up their land, give you time. It's like a ramp spell, right? Here, this is going to be a little worse against Moxen. Moxen don't really care about that much, right? So I am interested to see how this goes, but the extra card on the board is going to be huge.
All right, well, it's time to watch some magic. One of these players is going to punch their ticket into the top 8 and be one step closer to that World Championship berth. Welcome, everybody, to round 15 of the regional championships in Portland. We have Alan Hubbard up top on Eldrazi Ramp against Heath Butler on Grinding Breach.
And a fast start here from Alan. We have Ugin's Labyrinth imprinting Emrakul the Promised End into a Talisman.
And this is the start that you need when you're on the Eldrazi Ramp deck. It's that turn 2 4 mana Karn the Great Creator to kind of get out ahead of whatever Butler tries to put on the table.
Indeed. Looks like a Preordain was in hand for Heath here.
Yeah, I'm seeing extra cantrips in Butler's deck, which is something it really speaks to trying to have very defined plans and being able to execute on specific bullets that we've seen a lot of in these Breach decks over the weekend. Shuffling up with a Breeding Pool on 1 off a Scalding Tarn. Mox Amber.
It's hard to know if I think Alan maybe mulligan. It's when you put so many cards in play on turn 1, it's a little hard to track if they mulligan or not. But Alan's hands looks a little light.
Alan has 4, but with the 3 in play, that's
okay.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. All right.
Okay, and look at all this mana on 1. Heath goes Breeding Pool, Mox Amber, Tomio, use the Mox Amber for Preordained. It feels like these players are playing a different format.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of game actions that are happening right now in Modern, and a lot of these top decks can either be incredibly mana efficient or have these huge bursts of mana in the early game. As it looks like we're going to do the second verse same as the first when it comes to lands here for Alan, and maybe even plays as the second talisman into Karn, the Great Creator, on turn 2 with 6 mana. And taking a look at the sideboard here.
Very robust Karn package.
Yeah, we have a lot of cards. We've talked about this a few times on the broadcast this weekend. Some players are foregoing cards like Cityscape Lover to have, maybe a Nature's Claim or something like that. But we have it here from Alan, and that's going to mean we have some big thing to pay off on the next turn if we want it. Now, we're wishing right now to see sort of what we want from our Karn, and we're going to take the Stone Brain.
And this is great because assuming Alan gets to untap from here, which, yeah, if you're able to get out from under this, that's a pretty big problem. But the Stone Brain taking out just the Underworld breaches means that Heath is going to have to play a fair game against Eldrazi. Good luck.
Yeah, that's a big, big ask.
All right, back over to Heath. They've got to be feeling the pressure. Misty Rainforest, a clue with the Tomio. And that's that. Back over to Alan.
Yeah, we had Underworld Breach in hand, just not the grinding station with the ability to deploy it all. So Alan is probably going to cast a Stone Brain, but if a Spell Snare is here, it's going to be huge. You see it so fast. Spell Snare from Heath.
Okay,
and
still in the game.
Yeah, and this is something that doesn't come up a ton, but a lot of these Eldrazi players are playing 2 or 3 Stone Brains for moments exactly like this. Board some in, and if your opponent has Spell Snare, run it back immediately.
Right, and there's some versions of this game where Alan can take the long way around of get a Tormod's Crypt, exile my own Stone Brain, roll up the Karn, roll it back down to get the Stone Brain back, but I don't know if he has that kind of time.
It's definitely going to be tough, as Soulless Jailer is the next wish for Karn.
Okay, and you can kind of see Alan assembling a series of interlocking puzzle pieces. You just say, okay, this is stopping you from comboing. This is stopping you from comboing.
Definitely. Alan left with Kozilek's Command and Kozilek's Return in hand.
Kozilek's Command has been really impressive this weekend.
That card is very powerful.
Yes. All right, we see the in-step fetch for Heath. They're probably just getting a Surveil land here.
Looks like there might be some thought to our mana in hand as well, of like, which land do we need to get and can we cast our spell that maybe is causing a bit of the tension.
Yeah, and it looks like there isn't a Thundering Falls, so there is a question of do they want to get the Surveil value of something with something like Hedge Maze and risk not having red mana, or just get the Steam Vents tapped.
Yeah, and you saw Keith think about it there. Decides to go for the Hedge Maze, get that Surveil and try and sculpt the draw a little more.
Yeah, this tracks for me. With the amount of emphasis we have them putting on cantrips in their deck, this is a player who obviously puts a huge premium on selection. Flips over a Tomio. Definitely didn't want to draw that here.
All right. Malevolent Rumble is going to be the cast. Looking. Odawara, okay, that's what to get Karn off the board.
Yeah, yeah.
And we got an Eldrazi spawn.
All right, here's Misty Rainforest, and now because of these Moxen, all of a sudden, Karn has the ability to do the liquid metal coating, blow up lands thing without liquid metal coating.
Definitely, yeah. And this is something that, Karn does a lot of, is just sort of interact a little bit and make your life awkward.
All right, so the roll up on the Karn, on the Mox Amber.
Another Karn. All right. I mean, you talked about going after the lands. I wonder if this one might get liquid metal coating.
It might be time.
He's going to play around this a little bit by leaving the fetch up And that way, you know, you can get your red mana when you want to.
Yes.
Just fetch the Steam Bench, lose the life. It's not the end of the world against the Eldrazi deck normally to take a couple extra fetch shocks.
Right, and there are only 2 fetchable red sources in the deck. 1 Steam Vents, 1 Stomping Ground. So it is very high risk to even expose them.
Looks like Alan.
Really thinking about, and I mean, when you have this much on the line, you really do want to make sure that you're not at dinner tonight, laying in bed tonight going, oh God, why did I get the wrong thing with Karn?
You think it's just tonight? You don't think it's the rest of your life?
Oh, no, it's,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. There are definitely, I can tell you turns of games in Pro Tours I still regret, but that's, I'm not being that vulnerable right now.
Oh, of course, yeah. We're keeping that to ourselves. As it does look like this Karn is going to be minusing. There's maybe some discussion about, you know, I was looking at my sideboard. Can I actually maybe tick up? I'm not sure. Tormod's Crypt is going to be the get. That's going to make it harder to go for the Underworld Breach combo.
So I understand I was joking a little bit before when talking about this, but right now Tormod's Crypt has the ability to hold the combo back for a turn, and then if Alan gets another turn, he has the ability to Tormod's Crypt himself, then roll down the Karn on the table to pick up the Stonebrain again.
Definitely, and would also have the Cryptid Exile too if the Karn stayed around to even have even more insulation. So it looks like
Heath in the tank.
Yeah, trying to figure out how do I get out of this spot. Unholy Heat won't do it because if I go for it, the Crypt will pop. Now, we do have a Lightning Bolt in the deck, so there's a chance.
That would be how it starts.
Definitely. And you see the hand, 3 Underworld Breaches in hand.
Oh my gosh, the 4th in the graveyard.
And we're holding up this Otawara still.
Okay. Rolling up the Karn, just knocking down a clue. Hubbard happy to just play some more turns.
Yeah, I mean, with Kozilek's Command in hand, too, you have a lot of protection from the combo itself. You can go after the cards in the graveyard. You can kill this Tameo. You can, you know, go digging. So with all this mana up, I think we're just going to try and look for, you know, this huge dig-through-time-esque mode on Kozilek's Command and work from there.
And with these Ugin's Labyrinth having Imricles hiding under them, there also comes a point where just going get a bunch of spawns is going to basically close the door on a dime.
Definitely. Mishra's Bauble to pick up, not really doing anything here except enabling Mox Opal. We're going to see a fetch from the Windswept Heath. Looks like it is probably going to be the Kozilek's Command here in response.
All right, here it is. And some of this is just figuring out how much to do it for. If you're not getting spawns, then you don't always just want to put all your mana into it.
I think there's also some question on, do I want to kill this Tameo? Do I want to, you know, like, what's it going to be? I imagine digging is a mode that's very tempting. I know the spawns are tempting for me to sort of double my mana.
Okay, here are those spawns.
All
and
right.
Here's Scry 1, Scry 2, and Scry 3. Sanctum of Ugin's not bad. The rest, just a land and a Kozilek's Return.
Yeah, so I mean, where are we looking at card types in the graveyard, though? We have Kindred, Instant, Artifact, Creature, I'm sorry, Artifact, Planeswalker, Land. That's a lot.
Getting close.
Yeah, I mean, with these Eldrazi Scions in play.
10 mana on the table right now for Hubbard.
Emrakul's 5 off.
11 with the Sanctum of Ugin.
Sanctum might get chaining things like Worldbreaker.
All right. You can see Hubbard doing the math. Taps Ugin's Labyrinth to pick up the Emrakul. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Counts everything else out. 8 mana, Emrakul, the Promised End.
And we have seen this just be the end game for so many of the matches where this card comes down, it does a little bit to sort of make it so your opponent can't win, and then just clocks you so quickly. 13 in the air is just so large.
All right, Karn goes after another clue, up to 5.
Looks like,
A little bit of a judge call, just double checking the number of cards, or excuse me, the number of types in graveyard.
yeah, I think we might have missed the fact that it's a kindred instant.
Sure.
And, you know, the old double type.
Yep. All right, and now Heath really put to the test. It's so funny. I don't know if funny is the right word. We'll use it here just in case. Figuring out how to make it as hard as possible for you to play completely awfully for yourself.
Yeah, you need to kind of use your resources in a way where you don't lose everything the following turn. But one of the things I'm noticing here is it's just really hard to even maybe set that up in a way where you can then go off in the next turn. Because we have this channeled Otawara available to us, but what do you bounce?
What do you bounce the Emrakul?
Yeah, but if
He's
you bounce
at 13.
you just cast it again. Yeah, you bounce the Karn, but there's Crypt and Soulless Jailer in play. Now you can theoretically work through those, but Emrakul's going to use a lot of your resources.
All right, so Karn back to Alan's hand. And they drop their hand on the table. Mox Opal, 3 Underworld Breaches, Mishra's Bauble, and Scalding Tar in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, this Tameo isn't long for this world, right? She's going to probably go down to Emrakul. But
Emrakul, at the end of Eldritch Moon, would have been stoked for it to go this way.
Emrakul wanted to get imprisoned in the moon.
Right, no, I mean, that's the whole thing. But let's be honest. Revenge is great.
That's true. Well, Emrakul's plans are measured in rotations.
What are you doing?
Oh, that's a good one.
Thank you. It's really interesting where bouncing the Karn with the Otawara, I feel like Heath was priced into because they're hoping to just rip the perfect card off the top to be able to maybe combo from here. But at the same time, it actually unlocks a lot of options for Alan in a weird way.
Definitely, yeah. I'm curious to see, because Alan can play this Underworld Breach and then just escape over and over again on things, but I don't know if there's anything good to really do that with, because I don't think there's another Mox Opal, so it's not like you can Legend Roll. It's just a Mox Amber. You don't really want to do that with Bauble, right? Heath will get a bunch of cards then, so it's a very weird spot where we might just see, like, Breach into Breach and then pass.
And even then, Soulless Jailer's turning off a lot of the Breach lines. It's just really complicated.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
the
hand over the the arm over the Jailer maybe had a little object permanence moment for me, but yeah, it answered it there, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, I can cast this, but I can't do anything else.
All right, here's the tap of the Breeding Pool.
Popping that. Yeah, and there comes the Mox Opal. Reminds the own Jailer.
Yep, yeah, there it is. See, just the, oh, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, so we can't do that. I mean, you could make a red and then, you know, pop the Scion, get a Breach.
I would guess he's about to fail to find.
Yeah, this might just be a moment of double-checking what's in the deck. It was open deckless, but a lot of pressure here playing for the top 8. Very important just to double-check, like, okay, wait, was it this round or last round they had Swan Song main deck?
Right,
Very easy thing to happen. Also, you might see a card you want. You know, there might be a world where it's like, yeah, it is better to actually just shock here because I forgot about this card.
Yep.
So now Heath is at 12, so the Emrakul is threatening lethal.
All right, I suspect Tamio might be on her way to an extremely ill-advised combat step. Not before the second Underworld Breach is cast.
Yeah, and even though you're giving Heath a clue, losing the Tamio is worth this.
Right, this is the thing that was keeping Heath alive at this point. As you said a second ago, this Emrakul is lethal.
Yep. And now all they have in their hand is Mishra's Bauble and Underworld Breach, number 3. I'm not seeing how we can get out of this one. It's such a tough spot.
I've been racking my brain. I've been looking at the deck list. I think Heath is going to take the draw step. A lot's on the line here. You take the draw step every time. But I don't think this is going to go so well for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many layers of protection, so few resources. You know, if our Underworld Breach could maybe go off, I could see a world where we somehow get back into this.
Okay, here's a breach. What's it going to do? Is Tamio as a trump blocker? Soulless Jailer only prevents casting non-creature spells.
Yep. So, yeah, we might see Heath here. So the cost has been paid for the breach, and the Tamio's on the stack. We might just pop the Tormund script in case there's something else. Yeah, it looks like there's just some question about Soulless Jailer, how exactly.
Yeah, it's that you can't use Unearth or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's the permanent cards in graveyards can't enter the battlefield. So anything like Unearth that you'll see out of the Oculus decks gets turned off. And players can't cast non-creature spells from graveyards or exile.
Yeah, that second mode there on the exile thing really stops stuff like Cascade, right?
Yes.
So, you know, this Tamio getting to hit the battlefield is big. I mean, that means Alan can't attack for lethal with the Emrakul because Heath is at 12. But, yeah, you see Heath's like, well, I'm just going to
okay,
lose.
well, that's my 4th Underworld Breach. Let's get getting.
Yeah. And I think this makes a lot of sense, too. Let's get more time to play game 2 and 3 as well. It's going to be a high-intensity match, a lot to think about, and just give myself the max amount of time.
And something that's interesting about this is the asymmetry in the records.
Mm-hmm.
For Heath, I think they're playing for possibly being on the play for all of top 8. Alan might be playing for their tournament life, more or less.
Yeah, I hadn't really processed that, but you're totally right.
All right, so moving over to the sideboards, we kind of talked about this a little bit going into the round. Alan does have the 4th Karn the Great Creator, which we saw how important that was.
Definitely. Super huge here. Just going to be the card that when we have it, life is a lot easier than when we don't. We have some other cards we could bring in. Typically, I like to keep Tormund's Crypt in the sideboard because that clean play Karn, grab a 0, play a 0. Okay, I've got my Stony Silence effect. I've got my Tormund's Crypt. I'm feeling good. You could see something like bringing in Soulless Jailer, just have it as a draw. Once you have the Crypt, you kind of have enough, and coding can sometimes do a good enough job. Similar with the Stone Brain, you might just want to be able to play it on turn 2.
I think I actually like bringing in the Stone Brain. This deck is so good at having 3 mana on turn 2 that giving you other live draws in your deck and ways to have a very explosive's the wrong word, but impactful turn 2 is kind of the name of the game for these Eldrazi ramp decks.
Yeah, similar with Engineered Explosives. A good way to sort of maybe stop the fair game plan if our opponent's on a bunch of Consigns and Urza Saga, being able to blow up all the constructs is big, but also we might have a hand that's Mox heavy and just being able to go like, double land into Engineered Explosives on 0, pop it, clean up those Mox, act like a Stone Rain. I do think these Stone Rains will probably stay on the sideboard. I could see a world where maybe we have some cards on our main deck we don't love, but I think we have enough other cards that are good enough that we want to draw naturally and not Karn for that will probably keep those Stone Rains in the sideboard.
Looking at the other side of the battlefield, Heath has a ton of stuff that looks nice here. Those 4 Consigned Memories have been a hallmark of sideboards throughout the whole event, really.
Yeah, Consign might be one of the best answer spells in Modern. And with the Eldrazi deck being so popular, that really compounds that. Some of the things that kind of are nice in the sideboard, Boseiju, a way to answer some of the problem cards we just talked about. I love this Mountain for matchups where we need that sort of thing.
Yes.
Pithing Needle can answer Karn sort of. Make it so we can't get the other pieces of hate.
Yeah, I think one of the things that stuck out there that mattered a lot, if there had been a Pithing Needle, it could have stopped it too, is that Karn isn't just one hate piece. Karn is the first hate piece.
Yes, and that's the thing too. We talked about a lot of coverage this weekend, right? Breach really good at beating the first hate piece.
Yes.
Can beat the second hate piece, and most of the time the third thing plus pressure is what gets them. Well, Karn, like you just mentioned, 2-in-1, Stony Silence and Tormund Script. So huge thing there. Nature's Claim as well for Heath. So I think we have a lot of options, and I'm excited to see how they go about sideboarding.
And if you want to get your chance at punching your ticket to an invite-only event, you're going to want to join us in Denver here in a couple of months. We've got the return of Competitive Limited.
Yes, it's going to be Dragon Storm of Tarkir, I believe is the set name.
Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Dyslexia
But
strikes.
it's Magic Spotlight Dragons.
It's magic. All right, Spotlight Dragons. Nice. Well, you know, you have this awesome Ugin art. I can't wait to see what the text box on that one is. But you'll know all of that when we're there April 11th through the 13th in Denver. You go to starcitygames.com/SCGCON to find out that information. And if you're going to want to protect your cards, you're going to check out our sponsor, Dragon Shield.
So true. So true.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Shield is sort of, you know, the sleeve company, I think, for a lot of people when you think about it. And we're so happy to have them help us bring you Paper Magic.
Right, and I heard that you're going to be taking the headset off and maybe sleeving up some cards and battling in Denver?
Potentially, yeah. I think that's the intention. So, you know, we'll have to see. You know, I'd like to be in Denver. We'll have to see exactly what role that's in. Well, as we head on back to our feature match area, Carbon, you've been in these positions before. Why are you laughing?
Oh, I think it was the second to last Grand Prix before COVID shut down in Portland. I was in Alan's position and ended up losing to Logan Nettles.
Oh, I didn't realize that was in Portland.
Yeah, no, it looked like it was going to be the draw into the PT, except instead, not so much.
Tough. So, I mean, how do you handle those kind of spots?
Well, I didn't, personally. But all kidding aside, this is the type of thing where anyone who's able to actually make it this far in an event is just locked in. I think Heath did an awesome job of playing to their outs every single turn that last game, even making some plays that might look bad in the short term, you know, bouncing Karn with Otawara, unlocking a lot of options for Alan on the Emrakul turn, for example. But it did give Heath that 0.001% chance to actually string together a win from there. So min-maxing all of those margins is what you expect from players who are able to actually find themselves in these positions.
Definitely. Well, it looks like these players have kept. There's a Devourer.
All right, Devourer of Destiny. Pre-game action before Heath does the Fetch Shock Tomio dance.
Yep. And I think Heath kept a hand with double consign.
Yeah, right. I saw a lot of blue cards in Heath's hand. I think I like it. I think I like it, especially when you have a card advantage engine like Tomio to lead on.
Definitely. We're going to leave a Karn on top with this Devourer of Destiny.
Put it in your
Big.
deck to draw it.
Yeah, I got to say this. Devourer of Destiny, card that when, you know, we were working on it and first seeing it, it felt like, okay, this is almost always going to be a 4 of. And I'm really happy to see that players are playing anywhere from 1 to 4 this weekend. You know, Alan has 3. We saw CFT on 0, right? Just, it's a card that's coming in at so many different places on the numbers and really showing how much room there is to innovate on these Eldrazi decks.
Right. In a lot of ways, it speaks to if your deck is trying to be more explosive, which Devourer of Destiny naturally lends itself to, or if you're trying to just hit your land drops, have a more sort of gradual game that leans on inevitability. And we saw in that last game how much it paid off for Alan to be explosive.
Definitely.
All right. Fetch land and a pass from Alan.
Yeah, a bit of a slower start. Maybe has some of the sideboard cards we boarded in. Haven't been able to catch a glimpse yet.
Can't have Ugin's Labyrinth every game.
True.
All right, here's a Hedge Maze from Heath. Likes what they see, passes back. Windswept Teeth, probably grabbing a Surveil land of Alan's own.
Get a little information, sculpt that hand.
Commercial District on the table. Worthy of note, Heath also fetched Steam Vents first. First red source exposed.
True, yeah, that definitely can come up with cards like Soaring Microspawn and Karn, the Great Creator. And there's the Ugin's Labyrinth, putting the Devourer Destiny underneath.
Alan thinking thinking about what to do next, just to pass back. Steam Vents, that emphasis on red, also speaking to Heath probably bringing in Flame of Anor.
Definitely great catch there. An easy card to use to sort of clean up one of those hate pieces, but also sometimes just draw some cards with all the wizards we have. Looks like a lot of Tamiyo's in hand for Heath. He's really hoping to get Kozilek commanded on this Tamiyo, and it looks like that might be what's happening.
Yeah, I really don't think they're going to be too bent out of shape over this Tamiyo getting exiled. The sort of what we internally call the electrolyze mode of Kozilek's command. This is funny. Both players feel like they're winning in this exchange.
Yeah, I mean, he has the extra Tamiyo, but it looks like maybe considering consigning.
Super interesting. I mean, there is a point where you don't want to hold up the mana for all of these consigns forever.
Yeah, and also you might be worried about your opponent needing the spawn, right? Like if the spawn's the other mode, it's like, oh yeah, like I don't mind so much for the Tamiyo, but I do mind about you having the mana now.
Okay, spawn to the battlefield. You called it.
Heath with the Tamiyo and then passing.
All right, draw from Alan.
Taking a second to think. We know we have Karn the Great Creator in hand. It's important to think through your whole turn before executing, right? Like, okay, if I'm going to do this, what exactly am I doing?
The Paulo school of thought. All right, Malevolent Rumble, the way to kick things off.
Worldbreaker, Ghost Quarter, Sanctum of Ugin, and another Rumble. And it looks like pretty quickly wanting to grab that breaker, but maybe thinks twice.
That's so funny. I thought it was going to be the Ugin's Labyrinth.
Okay, it is. Okay. It looked like we were moving the rest of the yard. Yeah.
No, I totally see what you're saying.
Ghost Quarter it is.
Okay, and Ghost Quarter's not bad. If Heath didn't bring in that mountain, this could be ruinous.
Yeah, definitely. Might also be in combination with a future liquid metal coating turn, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, this is something where these players are probably planning 2 or 3 turns in advance on all of this stuff, and this is just an example of that.
Colorless mana is in the pool as well, so we still have access to 4 mana here, as you see off screen with our tracker. And here's Kozilek's command.
Okay. Sacking some spawns. Going after the Tamiyo.
I wonder, is it Tamiyo make 3 Scions, or is it Tamiyo draw?
I suspect it's going to be the Scions, but I think my guess meter on Kozilek's command is something like I have been right once and wrong like 5 times this weekend. So really, see, okay, the draw, not the spawns.
Yeah. Makes some sense just trying to get the right cards to get out of this situation. I think good patience from Heath here on, oh, looks like all right, and looks like Sowing Micro Spawn's going to go on bottom, keep a land on top, take that draw. And yeah, I think Alan might be a little land light in general, so really valuing that land for turn, not having to commit 4 mana to the Micro Spawn.
Right, this is a spot where whenever you see this many Eldrazi spawns being made and it's not to cast something like Emrakul, it definitely signals that something's missing.
Another blue card for turn. I couldn't make it out if it was a consign, but it kind of looked like one. And,
all right. Tamiyo.
Yeah, and you see Heath move forward, a little bit of a laugh there, I think, from them. I mean, like, yeah, 3rd time's the charm.
It's funny. It's just like, look, buddy, you drew 2 Kozilek's commands. Me having another Tamiyo back can't be that out of this world.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so Windswept Heath, getting a forest. Love the Arena Forest.
It's a great one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Great taste.
All right, and there's Writhing Chrysalis.
This is nice. This is pressure. This is the other way that you can really capitalize against a deck that is missing its land drops. normally you kind of think, oh, I have to hold the deck at bay. They're a combo deck. They're going to kill me so fast. But the other way you can prevent that instead of having a bunch of hate pieces is just deleting their life total.
Definitely. Putting, them under pressure of actually losing the game is so important. And this does also act like a mini ramp spell, putting us up to 7 mana when it comes to the next turn.
Super interesting. Heath did not end up using the consign on that. Just speaking to those, in their mind, those have a specific job to do.
Yep, and you see a lot of patience here from Heath. Drew Malevolent Rumble, doesn't cast it, wants to leave up consign.
Right. Looking at the deck list sheet, I'm only seeing 15 lands in Heath's deck. 3 are on the table. So there just really are not very many ways to cast another blue spell off of a Malevolent Rumble as like a reliable hit.
Love to see the patience. We can always go for it later. And we've seen from this Breach deck the explosive sort of capabilities of it as that 8th mana source hits the battlefield with Windswept Heath.
Notably, does that mean it is possible? No, we're just short of picking up the Devourer of Destiny from Ugin's Labyrinth and casting it. Here's another forest.
Now, one nice thing about when we use the spawn, right, is it going to grow that Writhing Chrysalis, so able to really put some mixed pressure.
All right, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is it time for that Karn that we saw get put on top on the first turn?
Oh, second Writhing Chrysalis.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's a ton of spawn. These are 2-3 reaches. I mean, it's going to get out of hand quickly.
And the other side of jumping up to 7 mana is these cards are basically just super Tarmogoyf and cost 2 mana whenever you're trying to double spell in a turn.
And you do need something like Consign to hit both modes if you want to fully clean it up.
And now Heath is basically put to the test of saying, okay, the first one, probably not that much damage, understandable, you get a few turns of breathing room. The second one is a ton.
All right, and I kind of like this here. We're going after just the Writhing Chrysalis. The trigger still happens, so we still have Consign up for something like a Karn, and now we have 4 Scions coming down, but we're not just stone cold to it.
Okay, so 4 spawns on the board. Ghost Quarter Forest still available as well.
Yeah, and now Alan needs to figure out, am I going to use these Scions this turn to play Karn? And also, do I want to use maybe, all my Scions? Do I want to use most of them? Do I want to Ghost Quarter the Steam Vents? A lot of plays available.
It's funny when your opponent's choking on mana like this. The Ghost Quarter could even be a weird liability of just giving Heath 1 extra mana on a turn cycle.
Definitely.
Okay, here's that Karn that we saw stacked on turn 1 gets met by the second copy of Consigned to Memory.
And it looks like Alan deciding, do I want to let this Tameo get in and potentially start popping clues and having more to pop, or do I want to attack for 4? Tough spot.
Yeah, right. This is one where I'm not even sure what I would do in this position, and we can see all the cards in hand.
Serve.
Oh, yeah. Listen, right as Alan did it. All right.
Yeah, I like this. You got to get the game over, and with Heath stuck on mana, the 2 lands, if he wants to do that with the clues, you're winning that kind of race right now. So let's try and get this game over with.
All right. So it looks like they picked up a copy of Mox Amber, which is really nice here.
Yeah, basically an island.
Well, not basically.
Boo.
Okay, Mox Amber hits the table. Now it's Malevolent Rumble time. Urza Saga, Thassa's Oracle, Imri, the possible gets here.
Yeah, and Heath probably brought in the Jace from the sideboard to play around something like Grinding Station, naming it just the Oracle. Normally you'll name the Underworld Breach, but sometimes players do different things. So probably not too much worry about that unless Heath only left in the Oracle. Might be thinking about that. I imagine this is a moment of, do I want this Urza Saga just as my land for turn, or, the other spell?
Is there anything to getting the Imri just to fuel the graveyard more?
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable, right? It's like, it is, in my mind, sort of Imri can mill, sort of maybe get us there, maybe get us a bobble and start drawing some cards. Also might just be a blocker.
Sure, sure. Okay, so here's an Eldrazi spawn of Heath's Own. And they're tanking on if they're going to cast anything with the Steam Vents or just pass. First, the Tomio serves, finds another clue. And here's Imri. Hits the bobble.
Yeah, that'll be big for getting us out of it. But shields are down this turn for Heath. Alan is good for takeoff. Question is, what can Alan do?
Ooh. And this is tight. Oh, when your Eldrazi opponent starts thumbing through the graveyard, it's not a good feeling.
It is not. It's a bad look for you.
8 mana as well. 5 types, something that Eldrazi does not have a hard time getting in the graveyard. We have Kindred Instant at the very least. We know there's a land. We know there's a Planeswalker. And I think we know there's a creature. So that's 5.
Yeah, I mean,
Emrakul should be castable right now.
Yeah, it's castable, and casting it means the Chrysalis, grows as well. And, you know, you're at exactly 13 at the moment, which Tamio could stop with an Emrakul trampling, but it's a tough place to be. Another thing that matters here, too, is just, you know, making sure we don't accidentally mess this up. Is Emrakul now the kind of thing we want to play versus a different card in hand? My gut says probably, but it's hard to know without knowing the exact cards in hand, because we could pick up the Devourer.
It's so funny. One of the crazy things about Modern as a format is the number of times we've seen this weekend where Emrakul the Promised Land wasn't the thing you were supposed to cast when it was castable.
Yep. And we're going to get a little card count here. So there's Planeswalker creature, land, kindred, instant, sorcery.
So that's 6 types.
Yep, that means we get to leave 1 up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mana paid so far. Okay, 6, 7. Both of the spawns bite the dust. Gonna get a couple more counters on the Chrysalis. And Emrakul, the Promised End, hits the stack, and so does her trigger.
Yeah, and now Writhing Chrysalis probably is going to get in there. You could hold it back so that you could attack the Imri into it as well. Both make a lot of sense. You know, you're probably going to clean up all this stuff. It's going to be interesting to see how Ghost Quarter is going to get played, because now Alan can Ghost Quarter on Heath's turn, and Heath is going to choose to fail to find.
Oh, okay. But also, is there a world? We see Underworld Breach.
I mean,
this is one of those times where we could see Alan just force Heath to do the combo very poorly.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see. Yes, Alan has a lot of options here. Going to take a gander on Flame of Anor. Could do something like shoot the own Moxen, I guess. That's a available line. I don't think there's a second Amber in the graveyard, so we can't just, you know, play Underworld Breach and then just escape Amber, Amber, Amber and get rid of the graveyard that way.
Okay, so here's 2 mana for the Underworld Breach. At the very least, Heath knows that he wants to get it out of their hand.
Yeah, this is something you just want to get out of hand. It won't be a huge issue in the graveyard. I don't think there's any shifting woodlands, and even if there are, that's so much mana.
Right, there's a couple of shifting woodlands,
pardon
but
me.
just like you said, ton of mana at this point.
Yep. And combining that with this Ghost Quarter line available, it's just going to be so hard to crawl out of.
Alan really thinking about what to do with the turn from here.
And, oh, I wonder if there's some world where Alan's trying to maybe go like, okay, I cast this, then like a bobble, then I can sign your bobble as a way to get more cards out of the yard so that there is a top deck breach. It is less of an issue. And then we run it back, you know, via another example of it going again.
It's really interesting where it is a spot where if Alan really wanted to, they're allowed to just basically cast the bobble a lot of times to exile all of Heath's graveyard, but then Heath's going to have a bunch of card draw on their quote-unquote real upkeep.
Yep.
Okay, Malevolent Rumble. Exiling Thassa's Oracle. Very strange decision in comboing, of course, but, you know, Emrakul does what Emrakul wants.
Yeah, I mean, Heath is the one who's 12-2-1. Now, the spawn is going to come back. I wonder, I don't think Alan can cast that other breach and have that be the take and then sort of go down a card. Could also take that land and
just
like
force Heath to lose a life.
yeah, just put Heath down to 12. I mean, you have an Emrakul with trample.
Okay,
right?
so here's the possible value in that. If Heath does end up finding a way to win this game, if you fetch, you get to see how Heath sideboarded.
True. Yeah, that's actually a great point.
Okay, those cards are now in exile. Not much mana left to do anything too crazy with Underworld Breach.
Yeah, now we're going to do the Ghost Quarter,
Oh.
which now that lets you search the Fail to Find.
All right, no, wouldn't you know it? Oh, and now
Yeah,
Alan also does get to search the library, like he said.
yeah, and you're seeing the claims came in. We have the Pearson there still. There's the Needle.
Saw the Jace.
Yep. And it's looking like it's going to be very tough for Heath to get out of this one. As we kind of mentioned before, we were expecting Tamiyo and Emery to come in and get swallowed by these Eldrazi.
All right, well,
Gobble them up.
the blue creatures attacketh. And just like you said, the Eldrazi gobble them up.
Yeah, and now we're left with just a Hedge Maze and a Mox Amber and 2 clues in play, and Jace was the draw for turn.
Not what Heath was looking for.
Definitely a bit of an awkward one. Looks like
All right.
maybe the judges are
Double
discussing
checking
something.
some stuff. A lot of moving parts for both of these decks. The graveyards matter. A ton of mana is being spent on a bunch of game actions.
Yeah, might be a life total thing. That's
Yeah,
99%
totally.
of the time it's life totals.
Right, yeah.
One of the judges looks over and says, I see Heath says 13 here.
Oh, there
our
was supposed
cover-
to be a clue from the Tamiyo.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay,
We missed
sure.
the clue.
Right, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. You know what? You can have it, Heath.
Type of thing that very technically could matter.
Yes, yeah. And these things do matter, and it's on the players. You need to maintain a good board state and, sort of on Alan there controlling the turn. So it's really not at the end of the world. You see the players are laughing about it a little bit, right? Yeah, both players kind of know, like, this is not.
Right, like we said, very technically could matter. You can see he's just going, yeah, I mean, okay, let's see what we're supposed to do from here, I guess.
Yeah. Gonna take a look at what's in exile.
Yeah, and this is the spot where Alan feels very good about his odds of winning this match, but it's not a given yet, right? We have seen Grinding Breach come back from being preposterously far behind in this event.
Definitely. And, I mean, we can play the Tamiyo and the Imri here thanks to the Mox. So we're going to have blockers, so the Emrakul can't assign lethal currently. And that's going to, be something that kind of matters in these spots.
Right, there's a spot where, or this is a spot rather, where let's say Alan has nothing in hand. Heath could cast the Imri. There's a lot of artifacts in play. Mill over a Mox Opal, cast Tamiyo to chump block, go down to 1, and then rip something like an Underworld Breach and end up comboing next turn.
Definitely.
In spite of all of this.
Yeah, it looks like we're just recounting to the judge what happened. And, I mean, it's a situation where there's a lot going on. It's high stakes. It's not an excuse. You still need to, maintain those
definitely.
things. But it's a very easy sort of thing to happen. And
As we
happens all
get
the time.
towards the end of the event as well, these players have played a ton of Magic this weekend. This is round 15.
Yep.
Okay, and we see that clue die get rolled up. Players resuming right now. He's thinking through how to maximize their chances to get another turn.
Yeah, and he's just like, actually, I was thinking
Yep,
during
they
all that
just
judge
said-
call, I can't do it.
Yep, it is time for them to pack it up. And Alan Hubbard, I think, okay, almost certainly Pro Tour invite.
Definitely.
I'm starting to think maybe even into top 8. Congratulations to Alan Hubbard.
Yes.
I love this build of Eldrazi, too.
Yeah, great play this weekend, great build, and honestly, like you said, looks to definitely be a Pro Tour invite there. We're not 100% sure, but players were feeling 11-3, handshake kind of make it there moment. So being, 12-3, you're probably going to get there if that's the case. So
feeling pretty good about it.
we'll be seeing Alan later this year at the Pro Tour. And like you said, it's going to be really close to be a nail biter on that top 8. Very easily could be 7th or 8th up in there.
I can see anywhere from the 7th to 10th range.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're a big Alan fan, we'll have to let you know how that goes later in the round, as it looks like we are going to check out some more Magic this round.
Backup matches y'all should not have.
All right.
All right, we're going to go to game 3. We have Joel Doolittle on Orzhov Blink. This is someone we actually caught yesterday, and I really liked their play against Justin Schabel on Grinding Breach again. We have seen one Grinding Breach knocked out of top 8 contention this round. Let's see if it's going to happen again. We're going to be jumping into game 3 with both of these players. All right, Joel Doolittle, Orzhov Blink, Justin Schabel, Grinding Breach. Winner of this likely going to be punching their ticket into the top 8.
Yeah, and Joel's someone we've seen in the future match area a lot this weekend.
Really having to think. A lot of pressure. Justin scries one to the bottom. Oh, both players. Not scry one. Sorry, wrong mulligan rule.
Details matter.
I know. I'm thinking of the Vancouver mulligan, not the London mulligan. All right, sink into stupor, bolted in for a preordain as a land. We're going to pretend I said those in the right order.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. All right, Justin, 2 to the bottom in the right order, draws a card off preordain.
One of the fun parts of this breach deck is might not be done with actions yet.
Yeah, there
Boom,
they
boom.
are. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Mishra's Bobble, Mox Opal, Mox Amber, but nothing to do with the Opal mana.
Yeah, and Deafening Silence played. Only one non-creature spell per turn now after we got the quadrupled one last turn.
All right, cracks the Bobble, draws another card for turn. This is why we've seen players really being very deliberate about when they're developing their Moxen, and this is a reason you want to play them all out sooner.
Yep. Open Deckless doing a lot here to help Justin with that decision. You know, you might be afraid of something like Wrath of the Skies, but, you know, you might also be afraid of this. A lot of information to play with, as it does look like we're fetching up the Stomping Grounds.
All right, well, here's Grinding Station for 2 mana.
Yeah, and
Trigger.
Trigger. And now that's going to put us in a spot where once we answer this Deafening Silence, we're going to be an Underworld Breach away from winning the game. It looks like end of turn that might be what's happening with Opal casting Nature's Claim.
Witch Blessed Meadow as a tap land, not signaling a bunch of strength from Joel Doolittle, but there's Fairy Macabre out of the sideboard.
Yeah, and, you know, if we hit, you know, a sort of an unlucky quote-unquote mills with our station, it could be game over.
All right, let's see what you got, Justin. You got the breach. You going to go for it?
I mean, if we do...
1 mana. 2 mana. Uh-oh.
3rd mana. Oh, okay.
Okay, no, can't tap the Amber yet.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the breach.
All right. And now, like you mentioned, Fairy Macabre in hand, potentially.
Okay, shocked in a breeding pool from Justin.
Yep. And now we can start stationing the Opal.
Okay, they're just checking life totals. It's
Yep.
fine.
A lot of pain would have to adjust in this game. Only 3 turns, no attacks at 12.
All right, taps Grinding Station. Believe we're going to be sacrificing Mox Opal. Justin targeting themselves. All right, Opal's in the graveyard.
Okay, the Macabre was in hand. It looks like we're going to get rid of the Opal and the Bauble and hope that there's nothing else that can keep us going.
All right, and that was with the station activation on the stack. Otherwise, if Joel had let that mill resolve, then we would have actually seen Justin have priority to just recast Mox Opal.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing
I love... Wait.
a re-escape Nature's Claim to exile the cards the Fairy Macabre is targeting.
Yeah, and gaining some life.
Sure.
Getting rid of the Amber, which will put more cards
Oh, no, you had to do this because there wasn't another way to sacrifice the Mox Amber otherwise because the station won't untap. Oh,
Correct.
my God.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes, incredibly tight play there from Justin, seeing it there. Pressure's high and hits an Emery. Now that Emery means Amber is going to be able to tap for mana, We need to get to it, but we're a little light on cards in the yard. And the small misstep earlier of not shocking in first and then responding to the station untap trigger has put Justin in this tough spot.
All right, we're going to see how this ends up going, because now we know that between the grinding station and the Mox Amber, it is technically possible for Justin to mill their entire deck. But like you said, I think at this point they are a mana short from being able to actually kill from there. And it could be disastrous if they hit their kill cons too early.
Definitely.
Okay, so here's the Mox Amber looking like it's coming back. Little exile, just making sure this is the spot where you feel like you have won the game, and you're going to feel so bad if you happen to exile the wrong card.
Yeah, you want to be really precise in this moment. So here comes the Amber.
Trigger.
Trigger. Untap the station.
All right. Station untaps. Sacrifice the Amber. Mill 3 more of them. I don't want to say 3 rectangles to signify something that doesn't really matter, but if we're being honest, they're just rectangles.
True. Looks like we're counting our deck. I wonder if Justin has Oracle in hand.
Oh.
And is trying to figure out if there's a way to get a Mox in play and make it work, but I don't know.
It's also possible if you hit Mox Opal too late, it might not actually... say, if Justin were to only have, say, Jace Wielder of Mysteries as a kill con, and not have Thassa's Oracle in the deck anymore, and you hit Mox Opal too late, it might not actually be possible to get up to enough mana to cast the Jace.
Yeah, and you can't really get anywhere from here. You could cast Tameo, because your Opal's not going to be online when you find it. You don't have enough artifacts or enough cards.
All right. Amber comes back. Trigger. We're going to sacrifice the Opal again. Mill 3 more. We're doing it again. All right. We are in just looping it mode.
Yeah, I wonder if Justin's looking for a certain card to flash back at the end of all of this, and that's why we're doing it.
Oof, we hit all of the Mox Ambers before hitting a Mox Opal.
All right, looks like we're going to take a second to think about what we want to exile/continue.
Maybe thinking about this Malevolent Rumble? No, okay. We're still just continuing to cast Mox Amber. Trigger.
Yeah,
All right, here's the Jace. Does it? Whoa, whoa. Okay, yeah, exiles the Jace. I think you are right. Justin likely has the Thassa's Oracle in hand in that case.
Yeah, I think what Justin wants to do is get the deck down to 1 or 2 cards left, and that's why we're counting intervals of 3, basically saying, hey, I'm going to put my deck at basically dead.
Exiled Mox Opal.
It doesn't matter. We're gonna mill our whole deck, leave ourselves with 1 card, pass, because we counted our deck. So we're going to have 1 or 2 left. That's why we're counting intervals of 3 earlier, because we have to get our deck down low enough where we don't have 0 cards in deck, right, so that we can draw on our next turn, because we already played land for this turn, I think. Now, I might be mistaken. Maybe a land wasn't played yet. But it looks like, yeah, we milled through a lot of the deck here, and we're just going to get it super low and then cast Oracle and win the game from this spot, something Grape Shot could never do.
Okay, but I want to look at something really quick. Couple things in Joel's sideboard. Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not a full, but I think Justin might be, like, just having the Oracle left in hand. Like, because of how many cards were played. So I think Justin feels like, hey, if I get Thoughtseize, I get Thoughtseize. But that Fairy Macabre was incredibly well played there by Doolittle. And now has put Justin in this spot where this basically has to be like, call, have it.
Sure.
All right, and I think that, yeah, that deck probably has 1 or 2 cards left. Let's see. Okay, it's a little less. All right, so this
5.
Maybe a moment of trying to figure out, okay, I want to maybe end this with a Tameo as my last card instead of the Amber.
Okay, so here's the Mox Amber. One more time. Trigger.
Yep. If a Mox Amber was the last card in hand,
Whoa, Grinding Station sacrifices itself.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the
this-
Oracle in the bottom 3 cards.
Okay, so the Oracle wasn't in hand. So now Justin can escape the Tameo, then tap the Amber, and if it has Amber as the last card in hand, it can play that Legend Rule,
Oh.
cast the Oracle. I believe we have just enough cards to make that a reality.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's... I can't tell if that's cards in hand or the deck that's left over.
Okay, and it looks like we're just confirming with the judge. This is so hard.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you have to do everything perfectly. And also, real, you know, a lot of gumption here from Justin to
Yeah.
go for this.
I mean, it's the spot where you know if Joel gets to untap, all of a sudden that could just unlock a bunch of stuff like Aven Interrupter to throw off your combo. You don't know how many shields down moments you're going to get against a pile of mono white hate bears.
Completely correct. And now, I wonder if maybe there's like a dexterity error.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a concession.
yeah.
I
so-
think that's a concession. I think Joel Doolittle is going to make it into the top 8.
Wow. Joe won the game. Yeah, so, I mean, congratulations to Doolittle.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, Joel has played great all weekend, has had some kind of heartbreaking back-to-back matches. I saw lost the last one, and Good Faith was in the backup
Yeah,
area. This one was
yeah.
just like, hey, good games, you know, good luck in the
Yes,
top
yes.
8. So congratulations to Doolittle. Great run there from Heath.
Right, and Doolittle also punching a ticket to the Pro Tour.
Yes, so congratulations. We'll be seeing you over there, Doolittle.
All right, y'all ready for some top 8 action? Well, we are going to take a very short break while we corral our players into the top 8 feature match area and have some even better high-intensity games of Modern. Don't go anywhere. Howdy gamers, and welcome to the top 8 of the regional championships in Portland, brought to you by Star City Games. Carmen Clemparens, Mason Clark. We've got some sick matches coming up for you.
Yes, we have decided our top 8, and now there's only a couple matches of Magic left to be played to see who's going to Worlds, who's going to be our champion this weekend, who's going to be left in the dust.
I know. We've watched a ton of Modern this weekend, starting with day 1 into day 2 Swiss. And look at this. This is what everybody brought this weekend. We saw at the very beginning of the event an even number of Breach and Energy decks.
Yeah, and then as you're going to see when we go to day number 2, that changed dramatically as Breach stayed the top dog and Energy fell off quite a bit more.
I know, and there are a lot of decks that fell off a ton that I think we thought might be able to prove themselves. Like Oculus is something that players were still bringing and had some innovations. We saw some, it looked pretty good in the feature match with Esper, the Esper version rather, a few times, but it did not end up converting into the top 8.
It did not, and speaking of converting into the top 8, Breach has 3 copies in our top 8. The most represented deck, we have 2 Eldrazi, which I think we actually have in our bracket we can put up on the screen. Let's throw it up.
Let's see who is playing in the top 8, because up top we have Peter Husian and Peter Tubergen in a rematch of something that we saw during the Swiss rounds. This is Peter Tubergen, SCG mainstay, I believe their first Pro Tour invite.
That's my understanding as well, so congratulations to you. We can't wait to see you
Mox
at the
Opal
program.
enthusiast.
That's
finally breaks through with Mox Opal.
That's right. Apparently, you were saying earlier, lost the last one in for the Pro Tour to Titan.
Correct. This is back when Mox Opal was legal the first time, right? Peter Tubergen played a ton of Affinity, went 12-3 in a Grand Prix, needed to go 13-2, and apparently 2 or 3 of his losses in that event were to Amulet Titan. And Peter Husian on Amulet Titan was one of his 2 losses in the Swiss rounds this weekend.
Wow. Well, you know what? We'll see if that stays the course.
Just
in top
the
8.
bane of his existence.
Yeah. Speaking of which, here we have Gabriel playing Gabriel. No, that's actually Energy there, and then Enzo on Grinding Breach. So that's gonna be an interesting matchup, and one that actually, we saw those players each in our feature match area a couple times this weekend,
They were
but never
our 2
against each other.
Ninos before.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, Gabriel Nicholas on Boros Energy when that gets updated, and below that, an Eldrazi Ramp Mirror. This is a deck that is kind of working to prove itself and was the 3rd most registered deck in the event.
Definitely, and it has the 2nd highest number of copies in top 8. Breach here with 3, it was 2, everyone else with 1.
And our first feature that we're actually going to be watching this round is Jackson Nor against Joel Doolittle. This is Grinding Breach against Orzhov Blink. Orzhov having a pretty good weekend in Canada, making it all the way to the finals. It also had an awesome conversion rate, and if memory serves, was the 4th most represented deck in day 2.
Yeah, that is the correct representation number there, and I believe 4th also overall as well. So
Right.
sort of holding steady there.
Right, and this is something that in some ways has felt like it's been a response to what the big decks are, right? It's something that we know has a pretty favorable matchup against energy variants, goes a little bit over the top of them, and it has a bunch of hate bears. It has things like Stony Silence to bring in against Grinding Breach, and it's able to have that perfect mix of pressure and disruption against Grinding Breach.
Yeah, definitely, and has just so many cards that are hard to fight through. We talked about it and joked about it a little on coverage this weekend. We have 15 cards in our sideboard. About 14 come in pretty easily. 15th you can make an argument for. And that's going to really impact that kind of matchup. And you're going to have, good results when the metagame looks the way it did, and you are well prepared with a good sideboard for Breach. It's a recipe for success.
Right, and something that we've also talked about is how the first hate piece is pretty easy to answer. I don't know if easy is the right way to put it, but Grinding Breach is built in such a way that that first hate piece is going to be something that it can answer pretty reliably. It's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th pieces that give it trouble, and this Orzhov Blink deck is actually able to insulate some of its hate pieces from removal with things like Ephemerate, but also just actually have a high enough density of them to say, hey, here's a 2nd lock piece, here's a 3rd lock piece, or even a 4th one.
Yeah, and they're high impact pieces too. We see sometimes players have something that's like, okay, I have this card for this other matchup, and it's kind of this headache for Breach, but not an answer. Things like Aven Interrupter, Stony Silence are such back-breaking cards for this Breach deck.
And Joel Doolittle is someone who we actually just saw win against Grinding Breach for the win-in for top 8 at the back of last round.
Yeah, and it was a very tight play, too. I think of an unorthodox moment of using the Fairy Macabre to sort of try and get him, and then it worked, and the opponent wasn't able to actually combo off. And so clearly someone who's played this matchup a lot today and succeeded, clearly has a lot of knowledge about it and is able to sort of spot those moments where the unconventional lines pop up. And when you catch those, you catch fire, and that's how we see him in top 8.
Exactly. I've really liked watching him over the weekend, just having a lot of great approaches to these sorts of matchups and knowing what you need to do in order to hang at this sort of level. I think a lot of the proven decks are things that have solidified themselves over the last few weeks and have said, hey, if you want to play at the regional championship and you're going to bring a newer deck, you can't just cross your fingers.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing to talk about too. The Blink is newer, right? It's a deck that's like a month and a half-ish old in Modern. Like, obviously, Taxes decks have existed, but not in this variation and to this success level. I mean, this is the best Taxes has ever been in Modern.
Right.
By a lot.
Yeah, right. It's by such a degree that originally Theo Jung won a challenge with it on Magic Online and said, okay, well, I won this, and my friend said that if I won the challenge with this, I had to go to the regional championship and play it. But then he won another one. And people were just calling it Orzhov Sewer at the time, sort of as a bit to say this can't actually be good, right? Aether Vial hasn't been good in years.
Yes, but what we're seeing is, a lot of the threats went down in mana value, right, with the release of the Modern Horizon set. So Vial being something that gave you that cheating on mana wasn't as needed because you have all these 1-2 mana things that have impactful spells. Well, Orzhov has a lot of 3s and 2s at once, and that's a big difference between 1s and 2s. And getting to cheat on that mana, that means your Aether Vial is playing like Black Lotus every turn. Give me that 3 mana. Give me that 3 mana. And combine that instant speed with some of these cards, uncounterable, recipe for success.
Right. You see stuff like Flicker Wisp all the time. That's something that's been paired with Aether Vial for well over a decade at this point. But now we have things like Outlaws of Thunder Junction brought us Aven Interrupter. This is something that can be a disruptive piece in the moment, but also comes with hate text attached to it.
Definitely, yeah. And we're seeing, Ephemerate as well with the release of Modern Horizons. Years ago, the original really coming to its own in this deck as being something that works so well with all of these pieces. Getting to use them again, Flicker Wisp again on the end step. You've seen that trick before in Legacy, and it's coming here to Modern, and it's still very impactful. And
while we both actually worked on developing Modern Horizons 3, this is something that we did play a decent amount of. Maybe we should have played a little more of it. We internally were just like, can this be real? Where we worked a lot on Philia, the legendary dog that's in the deck. We played a lot of decks like this going, we think this could show up.
Yeah, I was just like behind the curtain a little, we thought it'd be blue-white. Now, we didn't know about Overlord the Baelmerk yet. That card wasn't, a thing, at least for me. I don't know, you maybe knew about it from Duskborn, but it was one of those situations where
it had not been made internally yet.
Yeah, and so when we were playing the deck, it was like, had Consigns, and we had Harbinger of the Siege, and that was something we were doing with our Vial, right?
Consign to Memory with the Philia trick, where you can counter the triggered ability to bring something back.
Exactly, yeah, and so our decks looked different, and it was something where I kind of left, the design process thinking, I think Tax is going to be kind of good, And the metagame didn't shake out in such a way where feeling it was good, but I remember talking to people, and they're like, oh, Mason, you worked in the set, you played with these cards, what do you really like? And I was like, I think the dog's really good. Everyone's like, okay, the dog's cool,
yeah, no,
but like,
I get
it.
It's a corgi, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and you could even hear, on some, podcasts and stuff like that from people where, I had conversations with them where they, maybe recounted a story from, they're like, yeah, Mason seems like the dog. I'm just not seeing it, though.
Right.
And now you're seeing it, and it's just like, scoreboard. Felia is really good.
And something that sticks out to me about this deck is that it did not get very much from the unbans that happened recently in Modern, but it got a lot from the ban and the One Ring. Now, without the One Ring, previously that card was holding down a bunch of decks that are winning on the back of incremental advantages, but this Orzhov Taxes deck uses cards like Overlord of the Baelmerk to be able to say, okay, I'm just going to go up 1 or 2 resources a turn, and that's a viable path for success.
Definitely, and I think Amped Raptor as well. The energy deck used that as a way to get these extra 2-for-1s and get these extra moments to get back into the game. And combining that, obviously they also played the One Ring, right? So they had a lot of success in that regard. But Amped Raptor being another thing, it's like, okay, these energy decks, I can actually solitude them out of the game, and I can get to a point where the board is stable, and we're just playing, top deck war, and my cards are much better than your cards.
And something that's really nice about these Blink decks is we've seen a lot of different versions of it on the weekend. Just looking at the list, we've seen a bunch of different configurations of just black and white creatures. We saw a Selesnya Blink deck that was incorporating some energy cards and your old bestie, Eternal Witness. And then Esper even splashing Consign to Memory closer to how we thought it would play out, but Overlord of the Baelmerk still being such a great way to apply the pressure with Flicker Wisp.
Yeah, and I think that's another big thing to look at, too. We talk about Felia a lot. Overlord of the Baelmerk is something that I think is like, we're seeing it here. Obviously, Felia plays a big part of it, as does Flicker Wisp. But I think it's really showing players, hey, this is a really strong card. Look at this in other formats, too. See what else you can do. And we've seen some, even in Pioneer, where that card's showing up now. And even more so since this deck's popped up, I think people are starting to get it. Baelmerk's a real card. So
looking at our top 8 bracket, we have Amulet versus Breach. We have Breach versus Energy. That's the top half of the bracket. Then we have Breach versus Orzhov Blink, and then we have an Eldrazi Mirror. What's your favorite thing to win the tournament at this point? I know you were bullish on Breach going into it. Do you still think that's the case?
Most copies in top 8.
Oh
Deck I was the
God.
highest on. I'm going to go with Underworld Breach for 500.
All right. Well, I'm hoping to see Blink take it down. Let's head down to the feature match. Our players are ready. We've got Orzhov Blink against Grinding Breach. This is Jackson Noor versus Joel Doolittle.
Yep. Jackson, someone we saw in round 13. And this is going to start off with a fetch of the Misty Rainforest.
All right. Jackson fetching a lot of 1-mana things to do. Steam Vents the Get.
Big to be on the play here. I mean, it's always sort of, nice to be on the play in matchups here, but against a deck like Aether Vial ones, making it so you get to go down first, make the Vial take a little longer to start getting going has huge implications.
Okay. Preordained showing a Tamio and a Scalding Tarn. Telling us in the booth, in a lot of ways, this will tell us in the booth what Jackson's missing. Put Scalding Tarn on top. Looks like land is what they were looking for.
Yeah, it might also be a moment of just wanting to setting up for a longer game. This black-white deck is pretty good at answering creatures, right? So having a Tamio be something you commit to that maybe just gets quickly answered isn't super great.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I know in the Swiss rounds we saw Jackson really playing to the combo and doing some unorthodox stuff in the face of energy to just opt out of the fair game completely.
Yep.
All right, Aether Vial, what Joel leads on. This is what you want to see if you're in the Blink seat.
Yeah, this is your best one-drop. The deck doesn't really play one-drop creatures, and you want to get this going sooner than later.
All right, Breeding Pool, Fetch Shock. Jackson already down to 14. This is one of the things that feels like a bit of a liability sometimes, how much the Grinding Breach deck is fetching and shocking.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a lot of basics, right? You need to make your colors work, and that means you're going to take a lot of damage. Theoretically, something like Burn could maybe take advantage of this, but we haven't seen that play out yet, as Soul Guide Lantern into Mox Opal into Emery is the play.
It just does so much so fast.
And then you say, Mason, what do you think you want to win? Where's your bets
I
on?
didn't say what you want to win, but
Yes.
Haywire Might. Okay, look at this. The one-of Haywire Might flipped over by Emery. That looks pretty nice against Aether Vial, and if Joel doesn't have more lands, okay, pass the first test, has Marsh Flats and a second Aether Vial. Maybe Haywire Might's not going to be what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it's something that Jackson can do if Jackson's maybe spinning the wheels a little bit. And, it's not going to be the end of the world. If you want to take a slower approach, killing one of these vials is a good way to do it. Give you some time with the Saga.
All right, like you said, Urza's Saga the get for Jackson, and this is just the one-card fair plan.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it does so much in so many matchups. Speaking of one-card fair plan.
Oh, wait, Grinding Station, trigger.
Nothing fair ever happens with this. As we see it come down, we're going to float a mana with Mox before we sacrifice it.
And this is with the untapped trigger from Grinding Station on the stack. This flips over Malevolent Rumble and notably Mishra's Bauble, a nice get with Emery.
Yep. Now you're going to buy back the Opal.
Okay.
And this to me seems like, yep, Underworld Breach.
All right, there it is. This is the turn 3 combo.
Yeah, we've got it sort of rolled up here. And I don't know if Doolittle has a way in the main deck to interact.
This is pretty interesting. Okay, so Doolittle is having Noor play it out. I'm going to double check. I'm not seeing a ton that could do much.
Yeah, I'm not either.
All right, we'll see. Okay, Grape Shot goes to Graveyard. Oh, is there a world where if Jackson Grape Shots for not enough, Doolittle could end up solituding their own creatures?
Yes, but we would need a Solitude and a Solitude. Because you need a Solitude.
Oh, it's a tall order.
Yeah.
It is a tall order for sure.
Yeah, and now we're going to do this and then Grape Shot. That's the secret, right? Is you get to cast Grape Shot, then cast it again.
Sure. Okay, so we see Jackson netting some mana, Grape Shotting a bunch. All right, so this is going to be a Grape Shot for 10-ish and then a Grape Shot for 10-ish, and it looks like we're going to game 2-ish.
Yeah, and that's why I'm bullish on this deck.
Oh, boom! That's why they pay us The big bugs, baby.
They're paying you?
All right. Looking at the sideboards, lot of stuff that Joel's going to be bringing in.
Yeah, I mean, from Joel's side, Dran's Magistrate would stop this combo. Stony Silence would have stopped this combo. White Orchid Phantom could stop the Fair Plans. Thoughtseize could break it up. Wrath of Sky could stop the Fair Plan. Aven Interrupter can stop the combo. Deafening Silence, Fairy Macabre. Both cards that could be this huge headache. And this is sort of what we talked about before the match started. We have so many cards we can bring in here from Doolittle. You have some you can cut from your main deck. Fatal Push is a card that's nice. You maybe want to have like one of it or two of it to fight over individual things, but you can kind of upgrade that with the sideboard. Orcish Bowmaster, it kind of comes up sometimes, but not really. We're going to see a lot of trimming of the rest of the stuff and then adding in a bunch of high-impact cards.
Yeah, in general, something that sticks out to me is a lot of Joel Doolittle's main deck is geared towards answering creatures. This is probably a response to the energy decks in particular. And then in post-board, it's almost a transformational level of, I'm going to bring in a bunch of disruption that impacts different kinds of cards than what I'm targeting in my main deck.
Definitely. Meanwhile, over on Jackson's side, we have these consigned memories which don't really do much in this matchup. They can stop the Felia trigger, which we talked about a couple times. That can always be something that's a little nice. Boseiju is going to come in as a way to fight over Stony Silence. Firespout can get into the creatures. Flame of Anor can do a good job at, maybe killing something and drawing some cards. We like Jace, How do you feel about Kappa Cannoneer, Carmen?
I do like it enough against Wrath of the Skies. I think it can be a little bit tough against some draws that Joel can present. But Kappa Cannoneer does pretty nicely dodge a lot of this hate, right? Stony Silence, not very good against it. Wrath of the Skies takes 1,000,000 mana or 1,000,000 energy to actually get it off the table. And it's really hard to target with spot removal.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Bolt's going to come in to clean answer to Magistrate. Also, backup win condition, technically. You can see some of what happened that game, and then Bolt, right? That can happen. And then Ren and 6, one of the more slept-on cards in Modern. This card is so impactful and plays such a good fair game plan, as Jackson, has it here. And I think it's something that could come in and play that fair game, but also a lot of X1s from Doolittle here. Very easily could just be, another kill spell.
Right. It's really strange where it feels like X1 creatures, 1 toughness creatures, were pseudo-banned for a long time when Orcish Bowmaster was everywhere to check the One Ring. Ren and 6 was out of a lot of the fair decks, just helping undo your mulligans and the like, hit all your land drops when Omnath was huge. But now the format's changed a lot, so it feels funny to say Ren and 6 is good against X1, so it might get sideboarded in.
Yeah, and I mean, it's an incredibly powerful card. And I imagine, it's been a lot of the big reason that Jackson been able to play these more controlling games, hit a bunch of land drops, pick up the Boseijus over and over again. And Boseiju plus Ren and 6 is a great way to fight through multiple Stony Silences, which can be a huge issue for lots of decks.
All right, and if you like what you're seeing here and you want to get involved in a regional championship, we're going to be going to Hartford in May.
Yeah, that's going to be May 16th through the 18th. It's going to be standard. It's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see what comes out of that. Standard's been a really great place recently, and I'm excited to play it.
Hartford, one of those sleeper cities, too, I think. I've only been there a couple of times, but I've really liked the food every time I've gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think people sleep everywhere, but I like what you're saying there. But you can check out all the details about that at StarCityGames.com/SCGCON.
All right, well, going into Game 2, Joel getting to be on the play for this one, I think that's going to make a pretty big difference. It feels like 3 mana is the spot where this deck really gets to wake up and come online.
Yes, definitely. And that's what I was talking about with Aether Vial draws. Obviously, going first is a pretty big advantage most of the time in matchups, so to get the initiative. But with Vial, it just takes a while for it to get going. It's not like other cards, right? You do have to have that time investment. So being on the draw there was, a massive disadvantage. Where if it's on 2 and it's post-board, right, because you're on the play, you Vial in Magistrate in response to that Underworld Breach, and game might be over, actually.
Yeah, right, exactly. And if you look at all of the sideboard tools that Joel is bringing in, a lot of them are cheap and efficient.
Definitely. And, efficiency is the name of the game here. One thing that's pretty interesting, actually, for me here from Joel is no March of Otherworldly Light. We've seen players turn to that as an answer to the turn this weekend of Torpor Orb popping up to stop the black-white deck. It's sort of been the level 3 thing here. So Doolittle maybe not actually that worried about it. Has Wrath of the Skies as a way to answer it. It sort of doubles up, but, that's a card that I'm definitely keeping my eye on when I go over the event this weekend is, okay, how many marches were there in this deck? Because that's a card that I've always been a big fan of and is actually very good against Breach.
Right. When Neo came out, I know I just put it back, pop my teeth in and tell you a story. I was playing blue-white control, and it was very good against Urza's Saga and everything it could grab.
Definitely, and I mean, that's a big part of the grinding breach game here, and also really good just the creatures, right? Just picking off things like Tamiyo. And I'm really excited to see how this deck evolves as well with the release of Aether Drift this weekend.
All right, so it looks like Joel is mulliganing. Something I like on Jackson's side in particular is just how good this grinding breach deck is, and their list in particular at threat diversification. We've talked about Wrenn and 6 a little bit, but that card and Kappa Cannoneer and Jace is not too shabby of a card advantage engine. A lot of those cards are really strong in the face of Wrath of the Skies. It's almost like the level 3 adaptation of the archetypes. It's not surprising to me that Jackson's found a lot of success on the weekend.
Yeah, it seems like Jackson feels very comfortable and good about the plans that they're enacting this weekend and feels very much like, I know what I'm doing. And you don't see sideboards and deck configurations like this without sort of being like, okay, I feel a certain way about certain things. I'm going to execute on that.
All right. Looks like everyone has hands they like, and Joel has a Marsh Flats and a pass. Hedge Maze from Jackson. Likes what they see.
Gonna go to the back street for Doolittle, maybe get the goods.
Backstreet's back.
All right.
All right, all right, all right.
I was saying all right to it. What are you referring to?
Oh, sorry, I know I'm a little bit older than you. Back in the 90s, there was this group. Sorry, it was a you had to be there sort of thing.
Oprah situation. Yeah. She was big back then. Yeah.
All right, so much to do, so much to see. Surveil off shadowy backstreet. Another leaving it on top. Joel with another March Flash immediately kicks it for Draneth Magistrate.
Yeah, and this is a card that we see 3 of in Doolittle's sideboard. As I just realized,
not a full text planes.
I was such a Doolittle fan for so long, and then so quickly it evaporates. But no,
Wow.
jokes aside, this Draneth Magistrate is a huge player, and this is something that, is pretty loud to me because you can't tutor this off Recruiter of the Guard, right? That's something that is normally a pretty big premium, but this matters so much in matchups like this that we're just going to play 3, hope to get them and get them down early, and this is going to make it so Jackson can't use Underworld Breach.
All right, well, a fetch and a shock from Jackson to get Steam Vents. Into Mox Amber, probably going to see a legendary creature follow it up. Here's Tamiyo.
Yeah, maybe a Malevolent Rumble after that. Would be a pretty powerful, and
Oh, yeah. Get
Storm
mumbling.
Count 3. I was joking about the Storm Count a little bit, but with this Opal Carbon and the Scion, all right, I was going to say we could have maybe seen something like Grape Shot kill the Magistrate.
All right, it looks like they're going to take Underworld Breach, and do you think Jackson wants to combo?
I think he does. And what's interesting is if you're Doolittle, it's like, all right, well, you didn't really want the land. One of those lands, is Shifting Woodlands, which would have been the breach. So you're not really worried about my Magistrate right now. This is you're not bothered, as they say.
Oh, no. Okay, so Joel takes a draw. Having a think. A lot of flash cards in this white deck.
Yeah, very tricky. This deck has a lot of play to it, can do a lot of different things. Even stuff just like ephemerating our own Draneth Magistrate's huge. We have 1 Lightning Bolt in the Breach deck here. We maybe think that's going to clear the way, and then you ephemerate when they may be thinking you're holding up something like Aven Interrupter or Dog, and suddenly, you're still safe.
Jackson's poker face. The stare. I got so much respect for that.
Yeah, I think Jackson, I watched some of the backup match that they were on around, I believe, 13. And during that match, just sort of was calm and chill the whole time.
Yes.
I think it's very in the zone right now. I think
Yes.
this is one of those things where I'm not even sure if Jackson realizes, how close we are to the worlds at the moment. And you know what? Let's keep it that way.
Yeah,
Let's stay in the zone.
That it does not matter until you've made it. And Wrath of the Skies with an X value of 1, threatening to mop up Jackson's entire battlefield.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just going to be very strong, undo all that work that we saw Jackson get done, and now an attack for 1.
And this is just the strength of Joel's sideboard on full display. Untap and a draw from Jackson. A lot of work getting done real quick.
Yeah, and normally a card like Underworld Breach, you know, if this had been like a Felia, we would just have a refill board, right? But because of this Drannith Magistrate, we're not going to be able to do that.
Ooh, okay, so here's Mox Amber to reduce Imri's cost. Imri not able to cast anything, though, because of Drannith Magistrate.
Yep. Now, we did put a grinding station in the graveyard. That means once we solve this Drannith Magistrate problem, if there's something else in the way, we can go for it with the Breach in our hand.
All right, so there is another land from Jackson and a pass back. Joel takes a draw.
You know, we haven't seen a lot of Recruiter of the Guard this weekend when you and I at least have been in the booth watching this deck. I'm starting to wonder if maybe players are trimming down on it a little bit.
I kind of like that in a lot of ways because I think once you have streamlined your deck more into into a more consistent shape, you're not getting as much from the tutoring. So having a 3-mana 1/1 probably is not what Joel's trying to do as much here. The thing I feel like that they're really missing is pressure.
Well, you know what? Overlord the Bailmerk takes a little bit, but eventually does become pressure, as Felia is one of the hits that I think maybe one of the only few hits.
And Recruiter of the Guard. This is why we're in the booth, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I said maybe we went down on it. You're the one who committed.
There I was trying to yes-and my good friend and contemporary, Mason Clark.
Stay frosty out there. It's always your own.
All right, in step, Overlord of the Bailmerk down to 4. Jackson going ahead and fetching. Feeling a Thundering Falls coming on.
That is normally what would happen here. I wonder if we have something like
Jackson
Nature's
doesn't
Client.
actually have the Thundering Ignore. It might just be a tapped breeding pool. It is.
I do like this. I've been kind of harping on, there's a lot of Surveil lands. They're obviously very strong. But having a lot of tap lands in your deck where you are trying to execute the combo and sometimes needing these untapped sources specifically, it is a real cost. And even though the Surveil lands are really good, I think playing one is totally reasonable and not like, you know, illegal like some might say. You don't have to have the second one.
Sure, that totally makes sense. I know that's one of the things that Modern still hasn't quite figured out as a format is the number of Surveil lands, 1 or 2, or it can be 3 for something like Living End, but the 1 versus 2 fight is pretty real.
Yep. Jackson's taking a second to think about how am I going to get out of this situation. If I have a Bolt, I could answer this Magistrate and maybe start replaying some of these cards from my graveyard and maybe even combo this turn, but we do have to draw one of the things that can get us out of here.
All right, so Mox Amber and Island teaming up with Steam Vents.
Okay, this looks like
I
Flame
take
of
it all
Anor.
back. Oh, nope, here we go. It's Flame of Anor time, just like you said, going after Drannith Magistrate and giving Jackson a couple more cards.
And I mean, we have Embryo online now, Carmen, and there's a Mox Opal in the graveyard. Any other artifact?
All right, we're targeting the Opal.
Yeah. Doolittle has the Fairy Macabre. Okay, we're going to get rid of the Opal that was targeted at least and something else.
Grinding Station.
All
Makes
right.
a lot of sense.
Like this play a lot. Don't let Jackson get any mana. Even if Jackson didn't go for the combo this turn, maybe you'd want to wait, feel like you get a little extra.
All right, and our man in the chair, Jeremy, is letting us know that we see...
Alan Hubbard defeated.
Yes, Alan Hubbard. This is who we covered on the winning in round 15. Lost the Eldrazi Mirror to Damien Del Nero.
Congratulations to Alan. I believe the first Pro Tour is what I heard out there, so congrats there. And we'll be seeing you there. Great finish this weekend. De Niro, we'll be seeing more in a minute.
Okay, so a Malevolent Rumble, the next thing that's cast. An Eldrazi spawn created. Some fuel hits the graveyard. Ooh, including Stomping Ground. All of a sudden,
Low on red.
yeah, only 1 red source left.
And we'll see players, there's differing opinions on White Orchid Phantom in this matchup, but also I see at least 1 kept in because of its ability to fight over Urza Saga
Yes,
games,
yes.
which means this Steam Vents could potentially get got, and then it would be an all-in on Opal when it comes to red mana, which it does a great job of, don't get us wrong,
Sure.
but sometimes you need double red turns.
And at this point, we did see it get Fairy Macabre, and Jackson is a bit shallow on artifacts.
Looks like we have a Flicker Wisp. Okay, we're going to flicker this Overlord, and we're going to try and get this game over with ASAP and hope that Jackson can't kill us on this next turn. Grinding Station in hand for Jackson.
All right, this is pressure. This is what Joel needs. If you have run out of ways to actually disrupt the combo, you know Jackson's going to go for it. We've seen them do it all weekend.
The question is, will Fairy Macabre come back to hand to be
it's
light?
gotta. It's gotta. This is great.
Yeah, but does it even stop what's going on? Do you need to take a position of, I have to try to win? I don't know. It's such a hard spot.
It is. It is. This is so tough. If I were to wanting to learn the Orzhov Blink deck, I think I would go back and watch all of Joel's matches on the weekend.
And we have a lot of them.
Yes.
We
Yes.
have a
Very,
lot of
very
them.
impressive sequencing and play. Lots of positioning I've really liked.
Yeah, almost a heartbreaking weekend here for Doolittle. Lots of spots where it's like, okay, if I win, I get to draw. Okay, well, all right, if I win, okay, I got to play it out this match. Okay, I got it. All right, I'm in.
Did not take the Fairy Macabre. Did not get a good look at what card was grabbed instead.
Imri is going to start off by targeting that Mox Opal.
Here's Opal.
We know there's only one Macabre in the deck.
Oh, no. We know the breach is in hand.
Yeah, it looks like we're using the Amber cast here.
Okay, here's breach.
Yep.
Time for a lot of looks.
And here's Station.
Station is exiled for now.
Well, I think there's one in Jackson's hand.
Oh, no. We're flashing back Malevolent Rumble first.
Okay. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe I saw a different artifact. Totally possible.
Rin and 6 and Beseiju aren't bad choices.
Yeah, I mean, Ren 6 answers that Flicker Wisp right now. Also could be a way to get back Urza Saga.
It's a nice consolation if Jackson doesn't end up finding the rest of the combo from here.
Yeah, here's a Mishra's Bauble. Yeah, and there's a Grinding Station.
Okay, yep, you're totally right. Okay, here's the Grinding Station. There's the hand from Joel, and Jackson Noor is now going to advance to the semifinals. One match away from the World Championships.
Congratulations, great play. Well, everything I've seen from Jackson so far has been so impressive. Also with Doolittle, great showing, like we said, almost a heartbreaking weekend. And I just want to give a shout out to sort of the mental fortitude of having winning in. Okay, I've got to play for maybe a chance to the pro. Oh my gosh, I stuck in the top 8.
Yes.
And congratulations there on that great weekend. Great play all weekend.
Yeah, I think Doolittle did a great job of really locking in, like you're speaking to, and I think had a lot of very specific choices when it came to timing and playing hate cards like Fairy Macabre. That, I think, was the third time we saw one discarded, and every time was a different way that it was used. Sometimes it was with certain things on the stack. One time I think they were even putting something on the stack deliberately to create an opportunity for an awkward Fairy Macabre. It's just really impressive understanding of how all of it works.
Great tight technical play, and that will let us know that's going to be your matchup we talked about earlier. The Eldrazi player, Del Nero, won. So that's going to be Eldrazi versus Breach as part of our top 4. Now, we're going to get that right away. We still have the rest of the top 8 going, and we're going to figure out what we're going to do in regards to that. I believe we're going to have a backup feature.
Last I heard, we might even get a look into the rematch between Peter Tubergen and Peter Husian.
Well, let's get into it then. I would love to see some more magic.
I know. So Husian is on Amulet Titan, and this has kind of been the bane of Tubergen's existence. Tubergen is someone who has played at SCG events and old school Grand Prix a ton with Mox Opal. Had foiled out Affinity back in the day, had the same Arcbound Ravagers all of the time, but now has finally been able to break into the Pro Tour with Mox Opal now that it's been unbanned. And I've heard we're going to jump right in. There's sideboarding after game 1. Let's head down to the feature match area. Peter Husian does win the first game. History repeats.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been like kind of an epic game as well. So you see 23 minutes in the round. This is live. We're joining in on these players. So, you know, that seems to me like there might have been a really hard-fought battle going on there. I guess let's start with Tubergen sideboard and see what we can bring in versus this Amulet deck, Carmen.
So I see these Nature's Claims, which are something that is great at attacking Urza Saga and great at preventing things like, let's just say, the double Amulet of Vigor draws. On the other side, something I want to point out, just because it's going to change how what Tubergen has to respect, is 2 Collector Oaths out of Peter Husian's sideboard. That means that Tubergen has to bring in things like Pyroclasm and Fire Spout, when normally you really are not too happy about those cards against a deck that's land-based.
Totally, yeah. And I mean, we might see something like Pithy Needle, right, as a way to fight over a little bit of things. You could potentially see cards like Swan Song, probably not the greatest in this configuration, but we've seen weirder builds of Amulet. You know, we've even seen some players go really in on Scape Shift, right, trying to get those fast combos. And sometimes you just have to do what you have to do in order to not die.
Flame of Anor, a hell of a card in this matchup. It's something that can go after the actual namesake card in Amulet of Vigor, but also disrupt any of the creatures. So that's going to be the Collector Oofs, or something like Endurance or Dryad of the Elysian Grove that's being used to ramp and advance Peter's game plan, Peter Husian that is, or just draw a couple of cards if there's only one disruptive piece on the table.
Definitely, yeah, and with all the wizards too, you also get the draw 2 plus the other mode, right, which makes it really enticing. As for Amulet, you talked about it, though, right? There's a lot of little hate creatures that we're going to combine together with some Force of Vigor to try and create a real headache here for our Breach player.
Right, we see Bojuka Bogue in the sideboard. Husian does not have it main deck this weekend. One of the great hammers that you see out of land decks all across every format.
Yeah, but Bojuka Bogue's just really strong, and it's sort of just the only thing that does what it does.
Right, exactly. And Force of Vigor is something that is going to let Husian cast a really expensive spell like Primeval Titan without having a complete shields down moment. We saw Husian even do a fun trick where they were able to go, all right, here's a bounce land and a Dryad Arbor to put another green card in their hand to pitch to Force of Vigor.
Yeah, and so we'll have to see. You know, I watched Husian play one of the backup feature matches as well, and sort of was playing against Breach. Actually, was playing against our last round feature there, and Jackson Noor, and just had double Force of Vigor and was so patient.
All right, well, if you're watching this and you want to jump in the streets and play some Modern, you're going to want to join us for SCGCON Indianapolis with the Magic Spotlight Secret Lair.
Yep, that's going to be May 30th to June 1st, open to everyone.
Yes.
So, you know, no matter what, whether you're qualified or not for the regional championship, doesn't matter. You can come and play this event and get some Modern action.
Right, ton of sick prizes, cash, invites, the works.
And it looks like maybe even a cat might be involved. As I see this cat on my screen that seems to be wearing a lawyer's wig. I'm very enticed by the cat.
Not as enticed as, you know, our multi-eyed friend there in the background.
I've been looking at the cat all weekend. I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna be real about it. I've been wondering about the cat.
That was kind of the vibe I was gotten. You keep glancing down.
I have to know what card it is.
Listen,
my guess, Amulet Titan. It's the whole deck, actually. It's a secret lair, secret deck.
It's the whole deck, of course, of course. Well, we'll see you there. All right, it looks like Tubergen taking a very quick mulligan, and Husian happy to keep this. An Amulet Specialist. I was looking around on social media a bit between rounds. Husian has an entire primer on the range of hands you can keep with Amulet Titan.
Wow, that sounds like a great free resource. A lot of those out there for Amulet. A deck that can be sort of hard to pick up, but the community very welcoming and trying to help players get in on this deck they love.
All right, so let's see. Tubergen taking a look at the 6-card hand. Oh, I know that face. All right. These are the cards in my deck, kind of look.
Yeah, I registered these. They better be good enough.
Yeah, I think when you're playing at this level, the first mulligan is kind of on the house. A lot of these decks are pretty good at mulliganing or recovering from a mulligan, that is. But on 6 is about the point where, unless you have an absurd haymaker to the degree of, say, Leyline of the Void against your dredge deck or something, you kind of just need to keep something functional on 6 a lot of the time.
Definitely. Something that you have to keep in mind is you get that free mulligan, like you said. So.
Okay, so Tubergen puts one to the bottom. About to kick us off with a Misty Rainforest. Hits the yard. Fetch shock from the looks of things.
Curious to see, is this, you know, are we going to get a Preordain, a Tameo? What's going to be the first thing as Breeding Pool is put into play? Typically, those are the first two. Sometimes you might see stuff like Pithy Needle or Soul Guide Lantern. You know, if you haven't played Modern in a while, Amulet Titan now uses Graveyard in a much more real way, so Soul Guide's kind of a real card. We might see that be here to set up a Mox Opal. It's Mishra Mox Opal into Imri. All right, there's 4 cards coming down. Mox, Amber, 2 of them, along with an Urza Saga and an Underworld Breach.
Not so bad. Some cards like that, you're actually just kind of happy to have in your graveyard to get back with an Underworld Breach or recurve with Imri. Crumbling Vestige, a Boreal Grazer reaching up into Husian's hand, finds a Simic Growth Chamber.
Bounces back that Crumbling Vestige and 2 mana in play as well.
Back over to Tubergen. Recurs Mox Amber.
Casts it.
Okay. We're floating a blue. It's for Aether Spellbomb.
All right, that's the way to get a card draw going with Emery. It's expensive, but you can use that plus this for a little 2-mana draw a card.
And the nice thing about Aether Spellbomb is it can also just insulate you against Amulet Titan. The deck is ultimately trying to win in the combat step. I don't know, 60% of the time?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the draw, right? But
Right.
Aether Spellbomb can be disruptive. There's also a way to protect your Emery from something like, Dismember or anything like that that could pop up.
Okay, so Tubergen goes ahead, bobbles Husian, gets a look at their top card. Husian looking to replay the Crumbling Vestige, floats a mana, 2 more. Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
One more land, another Vestige.
All right. Just floats a mana, lets it evaporate. Tubergen having a think. Oh, wait. Okay, Nature's claims the Dryad Arbor in response to the mana floating.
Okay, all right.
And then an untap.
Clearing that out of the way. Make it a little harder to get extra land drops in the future turns. And Valakut, harder now be a kill condition.
And one of the things this Breach deck does really well is spend all of its mana every turn. So I understand why he would put a premium on being mana efficient there and just going ahead and saying, yeah, I should just play this. As Tamio hops out from Tubergen's hand and Mishra's Bauble comes back from the graveyard via Emery.
Yeah, one of the cards is Breach in hand.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No grinding station yet, but we could get there off some redraws. You can even bobble yourself to see if it's on top.
Ooh, that's such a hard call. Okay.
All right.
Takes a look at the forest that Husian's drawing via Mishra's Bauble. But does it on Husian's turn, maybe looking to transform Tamio for a mana jump.
Yep.
Malevolent Rumble, the play for Husian.
Echoing Deeps, Valakut, another Dryad, and Lotus Field are the hits. These are all really good.
So sideboarding in Dryad of the Elysian Grove communicates to me that Husian is going for a Valakut kill, or at least wants to have the option available.
Yeah, that is a really good thing to note there, as that is how you sort of do it with this deck. But also, I think it's a way to maybe get a little bit more of the mana going as well, right? Sort of have these extra land drops. Because we had mentioned before, maybe we're going to see a few less amulets and sort of try and take things a bit slow and steadier, interactive. Get rid of some of your colorless count, up your green count for those Force of Vigors. Could be the way to see it. We talked earlier about, how Husian has a hand mulligan keep range, right, on social media. We might get to see a little sideboarding as well there. So interested to see how they want to go about this. Taking Echoing Deeps does sort of take the other 2 lands.
Really struggling to choose between Dryad of the Elysian Grove and Echoing Deeps. Looks like Dryad's going to be the get.
As here's the Eldrazi Scion.
No other green mana available just yet. There's that forest that Tubergen knew about from the draw step. Dryad hits the table.
All right. We get the 3rd Crumbling Vestige.
All right. Pass back to Peter, who draws on upkeep off of the bauble. Draw for turn. Oh, had the sort of, not bad look on his face.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Good soup. As we are going to see an Amber get tapped for mana pretty quickly here. We are thinking through everything, but clearly has something in mind. All right.
All right. 1, 2. Very deliberate.
I wonder if we're starting off with a grinding station. Yeah, it looks like it is station, and we know there's a Breach in hand.
All right. So, trigger.
Mill 3.
Sacrificing Mox Amber. Untaps. Emery going to go ahead, recur the Mox Amber. Oh. Husian just with the arms crossed.
Yeah, I mean, we're either playing it super cool or we're super not in a good spot.
All right, floats a mana off the Mox Amber, sacrifices it to Grinding Station with the untap trigger on the stack.
Yeah, here's Underworld Breach. Station's untapped.
All right, here's Underworld Breach. Husian, you got anything? It's getting about time to show it.
Yeah, this first casting would be the first one you could force a vigor down the Underworld Breach, as you do have first priority to cast after it hits the battlefield.
Totally.
And I mean, I can't imagine Husian will make him play it out. So there might be something in hand. Maybe it's like an endurance, and we're trying to see, can that be good enough? When can I cast it to be good enough? And it is Force of Vigor, okay. Getting that Dryad Arbor, like you pointed out earlier, is green.
Oh, I am a Dryad Arbor enthusiast. One of my favorite cards ever made.
Yeah, and we're seeing Peter sort of be like, okay, I'm definitely getting rid of the Breach. Now the second one, that's where the thinking comes.
And this is so interesting because there's a Spell Pierce that Tubergen could escape.
Yeah, it definitely is on the table, but sometimes you just have to go for it. What else are you going to do? It's not getting better. Let's see if we notice the Spell Pierce got milled. It wasn't a card we drew. It was milled over. It's very easy to get in the zone, especially in a spot like this against your Arch Nemesis deck.
All right, you can see him looking through it.
All right, Peter.
All right.
I kind of like this. If you're going to do it, let's just get the Spell Bomb mill.
Yep.
Don't really need it.
All right, tap the station. About to sacrifice the Spell Bomb.
All right, mill 3. Un, deux, trois.
Flame of Anor among the cards milled.
All right. We're going to let the Breach hit the graveyard. Station on taps. I wonder if this is...
it was with Mox Amber on the stack.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay,
that
makes a lot of sense. Okay, great.
One of those moments where here in the booth, it's on the table.
Oh, right,
yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
So, yeah. As we were going to get an attack here with this Tamiyo, get a clue. And now, my real question is, how many cards are in hand for each player? It looks like it's 2 for our Breach, but again, the vibe that we're top decking here for Amulet.
Yeah, it looks like Husian really needs some help. Does have 6 mana, which is the magic number.
And if there's any deck that top decks well, it's Titan.
Right, exactly. Ooh, already in combat. Dryad of the Elysian Grove serves for 2. Tubergen down to 15. Collector, oof.
Oof, that's going to be really good. Turning off all those artifact activated abilities means we will not be able to go for the combo next turn with that oof in play.
Oh.
Now, we have a Flame of Anor in the graveyard. If we have another Underworld Breach, we could do that, but how are we going to have all that mana with these Moxen off?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we only have one real land right now. We're really leaning on these Mox to go the distance. And, hey, Mox are strong. More news at 11. But they do get interacted with. And Urza Saga, okay, we drew a land when we needed it.
Urza Saga does something here. Well, I guess Peter needs to find another land, but it does do something.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. If you find another land and, we don't draw any, Titans, they're going to be very big constructs very quickly.
Right. There are 6 artifacts on the battlefield right now, and that's not counting the construct, which would be the 7th.
Yeah, and then the tutor give us an 8th thing. I mean, that is a way to win. It's not the cleanest way. It's not the easiest way, but it's a way.
Oh, Peter with a Lotus Field, sacrificing a couple of Crumbling Vestiges. Gets in for 4.
Yeah, down to 11. Probably the last attacking we're going to see if we're able to draw a land, that is. Big draw step here.
All right, Tubergen, what'd you find? He didn't slam a land.
Did not slam it. Could see Emery activate here and get back Mishra's Bauble to grow. Obviously can't use it quite yet. We'll have to see. All right, so Emery is going to go for the Bauble. Our artifact count grows. Our hoard of treasures.
Might be at the point where Tamiyo's on blocking duty.
Yeah, and no land for turn here. That's tough.
That's brutal. That is so brutal.
I mean, this deck plays a kind of very low land count.
Right, looking at the deck list sheet, it is 15 true lands. Right, a little more
Saga.
if you count Saga. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, Saga, you know what? Saga would have played there. So
That's true.
Yeah, and yeah, you see sort of like, okay, yeah, there's no way to activate the Saga. Yeah, I'm good to attack. I'll get in here.
All right, Tamiyo gets in front of the Dryad. Collector Oof gets in front of Tubergen, down to 9.
And now this Saga is going to pop anywhere down that land. Down a game as well. It's looking tough. We'll have to see what we get off the search.
Okay, Saga floats a mana first.
Could see Soul Guide Lantern as a card that could be kind of nice. Could be a Pithing Needle. We're seeing a little joking, a little squinting. I wonder if it's like, is it this card? It's like, nah, I'm not getting that one.
Soul Guide Lantern could maybe do something against something like just hitting the Valakut. If that were to come up, that just means Aftermath Analyst doesn't immediately kill Tubergen in conjunction with Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
Okay, Haywire Might's super nice, actually.
Blocker!
Yeah, we can double block the Collector Oof. And then Tamiyo can block the Dryad, so now the pressure's off a little bit.
I love when combo decks just get real scrappy.
Yeah, this looks like a tough game of Limited to watch, but we're just on a razor's edge here when it comes to either player winning the game. So many good draws.
It's so funny. And look, Tubergen's been able to do all of this with a breeding pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I needed.
Uh-oh.
That's 6 mana.
That's a scary number.
Nah, it's not. Back to Summoner's Pact first. Let's see, make sure it resolves. All right, now I'll tap my lands in a second. Interested to see. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say there might be a world where there's some Aftermath Analyst shenanigans, but we are gonna go for the Primeval Titan. Search our deck here.
Ooh, I have a feeling Tubergen might be about to get bogged down one way or another.
Yeah, that could definitely be a line. We saw in the earlier when they faced each other in the Swiss, we saw a very quick bounce land plus Boseiju. So definitely the Bog looking very tempting here as well. Have to see how it plays out.
And this is a spot where Husian's got to feel like they're in the driver's seat, and it's just, okay, I have the agency to win this game. I just need to not let it slip away.
Yeah, and you're so close to that Worlds, so close to that large prize pool and the title of champion. You don't get many shots to really win a tournament.
No, every match at this point is worth thousands.
Minimum.
Yeah.
All right, Bojuka Bog and Shifting Woodlands were the lands.
All right, goodbye to Tubergen's graveyard.
All right, they're gone. Dryad of the Elysian Grove can attack, but Tamiyo in the way, probably gonna, just.
Interesting. Okay, just send in a message.
Yeah, I got a 6/6. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Oh no, you might attack back.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be awful.
All right. Tubergen draws for turn.
Saga. Trigger resolves. And Shifting Woodlands very close to Delirium. I think we have creature, instant, and land. We might have enchantment from a Dryad earlier. We'll have to see as time going on. We're going to pay for the Pact.
Smart, smart.
Good way to not lose the game.
I think we're about to see a lot of damage come across. The draw from Husian, you can tell that they're trying to plan, what am I doing with Primeval Titan before declaring the attack?
Big part of playing these decks is thinking through all the options. Moving the combat with the Dryad and the Titan.
Trigger.
Search your deck. Boseiju plus Bounce Land, pretty great. Looks like we maybe are responding to the trigger.
Maybe Odawara plus Bounce Land?
That would be nice too.
Okay, so Shifting Woodland about to become a copy of Valakut, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah, we're going to make that be a Valakut. So now these lands are going to do some serious damage. And we're just double checking that we have Delirium. Yep, sorcery, creature, enchantment, instant. Land. And now that means 6 damage is going to be coming across. Could go after the creatures, could go after Tubergen.
At the very least, is there a Vesuva in Husian's deck? There is a Vesuva. This might just be game.
Yeah, let's see.
We might see Husian punch their ticket to the top 4 right now.
Yeah. Looks like there's some discussion.
All right, and we just got word that Nicholas Gabriel Nicholas has won against Enzo Burke, avenging the earlier result, Energy winning and advancing to the semifinals.
It looks like there's some discussion on shifting Woodlands and what it's shifting into. And maybe some question on see the judges communicating with one another. It looks like they're going to step away from the table.
They're just double checking on what everything is.
Well, you know what I would do in that sort of spot when that would happen?
Cross your fingers.
I cross my fingers, and then I would go to Star City Games to pick up my sealed product for Aether Drift as it just came out, and I want to hang out with the boys when I'm done with Top 8, and I want to pick up a box of drafts. So you can get over to StarCityGames.com and pick up some booster boxes.
Right, this is the pre-release weekend for Aether Drift, so because of when decklist submission was due, it was not quite legal for this event, but some of the cards in the set are already making a splash. I know you're super bullish on Ketramos, the new Orzhov-colored god.
Yeah, it's a great draw engine. We saw actually in the LCQs, because you were able to play them there, one player put 3 Ketramoses in the black-white blink deck, sort of as just a way to get raw cards. You have a lot of tutoring, but you don't get a lot of raw cards with that deck. So it's kind of a different approach, but I think it's super great. I'm interested to see how that goes, and I know you're really excited for the hollow one.
I know, Marauding Mako, the 1-mana pirate. It's just a shark. It's just a little guy that picks up counters whenever you discard cards.
Yeah, well, you know what? You can head over to StarCityGames.com, pick up those packs, get those cards. Go to MTG/AetherDrift as well. We can't wait to see what comes in our future event in Charlotte, March 7th through the 9th, where these cards will all be legal.
Right, this is going to be the back half of the Modern Regional Championships. We're at the first one right now, and we've seen a bunch of developments just over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look at the Renin 6 and the Kappa Cannoneer in the sideboard of our Breach player from the first match there, and Jackson Noor, huge.
Yeah, Jackson Noor's development in the sideboard, I think, were massive and are what has given him the edge to basically advance all the way to the semifinals, currently 1 match away from punching their ticket to Worlds. Hopping back into the match, however.
Yeah, and I think I want to talk a little about, you know, Peter's sideboard as well. And, you know, Amulet people, if I'm not on the cutting, bleeding edge, pardon me on this, but I'm pretty sure Dryad the Elysian Grove is not something we've seen a ton of be widely adopted in the sideboard. And we're seeing it kind of play pretty nicely here. So that's also another innovation. I mean, just look over here at this sideboard when it comes to this Breach player, right, at Tubergen. We have Urza, a card that used to be in the decks, kind of fell out, coming back in. And I'm noticing something, Carmen. A lot of our players who are making top 8 deviated a bit from the norms, had strong plans to execute, and we're ready to go.
I know. Something that I really love about these players is how we can see them basically having cards that are in their main deck in their sideboard, speaking to wanting to have access to something like Dryad of the Elysian Grove, but it only being a core part of their plan in some matchups.
Exactly, yeah. And speaking of some matchups, let's take a look once again at our top 8 bracket in case you're just joining us. We do have an updated one here. So we know Gabriel Nichols defeated Grinding Breach with Enzo with Boros Energy.
All right, and Damien Del Nero was the winner of the Eldrazi Ramp Mirror, beating Alan Hubbard, who snuck into top 8 with a round 15 win. And then Jackson Noor, who we were just alluding to their great sideboard attack, beat Joel Doolittle, the last standing Orzhov Blink player, in a nail biter.
Yep. And that's sort of what you have left to expect. So you're going to be watching both of those matches once we figure out who the last person will be in our top 4 once this match is done, once we're done with this judge call. And I, Carmen, can't wait to see it. You know, unfortunately, we won't be commentating those matches. Looks like the judge call is finished. We're going to head back to the future match here, but I'm going to have it up on my phone. We're not.
All right. Oh. Perfect. Yep. It copied a Valakut, and it sounds like Peter Tubergen just said, you know what? Not really worth the time. I'm pretty dead here.
Yep.
I want to go celebrate qualifying for my first Pro Tour. So congratulations to him, and more importantly, congratulations to Peter Husian on advancing to the top 4 and giving us a bracket.
Yeah, and so now we know it's going to be Titan versus Energy, and then Eldrazi versus Breach.
Only one more Breach player.
They're falling like flies.
I know. And that is actually going to do it for Mason and I this weekend.
it was
Got a hell of a weekend, buddy. Any final words or thoughts on the tournament?
It was a great time. You know, I'm still picking Breach to win it all as I head out the door here. I still love Thassa's Oracle, and it's been a great weekend. I'm so happy to get to do this, and I can't wait to do it again next month in Charlotte.
All right. Well, thanks a ton for tuning in, everybody. As always, it's been a privilege getting to yap about Magic for each and every one of you, and we can't wait to see you in Charlotte. Give our best to Corey and Ailey here in just a minute.
What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to the semifinals of the regional championship here in Portland. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we are just chomping at the bit to get into the action. Our players are getting settled in, ready to rock and roll.
Yep.
And if you're wondering who they are, well, let's take a look at the bracket quickly to show you what has happened thus far in our top 8. Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So the top of our bracket, we are going to see Peter versus Gabriel here, and that is two players that both took down Breach here in the quarterfinals to see who is going to lock up that world championship spot. On the bottom, we had Damien, who took down Alan in the Eldrazi ramp mirror, and then Jackson take down Joel in playing that Orzhov Blink deck that looked really hateful for the Breach deck. So, yeah.
I'm sad.
Yeah, exactly. So those will be our 4 matches. 2 of these players are going to the World Championship, and 2 of them will have to settle with a still phenomenal weekend, making it to the top 4 here.
And I will have to settle with you not eating your shoes. So
thank God.
Yep, your footwear is safe. Anywho, our first matchup, like Corey mentioned, is going to be Gabriel Nicholas versus our Peter Husian on Amulet Titan. So let's take a look at these players' deck lists and give us a refresher if you're just tuning in. What on earth is this deck trying to do, Corey?
Yeah, absolutely. So Boros Energy are here. We have seen it for a very long time in the modern metagame, maybe falling out of favor just a little bit, but still Gabriel proving this deck is nothing to mess with. The one thing I want to bring some attention to these versions of Boros Energy is there used to be 1 in the main, 1 in the side as far as Blood Moons, or maybe even 3 Blood Moons in the 75. We are seeing 0 of that card these days. Really, since Mox Opal came into play, it doesn't really take out every single matchup like it used to. That's going to be a big problem here for Gabriel, as we are up against Amulet Titan, the deck that absolutely hates to play against Blood Moon style of effects in the metagame here.
Well, let's have a squiz here at Amulet Titan in the hands of Peter Husian.
Yeah, absolutely. So here is Peter's Amulet list, and, you know, I think this matchup, it really does depend pretty heavily on those Blood Moon numbers. So we saw a lot of Gabriel's sideboard was a lot of stuff that was geared for other matchups, not any Blood Moon. So it's really going to be about Gabriel trying to go as fast as possible and trying to static prison away any amulets or anything like that. And Peter is just going to be trying to absolutely step on the gas, try to be as fast of a combo deck. Usually game 1 favors the combo decks against Boros, and then the hate card comes in, but there wasn't a ton of them, so I would think this is a pretty decent matchup here for Peter on Amulet.
Alrighty, well, we shall see if Peter's able to just go crazy in this matchup here. You know, typically speaking, what's the percentage here? Who's favored?
You know, I would think it is pretty close here in Modern, as every deck is pretty powerful, but I would think this is about a 60-40 in favor of Peter. But, of course, really no matchup where it's going to be this kind of auto-lose matchup for Gabriel on Boros Energy, and I'm sure Gabriel has played against Amulet Titan
100%.
a ton and knows how to maneuver it quite well.
Yeah, and Gabriel has been played exceptionally. Every time we've seen him on camera, he has just, you know, it's been a masterclass to watch him play this deck where you think, oh, it's just your typical aggressive deck. I'm just going to, you know, slam and jam, basically. Nope. He takes his time, you know, picks his spots, and when the door is finally able to be shut, then he just, you know, slams it. So
this is going to be one of those matchups where it is going to be a lot more of trying to slam the door for what it's worth, you know. As far as looking at the sideboard from Gabriel's side, we have a lot of Molten Rains, which I'm sure you want to bring in as it slows them down a little. They're not even that great. They are definitely for Eldrazi mainly, but Wear and Tear is going to be very good up against Peter with being able to take out amulets or Urza Saga and or, as you can.
Both. Why not both?
Yep, exactly. Meld them together. But outside of that, you know, it is just a lot of we're going to want to see Gabriel having this aggressive draw of the Oscillate Pride or Guide of Souls into a Johnny or into a bunch of 1-drops and trying to really push the advantage there. But, yeah, going to be tough game 1.
Yeah, this is going to be a sweet matchup indeed, as our players are just getting settled in, getting their opening hands. We'll head down there as soon as we possibly can. Taking a look quickly at the sideboard then for Amulet Titan, and we'll also take a look quickly at our prize pool. Just to remind everyone, What is up for grabs?
Yeah, absolutely. This is about to be the biggest match of these players' Magic career, almost assuredly. We are down to 4 players, so pay attention to that $5,000 and up.
Money.
$5,000, great for a Magic weekend, no matter what. But the jump is outrageous here when you go to $10,000. So these players are already just playing a match of Magic right now for $5,000. But the equity you get from being qualified for the World Championship, minimum at least $4,000. So it's a $9,000 match of Magic on the surface value. Plus being able to play in the World Championship, being able to have that opportunity to be the world champion at anything is a very awesome thing to play for sure. And then, of course, up top, we got that $20,000 that we'll be looking forward to a little bit later.
Decent chunk of change indeed. So
not bad.
Let's take a quick look at the sideboard here for the Amulet Titan list, if we can. And what is the key cards here for this matchup against Sparse Energy?
So I would say Vampire's Vengeance is going to be really great, being able to have another Pyroclasm-esque effect to be able to deal with that. That's going to be the #1 card that we're going to see brought in. You could also see some Dismembers here if you want to just be able to stop some shenanigans of, let's say, when a Johnny's cat dies and it's about to flip, you can dismember the Ajani to prevent that Planeswalker from going off. But outside of that, I don't think we're going to be bringing in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's all going to be about speed here from Peter, really trying to either combo or, buy yourself a little bit of time with Arboreal Grazers and Vampire's Vengeance.
Sweet. Yep. So, friends, if you are interested in joining us at one of these regional championships, you don't have to be qualified because there's a bunch of events that you can play here. We've been hearing standard 5Ks and modern however many Ks and CEDH tournaments going on aplenty. So our next event, if you missed this one, come and join us at Charlotte, March 7th through 9th. There's another regional championship there, and it is going to be one heck of a good time. So come play with us. It'll be fun. Corey, you're going to be at that one.
I'm definitely going to be at that one. It's, pretty unfortunate you decided to not join me.
Yeah,
but, we'll have Jim Davis joining me for that one, and it'll be a good time as well.
The Mog Master himself. So our players are ready to rock and roll. Let's jump down and go see what is happening over here. So.
All right, looks like Peter is down to a mulligan to 5 already, and
That's
you see, not great, you see that #1 next to Peter's name, so Peter is the higher seed, so going first here at least. But, this is a deck that mulligan's okay.
Yeah.
Mulliganing down to 5 and 4 gets a little brutal, but you really do just need one of these amulet draws with a bounce land and maybe a grazer or something like that, and you can get it going, but you do need a decent amount of cards.
Yeah.
So it gets really brutal when you're to 5 or lower.
Yeah, well, this one seems like it's okay. So he's going to keep and send 2 cards back to the bottom and just hope the top of the deck plays nice.
Looks like Gabriel Nicholas down here on the bottom has kept his opening hand. You might know him better from his online name of Oink Mage. Dominates the Magic Online scene, as well as, just a really fun person to follow on socials.
I'm going to chuckle every time I hear that.
Yep.
Mage. Hey, Ragavan Nimble Pilfer hits the board here for Gabriel, so excellent start indeed. Now, not as many fun things to steal from Peter's deck as there was from the Grinding Breach lists.
No, not really. Yeah, Ragavan is pretty poor in this matchup. #1, yeah, like you said, you're hitting cards like Amulet, which are pretty much blanks. Maybe you hit a Rumble, that's probably the best you can do. Or you're hitting 6 drops like Primeval Titan. Not only that, but you're also just running your Ragavan into Grazers. And it ends up being a really bad exchange. So if Gabriel's going to take out any cards, Ragavan is definitely a high consideration.
But you did a good job, buddy. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Exactly.
Speaking of Malevolent Rumble, we did some rumbling there for Peter. And got a couple of spelunkings in the bin, it seems.
Yep, and a solid start for Peter. You have the 3 mana available that Urza's Saga's going to get. It is going to get an Amulet. So now we're down to 2 mana, but with the Amulet about to come down with a bounce land, you're kind of up to 4 already.
Hi, Titan. Well, that's going away.
We'll be getting a treasure here from Regavan and 2 mana for Gabriel to see what the follow-up here is. You definitely just want pressure.
Nice. Okay. Cool. So keeps the treasure around for the next turn. Ocelot Pride joins Regavan here. And keeping Peter off of the ramp there, getting rid of that little spawn with the Galvanic Discharge.
And now this is a nice thing I spotted in Gabriel's hand is if Peter doesn't pop off this turn and try to get a Titan into play, anything like that, Gabriel has a nice follow-up of being able to go land, 3-drop, and Static Prison on the Amulet of Vigor to make sure to prevent any future development here for Peter.
And if I'm not mistaken, the spawn was sacked in response to Galvanic Discharge, so he doesn't get the energy.
Correct. Yep. 0 energy on that one. And Aftermath Analyst to be able to get some lands into the yard.
Jeez, that's another spelunking.
And we'll see if Peter can activate that Analyst this turn. It's not easy to do, of course, but that would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now Gabriel has the amazing turn here, which is probably going to lock up game 1 of being able to Flage the Analyst and Static Prison the Amulet, leaving Peter with just 2 lonely forests.
Oh. Instead of Teeth getting cracked here for Gabriel, he's going to go and find a Sacred Foundry. And get busy this turn. Get some creatures down. Get flaging. Is that a word we can say, flaging?
I think so, yep.
I'll have to ask Mason.
yeah. Flage, a phenomenal card. Not necessarily great in this matchup. You know, I wouldn't be too shocked to see some of these get sided out in the post-board games, but totally reasonable.
All right, Guide of Souls into Flage.
Remember when I said Gabriel has an amazing turn by going Flage and Static Prison?
Well, this is better.
This is even better. Gets to go Flage, Guide of Souls, and Static Prison after Regavan connects. So just truly doing it all here.
Gross. And we make some kitties. Have we ascended? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, not yet. Not yet. Soon, though.
This treasure's going to go away immediately for the amulet, and Peter's just probably going to go a little wide-eyed for a second and be like, all right, sure.
Well, that's a string of events that just happened. Oh, did you just say gross? I agree.
Think so.
I agree. That's so funny.
That was a disgusting turn.
Sure frickin' was.
Sponsored by Regavan and all its treasures.
Oh, did we make our kitty on the end step? Doesn't look like it.
Looks like you might have missed it, or just waiting for the tokens to pop up.
There we go. Oh, kitty. Hey, Royal Grazer, a little late to the party, but at least we'll provide some protection against this board that Gabriel's amassing.
Yeah, okay, so something might have just happened here. This energy was not paid unless he said pay the energy. You know, I mean, that's the type of thing. If you draw a card, you can miss something like that. So it looks like players are maybe not enforcing that at that point. Or it could have been verbally said, of course, you know, and we would never know. But
okay. Otherwise, Static Prison would go bye-bye, and Amulet would go back over there. So, Guide of Souls, making Regavan fly. But our Royal Grazer does have reach, so preventing the combat damage being dealt to face, so not digging through the top of the deck.
And now Gabriel looks like has the option of Fable or Ocelot Pride. Ocelot Pride here gains more energy as you get 1 energy from playing it. Both cats will be coming down. We'll see if we're ascended as well. That's
we're 10
6,
after
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so we'll be getting extra cats.
Yeah. So, kitty cats aplenty now, courtesy of 2 Ocelot Prides, which is kind of gross. So, when the cats spawn, then we get City's Blessing.
Yes.
So, we don't get the extra cats yet?
So, the second one will for sure get the extra cats. As, when the first one comes into play, then it copies. I want to say there's going to be 3 total cats, but
gross.
it could be 4. Yes.
Oh, boy. This is why you get your kitties fixed, friends.
Yeah, because the first one comes in which ascends, and then the second one comes in which you get 1, and then it copies the other 2, so should be putting in 4.
Ugh. Cat math.
But it's either 4 or 6, because if that first one ascends, then you get 2 off that one, and then the second one would get 1 on its own, and then copy the other 3.
Jesus. Oh, boy.
I just didn't see how many cats were in play beforehand, so
Each
judges,
token you control that entered this turn create a token that's a copy of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
so. Yowza. Or meowza.
Meowza indeed. Update from our back tables is Jackson did take down game 1 with Grinding Breach up against Eldrazi Ramp.
Yaha.
And that's the tough game from Grinding Station 2. Now the consigns come in.
All right, so have we got our cats mathed out here?
Where's our graphing calculator that we had
Yeah.
earlier yesterday to double check how many cats we have? So, yeah, it looks like
Oh,
it was
crikey.
6 cats instead of 4 there as we ascended on the first one.
Yep, that is enough for Peter. He does not feel like having an allergy attack with all these cats. So let's take a look at sideboards now. What's Peter got against the feline force?
Yeah, so with Peter, definitely just bringing in the Vampire's Vengeance. Those are going to be excellent. Outside of that, nothing really looks that exciting. You could bring in the Force of Vigors if you want to try to answer Static Prisons to get back your amulets, but really not overly impressed on that. And then same with Dismembers. Dismembers are really for dealing with creatures that stop your game plan in some way. And, you know, Ragavan, Ocelot Pride, they stop your game plan in the sense that they will kill you, you know, so that will still probably be brought in. But other than that, not too exciting. You could definitely bring in Dryad of the Elysian Groves if you are interested in trying to do any Valakut shenanigans. And that helps speed up your stuff a little bit as well.
Yeah, just being able to attack from different avenues.
Yeah.
Always a good thing to have some options instead of just, you know, the one-dimensional game plan.
Exactly. And on the other side for Gabriel, I'd be interested to see if we bring in the Molten Rains. I kind of doubt it, especially on the draw, as by the time you have 3 mana, it's just going to be a little slow against Peter's ideal draw, where that's not going to be that great, but maybe you have to take enough cards out that you bring it in. Wear Tears are for sure coming in. Wrath of the Skies are actually interesting, because if you can do that for 1, you can deal with, let's say, a Urza Saga and an Amulet. Pretty situational as well. Really nothing from either sideboard besides the Vampire's Vengeance, like, really scream out as anything too exciting.
Yeah, this matchup, yeah, it'll be interesting to see like how many times these two archetypes did battle this weekend.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think after a while, your players kind of just get into the groove of playing the same matchup, you know, time and time again. But this one, I think there's a little more thinks to go around.
Yeah, definitely not as popular of a match, that's for sure. And I saw those Molten Rains get put somewhere. So, yeah, looks like they are being brought in. The Wear Tears as well as the Wrath of the Skies are all either being questioned or coming in.
Friends, if you can't make it to our next event, then be sure to check out SCG Hartford in May 16th to 18th. Another regional championship is going to be there, as well as all of the fun side events, bunch of artists, some cool content creators, no doubt. Go and check out starcitygames.com/SCGCON and come hang out with us, because it'll be cool to see you.
Absolutely. Next wave of regional championships, I want to say they're standard. Is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the format. Okay, yep, standard for the next one. So that'll be interesting. You know, you can you can be playing some modern RCQs with whatever fun decks you see on coverage this weekend, and then get ready for the next RCs, which will be standard. Standard RCs are always a ton of fun.
I was about to say, are you implying that standard is not fun?
I love standard.
Standard's great right now.
Yeah, standard and modern are definitely my two favorite formats, and it definitely just ebb and flows with like what the formats are looking like at the moment. And right now, I just love them both. I'm a little biased to modern because Breach is my favorite deck.
Yeah,
and
that's your baby.
Yeah, and I get to play a lot of that. But standard, play some Bounce House, play some Gruul, stuff like that. I'm a fan.
I don't like Bounce House. Bounce House makes me sad. And now there's new toys in Ether Drift Forward as well.
Yeah. Spell Pierce, anyone? That'll be a nice one. Absolutely.
Make sure you keep mana open before you deploy your threats, friends. So our players at this table are digging through their sideboards, deciding what they want to bring in.
Yeah, going to be definitely a game where, of course, Peter has to win it here as, your back's up against the wall. But this should be a pretty favored matchup. Or pretty favored game with Peter being on the play here, and ideally not mulliganing to 5. I think that was a big deal here from Gabriel Nicholas.
Corey, if I had a bingo card for this weekend, I haven't checked off win with Valakut and Dryad of Elysian Grove from the Amulet Titans.
Yeah.
So can I go put in a request quick?
You definitely can.
If he's taking?
Yeah, it's not as popular these days anymore. But I'm getting word that we're actually going to take a live look in on our other top 4 going down. While these players get shuffled up and ready to go, we're going to come back into this. But let's take a peek here at Jackson versus Damien here.
All righty.
And check out their game 2 with Jackson up a game.
Jackson on Grinding Breach and Damien on Eldrazi Ramp. They're just getting game 2 started here, so I do wonder if Jackson just comboed to a win there. Mox Opal into an Emery for a nice and cheap. Ooh, Consign, Emery, Underworld Breach, and a land into the yard.
Yeah, one of the ideal starts for sure, and I was really impressed. I've been impressed with Damien. We've seen him a lot on coverage so far. Haven't seen as much of Jackson, but watching that last match with Jackson up against that Orzhov Blink deck, he just played extremely well, really poised, really calm.
Nice.
Definitely didn't seem like he was playing a match for thousands and thousands of dollars. I was really impressed as I was watching off screen or off camera there.
I do notice that some of the best players, at the top of the tables are so chill. Like nothing seems to phase them.
Yeah, and I mean it's a tough learned task for sure. I mean the higher the stakes get in a match of Magic, it's just very natural for people to get nervous. But when you let your nerves get to you, you just play worse. You know, so the people that can control that, or who just never get nervous when they play Magic, Sam Pardee being someone that has just said he never gets nervous at all, and it definitely shows. Yeah.
Nice. So Jackson on Grinding Breach took out my hero with, Doolittle on Orzhov Blank.
Yeah.
Is Jackson now your hero, being the last breacher?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I was definitely going for our Orzhov Blink gamer as well.
Boo!
As that,
No, you weren't.
I mean, hey, he played really well.
Yeah, he did.
And it was fun to watch him go for sure.
Hell yeah. And top 32 all made it onto the Pro Tour. So we're going to see these players once again. It'll be great to follow their journeys.
So the command was able to eat up a bauble and get a Scion into play to prevent any Emery shenanigans. So going to be a little brutal if Jackson doesn't have another bauble or another piece of artifact to be able to bring from the graveyard with this Emery.
Gets Urza's Saga down as land for turn. On the other table, Peter is mulling to 5.
Again.
Again. That's not boding well for him.
Not boding well at all, but
Jeez,
this is
what the heck?
boding a lot better for Jackson here as here comes Mox Amber to come back. I spotted a Underworld Breach in Jackson's hand, and there's the grinding station. So as far as I'm seeing, next turn it's all wrapped up because you can Emery back the grinding station.
Yeah, and then just go crazy.
Turn on Mox Amber or Mox Opal and then just Underworld Breach here. So Damien is already at the spot where he has to interact. Karn being the best way to do something. Karn, downtick, Tormod's Crypt would be Damien's best play here. We'll see if he has it.
Yeah, I mean, this match may be wrapped up before we even resolve mulligans in our main feature.
Yeah. No kidding.
Well, let's stick around with this one for a little while. And we'll jump back over as soon as the players get going on that side. What do you got, Damien? Hey, had it. All right. So, Karn, go fetch Crypt. Make that graveyard go away.
There's clearly not a consign there from Jackson. Otherwise, you would snap that off.
Did see one consign hit the yard, so might have been pretty sad to see that.
And now there's the really brutal aspect if Damien goes for the combo, which, I mean, this is basically Underworld Breach and Grinding Station against Grinding Breach is this kind of combo. Now we'll see if Jackson has any follow-up. But it sounds like our main feature is ready to go, and this game looks like it will be going on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Jackson's not going to win on the spot there with that Crypt out. Coming back to our main feature, Gabriel is up a game. Boseiju to kick things off here for Peter. Hopefully has a decent hand. Elegant Parlor now for Gabriel Nicholas. Surveilling. Does he like what he sees? Does not. That goes to the yard.
Yeah, and looks like another mulligan to 5 here from Peter and another keep from Gabriel. And that is just, it's brutal. At this kind of stage, you know, at the biggest point of the tournament, you know, this is where you very much just ask your deck, please, just give me a functional hand so we can play some Magic.
Behave, yeah. That's all we want to see as well on coverage. You know, you'd never want to see someone in the semifinals getting mana screwed or flooding out. We just want to see good Magic. We want the best player to win without land being a factor.
Exactly. So just the Gruul Turf here as the only land. So if Gabriel did go with the plan of bringing in Molten Rains, which it did look like, yep, and I see one in hand there. If you're able to Molten Rain one of these bounce lands, it just looks so devastating.
Oh boy. Spelunking now, going to draw a card. We'll get a little land down. This is Echoing Deeps, right?
Yep, looks to be Echoing Deeps. I believe copying a copying a Sacred Foundry in the yard.
Okay. Thraven Charm is going to take care of Spelunking.
Yep, so it's able to deal with the Spelunking.
It's exile, isn't it? Oh, no, destroy.
No, just destroys. It doesn't matter too much, but I guess Gabriel was just saying, hey, I probably should have did that with the ability of Spelunking on the stack.
Okay.
But since he didn't, was able to have 1 mana free for that amulet, that actually could be big, you know? So a minor misstep there from Gabriel, but no matter what, the rain is going to fall next turn as Molten Raining this bounce land seems excellent.
So players, just checking stuff here with the judges, making sure everything's on the up and up. Well, that resolves. Turn passes back now to Gabriel, and he's gonna ruin Peter's day, perhaps.
Yeah, good old land destruction. Everybody's favorite type of card in Magic here.
Yes, you're an Armageddon player, aren't you?
Looks like Peter knows that to be true.
Boom. Bye-bye.
But now with Amulet in play, you know, there is definitely a solid scenario where Peter can do some good work here. But if Peter stumbles at all here, this is going to be bad news for the Amulet gamers.
Amulet Titan, Boros Energy, Grinding Breach. You know, all of these different archetypes making their way to the very, very tippity top here this weekend. So, sign the format.
Yeah, and I mean, 4 different decks in our top 4 is awesome.
Yeah,
you know, no matter what, we got Boros, Amulet, Eldrazi, and Grinding Breach.
Yeah.
And as much Breach as there was at the top, as much Eldrazi ramp there was at the top, you cannot ask for a better top 4 that we're graced with right here.
Yeah. I mean, we scripted it like that, so.
We did.
Oh, I'm not supposed to say that.
Yeah. Shh.
Nope. You heard nothing. What do we got here? What's this, Crumbling Vestige?
Yep, and just pass.
Wow.
So no ability to do anything too crazy. I do think we saw a Arboreal Grazer that Peter almost played, but looking like Peter wants to hold that for maybe next turn, where let's say if you have Arboreal Grazer plus Bounce Land next turn, that would be 6 mana. So we would be online for a Titan.
Oof.
But that being said, it looks like Gabriel has Wrath of the Skies and Orum's Chant. Orum's Chant's an interesting one, if I saw that correctly.
That card is not nice.
Yeah, the one thing you can do, too, is, like, you know, in response to a trigger from Amulet to untap, you can just then play Orum's Chant to allow Peter to not be able to play a Titan. Can do a lot of stuff with that card.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Give it the old cut. And where is Gabriel going? That is Fable the Mirror Breaker, so we're going to get a little buddy. Get the Goblin Shaman out.
Okay, solid. And looks like just holding up the Orum's Chant as the only piece of interaction. Orum's Chant, 2 lands, and a Wrath of the Skies, so solid, but definitely not amazing. Yeah, I like the decision from Gabriel here. Gabriel was really thinking, do I want to Wrath of the Skies the Amulet right now? It's not the best value, it's just cleaning up one thing, but it's that important. Or Fable and try to Wrath of the Skies later, but maybe lose your Shaman, maybe lose a treasure in the process. But Gabriel's hand is so bad with the other 2 lands that Fable to discard those was too appealing.
Yeah. Fable the Mirror Breaker, another incredibly good card. So good it got banned in a couple formats. But still legal here and still helping sculpt the hands of our players here in the semifinals. So Gabriel's going to hope to find some goodies off the top of the library as Peter's getting some stuff done over here.
Yep, looks like we are doing it. So this is going to be the turn where I'm sure it's going to end with Peter presenting 6 mana and then not able to cast any spells this turn, but we'll see exactly how it works.
A green, a blue, a colorless, a grazer. I'm just curious, when will Gabriel fire it off?
I don't think there is a point right now. Basically what Gabriel is thinking is there a spot where Peter could just play an untapped land?
Yeah.
Where it wouldn't put a trigger on for Amulet, and then there would be no spot to Orum's Chant. But with the way this works here, you'll get this Amulet untap trigger. That would have been enough mana for Titan, but not the case now. But 6 mana will be in play next turn for Titan, so Gabriel will have to find a way to interact with it next turn.
All right, so just putting the brakes on there for Peter's game plan. But he's going to have to wait to deploy the big old dum-dum there, Primeval Titan. So, looks like Echoing Deeps copy the Gruul Turf in the bin. And bouncing the Vestige, question mark?
Yep, definitely a possibility there. It almost doesn't matter as long as you bounce either the Boseiju or the Vestige. No matter what, you'll be able to cast Primeval Titan next turn. And we game on. Now, the one thing that Gabriel's definitely missing this game compared to last game is just absolutely no pressure.
Yeah, there's nothing. He's just kind of dirtling. But let's see. Maybe Fable the Mirror Breaker can bring him some action.
Yeah, at this point... Oh, that was another Molten Rain. Oh, my goodness. That was perfect. Being able to Molten Rain that Simic Growth Chamber and leave Peter with just 3 lands, or 3 mana, will pretty much prevent Titan in any normal way here. So.
Galvanic Discharge as well. So swinging first, we're going to have our little Grazer block the Shaman, but a treasure here now for Gabriel. And the follow-up, the rudeness of get your dual land out of here, essentially.
Looks like we are going to go with Wrath of the Skies and Molten Rain here.
Okay. Boom.
So yeah, Gabriel just once again kind of playing this Boros control post board that we've seen a lot in other matches. And now with this Marsh Flats, being able to Wrath of the Skies for 1 to take away this Grazer, take away the Amulet. Also, the Shaman will be heading away as
did his
well. But yeah, totally did the job.
Marsh Flats going to go and fetch. And yeah, like you said, just clear this board entirely. Fable the Mirror Breaker doing a decent job here, finding Gabriel some extra stuff to do. So Galvanic Discharge for any further grazers. No other creatures really in the deck, right? It's like Titan and it's Sloth.
And the Dryad of the Elysian Groves, if you are bringing those in.
Yeah, I suppose Aftermath Analyst is a thing too.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably the best target for a Galvanic Discharge.
And now, with all that being said, with the Wrath of the Skies here, I want to say that last card in Gabriel's hand was a relative blank. I didn't get a good look at it. So, you know, now Gabriel has the reflection and has bought himself some time for sure. No matter what, Peter is really slowed down here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, there is an amulet. There's the crumbling vestige we knew about. So now, with amulet number 2, well, amulet number 1 now, and a bounce land for next turn, Titan is online again. And it's pretty face up that one of those 2 cards in Peter's hand is a Primeval Titan, as he was trying to go off a couple turns ago.
Man, he has just been stalled, delayed. It's like waiting for a flight at an airport that just keeps getting delayed. And now we see a Johnny hit the board here alongside the reflection of Kikijiki. So Gabriel is now finding the pressure after finding all the, you know, permission and denial.
Exactly.
For Peter.
So the pressure is definitely on, and now we'll see if Peter finds bounce land to go with the almost face-up Titan that we think that he would have.
What lands? Okay, if the Titan resolves, what lands is he fetching, do you think?
It almost starts basically every single time with going to get the Handwear Battlements, as well as either Valakut or just any way to produce red mana for the Battlements, and then you go get 2 more lands, which always kind of vary based on the situation.
All right, there's prime time. Let's hit the board. Now let's go fetch some lands.
So there's some thought if you are worried about a possible Thraben Charm or some way to kill Primeval Titan, you go for some kind of value selection of lands first. But, you know, with kind of Gabriel's, you know, body language here of kind of just saying, yeah, do your thing, or, yeah, only 1 card in hand, I would think you go to give it haste right away. So definitely the Battlements, and then just see what else you want to get. You could get Vesuva.
Oh, Valakut,
or
I
the
think you got.
Valakut. Yeah.
Alrighty, so Red Source and Handwear Battlements making our hasty boy hasty. Gotta get some more lands.
And yep, now we'll see what the other lands are being picked up. And now one of the more common ones is you get your Teleria West plus your Simic Growth Chamber. Gets untapped both of those, add 3 mana, and then you can transmute.
Yep.
But
using the Growth Chamber as a balance, it's Teleria.
Exactly. But you can, of course, get a plethora of different things. Being able to get something like Otawara plus bounce land so you can have a channel land in hand is great. You really can't go wrong with any of your selections at this point.
And the Infinite Titans combo is only possible with Aftermath Atlas, correct?
Yeah, that is the way to go absolutely crazy with that. Won't be seeing that right now.
Gabriel's down to 13. Peter's still sitting at a healthy 20.
And it looks like the Vesuva was copying Valakut here. So if that kind of signals to me that there's 2 Valakuts on the battlefield. So there is the possibility of that 3 mana that's in play with the Simic Growth Chamber and the Vesuva that is a Valakut to, let's say, Summoners packed up a Dryad of the Elysian Grove. And then if you have a bounce land, that deals 6 damage as well. And I think Gabriel will come to the conclusion that if that's there, I can't win.
Yeah.
So we'll see Gabriel doing a lot of blocks that just assume in his brain that Peter has nothing, as Gabriel's at a spot where he just can't play around anything anymore.
Dryad making everything a mountain. So Valakut times 2 will just go pew pew.
And yeah, remember, this was the game for Peter where mulligan to 5 for the second time. So if I'm Peter and you're just about to start game 2, you're just about to play your first permanent, and you've mulliganed to 5 back-to-back, you're like, please just let me get to game 3.
Oh, we're going to see a Summoner's Pack now. Go find a critter.
And we'll see if Gabriel has anything to do about that. That would be an interesting spot to cast an Orm's Chant or something like that.
Yeah.
But
there's Dryad. Here comes lands.
Yep.
I would at least assume here come lands.
Yeah. No matter what, even if Peter just doesn't even have a land drop, being able to, and we still have one.
Yeah, because that gives an extra land drop, and I don't think we've played the land for turn, right?
Yeah, I don't think we have either, but I was saying even if Peter didn't have a land in hand, which would be weird to search up the Dryad in the first place, but it would still be severe advantage to Peter for sure.
So a Johnny taken care of, 3 to the face, and Galvanic Discharge is going to use up all of the energy that Gabriel has available to take care of the Primeval Titan.
So, yep, now if you can deal with the Dryad, we're definitely still playing Magic here. But otherwise, this is going to be brutal, as more than likely Peter had a bounce land in hand and then was just able to play that bounce land twice, deal 12.
Yeah.
And now we got one game of Magic between these two gamers for a World Championship spot.
Let's take a look at our sideboards quickly here, Corey, and then if we have some time, we'll jump over and see what's happening in our other semifinals. So what changes did we make?
Probably no other changes based on player of the draw. These Molten Rains, if they were brought in when Gabriel was on the draw, they are definitely staying in on the play, and they looked incredible there. So, I take back any question mark I had on that card, as that looked really, really strong when you compare it with some ways to deal with Urza's Saga or to deal with an Amulet. It's a nice thing to pair after that.
A little bit of extra damage there, too, is pretty sweet.
All right, so we're going to take a live look in at our other match and see maybe how this one's shaken up.
So Jackson up a game. Things getting pretty complicated here. Consign some memory on what looks like a lot of colorless stuff.
Yeah, on the Emrakul, and that is Jackson taking it down and locking himself up a World Championship seat and at least a finals berth here. So big congratulations to Jackson, the lone Breach gamer left in the top 8.
A little bit of a smile there.
A little bit,
a little bit.
Yeah, it's just like job's not finished.
Nope, it's got to win the whole thing, man.
Job is not finished. Let's make sure and win that finals as well. Jackson seems dialed in. And big congratulations to Damien. Damien played great all weekend. Really rough to, not make it the one more match there, win a couple more games to make it to Worlds. But I think he's a player we're going to see a lot more of in the future. Definitely going to be seeing him in Vegas. And I got high hopes for Damien, as he's just an incredible gamer.
Yeah, he's put on a great show for us this weekend. So GG's. Nice chunk of change to go home with as well, and get to see him at the next Pro Tour.
Yep, absolutely. So Jackson is going to need an opponent here. If it's going to be Breach versus Energy in the finals or Breach versus Amulet.
Just a reminder, friends, if you have some extra cards lying around that you're trying to get rid of, well, there's an easy way to get rid of them. Get some extra cash, trade them in for something else, sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Go and check it out. And also, there's a flash sale on that is ending tomorrow. So if you want to go pick up some singles, sell your cards and go get some singles. Anything over $50, you'll get free shipping on. So take advantage of that while you can.
Yep, absolutely. We've got more regional championships coming up and a lot of standard about to get a shake-up with Aether Drift. So get some cards and save yourself some cash.
Race on over, will ya?
There you go.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, so looking at Gabriel's hand here, it looks like 2 land. I saw 2 Molten Rains as well, and I know this is going to be shocking, but it looks like Peter's mulliganing.
Oh my gosh. To 5 again? No.
Let's hope to at
Ay.
least just 6 here. So far, Peter has mulliganed 5 times in this match, and Gabriel has mulliganed 0. To be fair, Boros Energy is a much more consistent deck than Amulet.
Yeah.
Amulet, you need
Oh,
a specific type of hand.
I
Yeah.
just saw it was in Gabriel's. He's got 2 of those Molten Rains.
Yeah.
Ouchie.
Yeah. Let it rain.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Goddess Souls. I think I saw a Ragavan in there too. So, woof. Gabriel's going to be off to the races as soon as this game starts.
Yeah, absolutely. Setting fire to the rain here. I'm pretty sure that's what the Adele song is about, was Molten Rain.
Please don't start singing.
Yeah, she was sick of losing to that card as well. We get it, Adele.
Or maybe she's the one casting the spell, you know?
Oh, I could see it.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Yeah.
Land destruction.
Yeah.
She just says, hello, land destruction left and right.
Hello, it me. I was wondering if you'd like to talk about some breach.
All right, kept 6. Thank God. Peter only mulliganed once this game.
Woo! Alrighty, let's boogie. So, both players have a game in the semifinals. Goddess Souls to kick things off.
So all the things I've seen so far from Gabriel's hand, Gabriel is definitely praying for land number 3. It's not there, and if the follow-up is just a goblin bombardment or something like that, that is not ideal for Gabriel at all. So if Gabriel stumbles at all, Peter is going to have himself a bit of an easier time for sure.
Yep. Arboreal Grazer into the Crumbling Vest. Woohoo! Hello! Into an Amulet of Vigor. Now he's cooking now.
Yeah, this is a much better start here than we've seen the past few games. And I mean, the ceiling on Amulet is through the roof. You know, I mean, with this start, it's possible to win on turn 2. And maybe the Molten Rains won't even be that big of a deal, but that is land number 3.
Windswept Heath off the top of the deck here for Gabriel, so he's going to be happy to see that. Get that on the board, get cracking.
So Thraben Charm is a great card, but unfortunately Gabriel would love to trade that Destroy Target Enchantment for Destroy Target Artifact line. And Gabriel did have the opportunity to try to kill the Grazer with the Thraben Charm, but not an exciting play by any means, and decided to not play Goblin Bombardment either. So is just holding up the Charm.
Charm, yeah. Just in case of emergency, I would imagine.
And just really wants to get the Surveil instead, values that a little bit more.
Nice, yeah.
And now Peter didn't have a great turn by any means, with just having a Valakut untapped saying go.
That wasn't exciting. I want to see a turn 2 win.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, it would have had to have been Amulet,
Yeah.
you know, plus a Grazer there. And with Peter not being able to keep a 7-card hand,
Yeah.
that's always a little tricky.
Odds were unlikely. So, surveilling whatever is on top. Gabriel likes. Turn passes back now. Oh, boy. Molten Rain's going to start blowing some stuff up.
It definitely will, but it's not the worst case scenario here where you're Molten Raining a bounce land or anything.
Yeah.
So still just totally reasonable. And now a Molten Rain on the Forest, I guess, is probably going to be the best target so far. Maybe you can get that Valakut out of there. But nothing too exciting so far from Gabriel's side. Just picked up the Oscillate Pride, which would have been excellent last turn. If you could get Guide into Pride and then Molten Rain, that would be great, but the pressure is just not really there yet for Gabriel.
Well, Kitty Cat would still make a token on the end step, courtesy of Goddess Souls.
Yep, get a little bit of energy, but that would mean no Molten Rains possible. And we might see it, though. We really might see it, because the one thing that the Oscillate Pride plus Goddess Souls would allow is, well, Oscillate Pride would be creature number 2, the cat would be creature number 3, and then that Charm could pick off a Primeval Titan if it came down. But, you know, trying to attack the Amulet deck and thinking of, okay, after you play Titan, I can do this. That's not great. You wanna cut off the legs from the deck. You don't want Titan to ever hit the battlefield.
Molten Rain taking care of, what was that, the Valakut?
Yep, Valakut's gone.
So, just limiting some of the mana that Peter has available at his disposal. Now, Valakut is what won him game number 2, so I don't mind seeing that in the bin.
Very true. Can always come back with Aftermath Analyst, though, so it may be gone, but it's not forgotten.
No. Need
Okay,
some
there-
Graveyard Exile,
There
huh?
is the Growth Chamber, though, so that is 4 mana. But just to pass back, this second Molten Rain is probably not going to be cast fast enough here from Gabriel.
He's going to think about it.
Oh, it's,
You know.
it's going to be a little acting job, but
You got to think of everything. Even the worst plays you have to consider. Oh, we're going kitty cat.
okay.
Okay.
Looks like maybe there's not land 3 there. And yeah,
Land
looks like we
4,
are not
no.
going to cast the Molten Rain. I spoke too soon.
Goblin Bombardment.
Because now
Or
with,
just Very Charm.
with the Crumbling Vestige, it does not unlock Titan next turn. So there will still be some help that needs to happen here. Either a Grazer, another Amulet, something like that. Just the Vestige alone is not enough. That looks to be a Lotus Field. Lotus Field can definitely get it
Nice.
going.
Oh, alrighty.
And
It's hexproof.
that is that is something you can't target. So maybe a little bit of an oops here.
I mean, that's Primeval Titan. Like, you can kill that with the charm.
Yeah, that can die for sure, but there will be an amount of lands on the battlefield now that can unlock any future Titans,
Yeah.
where if you Molten Rain last turn, yeah, there's 1 forest in play, and if you play Lotus Field, that's only 4 mana.
Yeah.
There was basically no way to get Titan, but now as it's going on here, we have Vesuva on Lotus Field, and then all the lands are going away, but that means we're going to cast another Titan.
Oh.
Not Molten Raining here could have absolutely
Owie.
spelled the end here from Gabriel.
This is bad news indeed for Gabriel Nicholas on Boros Energy, opting to go for the creatures, developing his battlefield, but not taking care of the land there from Peter, and this happened.
And I mean, this is so far just the absolute worst case scenario. You know, I mean, everything is unfolding in a very negative way here. And you can kind of wait until
Yeah.
Hanwar Battlements and a red land comes into play, and then whatever creature is given haste, then you can Thraben
that
Charm
one.
that one. But, I mean, that's one primetime down. Then you still have another problem on your hand.
Yeah, I guess, like, what's in his hand? Does he have another answer for the second one? There's the Crumbling Vestige, and there's the Hanwar Battlements.
And there's the answer for it, but, you know, this isn't one of the scenarios where we Summoners Pact for the Primeval Titan and you're going to win on the draw step or anything like that.
Yeah.
You still have another prime time to deal with, and if we can deal with that, it's not bad. But
Yeah.
in hand, I see Fable the Mirrorbreaker, Molten Rain, which Molten Rain is now terrible, and a Goblin Bombardment. So really needs to top deck another charm or another way to be able to deal with a prime time here, and there are not that many ways from the Boros Energy side.
Let's see, maybe. Fable, Molten Rain.
It's another Goblin Bombardment that is the absolute worst draw in the deck.
Yeah, that's not great. Wow, okay. And there's not enough energy to send anything flying.
Yeah. And you can, so the one thing you can do here,
Fable, yeah.
okay, so if we get Fable, if we can ascend, we could, no, I mean, we don't have the Goblin Bombardment on the battlefield here, yep. So, yeah, Primeval Titan's going to be able to attack. You get this Oscillate Pride to be able to jump into the air and at least deal a little bit of damage, but that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 permanents. It's only going to bring a cat into play, not a cat, and a shaman.
Yeah. So that can attack through the Arboreal Grazer. It might chump block. It might just be fine with this.
Yeah, and then next turn, Peter gets to start the game with a Primeval Titan and an Amulet in play. And, you know, you can do something like Simic Growth Chamber, Teleria West. Maybe you can generate enough mana to get more Titans in. Or Aftermath Analyst, bring back 3 Lotus Fields and go completely crazy next turn. All depends on what Peter has here. I think that was a Summoner's Pact.
Oh, gosh.
Picking up the Graveyard leads me to believe that Aftermath Analyst has the ability to maybe be played and activated.
Definitely needs a green source.
Yep. Primeval Titan for sure gets that unlocked on its own.
Interesting thinks here for Peter. How do we attack this turn?
Yeah.
So
I think this is just the slow down moment for Peter. Be like,
Yeah.
all right, I think I have this. I just got to make sure I don't make any incorrect play.
yeah. Because is he going to try go for the win this turn, or?
I mean,
one more
whenever you
turn?
can go for it, you're definitely going to go for it. You know, there's no real free spell that's a catch-all be-all from the energy side. Like, if Peter
Yeah,
can
yeah.
do it, he's going to do it, but... And there's no way for this Primeval Titan to even die in combat if Gabriel's able to block, so...
Yeah, it would just be a chump block with
Yeah.
one of the kitties. So, first things first, to combat. Into the red zone goes Primeval Titan. We're going to go find some lands.
And figure out what we want to hit here. Let's see. There's so many different lines that you can always be taking, and it's so
Yeah.
contextual to your hand. But if it was indeed Summoner's Pact, if you can find a way to go to your second main phase and have 6 mana available, then you get to do a lot of stuff with the rest of the lands in your graveyard. But if you don't have anything else to do with it, all that mana isn't that exciting.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, if Mirror Pool was in the graveyard already, then no matter what, you have a Primeval Titan you can copy, and you can do that stuff. But as I'm seeing, the lands in the graveyard are just a ton of mana,
Yeah.
but not necessarily ways to continually string together Primeval Titans or anything like that.
Because there's, what, 2 Lotus Fields? Two Lotus
Yep.
Fields. There's the Vesuva, there's Forest, Valakut, and the Summit Growth Chamber.
Yep.
So Echoing Deeps will copy something in there.
That looks like Echoing Deeps and Mirror Pool. So if Echoing Deeps is copying a Lotus Field, you'll put these triggers on the stack where you sack your lands last, untap, add 3 mana, 4/5 with that, copy Primeval Titan. Then Primetime gets 2 more lands, the copy of it, and then we'll have to sacrifice 2 lands to the Lotus Field trigger. But regardless, that's another 6/6. You know, once you play the first Primeval Titan, it's trivial to keep playing Primeval Titan, so I want to just keep bringing back that Molten Rain turn. That could have been a gigantic deal from Gabriel's side.
Could well have been. So, will Gabriel Nicholas regret not blowing up some lands? Or does he still have a chance here? I mean, what's the odds that he wins?
It's looking very slim at this point, as, you know, I don't see a way for Gabriel to deal with the board.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's not even saying anything else that Peter can do with the cards in hand. And, you know, like I said, probably saw a Summoner's Pact. Now with the Shifting Woodlands in play, that's setting up that line where Shifting Woodlands can copy an Aftermath Analyst when it's in the graveyard.
Yep.
Then you can sacrifice the Shifting Woodlands, in air quotes.
Yep.
Bring back all the lands, which includes, you guessed
Yep.
it, the Shifting Woodlands, which copies the Aftermath Analyst.
Oh my
Mirror Pool
gosh.
copies a Primeval Titan. Every single cycle you do that, you can get essentially infinite Primeval Titans. And, you know, the Primeval Titan string will eventually get Teleria West, which will get Summoner's Pact number 2, which gets Dryad of the Elysian Grove, which gets the Valakuts and wins on the spot. So it's a convoluted way of saying I will win the game,
Yeah.
but it does take a little bit more setup time.
It's free
than
real
this.
estate, Corey.
It is. It's something. And there's the Pyroclasm, the Vampire Clasm here as well to make sure Gabriel doesn't have a battlefield.
Yeah.
And Peter has everything wrapped up to go next turn. So
I think we found our second finalist.
I think we did. You may have mulliganed 5 times, but he might be putting 5 Primeval Titans into play as well.
Oh, goodness me. That's just brutal for Gabriel. Putting up the good fight here with Boros Energy, posting the best results of the weekend with the archetype that's been dominating the format up until this weekend.
Yep, exactly. And now with the battlefield cleared there, the Thraben charm that was an out to deal with one of the Titans is gone. And now there's just, I'm looking at the list. I don't see it unless we can somehow Wrath of the Skies for 6.
Yeah, we need some treasures there. I don't think we got those. So if able to break a chapter 2, discard, then draw. gosh. What a tricky pickle to be in.
Yeah, and looks like 2 Goblin Bombardments. Here's a Molten Rain that's going to go to the yard. And now it's, pretty much useless, as well as Goblin Bombardment number 2.
Man, that graveyard is terrifying.
Yep. Maybe if we were Ascended, there was some scenario where Goblin Bombardment plus a top deck to Johnny could do something, but
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a way out.
I don't think we got Ascension, so. Gabriel just thinking of any possibility here, any edge case that he can get back into this matchup. But as it stands, Peter has this all wrapped up.
Yep, and that going deep, for a reminder, is on Lotus Field, so not a Molten Rain target.
Bombardment and Rain in the bin, draw. Anything good?
Yeah, we'll see. There is a Galvanic Discharge. Okay, if it's Galvanic Discharge plus Wrath of the Skies, we can actually get up to, only 5 mana with a land drop,
Yeah.
so still 1 short. I guess 2 Galvanic Discharges, land, and Wrath of the Skies. That's the out.
Yep.
That is the out. That involves 1, 2, 3, 4 cards, though, which we do have 4 cards.
There's a land, there's
that's
it's
not enough.
bombardment. That's not going to do it. Oh boy. Sacred Foundry, enter tapped. What else do you have? Nothing. Yep.
Probably passing the turn for the last time of Gabriel Nicholas's tournament, but had an incredible run.
Yep.
We saw, him pilot this Boros Energy deck so well against other combo decks, and just really knew his role all the time. When we saw him play on coverage, it was really impressive. But yeah, with 2 prime times here,
Yeah.
and the ability to probably get Aftermath Analyst, we should be all done, and it looks like it's going to be a combo finals here between Amulet and Breach
Oh boy.
to see who's going to take down the title.
I'm rooting for Amulet Titan if that's okay.
Yeah, me too.
No, you're not. Well, Peter's still got to get there. He might accidentally hit escape and concede.
Yep,
Yeah,
Yep.
It's possible.
definitely possible.
So just going to go through all the steps that he needs to get this game well and truly won and done. So there we're going to see the Summoners packed. Let's go find our Aftermath Analyst and do some dumb stuff.
Yep, absolutely. And I think the only way that this doesn't result in a win immediately is if Peter plays the Analyst while not being able to sack it immediately,
Yeah.
which there's just no reason. So, yeah, this is the Analyst with 4 mana floating.
Mill, bring back all the lands,
Yep.
do the dumb thing.
Mill, sacrifice it. Here comes the trick. So here is where Peter will explain
Yes.
the combo. We're going to get back all this mana. The Mirror Pool is going to copy a Titan every single time. Then Aftermath, or then the Shifting Woodlands. As long as we still have Delirium, which easily should, the Woodlands will copy the Aftermath Analyst. You'll sacrifice it. You'll bring it all back. And you'd think like, oh, well, the lands are all coming back. There won't be any in the graveyard. With 2 Lotus Fields, you'll be able to sacrifice 4 lands each time.
Yep.
Those 4 lands you'll bring back every single time. And we should be all wrapped up here. There's the Haywire Battlements to give all these infinite Titans that we're about to see haste every single time. So not only are there going to be infinite Titans, they're all going to have haste. You're going to be able to attack with infinite 6/6s.
Good grief. Again, I ask, who comes up with this stuff? Good grief. Peter Husian mulliganing 5 frickin' times in the
Yep.
semifinals still manages to pick up the win. So congratulations to him. Gabriel Nicholas, GG, my friend. You played superbly the entire weekend, and we look forward to seeing you at the Pro Tour. But
Yep.
we have a finalist, friend.
We got 2 finalists. It is going to be
Combo.
quite the battle here in the finals. And, that was a great match. Winning one of those games when you mulligan to 5 was huge for Peter. And then had a great draw game 3 with that mulligan to 6. I think it'll all come back to that Molten Rain turn. Even if we did do it
Yep.
the pressure was not on, and it would have given Peter some more time. So who knows how the game would have ended, but it'll be definitely the inflection moment of that match for sure.
For sure. Our finals will be up after this short break. It is going to be Peter Husian up against Jackson Noor. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back to the finals of the regional championship here in Portland. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us this weekend. It's been a superb showing of Modern, and if you are just joining us, well, let's take a quick squiz at the bracket to show you exactly what has happened thus far. Corey?
Yeah, absolutely. So these are all the matches that unfolded to find us to our finalists, which both of these players we're going to be seeing in Las Vegas at the Pro Tour and at the World Championship here at the end of the year. We got Peter, we got Jackson as our two undefeated, or our two finalists rather, on Grinding Breach and Amulet Titan. So combo decks have definitely risen to the top here, as we had 4 combo decks here in the top 8, 2 of them making it to the finals here, and we'll see which one can take it down.
Yeah, so Peter Husian playing, which one is it? That's playing the Amulet Titan, and we've got Jackson on Grinding Breach. We're going to take a quick look at both of the deck lists here. And if you are just joining us again, Corey, what is this deck trying to do?
A lot of stuff, that is for sure. You know, we just saw that impressive match here last round with Peter up against Gabriel. Really awesome stuff. So, of course, trying to get Amulet down and get these Primeval Titans out as fast as possible. But we kind of saw the convoluted lines that you can get now thanks to Aftermath Analyst and thanks to Shifting Woodlands and Mirror Pools. You know, you have these absurd over-the-top finishes once you get enough time, enough Primeval Titans in play. But this is a turn 2 at about the fastest, and then a turn 3 and kind of a turn 4 is the bread and butter as far as a win from this combo deck. So that's about when you're looking to see the game end from Peter's side. And now we'll take a look at Jackson's Grinding Breach deck. And, well, this deck can win on turn 2. It's turn 3 wins are pretty consistent. And then turn 4 is kind of the bread and butter.
All right, so turn 4, game should be done, yeah?
Exactly. Both of these decks are very much a really fast combo deck. It's just how they approach the rest of the metagame and which one's the better metagame call yet to be determined. So should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, both decks have shown their power this weekend, and we've seen some incredibly crazy turns. Yeah. Some absolutely gobsmacking things happening. And I'm just like, what is going on here? And he was like, oh, we're just making Infinite Titans. I'm like, okay, cool.
Exactly. Easy peasy. Sure. So, yeah, Grinding Breach, you know, was definitely the deck of the tournament. I would say, you know, it was tied for the most popular deck with Boros Energy. Yeah. Amulet Titan was a little bit further down there, I want to say, in as our 5th most popular deck. Yeah, only 15 of them made it to the Day 2 metagame. There were 68 Breach decks that made it to Day 2, and it was definitely the #1 deck being played. Here is the breakdown, but Amulet, as the 5th most popular deck, could easily see that getting bumped up. Yeah. But these players did actually play earlier in the Swiss.
Oh, yeah?
And had an unintentional draw, so who knows who's going to win. It was a long match and didn't come to a conclusion.
All righty. Well, we need a conclusion here today, so let's join the players in the feature match area and determine who our winner is going to be.
Let's do it.
Peter Husian on top of your screen there, friends, on Amulet Titan, and Jackson Noor down at the bottom on Grinding Breach.
And normally, it looks like we see one of our players mulliganing to 6, and your eyes are not deceiving you. It's not Peter.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
Now that means he's not going to win, Corey.
Yep. It looks like that's a double Mox Amber Swan Song Spell Pierce hand. I think that middle card there is a Steam Vents, an Altered Steam Vents. That hand looks really terrible as well. So this could easily be a multi-5. And Peter being the #1 seed, Jackson being the #2, Jackson will be on the draw here.
Oof. Multi-5. All righty.
Yep.
Well, either Peter is going to absolutely crush this game or lose, because mulliganing is his secret power, turns out.
It seems like it. So, yeah, this game 1 especially just comes down to speed. Players really don't have a lot to interact with either of the combo. If anything, Peter has a little bit more tools. I guess I'm checking for the Bajuka Bogue. It is in the sideboard as well, so it really is just kind of 2 ships passing in the night for game #1. There's some Besejus from Peter that you can search up. You know, one of the more popular things we'll see if Peter can't win the game, playing a Primeval Titan, getting Simic Growth Chamber and Beseju, and untapping a Growth Chamber and having Boseiju available. That's
Yeah.
kind of how you're able to close the door, defend against the Breach combo. But for the most part, they're both just trying to go fast.
Yeah. And a couple of permission spells in Jackson's list. You know, got Swan Song, Spell Pierce, Ottawara to return something, Sink into Stupor as well. And a good old Lightning Bolt. Who knows? That 3 damage could be important.
Yeah, not any of those cards you just listed. None of them are very relevant. As Spell Pierce, there ends up being a lot of mana, or Urza's Saga gets the only spell you want to counter, the Amulet anyways.
Well, fine, okay. Just pointing out there's some stuff he could do.
That's fair. That's
There's
fair.
Flame of Anor, he could blow something up.
That's fair.
That all just adds to the storm count, and there's a Grape Shot in there, so that makes me happy. No, that's his Oracle main deck, though. All right, so he's doing the Grape Shot thing, and got the Jace Wielder of Mysteries in the sideboard, and Kappa Cannoneer, who we haven't seen for a little while.
Yep, absolutely. So, getting into this here, 3 mana available and the Spelunking.
Nice.
Jackson did decide to play the Tamiyo instead of holding up mana for a Spell Pierce, and would have actually got a nice target here, but you really do want to get to the battlefield, start getting your artifact count high, and be able to turn on Mox Opal.
Jeez. Just do all the things. Grazer, Spelunking, Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah, and there's the Green Sun Zenith for the Dryad Arbor. The nice combo of being able to play that for 1, and now we have 5 mana already for Peter with the Amulet at home, essentially, Spelunking, able to easily cast Titan next turn.
Not too shabby. As the turn passes back to Jackson, Tamiyo swings in, gets a clue, and preordain to try and sculpt the hand here a little bit here for Jackson.
Land and Bauble, nothing too exciting. Bauble is decent if you need it for a Mox Opal, but looks like we do not. And we'll see if Jackson has anything available here. There is
All right.
the 3 artifacts.
Neat. Emery. Cool. Another Emery. Wow. Another Tamiyo. No artifacts in the bin for Emery.
And no land drop here, so if Peter has Titan, any land, it's pretty much all wrapped up here. And blink and you miss game 1. As Peter's untapping pretty quickly as well, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see everybody's favorite 6-drop come into play.
Whee! Summoner's Pact. Gonna go find a friendly Prime Titan. And, yeah, do some dumb stuff.
Yep, and we'll see if this is actually the win. You know, easily could not be. We're going to see there's the Lotus Field.
Yep.
You can also get something like Valakut and Handwear Battlements to start it off. But if you're getting Lotus Field, that does lead me to believe that we're going to be doing something maybe a little bigger than just playing 1 Primeval Titan.
Yeah, I think Peter's just going to try to go for the win here. Let's get these Lotus Fields on the board. Sacrifice a couple lands apiece. 6 green mana floating.
So sacrificing the Lotus Field themselves. So that is leading me to believe that we are going to see another Summoner's Pact for Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah.
Get all those lands back, or has the Analyst already.
And then just sack it straight away.
There's another 2 mana, another Vesuva.
Oy. Vestige, jeez.
Yeah. So here comes all the lands coming back.
Whee! Boom.
And we don't necessarily see the mirror pool yet. So not all the pieces are ready to go. But with that Shifting Woodlands already in play, all we got to do is get Delirium, and you can copy the Analyst again.
Jeez. What else are we doing? Vesuva's a Vestige, so double mana off of that.
So we're going to have a ton of come into play triggers here. You're going to have to return 2 lands to your hand. You're going to have to sacrifice 4 of them. Now you're probably going to sacrifice Urza's Saga, as that turns on Delirium with being a land and an enchantment. And as long as there's some follow-up from Peter, should be all good to go heading us into the next game.
Look at Jackson. Pretty sure it's just exhaustion, but he looks pretty bored.
To be fair, that is exactly the expression we saw on Jackson's face when he just locked up a world championship
Fair.
slot. So Jackson seems like
He's
a
cool.
very cool customer here.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to just, maybe go out to eat or just get ready for the next game.
That's what I'm thinking. He's probably in sideboard mode already. He's been like, okay, cool. I'm going to bring a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
And I was kind of looking over as Jackson finished his match first. I was looking over at him with either his buddy or teammates, and they were, the sideboard was fanned out. They
Yeah.
were talking about plans. So
Yeah.
from the second Jackson left the feature match area, it was preparing for the next round. It wasn't the high fives that you maybe see from maybe some
A
other
lot of players, yeah.
Exactly.
All right, look at all this mana floating here. Jeez.
Yep, just a ton of mana. And now we'll see what the follow-up is.
Looks like a Vestige and the Dryad Arbor back to hand.
Yep. Something like another Pact or another Titan should be good enough. And there is
Yeah.
the Teleria West, which should do it.
Yep.
If you Teleria West,
Go get a Pact.
get a Pact, get a Primeval Titan.
Yeah.
Primeval Titan gets Mirror Pool,
Yeah.
Infinite Titans, Infinite Haste. And that looks to be what Peter's explaining to Jackson.
And Jackson with one land is
Yep.
just gonna sit there and make sure Peter does it all right. But Peter's done this about 12 times this
Yeah.
weekend, no doubt. So
And if anything, this is a moment where if you haven't seen the Amulet Titan do this, it's great to just say, show me,
Yeah.
because you want to learn.
Yeah.
You want to learn
lots
and
to look out for. Yeah.
make sure to definitely see that Peter can do it. Obviously, you don't make the finals of a regional championship by not knowing your deck inside and out.
Yeah.
But most importantly, if Jackson hasn't seen someone with this level of expertise combo off on you like this, you want to see it so you know how to sideboard
Yep.
into the next game.
Precisely. So Peter showing him in all the ways he's dead. And
Yep.
we're going to go to sideboards now. What is Jackson bringing in?
Yeah, so Jackson is got a decent amount of options. It's going to be kind of what cards you need to take out to start, but the Boseijus are excellent. One line that you'll see a lot from Boseiju is when Peter, let's say, has an amulet in play and plays a bounce land like a Simic Growth Chamber, with the untapped trigger on the stack, you Boseiju the bounce land, and then they get to fetch up a land, but they also have to return one.
Right.
So it's kind of like you skip your land drop altogether. So that's really nice. You can also Boseiju Amulet as an option. Nature's Claim for Amulet's going to be great. From sideboarding from the Grinding Breach side, it's very one-dimensional
Yeah.
in the sense that you need to stop Amulet, you need to stop Primeval Titan. So the cards that do that, the consigns are very good.
Yeah, I was about to say. That
yeah.
seems pretty good against all these triggered abilities.
Exactly. If consign, if you had one of those consigns at this moment and you're able to cast it, replicate and counter all the untapped triggers, and then all the Lotus Field triggers still make you sack the land, something like that can prevent that.
Devastation.
You can also bring in Flame of Anor to be able to just have another card against Amulet. And I would bring in the Jace as well because Bojuka Bog, we'll go over to the Amulet side. Bojuka Bog's for sure going to come in. From Peter's side, that's a good plan B. If Peter can't just win straight away, being able to Titan for a Bojuka Bog and a bounce land to bounce the Bog and then keep bogging Breach over and over can be a really nice plan. I also like the Dismembers and the Force of Vigors, as well as the Collector Oofs, the One of Endurance, and the Keen-Eyed Curator are all
Jeez,
very
yeah.
reasonable cards. So both players are very prepared for each other.
As the players determine all their sideboarding and whatnot. Again, we just want to say thank you very much for tuning in this weekend and watching the Regional Championship here from Portland. And to celebrate, SCG always does some cool things, such as the Flash Sale, which is happening today. It ends tomorrow, which is Monday. Sorry for those of you who have to go back to work. I've just reminded you that it is the end of the weekend. Go and get your singles. Anything over $50 will get you free shipping. So be sure to go take advantage of that.
Yep, absolutely. So, yeah, like you were saying, though, I mean, this has been a great regional
Yeah.
championship. I love, you know, as a competitive Magic player and Magic commentator, I love watching these subtle metagame shifts.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think the biggest story from these regional championships, this one specifically, is Breach definitely had an uptick.
Yep.
Boros Energy had a bit of a downtick.
Yep.
And then the Orzhov Blink deck had a huge uptick. So it'll be now interesting because if I'm looking forward to play the next regional championship, I would be very much thinking, okay, Breach is the deck to beat.
Yeah.
And everyone kind of will be thinking that. And now if Breach has a bad weekend at the next regional championship, it seems very, very reasonable. But if it just dominates again, you know, maybe that is just far and away the best deck.
Yeah.
And time will tell. But also, Amulet gamers, you got someone in the finals, and it's looked pretty good as well.
Yeah, you know, the format is self-correcting, you know, if it is cyclical in nature, as we've seen with a lot of different metagames, then, you know, Breach will fall off for a bit, something will take its spot, maybe it's Titan, maybe it's Blink, and then everyone's going to kind of adapt to beat those strategies, and then we'll see Grinding Breach make an appearance once again, no doubt.
Exactly. That is exactly how it's definitely supposed to work.
Yeah.
You know, there's been decks at certain, you know, times where it's hard to correct. Maybe it's just too powerful. And see if there's any action that needs to be done. But I definitely don't think we're there yet. We'll see. We'll just see how it goes from here.
So, in your opinion, then, as a competitive Magic player, as you put it, and you're a very good Magic player, Corey Baumeister.
Well, thank you.
If you had to pick a different deck because everyone was targeting Breach, what would you be playing?
That is a good question. I would probably be trying to play Eldrazi. I think it looked pretty good this weekend. And Eldrazi, you know, the one thing I didn't mention, it stayed pretty constant.
Yeah.
You know, it was kind of that third most popular deck. It had some great numbers. You know, it wasn't anything that just was like, whoa, this is a new revolutionary version of Eldrazi, because this Gruul Eldrazi that for MTG, Fernando played at the Prague RC, definitely seems like the go-to list, and it just had another great weekend. So I would probably play that, as it really looked like it had game against the two big decks. Grinding Breach is just as close to a 50-50, I would say, since it's very favored game one, and then struggles in the post-port a bit. And it looked like it just destroyed energy all weekend. So I'd be casting Writhing Chrysalis and Karn the Great Creators if someone pried my Mox Opals out of my hand.
And, you know, being able to pilot two, you know, pretty different decks, it can only benefit you.
Oh, 100%. I think some of the best Eldrazi players that I've seen are players that have either like played a bunch of combo decks or have played from the other side, because you got to know what their weakness is to be able to know what to Karn for.
Absolutely. Jackson seems to be okay with this hand, question mark?
Didn't look good. I saw Grape Shot. I think I still saw Lightning Bolt, which I would not expect that to be in. Maybe I missaw it, but you know, something like Unholy Heat is perfectly reasonable as it deals 6 damage to creatures, but looks like a mulligan from both players here. At least it's fair here, you know, seeing some even stuff here.
Yeah. But again, Peter's power is his mulligans.
It seems like it.
Yeah, it seems like Amulet Titan mulligans pretty well. There's so many convoluted ways to get to what you need in this deck. Like when I saw it the first time, I know I messaged you. I'm like, what the hell is going on in this deck? And then you explained to me. I was like, oh, okay, cool. That's so complicated.
It really is. You know, I think Grinding Breach is a very complicated deck, and I think it's one of its biggest strengths is it's extremely hard to play against and sideboard against. But I think Amulet, you know, it pales in comparison to how complicated Amulet really is. You know, Grinding Station at the end of the day is an A plus B combo, where Amulet, you have so many ways to get to the final equation.
Jeez. I mean, your brain must be fried. But I guess, you know, through repetition and stuff, you understand what you're trying to do and go for. But, like, when I first looked at it, I'm like, okay, what's the deal with this deck? Like, there's just a bunch of 6/6s. Cool, sure. But the power is in the lands.
Definitely. The power is in the land, and I think one thing that we're seeing from Peter's list, as looks like Peter is going down to 5 here, is Green Sun Zenith. I don't think that was stock by any means in these Amulet decks. Like, it started off right when it got unbanned. Everyone played it. I was watching Canister stream Piotr Glukowski, and was just like, started with 3, started with 4 maybe, and just kept taking them out until, his words, this card sucks in the deck, I'm not playing it. But we see Peter, putting some good use to it.
Canister. He is a character. Of
Oh,
note.
definitely.
Alrighty, Peter, what you got here, friend?
Yeah,
You got 5?
hopefully we stop at 5 cards here.
Yeah.
So this isn't a very one-sided game. Like any one-sided game you may be watching from the previous Super Bowl. Anybody who's coming in to watch after that,
Oh,
that
boy.
one looked pretty one-sided. Congrats to all the Philly fans out there.
Sports ball. Who am I cheering for? I don't know.
Well, it's over now.
Okay.
At least it was the last time we checked. That one didn't look very close.
Alrighty. I think Peter might have a hand he likes. Let's see if 2 cards go to the bottom, then we are good to boogie.
Yeah, looks like we have a keep here. And now the hand from Jackson looks pretty good here. We have a Rumble, we have a Bobble, a Swan Song, 2 lands, and an Emery from the glance that I got. So no real great turn 1 play. You can play the Bobble. You probably won't want to sack it. But turn 2 for the Rumble looks pretty strong. And unfortunately, if it is Swan Song, not able to counter an Amulet if it gets played, enchantment, instant, or sorcery. So not ideal there, where in this particular situation would have hoped for one of the other counter spells.
Only it was a spell pierce.
Exactly. Would have been better here.
Bobble to kick things off, along with a Scalding Tarn. Here we go. Can Peter 2-0 to win this regional championship? Or is Jackson got something to say about that?
Yep, absolutely. looks like that's an alternate art Bajuka Bog, as he pointed to your graveyard, which didn't contain any goodies so far.
What is that even? I'm going to go.
All right, so here is the maze to be able to find something here. I think one of the better cards that Jackson could find right now is being able to find a Mox Amber, be able to play a Mox Amber, play Emery and Rumble in the same turn to be able to get a bunch of permanents on the battlefield.
It is a Barrow Downs from The Lord of the Rings.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Very pretty. Alrighty, what's going on here? So, a Hedge Maze, a Mishra's Bauble, and a Scalding Tarn. Cracking another. Gonna find a Shockland.
Yeah, likely getting a Steam Vents here. Life total doesn't really matter
Nah.
in these games. Gets the Breeding Pool instead. Doesn't need the red mana. Does look like the Steam Vents was milled over there with the Hedge Maze, which can be a problem. You know, you do only usually play one of the duels, a Breeding Pool, Steam Vents, sometimes a Stomping Ground.
Yep, he's got all 3.
Where if you Emery over one of these lands, sometimes it can be a problem, but usually not the absolute biggest deal.
Speaking of Emery, Malevolent Rumble, there's a Saga Island, and another, which was that, Scalding Tarn, hit the bin.
And cracking one of the baubles now. No real point in getting rid of the other one yet, because one thing you could see, if there's something like Amulet, Grazer, Bounce Land, you could get bogged again this turn, so you don't want to put both of them into the yard and just give them away for no reason. Now we might have a response to this, and this no red mana could actually be a big problem. Is a very easy hate piece to deal with, but you do got to have red mana, and from what I saw, I don't think we have it.
Yeah.
Or a way to remove it right now.
Stomping Ground.
I mean, we saw Peter absolutely dominate the top 8 against his Breach opponent by just playing an oof. Both players looked at each other for like 6 turns, and then eventually he found a Titan. So Collector Oof can deal and do some damage here.
Malevolent Rumble, mills over a couple things here. No red mana still. There's a Saga of the Land. Emery bringing back anything? Any red mana in there for her? Nope. Just going to be the Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, just a useless artifact right now.
Hey, it's doing its best.
It's doing its best. Now even the Urza Saga can't get red mana.
Yeah.
As Mox Opal's turned off.
Yep.
You know, if you have 2 mana, you can do something like Breach, bring back a Lightning Bolt or something like that. But I see a lot of blue-green cards, no land, and I think a Breach in hand from Jackson. So not great.
No, it's
Not great at all.
Not looking good at all. Certainly an oof from Jackson's side of things, even though it's on Peter's board.
Yep.
And we're getting cheeky, getting some damage in. Down to 14 goes Jackson. No shenanigans yet from Peter's side, though.
Yep, Collector's Oof here. One of the most difficult cards to deal with. You know, a 2-mana 2/2 that has the Karn static ability
Yeah.
ends up being really strong. Now, that being said, Jackson will be able to make big enough creatures here where if Peter doesn't do anything, you know, Jackson will be able to beat down with these constructs and do some damage. Plus, we did see a Swan Song. So Jackson has the ability to make constructs while, you know, simultaneously countering anything that's relevant. But Swan Song really doesn't counter that many things. It doesn't counter Primetime or Amulet, which is kind of brutal.
Ooh, Dry to Elysian Grove now. Everything's a mountain could be relevant shortly with Valakut.
Yep, and Bajuka Boggs Jackson once again. And can find a target there as it is an enchantment.
Yep, Swan Song takes care of the Dryad, so no extra land drops, and no mountains across the board.
Yeah, I think that Swan Song was a classic case of, oh, a target? Cast it.
Yeah,
You know?
Yeah, do it. Gets a bird for his efforts, though,
Yeah.
at the very least.
Looks like we're like, is this okay for a token?
Well, we'll find out. It's a bird.
That's a beautiful bird.
That's a 2/2 pretty bird. Yeah.
Oh, that was almost detrimental there.
What?
Peter almost attacked into that Saga, and I mean,
Yeah, that would have
Yeah.
been bad news bears indeed.
Jackson was like, I'll let you attack if you want to go
Yeah,
back.
please, come. Is that a 3/3 now?
Yeah, 3/3. It's about to be at the very minimum
4/4.
of 5/5.
5/5, yeah.
If Jackson wants to, with making a construct and searching up a 0 drop here.
Yeah.
And I mean, then the pressure's on.
Yeah. Now it's a face race. So a bird, an oof, and 2 constructs over here. Urza Saga can go and find a bauble, an opal, or the Mox Amber.
Yep, Jackson will still definitely need to do something else here to deal with that oof and start getting the combo going. But now, even if you're able to deal with the oof, cast the Breach in your hand, which that's no easy ass by any means. If you get Opal, then at least if you find a red land, then you can kill the oof with a presumed Unholy Heat or Flame of Anor or something, and then the Opal's online, which then you can Breach with. Even if you can do all that, you still also need the Grinding Station as your graveyard's gone already.
Haywire Might is the card that is found off of Urza Saga. Is he able to cast it this turn?
Just put into play there from Saga.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yep. And now we got 6 6s. So, I mean, this is a true clock. If we can piece together one more artifact to deal 6 here, put Peter down to 14, and then make those constructs 7 7s, that's kind of the magic number here for what Peter's is at. But you do have the ability to just block with the 2/2. And, of course, whatever shenanigans are afoot from Peter here.
Yep. One way to get rid of the oof is to force it to block, so
Yep.
hopefully something Jackson can work towards here to tie up this finals of our regional championship here in Portland. So once again, thank you everyone for joining us watching this finals and seeing who is going to be crowned champion. Malevolent Rumble now for Peter Husian.
Okay, looking to try to find some amulets here, or at least try to find maybe some bounce lands. Nothing too exciting there. Not sure what that card under the Crumbling Vestige is.
Grazer, that's the little I'm going to eat your graveyard guy. The Scavenging
Oh,
Ooze,
yeah, the
but
Keen-Eyed Curator, huh?
That's the
Okay.
one.
Not a bad card here. Not anything too exciting. And then can't get the Force of Vigors, so...
Yeah, he exiles stuff and then becomes a 4/4 when there are 4 or more card types. So it's the Delirium Raccoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Card types among the card exiled by the Keen-Eyed Curator. So it doesn't combo with Bogue. It's not the cards already in exiled. The Curator does have to eat them itself. Yep.
He's digging in the trash.
Yeah, there we go.
He's a trash panda.
There we go.
He gets nice and fat and chunky and needs to go on a diet. Righty-ho. What are we doing here, friends?
Yeah, we'll see. So that is another Gruul Turf. Picking up a land.
Okay.
And now next turn, Primetime is online for the first time. And we'll see if Jackson has any way to disrupt here. And it looks like these are only going to be 6/6s. So if Peter wants to, could take 12, but easily can chump block with one of the bird.
The bird and the spawn going to jump in the way there, protect the life total. Bye-bye, birdie. Oof, sticking around.
Okay.
Was that Tameo in hand?
That was a Tameo, so Tameo doesn't look great here, but the one thing it does do, which, I mean, Peter kind of has to have a follow-up here, otherwise he could be put into a bad spot where next turn Tameo plus the 2 constructs can attack.
Yeah.
The clue will make the constructs both 7/7s, and that would force the block with an oof.
That's pretty cool.
I would imagine Peter has a Primeval Titan that's going to be able to come into play. But that alone isn't too exciting either, as that would be a 6-mana chump blocker without the help of a amulet to be able to do any kind of shenanigans.
Yeah, so Emery, Legend Ruling, keeping the one that was there already, so she's able to cast something out of the yard.
Yep. And now Opal's there, but yeah, just the no red mana here has been really brutal so far. And Jackson just probably thought, you know, yeah, I milled over the steam vents. It's not going to be that big of a deal because, well, there's one collector oof. And most of the time, there is the green Sun Zenith to be able to search it out. But the only way that Peter was able to cast collector oof on turn 2 was to draw it. You can't pact for it. You can't Sun Zenith.
Yeah.
So had the one outer, and Jackson didn't necessarily play around it, but I don't blame him. I wouldn't have either.
Turn passes back now to Peter. Plenty of stuff on board here for Jackson, so really putting a lot of his eggs into these construct baskets.
Yep.
Where does Peter go from here?
Yeah, and we'll see. It looks like we almost played the Crumbling Vestige here, and then which is presumably play a Titan as well. But even if you do that, it's not really that exciting as far as the lands you can get. They are coming into play tap, so you can't really get the Dryad Arbor and block with it or anything. Without Amulet, the deck does look a lot more fair and manageable.
Yes. Oh. Okay. Keen-Eyed Curator hits the battlefield, so.
Which I will wonder if we're not prime timing here, we're not doing anything too exciting. All right,
that's rough.
That helps a lot. I was going to say the double chump block there might have been a little ambitious last turn. But if you're able to deal with one of these constructs, you just buy yourself probably 2 turns where you can take a hit this turn if you want from this construct, and then Primeval Titan to be able to do some good stuff next turn.
Yeah. Okay, Grinding Station, another useless artifact. But we will make a clue, another useless artifact.
Looks like a 9/9 coming in. And honestly, Urza's Saga, I can't really hype up enough. Without Urza's Saga, I think this deck is basically dead. Obviously, if Breach wasn't around, it would be brutal, but Urza's Saga being able to give you the best plan B against like every deck, where if they sideboard against your combo, you just beat them down with 9/9s. But not necessarily saying that's what's going to happen this game, but that is an amazing card in this deck.
It's been interesting to see the different takes on Grinding Breach this weekend. You know, David Inglis having probably the most unique take on the main deck, but then a couple other players having like Urza in the sideboard, for example.
Yep. And I saw a couple players that only played 2 Urza Saga as well in the main deck. I thought that one was a little wild, but I believe that was Alan Wu, who's a phenomenal Magic player, and did quite well. So I won't argue with him. He's a very smart human being.
Alrighty, Peter. Having a big think here. No timer in the finals here, so I mean, if they want to keep us here for 3 hours, they sure could, but I'm hoping that's not the case.
I don't think that's going to happen between these two decks. These are extremely fast ones that kind of just get these games done with.
Yeah.
And yeah, so far, just that Collector Oof has just done so much work in this top 8. It basically single-handedly won Peter the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
And it's looking to basically single-handedly win this game if there's not anything that Jackson can do about it.
Man.
And the problem is even if Jackson top decks like a fetch land, there's not an untapped red source to okay, there is a stomping ground.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering. Like, could he not have fetched stomping ground previously? Or did he have the wrong fetch?
Not positive. You can always fetch it.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice. Yeah, not sure.
Because then he could have killed the little guy.
I mean, if you have the removal spell as well. Like
I don't know if he's got it, but.
Yeah, I know Breach was one of those cards, and not sure the other two, but.
It's been quite the thorn in Jackson's side here.
Yeah. Another card Jackson could top deck, though, is the Otawara to do it without red mana, since you have 2 legends.
Sure.
Bounce the Oof and unlock,
everything.
Amber, Opal. You could sack the Opal, bring it back from the yard, and with the Breach as well, you would just win the game. So if Peter doesn't do anything crazy and Otawara is drawn from Jackson, the win's on the battlefield.
All right. Peter goes and fetches Shifting Woodland and instead of Valakut.
Looks like it, and this seems to just be a setup turn.
Yep.
So probably just saying go. Okay, there is a Boseiju.
Yep. There's land for turn. Passes the turn back, so.
Okay,
all right, Jackson.
big draw step. Running
what
out
can
of
you
time.
do, friend?
Running out of time for sure.
Give us a peek in your hand.
Has held his cards quite close to the chest.
Annoyingly.
Yeah.
we gotta get the. Hey, that's an idea. We get the feature match players chest cams.
There you go.
Yeah.
GoPros.
Just stick GoPros on them. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Director Jeremy Knowles saying, "Oh, we've thought about it. Like, I would like to advocate for it. Thank you."
Yes, that would be helpful. So with a think this much, I would imagine we don't have a way to get this Oof off the battlefield, but could, of course, be thinking, all right, if I do this, what can you have? Here's 2 mana, Otawara.
Ooh.
Oh, my.
Okay.
Okay, this is enough. So at this point, I mean, I saw Underworld Breach in hand earlier from Jackson. So at this point, Peter would have to have, something like, I don't think the Endurance would do much. Force of Vigor.
Nature's Claim? Does he have that?
I
don't think so.
I don't think so either. That
No,
could
it'd
have
be
just been
Force
a
of Vigor.
$10,000 top deck of Otawara.
Okay. Underworld Breach.
And I mean, this is the combo's online.
Dun-dun. Woohoo. All right, things got spicy now. So Jackson is going to get going here, has everything he needed. That Oof is off the table, so let's get comboing.
Yep. So there is the mana, and I think that locks it up because what Jackson very correctly has done is made sure that he would have blue mana available here for that Swan Song and Graveyard. So now if you sack, even if Peter tries to respond now, you can sack some of those baubles and then Swan Song from the graveyard if there is a Force of Vigor. So I think this is just GG.
Sweet. Wow. Otawara, Soaring City, coming in clutch there, getting that Oof off the battlefield.
And I was going to say, when Jackson drew his cards, I was like, that doesn't look like a man that just drew a one-outer here.
His poker face is fantastic.
Really good. Yeah,
Whereas
say.
You and I would have probably like jumped out of our seats if we were in his position.
I would have at least did an eyebrow raise. And now I think with the consign in the yard, every door is closed. The other thing that could have been possible is Endurance, where Swan Song wouldn't counter that, but now consign can counter that ability as well. So I don't think anything's available, and Jackson doesn't even have to go for this long combo. Can just go for bolt you.
Yeah, he said 5.
Yep.
Jeez.
And looks like we are going to bolt the Keen-Eyed Curator to make sure it doesn't eat up a win condition. You know, as maybe one of the win condition was already in that exile pile. So it looks like Jackson has kind of thought of everything here.
Yeah, because that little guy's 1 mana available from Peter's side of things, right?
Yeah, just 1 mana available. So yeah, you get to eat one thing. It doesn't matter. I guess you eat the consign if you want to try to
Endurance?
do something with endurance, but low-key endurance has never been a good answer to breach anyways. Gets rid of the rumble with the grinding station already in play. Doesn't matter too much.
And away we go.
Okay, was about to get rid of the swan song there. I was like, that's the one I would not recommend.
Mox Opal comes back. What are you marking?
So untapping.
Oh yeah, we got the
this.
grape shot.
Yep, grape
Ain't
shot
no fast Oracle.
as a win con should be a Jace as well. Once again, not exactly positive what is in the exile as far as the win con, but as long as there's not some kind of blunder of being careless here,
Yep.
this should be all wrapped up to send us to a game 3 here.
Doesn't seem like Jackson's speed to blunder.
No.
Grape shot, grape shot, grape shot. Boom.
So there is only red mana being
Floated.
so that is slightly concerning as, you know, if the Force of Vigor was there. I mean, now it's pretty face up that it's not,
Yeah.
as, you know, with only red mana floating, you can just blow up that breach. So it looked like the shields were down for a Force if possible, but
There's a blue.
yeah, there is one in the graveyard already, so would need the other one.
Dig, dig, dig. Digging for a grape shot.
Yeah, and storm count being calculated there.
Yeah. More than sufficient.
Exactly.
So now we just keep turning over the top cards of the deck until we find the grape shots. I imagine if it was in hand, he would have just blasted it off by now.
Yep.
Pew, pew, pew.
And still going through the motions, because the one thing that is valuable from Peter doing
there it
this,
is.
and here is the spot where you can grape shot as well before there's any responses. If there was surgicals, if there was anything like that, endurance, Peter wouldn't have a response with the way that Jackson has done this, where he didn't say, you know, grinding station trigger on the stack. That would allow Peter to be able to have a response there, but the way he did it, there is just no possibility. So grape shot finishes this off, and we have a game 3.
All right, yeah.
Wow. I mean, before we even talk about sideboarding, I just want to just hype up that Otawara. That was a one-outer. Like, there was one sink into stupor, but we didn't have 3 mana. There was no red mana, and there's only a couple other pieces of red removal to be able to deal with Collector Roof. So what I'm seeing, that specific turn, that was the only out to send this to a game 3 here. So really,
awesome.
really awesome stuff.
And the way Jackson, you know, responded to it, it's as if, he just wrote it up perfectly like that, you know?
Yeah.
Of course it was going to be there. Why wouldn't it be?
Exactly. The way Jackson responded there is he just drew, you know, grinding station number 4 or something. But looking into the sideboard, as far as things to change, probably not a lot. You know, maybe Jackson will respect Collector Oof a little bit more, as it was very much a card that almost ended his tournament. But, you know, as Jackson was flipping over the cards, I was kind of taking note of what was brought in.
Yeah.
I saw the Flame of Anor. I saw the Lightning Bolt. I didn't see the Unholy Heat, but if you're leaving in Lightning Bolt, you left in the Heat as well.
Yeah.
So it just makes a lot of sense that Jackson just doesn't have a lot of red removal in the 75. There's 2 Lightning Bolts, there's 1 Unholy Heat, and 1 Flame of Anor. So just doesn't prioritize 2 Flame of Anor, excuse me. So That's a decent amount, but doesn't prioritize having like 4 heats
Yeah.
or anything like that.
And technically, Grape Shot's removal too.
Yeah, and the Grape Shot, I mean, that stuff does really come up. You know, where if that's an Oracle and your opponent has a Collector Oof on the battlefield and you just top deck Oracle, you're like, great, worst draw in my deck. You top deck a Grape Shot and you got a Bobble to go with it. You're like, wow, this win con that I have to play in my deck, which is not great, just dealt with a big problem card. So
Yep.
I'm a big Grape Shot and Jace believer,
Yeah,
and that is the combination
that's a much
that
more
Jackson
fun,
decided to play.
a much more fun way to win.
Yeah, I just think it's better. You know, I think the one thing that is taxing with Grape Shot is you do have to keep track of Storm. And when you play this long event, you know, having to keep track of Grape Shot 14 times for game 1 and, you know, all the post-board games and stuff can be exhausting. But I do think you get rewarded with those minor amounts of value you get with Grape Shot. So I would like to ask Jackson how many times Grape Shot was just great besides the it won me the game thing. As my experience, it's been awesome, and it's helped out a lot.
It's great when there's different ways to win playing, you know, similar deck, and if you just want to play all the win cons, there's nothing stopping you, really.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. We've got Emery, Haywire Might, Unholy Heat, Grape Shot, Consign. What, 1 land, I think?
Looks awful. I would send that back.
And a Flame.
We might already be on 6. I think Jackson shuffled really quick. I'm not sure if it was a mulligan. But that one looks like a mulligan whether you're on 6 or 7.
Yep.
Okay, so that was just the first mulligan.
Thank you, judges.
And Peter did decide to keep here. Peter on the play. And once again, big favor to whoever's on the play here. So I think this is Peter's advantage, especially being on not mulliganing here. A big deal. Consign is a great card from Jackson, but it's so much better on the play because you can consign a turn 1 amulet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the draw, your consigns, they don't counter Primeval Titan, but they counter the ability. So that can be good. And then consigning, you can also consign Urza's Saga Chapter 3, so you don't get to go get an amulet. You know, consign has a lot of applications, but at the end of the day, it doesn't kill a Primeval Titan. It's a speed bump for it.
A long, long day indeed for these players. Doubtless they've been up since 7:30. I'm not entirely sure what like the call time is for the players here, but nearing 8 p.m. at the tournament site.
Okay, that looks decent. Wow, that actually might look really strong.
Oh yeah, what we got?
Yeah, I see Breach. I see Grinding Station. I see Opal, a Land, a Mox Amber, and a Haywire Might. So,
Sure.
I mean, this can be no Emery, it looks like, but I mean, this is a very fast
Yeah.
win. It's
Potentially.
it's also a turn 1 Haywire Might, and you can activate it if there is a amulet or something. And Urza's Saga was a great pickup there as well.
Nice. So Peter just kicked things off with the Vestige. Greene sends Zenith for the Dryad Arbor. So ramping cheekily, I'll say.
Yep. So the way it looks like right now is Jackson can go Urza's Saga, Haywire Might, Mox Amber, Mox Opal, and then next turn play land 2. If Jackson were to top deck a Mox Opal, can win on turn 2.
Holy moly.
Yeah, yeah. So this is one of the turbo aggressive kind of hands that just look, you know, incredibly powerful thanks to Mox Opal. But it would need a second Mox Opal. Otherwise, this is a turn 3 win from Jackson with what he has right now. So the pressure is on Peter to also have a turn 3 or have some interaction for it.
I do love the decision you have to make here. It's like, all right, can I go for it? Can I be quicker than you? Or do I have to stop what you're doing to have my fun?
Yeah, and this was, I think this land selection was heavily influenced by game number 2, brought to you by Collector Oof. Because now we're going to see, because most of the time you do want to get Breeding Pool to start, because Rumble is that important, but it low-key doesn't matter as you're about to play an Opal. and you'll have any kind of mana in air quotes.
Yeah.
But if Collector Oof comes down next turn, aka Green Sun Zenith for 2, at least you have the red mana here with Steam Vents.
Yeah.
But Jackson is once again just saying, please don't have it again.
Oof, there it is, question mark.
The one thing that Jackson can also do here is if Peter goes Urza Saga, you can go trigger on the stack, Haywire Might it, and it can't even add mana.
Oh, that's gross.
Yep, yep.
Nice.
But that will shut off Metal Cross for
Yeah.
Jackson, so there's a cost there as well.
Crumbling Vestige, something for 3.
Oh, God.
Oof.
Oof, there it is.
Ha ha ha, you stole my line. Oh, boy.
I mean, Green Sun Zenith has looked great so far from Peter, as it's just a
Wow.
way to turbo out the oof, and we'll see if this game Jackson has a bit faster of a way to deal with that
Deal with
oof.
this, yeah, so it doesn't stick around for 6 turns.
But as it stands, you know, Haywire Might's off. Both those mocks are off. And if Jackson doesn't have a piece of removal, we're just going to see Grinding Station go.
Yeah.
Because
Really?
if Jackson had removal there,
Yeah.
it's very easy to go kill Oof,
Yeah.
then use the Opal to play Grinding Station. So that should be very telling that he doesn't have one of the 3 1-mana removal spells.
Spelunking here is a follow-up for Peter. What land can he find? And what's on top of the library for him? So no shenanigans just yet from Peter's side of things.
Yep. And there's a Lotus.
Okay,
A
cool.
Lotus Field entering untapped thanks to Spelunking.
Mhm.
And yeah, if this Oof goes on to live and gives Peter the win, you know, I think
Oof's going to be the card of the tournament,
yeah,
Corey.
we'll go let Peter know about Beckett and get that card graded immediately and framed up.
And on that wonderful segue, big thank you to our sponsors for this weekend, Beckett and Dragon Shield. If you get cards graded, like your collector Oofs,
Yeah.
be sure to send them over there.
So what's going on here? This seems like a very easy get rid of your 2 Crumbling Vestiges, but are we sacking a Lotus Field?
Question mark, or the Dryad Arbor even. Oh, okay.
That's shenanigans afoot for sure.
What you up to there, friend? Ah, Echoing Deeps becoming
Okay.
cool. Then sack the Vestige and oh no, sack the okay. Yes, thinking about it.
This is.
Yeah, so it'll enter untapped.
Yep. So this
Sacks
is
it to
6
itself.
mana. There's prime time.
Hey, buddy. What's up?
And now let's see what we can get. So there is another Lotus Field in the deck, plus a Vesuva. So if there is another Summoner's Pact for the Aftermath Analyst, we could really be going crazy here. And with Peter putting these lands into the graveyard so aggressively, it
Yeah.
doesn't look out of the realm that something's happening here.
Is this the turn we find our winner, Corey?
It easily could be, or just a turn where, you know, Peter does something like get a Simic Growth Chamber and a Boseiju, and bounce the Boseiju, leave the Simic Growth Chamber untapped, say go. That way, if Jackson does have the ability to kill Collector's Oof and play Breach, it won't be a win right away.
Yeah.
And honestly, that looks like it would be enough right now. So we'll see if Peter just goes for that surface value line. Of course, you always do the haste first. You get these lands going,
Yeah.
and now we'll see if the choice is to get a Simic Growth Chamber plus Boseiju, or if we're going for much bigger plans with trying to win the game this turn. If Peter can't win, the
Yeah.
Boseiju line seems awesome. Yep.
There you go. Boseiju, Growth Chamber. So has that available to him to prevent any nonsense from Jackson's side of things. But Jackson gets to untap.
Yeah. Gets to untap, but with Boseiju here in the wings to prevent any kind of shenanigans, Jackson just has to have way too many cards here.
Does Consign stop Boseiju? doesn't, right?
No. Wouldn't be enough there.
Chapter 2.
Yeah,
Or is a Saga?
Yeah, Boseiju, of course, activated ability for the
Yeah,
channel. But, yeah, I mean, just, you got to think, like, what is the way to come back here? And sure, you can make a 5-5.
Oh, land go. Ugh.
I think we're about to enter the final tournament of the regional championship here in Portland.
I think so too. Peter untaps, draws. He's got everything he needs. And there was no Summoner's Pack played last turn, so doesn't need to pay for that.
We'll see Primeval Titan to be able to attack. You can get Simic Growth Chamber, Teleria West, bounce the T-West, have transmute that for Summoner's Pact, get Aftermath Analyst to get the lands back. Now, you still got to have something else there. You know, we've seen Peter have a little bit of a setup time to be able to go, like, you know, Titan again to get the Shifting Woodlands and the Mirror Pool. But even on just what's on the battlefield right now, you can also just get Mirror Pool and anything and just Mirror Pool a Titan to be able to do some more shenanigans.
This deck is nuts.
It is nuts. And the Valakut's already in play, so if you're able to go fetch up the Dryad of Elysian Grove and you're able to, let's say, Vesuva on the Valakut plus get, you know, a bounce land.
Yeah.
Play Dryad, then play the bounce land. That's 6 damage plus this Primeval Titan is going to deal some damage. The one thing Jackson does have available is make a 5/5 construct, double block it with Haywire Might, and the 5/5 kill this Titan, but you know, these are the spots.
That's desperate measures.
Where the damage is done. The Primeval Titan, if it gets 3 activations,
it's insane.
It's too much, and yeah, we feel for you, Jackson. This one's
slipping away.
Yeah, looking like you're just going through the motions, and seeing if there's anything to be done. And if there was a consign or something, you'd probably just consign the Primeval Titan's ability here. We know one of the 2 cards in Jackson's hand was the Breach, and Jackson was that close to winning.
Yeah,
you know?
that was so close.
Yeah.
So Simic Growth Chamber again, bouncing Boseiju. Yeah, I mean, Boseiju could just get rid of there as a Saga.
Yeah, you could if you want there. Not too big of a deal.
So many options here now for Peter, who's just gone absolutely haywire with this with the might of this Primeval Titan.
Yeah, so it looks like there was 2. Now there's 2 Boseijus in hand for Peter, so if Jackson does to go for this double block line, you know, Peter can actually just Boseiju the grinding station, something else that would shrink the construct to a 4/4. Then this looks like the quote-unquote kind of bad block, as it would be only 5 damage here to this Primeval Titan. But with Peter doing something proactively here, you got to think he's got the win. And with him not waiting for the double block.
Oh, okay. Otawara getting rid of the construct, and enough to get rid of the Haywire Might too?
Yeah.
No? Yeah, let's get that in
Just
the bin.
looking for the block there. So takes 5, gains 2, takes 3 essentially, down to 6. 6 is 2 Valakut triggers away. If yeah, it should be down to 6. So if we have a Summoner's Pact and a bounce land, we are all wrapped up here.
Green Sun Zenith.
Green Sun Zenith for 3 gets Dryad of the Elysian Grove. If there is 1 land, or if there's 2 land drops here with the Valakut, or 1 Vesuva to copy Valakut, we have ourselves a champion.
There we go. That's going to do it. Jackson's seen enough, and Peter Husian fights through some insane mulligans to take the win here. Our regional champion in Portland is Peter Husian on Amulet Titan.
So
Woo! Woo!
So awesome, so impressive. I know we were kind of all watching at home, and Peter's playing down a game in the top 4.
Yeah.
Just mulligan to 5
Jeez.
again, up against Gabriel and Boros Energy. You know he's thinking at that moment, like, all right, like, where are me and my buddies going to eat? Like, where are we going to go to eat? This isn't looking great. And, an hour and a half later, and he's holding the trophy. He's going to be doing an interview
awesome.
later. I mean, just got to be a pinch me moment for him to be able to be going to the World Championship, won $20,000, and, with how well he played that deck,
Yep.
he just won the regional championship with his pet deck. The deck that he'd been playing for a long time. This didn't seem like someone who just like, okay,
Yeah, I'm going to play this one.
I looked at all the decks. Haven't really played a lot of Modern. I'm going to pick up this Primeval Titan deck. That's usually not how it works. It's the people that have been playing this deck for so very long. They're masters of it.
Yeah.
And, he played just flawlessly. He mulliganed the hands he needed to. And he's our champion.
Yeah, and never rushed through any turns at all. Took his time. He was measured in his approach and just, always seemed to know exactly what he needed to do in each situation because there's so many different lines you can take in that deck. It is so complicated, and he made it look easy.
Yep. I mean, basically, the deck has went through so many different iterations over the, past maybe, 8 years or so. It used to be a Field of the Dead deck that would just make a bunch of zombies. It used to be very, very complicated where you'd have to one-shot your opponent by giving your Titan, +2/+0 with that land, give it double strike and attack for 20 the old-fashioned way. Now with Aftermath Analyst, it puts a whole new layer into it, and the deck's constantly evolving. But the couple things that never change are Amulet and Prime Time.
Prime time indeed. So we're going to hear from Peter shortly when we can grab him for an interview. Doubtless he is high-fiving his teammates or his friends that are there cheering for him. And big congratulations again to him. And just a reminder, friends, if you missed attending this championship or this event, we have another one coming up in Charlotte, March 7 to 9. SCGCON Charlotte will be happening. There'll be a regional championship there. There'll be a bunch of other tournaments that you can play in. If Commander's your jam, there's plenty of that going on. Draft, limited, whatever. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, and number one, if you are a big Amulet Titan gamer and you're thinking, hey, maybe, my deck's not good anymore, and you just saw it win, you can last chance qualifier into this event even if you're not qualified.
That is sweet.
We got a couple primetime gamers that are cracking their knuckles at the screen and being like, all right, put me in, get a Rocky montage going, and get ready to head to Charlotte.
That's the wrong city, isn't it? For Rocky?
Oh, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Isn't it Philly? Yeah.
I think it is Philly. Yep. A lot of people are running up that staircase as we speak in Philly as well, I
can imagine. It must be pretty popular. Oh, goodness me. But yes, there are plenty more events this year as well, hosted by Star City Games. So if you can't make it out to Charlotte, there's many, many more in May. I think it's like 3 events in May or something to that effect. Yeah. Hartford is the next one happening in May 16 to 18. So again, another regional championship. Come and hang out there. If you want to try an LCQ and join the rest of the peeps here, that'll be great. May 2 to 4 is SCG Minneapolis.
Yep, Minneapolis for another regional championship. So May is absolutely packed month. And, of course, I think our next event here, that's Indianapolis as well, coming at the end of May. That one's going to be really exciting as well. Magic Spotlight Secret Lair.
Yeah.
Excited to see
this one is going to be cool.
Yeah, all the details on that one. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon is the place to make sure and get all the information ready to go. And, of course, the most recent one, the next event you will be seeing Star City Games at, and, these broadcasts will be a limited event here at SCGCon Denver.
Yes.
April 11th to the 13th. Crack open a sealed. Try to, send yourself to the Pro Tour there.
Dragons.
Yep. You're able to play in this new Spotlight series that we've we've seen so far.
Spotlight
just
Series is
Atlanta's.
sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really awesome. You can just go straight to the Pro Tour there.
That's awesome.
Magic Spotlight Dragons is going to be really awesome.
So just rock up, play some sealed, smack each other with dragons, and, make it to the regional championship.
Yeah.
Maybe then the Pro Tour. Maybe then the World Championship, just like Peter did.
Exactly. And I mean, Dragons was one of the sweetest limited sets back in the day, so I'm sure this one is going to not disappoint as well. And, of course, Denver, great city as well to visit.
Awesome. Looking forward to that indeed. We do have our champion. He's just arrived. Going to be
Yep.
sitting with Nick Miller soon, and we'll be heading over as soon as they're ready to rock and roll. But just once again, I want to say thank you to everyone who's tuned in, wherever you're watching, catching up with the players and the standings as it's been going on. It's been great to have you here.
Yeah.
We've had a great time in the booth. Corey, you've been teaching me a lot about Modern, and I still have much to learn. So
Yep. It's of course
gonna be doing
been
that.
awesome to cast with you once again, and always a blast, and going to be really exciting to see the hyping up from Peter about this amulet deck for sure.
Well, they're almost ready to go, so just a couple more things they're getting sorted out, but
Yeah.
we'll be hearing from our champion soon. So just please bear with us, patience, and yeah.
The one thing that I will want to bring up now is with Amulet doing well, anytime a deck wins one of these regional championships, of course it's going to, have an increase at the next one. We'll see if some of these Boros decks or something like that are going to increase those Blood Moon numbers again. Because I do think it was kind of a perfect storm for Amulet as Blood Moon, stuff like that was on the decline for this event for sure.
All right. Well, we have our champion ready to tell us all about his win, so let's head on over to Nick Miller.
Hello, welcome to the Sideboard one last time here at the Regional Championship, part of SCGCON Portland. I'm Nick Miller alongside our now crowned champion, Peter Husian. I've got it perfect all weekend now. Husian, congratulations. We got a trophy for you here.
Thank you.
Quite the heft to it. Amulet gamer through and through. Someone mentioned it's always tier 0. It just depends on how good you are.
Yeah, through metas containing KCI, Hogak, Urooko.
Breach yet again. What do you got to say for yourself this weekend?
I mean, I've been playing Amulet for about 2.5 years, and I'm just happy that I have something to show for it. Put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into the deck. I know more about it than a person probably should, so I was glad that it got put to use for something.
Take us through the finals there. It's pretty much the matchup you have to think about coming into the weekend that you're going to play a lot of. You seem pretty prepared for it and arguably favored.
Yeah, I agree. So the matchup is slightly favored, although they can goldfish you pretty quickly if you don't have anything, and game 1 especially, you don't have very much interaction. I respected the deck a lot because it's really popular, very good, and I expected to play against like 5 or 6 times, which is what ended up happening, so I had like 9 cards in my sideboard for it, and obviously that turned out great for me. I treat post-board, I play the matchup like absurdly scared. I'll keep any hand that can green stones for oof, because that's something they have to deal with first before they can, try to put roadblocks in place for you to cast Titan. I'll keep some of the worst hands you'll ever see. I actually lost game 2 because the hand I kept was very bad and didn't become any better. But yeah, so I've just had the most success, between choosing for packing for Titan and tapping out, and if they go consign, and then I'm tapped out and can Besage their Breach and they kill me, or green stonesing for Keen Eye Curator or oof, I'll often just do that just to have mana up, unless I'm sort of forced into the play, yeah. But I just play the matchup really scared, and that usually works out pretty well for me.
Yeah, and the battle of Mox Opal versus Green Sun Zenith here with the unbans. Green Sun Zenith takes it home, and just the power of the collector oof there, I've seen it all weekend long in your matches, just a door slammer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Green Sun Zenith, it doesn't fill the holes that the ring does in the same ways. I don't know if the deck's better or worse without the ring. It's certainly made your mid-range matchups worse to not have access to the ring, but certain linear matchups where you have perfect bullets for it, like collector oof particularly, get so much better with Green Suns in your deck.
$20,000 richer, qualified for Worlds, Pro Tour. What are your sights set on now?
I don't know. I didn't think I'd get this far. The best I've ever done at RC was 2-4 before this, so I haven't thought that far ahead.
Any shout outs to close it out here?
I'd like to shout out a lot of the Amulet community in the Northern Virginia area. There's a ton of extremely skilled Amulet pilots from that area for whatever reason, and I think part of why they're also skilled is they just all taught each other. My friend Nathan Goldberg basically taught me how to play the deck when I was picking it up, and he's now a very well Grinding Breach player online, Nathan of the Gilt Leaf, but it turns out he's actually amazing at Titan. He just hasn't tried to play it for a year and a half or so. So I'm really thankful for all the help they gave me. It was just like free coaching from, I think, probably one of the deck's best pilots. So that was really helpful.
All right, well, congratulations one last time. Typically the commentators close it out here, but I'm going to say thank you all for watching all weekend long here in Portland. Stay tuned. We'll be streaming the regional championship in Charlotte next month, so stay tuned to Star City Games for that, and we'll see you later.